Chapter 141, Chinxi Town, the illusion appears. Baiyu had already expected that he would be like this. He flexed his body to avoid his dagger. Then he concentrated his strength and slashed the wrist where he was holding the knife with the black sword. Z-Law. As a fragment of light surrounding Mo Lin's wrist was split, the black blade, as sharp as iron, was already like a cold dark light, quickly slicing towards his wrist. Base! In Mo Lin's unbelievable gaze and heart-wrenching pain, the bloody broken hand held the dagger, and it fell into the water with a pop! A burst of bright red shot out from Mo Lin's wrist. Black flowers splashed on the dark red wall. A salty smell began to fill the earthy air. Baiyu retracted the dagger in fear and ran forward without fear of his life. Grass! Mo Lin, whose face was twisted in pain, quickly bent down and picked up the severed hand and dagger. Then he reluctantly put his severed hand in his trouser pocket. Holding a dagger, cut a piece of clothes and quickly tied the wound on the severed hand. And then quickly chased Baiyu's back with murderous intent. The streets are full of water, and the number of black hairs seemed to be gathering more and more. And it looked like it was already forming a ball. Mo Lin's broken wrist was bandaged casually. The blood on the wound and the blood from the severed hand in the trouser pocket quickly fell into the water drop by drop. And along the path of his bleeding traces, more and more black hair are slowly gathering. Even the hair seemed to be alive, climbing up like vines along the blood stains on his body. Baiyu ran all the way and found that the doors of every house were closed, and it was not easy to find a place to hide. I looked at my phone, and there was no signal. She had no choice but to follow the general direction and run towards the wig factory. Asterisk. Baiyu soon ran out of breath, and his feet were tangled in long, straight black hair. While she was breathing heavily, she bent down and used the black blade to cut off the hair. It's like a ghost hitting a wall. She found that she had been running for a long time, but still could not get out of the alleyway just now. Mo Lin bared his teeth and got closer and closer to her. Only then did she remember that, let alone the disparity in strength between men and women, the other person is a fitness instructor. Every day on the treadmill might start at 10 kilometers. Her cardiopulmonary function, muscle explosiveness, etc. are all incomparable to her. Soon Mo Lin was chasing behind her. Baiyu had no choice but to grit his teeth and get up and continue running as hard as he could. Seeing the distance between the two getting closer and closer, Mo Lin had already raised the dagger in his hand. Whoosh! A heartbreaking stabbing pain spread from her right shoulder to her whole body. Mo Lin's dagger pierced into the flesh of her shoulder. There were drops of blood falling into the water along the tip of the knife. Soon, a large group of black hair gathered over. At the moment when Baiyu's body trembled and paused, Mo Lin had already jumped behind her in a few short steps. I have to kill you today! Otherwise my surname will not be Mo. As he spoke, his hand quickly reached towards the dagger behind Baiyu. Stretching halfway, he saw it. There was a large amount of black hair that had unknowingly penetrated along the pores on his legs. It was itchy at first. Soon I felt the stinging pain of being bitten by a leech. Immediately, he felt that the energy in his body, starting from his calves, was rapidly disappearing. The overwhelming feeling of fatigue and dizziness came over me. But the murderous intent and hatred in his scarlet eyes did not diminish at all. The hair that burrows into the body hurts and itches. Unable to spare any extra hands to scratch, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Chapter 142, Chinxi Town, help him out. Baiyu didn't notice anything strange about the person behind him. Deep in her heart, when he used a dagger to kill those hairs, an inexplicable murderous intention arose. There was a vague sense of resentment steadily gathering in her heart from the tip of the black blade. A deep voice whispered in my ears. How long can you escape? Kill him, since he is unkind to you. Don't blame you for being unjust to him. The point is, it's just a game. Kill him. Baiyu didn't realize that his eyes were already soaked in scarlet color. She was still strongly restraining the horrible thoughts that suddenly popped up in her heart. It only takes 1 second. Mo Lin's only remaining hand had reached her back. At this moment, Baiyu, with scarlet eyes, made up his mind. She lowered her eyes and took a deep breath. With a thought, I wanted to call out the embroidery needle in the space. The cold mechanical sound suddenly rang in my ears. Ding! The current player is in a special time and space, and the mind space and game panel will be temporarily disabled. Without time to think about it, she clenched the black blade in her hand and turned around quickly. When Mo Lin pulled out the dagger from her shoulder, she stabbed it back along his chest. In this survival game, since you have to fight to the death, then she can only choose him to die and she to live. as a fragment of light was split in front of Imolin's chest. The tip of the black blade pierced directly into his chest. With the experience of assassinating Lu Fei last time, she quickly took back the dagger. A large amount of bright red liquid gushes out instantly. More hairs crawled up in the direction of the blood stains on Imolin's body, from the legs to the waist, and then continued to trace the source. Imolin's eyes were filled with fear, and his body shook involuntarily. He picked up the dagger in his hand and frantically chopped off the living hairs. Baiyu, whose eyes were red from the killing, wanted to stab him a second time, but she found that the large clumps of black hair in the water had also entangled her feet. At this moment, she finally noticed something strange about Imolin. Imolin is just like an adult kid. The black hair stretched out through the clothes. Those sticky hairs were like the tentacles of an octopus, swaying in the air and quickly piercing his face. What the hell is this? Baiyu was startled and his scalp felt numb. Although she came to her senses in an instant, she didn't know what to do. Kill me! A sad voice squeezed out of Imolin's mouth. Please, kill me and set me free. When he opened his mouth to pray, those sticky hairs had already slicked in along his mouth, eyes, ears and nose. The muscles on his body and face were drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his original boyish white hair turned pale in an instant. Under the dark red light, Imolin, with a terrifying expression on his face, looked exactly like an old, ugly, starving ghost. Baisu, come on! Just think of me as begging you. I lied to you. I am actually sea level. Take my props and gold coins. Work with other players, and cooperate to pass the level and survive. Remember, don't be greedy in the game. What else did he want to say? But those hairs had already filled his mouth. Red tears of blood flowed from his hair-filled eyes. Soon hairs were sucked up along the blood stain like leeches. Baiyu Yao gritted his teeth, raised the black blade, and popped to help him free himself. Imolin's shriveled body shook a few times in midair. With a bang sound, he fell into the water. Accidentally, my thoughts wandered and I wrote so much. I went crazy and wanted to cry. It seems that this copy can only be passed through on the second and third days. Chapter 143, Qingxi Town, is finally over. The moment Imolin's body was submerged by the water, there were countless hairs vying to wrap around his body. Baiyu's pupils shrank suddenly when he saw this. Based on the situation just now, those hairs are obviously hungry for the red liquid. But now, Imolin, who looked like a mummy, didn't have a drop of plasma on his body. So what are they fighting for? Does Imolin have any special food on him? At this moment, the blood that overflowed from Baiyu's back shoulder slid down his clothes, and a few drops splashed into the water. Smelling the scent of her blood, a small amount of hair began to move, climbing up like vines along the already soaked upper of her shoes. Baiyu couldn't move, so he could only wield the black blade and cut off one by one. At the moment when she was chopping the hair, she could faintly see wisps of smoke like black shadows drilling into the tip of the black blade from the break of the hair. What is this? Is it resentment? She had seen this kind of black energy before when she received Lu Fei's cursed ring. In doubt, Baiyu felt that his mood was inexplicably depressed and heavy. There is a sudden urge to destroy everything and kill everything. But she gritted her teeth and held back this negative emotion that shouldn't belong to her. Those hairs also seemed to be afraid of the black blade in her hand, just trying to attack. Soon, it was time to end the flooding the streets. The water level on the bluestone slowly sank. The black hairs that grew on Imolin's body drooped and disappeared one by one. Baiyu glanced at his feet, and the hair there gradually disappeared. Imolin's body, after twitching a few times, became completely motionless. All the black hair on the body has disappeared. What appeared in front of Baiyu was a mummy with severed hands and drooping skin, sunken nostrils and eye sockets. All, ding! Current number of surviving players, September 10th. Ding! D-level player Baiyu crosses the level and kills C-level player Imolin, and gets points as rewards, which will be settled at the end of the game. Ding! Congratulations to player Baiyu for obtaining the SR level item belonging to C-level player Imolin. Limited time invisible feather coat, *1. Ding! Congratulations to player Baiyu for getting. Baiyu could no longer hear clearly the system announcements that followed. Her eyes darkened. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed on the wet bluestone. The wound on the shoulder hit the hard bluestone, and large areas of bright red liquid soaked out through the t-shirt. The pain was as if the wound was being torn apart, making her feel worse than death. And the moment she closed her eyes completely, Vaguely, he could see Imolin's shriveled body slowly turning into a green pine with broken side branches. Asterisk. Baiyu didn't know when he woke up. She only realized that she seemed to be being carried on her back. He was also covered with a large overalls jacket, which was very warm. Soon she saw the figures of two familiar players. It's Zheng Weijun and Zhao Tianjin. The two of them were carrying large bags of items. So, is she on Wei Xian's back? A quick glance around. The bluestone pavement on the ground has been magically dried. The dim lights and unpleasant earthy smell are still there. And she also clearly felt that the clothes at the wound on her back were bulging. The pain is still there, but not as severe as before. Just as he was about to speak, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his ears. All, ding! Current number of surviving players, August 10th. Baiyu's breath was stagnant. Who is it? Gone again? Chapter 144, Qingxi Town, is too heartwarming. Wei Xiaoyan noticed her body moving and said, Bai Su, are you awake? Yes. Please put me down. Thank you for your hard work. When Wei Xiaoyan heard this, he put her down with a bit of embarrassment and worry in his eyes. When we met you earlier, you lost too much blood and fainted. We just happened to buy medicine, so we just helped you treat your wound. Don't mind. After saying that, he added naively, You have wounds now. If you can't walk, tell me. I'll be fine carrying you. His words were so heartwarming that Baiyu, who had just saved his life from the gate of H.L., felt mixed emotions in his heart. She nodded a little at a loss and then said, By the way, the clothes are yours. Right. Thank you just now, Baiyu said, reaching out to take off his work clothes and return them to him. Although Wei Xiaoyan is thin, he is tall. The coat looked like an opera costume on her body. In Qingxi Town, it is obvious that the temperature difference between day and night is very large. Although it is summer, there is already a chill at the moment. He didn't wear much. Wei Xiaoyan quickly waved his hand. You are covered in blood. You will attract too much attention when you return to the factory later. You put it on first and give it to me in the morning. Okay. Trouble. Baiyu had no choice but to be respectful rather than obey. Hey, when I went out today, I should have used a backpack as a cover as usual. It's all my fault. I was too impatient when I came out. Now I can only pretend it till the end. When the two people in front heard this, they stopped and turned around. The two people looked at Baiyu with somewhat complicated expressions. Senior sister, you suffered a serious stab wound on your shoulder. It must have been done by Imolin. Zhao Tianjin bit his lip and hesitated to speak. Looking into her eyes, have doubts and be on guard. There is also a trace of indescribable fear. Baiyu nodded, not wanting to hide anything. Yes. So, Imolin, you killed him? Zheng Weijun stared at her eyes for a few seconds before saying. The reason why he was sure that it was she who killed Imolin and not Yu. It was because when they saw Bai Su, her body and hands were covered in blood. The only wound on her body was on her back. So it could only mean that it was someone else's blood that splashed on her body. And it was very close. Forget it. Right. Baiyu finished speaking with lingering fear. A trace of embarrassment and solemnity appeared on his face. Speaking of Imolin, her inner emotions were extremely complicated, especially when she recalled that scene. She was still a little frightened at the moment. But this is a game. There is no other way. He saw that all three people's eyes were focused on him. Baiyu had no choice but to change the topic. Did you hear the system prompt just now? The three of them shook their heads in unison. No. Wei Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Bai Su, what's the notification sound? Baiyu. It's just a reminder that one more player is gone. We only have 8 players left now. When Wei Xiaoyan heard this, his eyebrows instantly relaxed, and he explained. Sunny Wei is gone. She disappeared half an hour ago. Maybe you just woke up and heard the system announcement. As for why it's missing, it probably has something to do with the water. Wei Xiaoyan added. After speaking, he took some heavy objects from Zheng Weijun and Zhao Tianjin's hands to carry. Baiyu's eyes were stunned. Water? Did you also encounter hair attacks? We don't. But Brother Weijun said that the water overflowing on the street will form an illusion. Special situations will trigger the game's side plot. He found this out from the NPC using a lie detector tool. Wei Xiaoyan lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Chapter 145, Qingxi Town, be careful. Although Zheng Weijun is a physical education teacher as a blue star, but not much older than them. Now in the game, Wei Xiaoyan and Zhao Tianjin directly called him brother. He didn't deny it. Bai Yu wanted to continue asking Wei Xiaoyunian questions. Zheng Weijun turned his head with a bad expression and said in a tone of lecturing the students, "Would you like to set up a table for you and take out 2 cups of coffee to chat slowly? Do you know what time it is? If the water comes back later, what should you do if you have wounds on your body?" The straight man from the physical education teacher asked 3 questions. Wei Xiaoyun looked stunned and stopped talking. Bai Yu had no choice but to swallow back the unsaid words. She glanced at the back of Zheng Weijun's head and secretly speculated. Could this oppressive physical education teacher be hiding his true level like Mo Lin? In addition, Zheng Weijun is very tall and has good facial features. The whole person, from the beginning to now, has always been cold. Bai Yu always felt that his image would be more suitable in those love games. However, this situation did not allow her to think wildly. Zheng Weijun and the others had already walked away, and she had no choice but to follow them quickly. She actually wanted to help them get supplies. But the sting on her shoulder still didn't go away. One hand can't bear the weight, but the other hand is ready to take out the black blade at any time. In addition, they cannot be informed about space matters. She had no choice but to give up. I took out my phone and took a look. There was already a signal. Looking at the map navigation, we can see that we are only 7 or 8 minutes away from the wig factory. Click on the group chat message on your phone again. There are still 12 group members inside. However, the portraits of Mo Lin and Sunny Wei have been turned into black and white portraits. There are still several chat messages in the group from an hour ago. The 3001st batch training group of Xinjiang Wig Products Factory. Wang Zi, who died just now. Can you make a sound? JPG. Gao Yuqiang, how can you make a sound even if you are dead? Your brain circuit is not so strange. Sunny Wei, Mo Lin. The person among the group members, whose profile picture turned black and white is him. Unbelievable. JPG. Gao Yuqiang, let me go. He is D-level. Who the HL did this? Who is so awesome? Shock. JPG. Wang Zi, boss. Please take me to fly. Asking for thigh pendants. Remuneration for a sweet, non-H position. Sunny Wei, did he trigger the side plot and death conditions? Wang Zi, I can't rule it out either. A row of crows flew overhead. JPG. Lily, this group is for everyone to communicate and learn during the internship. Please do not use it for chatting. If everyone has nothing to do, you can study on your own the employee handbook of our Xinjiang Wig Factory. Wang Zi, beeping quietly. This NPC must be a devil. Gao Yuqiang. Sunny Wei. System information. Group Administrator Lily shared the file, Employee Handbook, Internship Edition, .pdf. After that, no one in the group spoke. Wei Xiaoyun saw her looking at her phone while walking and couldn't help but said, "Bai Su, you better stop looking at your phone while walking. There are many rivers and small ponds in this town, and the light is dark. If you are not careful, people can fall into them." "Oh, okay." Bai Yu smiled and quickly put the phone away. Zhao Tianjin held it in for a long time, but he couldn't hold it in anymore. He paused, turned his head, and asked Bai Yu with a puzzled expression, "Bai Su, by the way, how did you kill Mo Lin?" Chapter 146, Qingxi Town, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Mo Lin wants to kill Bai Su or others. In fact, all players have long known it, because that was the only way to ensure that Mo Lin's internship would not be terminated early. It's just that Mo Lin, who is a D-level, was actually killed by an F-level Bai Su, which is really unbelievable. This could only mean that either Mo Lin encountered a special situation, and Bai Su was lucky enough to miss it. Or maybe the thin Bai Su in front of him was actually pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, and lied about his level and so on. If it is the second type, that shows that although this little girl looks harmless, she actually has serious thoughts. You have to be more careful in the future. After all, in the game, you must not have the intention of harming others, and you must not have the intention of guarding against others. It is a consensus and common sense. Zheng Weijun and Zhao Tianjin paused when they heard this. The two of them glanced at Bai Yu. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment, and after speaking quickly in his mind, he told the 3 people the general situation. Zheng Weijun and the other 3 don't look like bad people, especially since they are 1 teacher and 2 students. However, she still kept a cautious eye out of habit. When describing it, the focus is on the strange, leech-like hair. He deliberately concealed the fact that he used the prop's embroidery needle and black sword. There was no mention of Mo Lin's use of protective props during the process. After Wei Xiaoyun listened, he concluded, "So, Those hairs are really weird. That's why no one dares to stay on the street when it's dark. Because in this small town, the time when water is released to flush the streets is random. Apparently, that NPC didn't lie to Brother Wei Jun. There's nothing wrong with your hair. It's only when your hair meets blood that it becomes weird. After Zheng Weijun finished speaking, he glanced at Baiyu meaningfully. Then where did the blood on Mo Lin's body come from? It was obviously Bai Su who was injured. If the priority triggering rule is followed, hair should attack Bai Su first. Zhao Tianjin murmured with some confusion. Baiyu, who was beside him, certainly heard it, but she could only pretend to be confused as she understood. Baiyu's words were not logically rigorous in the first place. But there is no proof. So whatever she says now is what she says. And it's not a matter of public security. If nothing else happens, she should be acting in self-defense. Therefore, others have no right to act as judge. As they spoke, the four of them had already reached the door of the wig factory. From a distance, I saw several people guarding the gate. The lights in the doorman's office were dim. Under the lampshade, a group of very small flying insects were flying around the halo. A light breeze carrying an earthy smell blew by from time to time. The willow trees beside the wall of the wig factory swayed slowly in the wind. The dark red walls appear and disappear. Under the dim light, it exuded a strange aura. The river seemed to be very full at the moment, making the sound of gurgling water. The four of them paused in alarm. Zheng Weijun had the best eyesight. After staring at the opposite side for a few seconds, he said, "It's Gao Yuqiang and Su Mingming." Everyone then lifted their legs and continued walking forward. Several people on the opposite side also saw their figures. "Hey! The triangle has turned into a quadrilateral. Didn't our physical education teacher say that triangles are stable?" Su Mingming shouted from afar. Her voice was originally sweet, but now it was hoarse, sour and complaining. Qiguo's words imply that Zheng Weijun has double standards. After Su Mingming finished speaking, she felt a little regretful. These words seemed a bit petty on her part, but it was uncomfortable to hold it in. And if Zheng Weijun agreed to her, or them joining at that time, then maybe Sunny Wei doesn't have to die. Speaking of Sunny Wei, hey! Zheng Weijun frowned as he listened to her complaints and said nothing. Chapter 147, Qingxi Town Death Copy? Zhao Tianjin, who was behind Zheng Weijun, couldn't hold back and replied seriously. Isn't a quadrilateral larger in area? Other people. Baiyu really wanted to laugh when she heard this. But she couldn't. Before the first day of the new dungeon ended, 2 players died. Other players are almost hanging on by a thread. You must know that in the last dungeon, Silent Island, the first few days were all about eating, drinking and buying supplies. Obviously, Qingxi Town is most likely to be a very difficult death copy. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many puzzles and clues from the very beginning. In addition, judging from the hairs that attacked them tonight combined with the names of the copies, what they will most likely encounter this time is weird hair. But where does the hair come from? Are these hairs that suddenly attack humans after being exposed to blood and the hair from wig factories the same source? Thinking of the wig factory, Baiyu glanced at Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei, who had tried on wigs with lingering fear. They looked normal. Nothing unusual. Maybe there's nothing wrong with the hair. Or maybe it's not time yet. On the other side, Gao Yuqiang and Wang Zi never left their probing eyes. Especially Baiyu, whose fair face and hands were stained with blood. He was covered in men's overalls, which was weird. It feels like the 3 of them. Zheng Weijun, our heroes saving the beauty and rescuing her from danger. Su Mingming and Xie Yufei's eyes were red. His hair and face were as messy as Baiyu's. The 2 of them should have cried and experienced something before. But there was no blood on them. Neither did anyone else. Brother Zheng, let me help you carry it. Wang Zi scanned the 4 of them back and forth several times, and finally locked on the big guy he felt he could take with him. He took the lead and rushed to Zheng Weijun, who was ranked first in terms of temperament and coding, and stretched out his hand to help him carry supplies. No, thank you. Zheng Weijun declined directly. Gao Yuqiang looked at him with disdain, his face showing the displeasure of being suddenly abandoned. Excuse me, do you plan to stand here until the lights are turned off? After Baiyu finished speaking, he was the first to enter the factory gate. Normally, these words would not come out of her mouth, but at this moment, she felt a little panicked inside, and her tone of voice became angry. Plus, she was a little hungry after not eating all day. The others were stunned for a moment. then came to their senses and quickly followed. The factory was dark and dead. When everyone passed the workshop building, they all speeded up their pace.
Wait a minute. How about we create a separate chat group?
Wei Xiaoyun said suddenly.
Also, build one so we can keep in touch with each other. That's right. There are teachers and directorly in the internship group, so it's not convenient to say anything.
Baiyu had no choice but to stop. A few people quickly formed a group.
By the way, have you had dinner? I haven't had any water this afternoon and I'm starving to death. Do you want to go make a skewer or something together? I'm treating you.
It was Wang Zi who spoke. He pointed at the large canteen. The only lighted canteen in the factory besides the dormitory area. Others.
Is there a barbecue?
Wang Zi.
Yes. That's what our NPC roommate next door said. He just said that the barbecue needs to be paid for at his own expense. The other 3 meals are all provided by the factory for free. But it's just a few of us, so it doesn't cost much.
The others were basically the same as Baiyu before, losing their appetite due to the earthy smell in the town. When I heard there was a barbecue, I felt hungry instantly. Chapter 148, Qingxi Town, covered in blood. In Jinjin Wig Factory. Except for the outer wall and the special, human hair, workshop, there is no dark red substance anywhere else. The earthy smell should be relatively mild. Zheng Weijun looked at everyone, then at the time, and then said,
"Why don't we all come together? It's just a chance to touch on the game. If it's convenient. Wang Zi, you can order food first. We'll take the items to the dormitory and put them away before coming over."
Someone came forward to organize it, and the other male players had no objections.
Okay.
Wang Zi nodded excitedly after receiving them.
Big bosses.
Approval. Only then did I realize that the 3 female players had not expressed their stance yet. Since he wanted to play games together, Baiyu couldn't refuse.
I'm going to the dormitory to take a quick shower and come over. Me too. Our hair is almost a mess.
Xie Yufei pulled Su Mingming and said. Both of their hands were empty, with no supplies.
Okay. See you.
After Wang Zi said that, he took Gao Yuqiang to the cafeteria. The remaining 6 people quickly walked towards the dormitory. Along the way, Xie Yufei told them the reason for Sunny Wei's death. It turned out that after Xie Yufei, Su Mingming, and Sunny Wei formed a team. They went to inquire about information in the town like other players, and at the same time looked for stores to buy supplies. But unexpectedly, like Baiyu, they didn't encounter any ghosts along the way. Immediately afterwards, the system announced the death of the player. Soon they discovered that the dead person was Mo Lin. Sunny Wei also participated in a group chat for a while. Su Mingming was still frightened and suggested that the 3 of them return to the wig factory first. However, at this time, she looked up and saw a small supermarket run by a couple. This supermarket may be too small and not shown on the map navigation. As soon as the 3 of them excitedly entered the store, before they could choose anything, they were chased out by the couple with kitchen knives. Su Mingming and Xie Yufei ran the fastest, and Sunny Wei ran last. The bluestone road was slippery again. After Sunny Wei accidentally fell down, she was caught by the couple who arrived. The couple was very cruel and cut them off with just one blow. When Su Mingming and Xie Yufei were debating whether to go back and save her, the water on the street started to overflow sooner or later. Then, I saw countless hairs, like vines, wrapping around Sunny Wei. The 2 had no choice but to leave. Then, I heard the system report that Sunny Wei was dead. Soon after they left, the water disappeared. The 2 couldn't bear it and returned the same way, hoping to find Sunny Wei's body, only to find that she had turned into a withered forget-me-not. After Xie Yufei finished telling the story with tears in her eyes, a few people happened to reach the boundary between the men's and women's dormitories. Zheng Weijun stopped and said,
"So, people in the town are hostile to the wig factory employees, or to the entire wig factory. We also encountered the same situation when we went to the clinic. Next time we visit the factory, we can no longer wear work clothes."
The others nodded in agreement. Baiyu also heard the key information from Xie Yufei's words. The town
released water to flush the streets,
and different lanes were not flooded at the same time.
Okay, let's put the supplies away first. We'll discuss the details together when we return to the cafeteria later.
After Zheng Weijun finished speaking, he took Xiao Tianjin and Wei Xiaoyun into the men's dormitory. The 3 girls had no choice but to walk to the girls' dormitory in silence. Go back inside. As soon as Baiyu took off her coat, a bloody smell spread from her body. The blood stains had dried and scabbed, and were dark. It was obviously human blood. Chapter 149, Qingxi Town. Who takes care of whom? Su Mingming and Xie Yufei, who were following Bai Yu, obviously saw it. The two of them opened their eyes wide and covered their mouths, too scared to speak. Bai Yu ignored them and went into the bathroom alone. There was a wound on her back shoulder, so she could only use a towel to wipe the area that could be touched. Soon, the blood stains on his face, neck, and hands were basically wiped clean. When she opened the bathroom door and came out, Xie Yufei, who was guarding the door, trembled with eyes twinkling. Like Su Mingming, her eyes were red. In terms of experience, Xie Yufei has experienced more than Bai Yu. In terms of height, she is also slightly taller than Bai Yu. However, she has always been wary of her little sister, who is a few years younger than herself and is still in college. After seeing her come back with blood stains today, this feeling of fear became even more obvious. Bai Yu looked at her with doubtful eyes.
My stomach hurts a little. Ha ha.
Xie Yufei smiled coquettishly, squeezed into the bathroom sideways, then turned back and asked her curiously.
Bai Su, with so much blood on your body, is this a hole in your body? Almost.
Bai Yu didn't say much and went back to his bed. She was really tired and hungry now. The mood is also a bit depressing. When Emolin died, she should have received Emolin's props and gold coins. But at this moment, she didn't even think about checking the game panel. Put down the mosquito net. Take out the backpack you were given when entering the game. And with a thought, take out your work clothes and jacket from it. After putting it on, he folded Wei Xiaoyun's clothes and put them in a plastic bag. Su Mingming was arranging her hair in front of the mirror, and out of the corner of her eye, she was silently observing Bai Yu in the mirror. That mosquito net is the same as having it or not. The actions of people inside can be seen clearly. After a while, she turned around and looked at Bai Yu's bed, and asked tentatively,
Bai Su, so you are the one Emolin chose to attack?
This is simply a nonsense question.
Yes,
Bai Yu responded calmly.
Oh, so Emolin was killed by you? Yes.
Bai Yu was too lazy to explain too much and answered her briefly.
Crack.
Although Bai Yu's answer was expected, the dressing mirror in Su Mingming's hand still dropped to the ground in shock and cracked. Xie Yufei, who was listening to the conversation between the two in the bathroom over there, changed her face instantly. Su Mingming refused to give up and said,
I remember he is D-level. So are you C-level?
Bai Yu paused while arranging his hair and did not answer. Living alone on Blue Star for so many years has allowed her to develop a strong sense of boundaries in interpersonal relationships. In reality, apart from Lin Lily, she didn't seem to have any extra close friends. And in this crisis game where she knows people but not their hearts, her sense of boundaries is even stronger. Su Mingming didn't feel embarrassed when she saw that she ignored her. He bent down to pick up the cracked mirror and threw it into the trash can with a bang. She turned towards the bathroom and yelled,
Yufei, are you okay? Okay.
The sound of flushing toilets and washing hands soon came from the bathroom. After Xie Yufei came out, she wiped the water on her hands on her clothes and said,
Bai Su, let's go with you so we can take care of each other.
Su Mingming frowned slightly as she listened to her words. Who are you talking about, and who are you taking care of?
Yeah.
Bai Yu didn't refuse this time. She jumped out of bed. He picked up Wei Xiaoyun's coat and followed them out of the dormitory. Chapter 150, Qingxi Town, refused to flirt with girls. When the three female players arrived at the cafeteria, the male players have all arrived, drinking beer and having sex. They were sitting at a rectangular 8-person dining table that is usually placed in the cafeteria. Blue, plastic material. Zheng Weijun took one of the end seats. Gao Yuqiang and Wang Zi sat together. Zhao Tianjin and Wei Xiaoyun sat together. I saw 3 people coming. Gao Yuqiang and Wang Zi's eyes suddenly focused on Bai Yu. It seems that the two of them learned the fact that Bai Yu killed Mo Lin from Zheng Weijun and others. Looking at Bai Yu's eyes, there was a trace of doubt and hope, and also a trace of inexplicable fear.
Ah, half the sky is here. Please take a seat.
Gao Yuqiang stood up first, pushed Wang Zi aside, and said with a flattering smile. Wang Zi squeezed him back again.
My room is spacious. Sit here.
Wei Xiaoyun glanced at Bai Yu and stopped talking. Bai Yu didn't think much. After returning his work clothes and jacket to Wei Xiaoyun, he sat alone in the empty seat opposite Zheng Weijun. Seeing this, Su Mingming took the lead and sat next to Wei Xiaoyun. There, it happened to be closest to Zheng Weijun. Xia Yufei also sat down next to Wang Zi. If it weren't for the death of 2 players today, the atmosphere here would have made people think they were just hanging out at a friend's party. Zheng Weijun saw everyone gathered and said,
"Everyone eat something to fill your stomach first. There is still more than an hour before the dormitory closes and the lights are turned off. After we finish eating as soon as possible, we will summarize the overall situation of the game."
The hungry people nodded, then picked up the food and ate it happily. The 3 female players each had depressed thoughts and also drank some wine. After drinking, the previous depression, fatigue and sense of distance were inexplicably reduced. The relationship between the few people also became much closer in an instant.
"Bai Su, does your boyfriend usually treat you well?"
Wang Zi spoke very casually, and the gentleman stood up and handed a bunch of spicy beef to each of the 3 female players. Su Mingming and Xia Yufei smiled and thanked them. Bai Yu stretched out his hand to take it and smiled.
"Which one are you referring to?"
Wang Zi couldn't handle this joke that didn't follow the routine. However, he was used to joking, so he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He changed the subject and said with a smile,
"No matter which one it is, it's definitely not in the game. Right. Do you want me to recommend myself?"
When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but stare at him with big eyes. "How long has it been? I still haven't forgotten to flirt with my sister." Bai Yu paused while holding the beer bottle and asked inexplicably,
"In a precarious crisis survival game, as a veteran player, don't you know the first rule of survival?"
Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but stop the chopsticks in their hands, as if they were all listening. Wang Zi also looked at her curiously. Bai Yu smiled and said seriously,
"In the game, if you fall in love, you will most likely die quickly."
Wang Zi. Other people. Knowing that this code must have been made up by her on the spur of the moment, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. After laughing, they realized that there were faint salty tears flowing through the corners of their eyes. Yes, I don't know if I will be able to see the sun the next day on a day when I lick blood from the edge of a knife. Talk about the love between children. This crisis survival game is originally a winner-take-all game. Those who successfully pass the level will get everything. Gold coins, levels, props. Then borrow gold coins and props to support and keep snowballing. Keep getting higher levels and more wins. People who failed to pass the level. No bones left. Nothing left. Chapter 151, Qingxi Town, Volunteers. The scene fell into silence. The depressing atmosphere that had just been dissipated by alcohol came back again. Seeing that the opportunity was just right, Zheng Weijun took the lead and spoke.
"Let's get back to the topic. According to my speculation,
this Qingxi Town
is most likely a dead copy. Therefore, the time left for us to explore and prepare should not be as much as usual copies. Time is limited. Let's talk about the key points. What do you think are the risks of the game and the anomalies found?"
After saying that, seeing a few of them looking embarrassed, he added,
"This book, currently, involves many dangerous factors, and it is absolutely impossible to pass it by relying on one person's ability alone. So here, I hope everyone can work together and speak freely. So don't hide it. Also, is there someone responsible for recording and summarizing? When the time comes, list the key points into a memo and send it to the group."
After hearing this, everyone put down their chopsticks in unison. His words reminded everyone of Mo Lin's vow to unite everyone when they first entered the game. It's a pity that he was the first to be forced to rebel, and his boat capsized in the gutter, and he was the first to sacrifice his flag. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Bai Yu in unison. A small figure with big energy. This woman should not be underestimated. Bai Yu was aware of everyone's gaze, but her attention was still focused on Zheng Weijun.
"I will be responsible for organizing and recording,"
she volunteered. After saying that, she took out her mobile phone. Only then did everyone realize that when attending training in the morning, they should take out their mobile phones and take pictures of the training materials. However, if I remember correctly, the phone seemed to have appeared after I returned to the dormitory. In addition, there are only 8 players left. Even if you take the test with your feet tomorrow morning, it shouldn't involve elimination. Of course, the prerequisite is that there are no new tricks in the game.
"I'll go first."
Su Mingming was the first to speak, with her starting the conversation. Others put aside their doubts and started speaking freely. Soon, everyone's worries and clues were collected. Bai Yu quickly organized and marked it, and sent it to a group of people who had temporarily formed Hack Live to Die. Group 1. Outside the wig factory. 1. People in small towns are hostile to wig factories and need to change into their own private clothes when going out. 2.
Water is released to flush the streets
at night, but not all lanes have water at the same time. 3. There is a small amount of hair in the water, which is generally not aggressive, unless there is blood dripping, wear rain boots plus avoid trauma. The hair strands are attracted by the blood and will multiply rapidly and focus on attacking the first person whose blood falls into the water. To be determined. 4. The hair has a tendency to mutate into a living creature, with a high probability of having the blood-sucking function of leeches, and will form a local illusion? To be determined. In the fantasy world, the game panel cannot be used. Whether the prop backpack can be used needs to be confirmed. 5. Is there a control valve for the source of water for
discharging water into the streets?
Where does the hair in the water come from? Also, are this hair and wig factory hair from the same source? 6. The buildings are all dark red and have a unique smell. Does it contain special substances, similar to special minerals or animal blood? Does it have ward off evil spirits or other effects? 7. Going out after get off work to inquire about information and purchase supplies is almost fruitless, because the doors of every household are basically closed at the moment. Therefore, we need to find opportunities and excuses to ask for leave during the day, who will ask for it, how to ask for it, etc. Chapter 152, Chinxi Town, the CPU is useless. 8. Will the sandstorm around the town affect the final dungeon? Bayou's message has just been sent. The ethereal mechanical sound instantly sounded in everyone's ears. All, ding! Congratulations to the player, who has unlocked the current plot progress to 9%. Please keep up your efforts and keep working hard. Everyone was startled when they heard this, but were immediately surprised. Less is less. Sparrows are also meat. With this progress reminder, it means that their thinking direction is correct. Everyone looked at Bayou with longing in their eyes, expecting that the remaining information would activate the system notification sound again. Bayou quickly buried his head and posted the rest in the group. 2. Inside the wig factory. 1. Source of hair supply from wig factory. 2. Understand the situation of prohibited areas in the factory. 3. The reason why the person in charge of the wig factory's address book is namely. 4. Who issues the wig factory internship certificate? Can I get it in advance? 5. Will the wig factory employees have the tendency to become mutated zombies in the future? The white feathers have been sorted out as a whole. 13 in total. After sending it, she seemed to think of something again, and added 3 points and sent it to the group. Reminder of the conditions for clearing Chinxi Town. 1. Complete the complete plot exploration. 2. Survive in the game for 7 days. 3. Obtain the wig factory internship certificate. After sending all the messages, she almost exhausted her brain power. She breathed a sigh of relief and then reached out to pinch her sore eyebrows. Seeing this, Wang Zi stood up and raised his beer bottle and came over.
Thank you for your hard work. Beautiful lady. Have a drink and calm down.
His words made Bayou almost burst out laughing. However, she still raised the beer in her hand and clinked the bottle with him symbolically. All, ding! Congratulations to the player who has unlocked 10% of the current plot progress. Please keep up your efforts and keep working hard. This time the progress prompted by the system has only increased by 1%. The others were stunned and a little disappointed when they heard the news. Bayou swallowed the beer and comforted everyone.
Maybe it's because the next 5 pieces of information don't reveal much about the progress of the plot. But the direction should be correct. So don't be discouraged. Yes. Oh. But there are so many things to figure out. Is 6 days enough?
Su Meiming sighed tiredly. Zhao Tianjin complained immediately.
Heck! 13 of them. My CPU is going to be exhausted. If I had known that I would be forced to participate in this game, I should have learned a major in investigation and solving crimes. I don't understand. The infinite novels I read in the past were all about natural disasters. Zombies, ghosts, etc. Why are they all included here? It's such a mess. They don't want people to live at all. Haha. This is originally a death-defying game. As the old saying goes, all gifts given by fate have a price secretly marked on them. The reward of hundreds of thousands of gold coins for clearing this dungeon is really not that easy to get. It's true. In the last round of the game, I earned the money I earned from working at Blue Star for a year in just 5 days. Think about it. That life was worth it.
Seeing that the building was getting more and more crooked, Zheng Weijun said quickly.
Okay. It's getting late. With so many clues, We can only act separately. I will post the specific division of labor in the group later. If everyone has no objections, we will follow the division of labor after get off work tomorrow. If you don't have anything to add, we'll leave first and let us know in the group if you have any questions.
After hearing this, everyone took back their thoughts, nodded and stood up one by one. The only ones present at the scene were Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei, who seemed to be slow to respond and still sat there blankly. Their eyes were a little dull, and their hands were scratching their heads back and forth. Ing. The busy schedule of working overtime begins at the beginning of the month. We will ensure 2 updates per day and resume 4 updates after the 12th. Dear children, don't forget to help me read every day _. Chapter 153, Qingxi Town, a lot of bad luck. Baiyu couldn't help but feel a little thump in his heart.
What's wrong with you two? Are you okay?
Everyone also noticed something strange and stopped.
Oh, it's nothing. I just feel my scalp is a little itchy.
Gao Yuqiang put down his hand and said with an embarrassed smile. Xie Yufei also said quickly.
Yeah, I'll go back and wash my hair later, and I should be fine.
When everyone heard this, their hearts sank. Is this familiar old routine about to happen to the two of them? What makes them different from other players is that both of them have tried on wigs. I also tried on several hats. If those hair strands were consistent with the hair strands they encountered in the water in the town, it's very possible that the two of them will be more evil than good. After all, everyone has seen this kind of scene more or less in movies or novels before. But it's useless to say this at this moment. I can only pray secretly that they will be fine for the time being. Zheng Weijun glanced at the two of them and said,
Okay, let's go. If you two notice anything is wrong or uncomfortable, you must tell us in time.
The implication of this statement is already obvious. The two of them looked embarrassed for a moment and said,
Good.
But at this moment, Su Mingming grabbed Xie Yufei's wrist and screamed,
Hey, Yufei, the code on your wrist has changed. And the color is different from mine?
The others were stunned when they heard this. And Wang Zi had already reflexively looked at Gao Yuqiang's wrist. After reading it, he looked at his own again, and his eyebrows instantly wrinkled. Players also discovered at this time that after Mo Lin and Sunny Wei died, their codes had been updated. The latest encoding order is Zheng Weijun, 30001, Baiyu, 30,002, Zhao Tianjin, 30003, Wei Xiaoyan, 30004, Wang Zi, 30005, Su Mingming, 30006, Gao Yuqiang, 30007, Xie Yufei, 30008. This is to be expected. However, the strange thing is that the dim light encoded on Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei's wrists is lavender, and everyone else is white. Veteran players all know that this game has a habit of killing people before killing them. What this difference represents is self-evident. Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Xie Yufei's eyes turned red, and she cried, "Wow," while lying on the table. The table was covered in barbecue grease and spilled beer. Seeing this, Su Mingming and Baiyu quickly pulled her up from left to right.
Yufei, stop crying. Nothing happened?
Su Mingming quickly held her shoulders and consoled her. Baiyu took a tissue and helped her wipe the oil stains on her hands.
Yeah, don't worry too much. Even if it happens, it will take time. Maybe it doesn't matter if we clear the customs in advance.
Zhao Tianjin said bluntly.
That's right. Dot.
The others tried to persuade him for a long time. Gao Yuqiang didn't speak, but his expression was solemn. Xie Yufei sobbed for a long time, looked at everyone with determination, and said,
I said that if something really happens to me, I hope you can kill me as soon as possible. I don't want to end up like Sunny Wei, who gets Harry.
Xie Yufei choked up halfway through her words. When Gao Yuqiang heard this, his solemn expression suddenly fell.
Okay. As long as there is no bleeding, everything should be fine.
Su Mingming said quickly.
Yes, as long as the head is not injured and bleeding, the hair should be fine. Besides, there is no way to explain now that the hair in the factory and the mutated hair in the water are the same kind.
Others quickly comforted him. Asterisk. It was almost 12 o'clock when Baiyu and Su Mingming returned to the dormitory anxiously. Xie Yufei had dried up her tears. Both eyes were as red and swollen as toads. After a messy day, few of them had the time to wash up. They all went straight to bed. Chapter 154, Qingxi Town, Death is Coming. It's midnight. The sound of a chain locking the door came from downstairs. The lights in the dormitory were all turned off at this time.
Ding dong.
The three people's mobile phones rang in unison. Baiyu picked it up and saw that it was from Chi Baiyu, the assistant teacher in the internship group. Administrator Chi Baiyu, all. After receiving a notice from the school that students need to return to school 2 days in advance. The internship time will be shortened from 7 days to 5 days. Please let everyone know. Please reply. There was silence in the group. And no one answered. Send notifications at this point to increase your sense of presence. You must be crazy. In the small group formed by players. Discussions among male players have already exploded. Wang Zi, the game time has been shortened. Good news. Sure enough. There is no perfect path. Finally. I no longer have to suffer for 7 days. Wei Xiaoyun. This also means that there is not much time left for us to explore and prepare. Zhao Tianjin, yes. The shorter the time, the higher the difficulty. Everyone, please do it and cherish it. Zheng Weijun, we have exams tomorrow morning. So everyone should go to bed. Baiyu didn't finish reading and turned off his phone. She glanced at the bed opposite. Xie Yufei and Su Mingming's mobile screens were still on. There was an obvious sound of sobbing coming from Xie Yufei's bed. If the game time is shortened, it means that it is very likely that Xie Yufei will have an attack before the game is over. It was like a knife was hanging on her neck. For a long time. She took another look at the code on her wrist. The dim light there has turned light blue. Xie Yufei is not a person without common sense. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple. This is knowledge learned in the first grade of elementary school. So, whether it turns red. Thinking of this, Xie Yufei got into bed. The sound of sobbing became louder. Baiyu and Su Mingming naturally heard it. But there was nothing they could do at the moment. The two wanted to comfort each other. But then, they thought that maybe letting Xie Yufei cry would make them feel better. At this moment, Baiyu clearly felt his right index finger tingle again. She retracted her thoughts and gently touched her right index finger with her left hand. There was nothing on it. An idea suddenly came to mind. Is it Lu Fei's cursed ring that's back? Asterisk. Entering the second day of the game. 7:55. All the players were already sitting in the room where yesterday's training took place with solemn expressions. Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei's faces were ashen. Unexpectedly, the coded light on their wrists had turned orange. And on their heads, there were 2 more motorcycle helmets. Baiyu brought it to the 2 of them early in the morning. This is the only thing she can do for them right now. According to the analysis of the players last night. As long as the head is not injured and bleeding. Even if there is a problem with the hair, it shouldn't be serious. It is especially important to protect your head. And helmets are indeed the most practical items at the moment. Bar none. At this moment, everyone also knew the fact that Baisu had a backpack of some kind of mysterious material. After all, the prop backpack can only hold props. Everyone had nothing to say about her deliberate concealment. Because regardless of whether players are old or new, if they can choose go in the game, there is no need to be the first to self-destruct. However, the admiration for her in my heart is growing day by day. After all, she could also choose not to take it out. 7:59. The sound of high heels could be heard in the corridor, outside the door. The nerves of all the players suddenly became tense. Soon, the bob-haired lady walked in, with a smile on her face. Today she put on a red wig on her head, and matched it with the same strong makeup. The blood-red lips looked like the bloody mouth of a dead person, sending chills down one's spine.
Good morning, everyone.
No one from the players responded. And there was silence in the room. She didn't feel embarrassed at all. She immediately glanced at everyone and grinned.
Hey, we've lost 2 interns so quickly.
Chapter 155, Qingxi Town, the fish is dead and the net is broken. After Li Li said the sarcastic words, the mocking eyes finally stopped on the faces of Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei, looking at the 2 people with ashen faces. The joking smile on Li Li's face quickly disappeared, and she responded with a crazy output to the 2 people.
I have to remind you too that you are here for internship, not to visit the grave. Who is showing this expression of mourning? Do you understand that such negative emotions will affect the internship status of other students?
These irritating and vicious words are just adding insult to injury for Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei, who are in bad condition. The players reflexively looked in the direction of the 2 seats. Ever since the code on their wrists changed color, Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei speculated that their time might be numbered. The 2 of them had been preparing to hang out in the dormitory early in the morning and wait until death to take the exam. Other players felt that they should not be so pessimistic. After all, 2 people had just died, and it was impossible for 2 more people to die immediately. No matter how it is a death copy, the frequency of death cannot be that high. It may also be that they are 2 specially marked people who have other hidden tasks. As for the sudden itching of my scalp, it is very likely that the wigs they wore were not disinfected and sterilized. No matter what, doing your best and obeying fate is better than leaving things to chance. After everyone's persuasion, the 2 came to the training room with a sense of luck. In order to prevent their hair from attacking or something, they deliberately chose to sit in a small corner. But at this moment, the bob-haired lady's pua words caused the fragile inner wall that the 2 of them had finally built to collapse with a bang. It was also at that moment that the 2 of them discovered that the faint light emitting from the code on their wrists had turned red and began to flicker uneasily. The eye-catching red made the 2 of them feel depressed and irritated to the extreme. Stimulated by Li's words, the pale Xie Yufei stood up first. She looked at her with a look of death in her eyes, and replied in a mocking tone.
Huh! Director Li, have you reached menopause? Or did you fall into the manure pit when you woke up this morning? You talk so stinky. I just feel worse about going to work than visiting a grave. What's wrong? On? Don't you want to live anymore?
Li didn't expect that someone would dare to contradict her, and her white face covered with liquid foundation suddenly turned green.
Huh? I want to live. Does the game really want me to live?
After Xie Yufei finished speaking angrily, she reached out and pulled off the motorcycle helmet on her head, and then hit Li hard on the head. Gao Yuqiang, who was sitting behind her, stared at Li with violent eyes. He put one hand behind his back. Judging from the shape, he should have taken out the props and weapons on the game panel in advance. Veteran players all know that under normal circumstances, NPCs in the game cannot be attacked easily. But at this moment, Xie Yufei and Gao Yuqiang already expected that they would be the ones who were about to die. These taboo rules have long been ignored. Li over there twisted her waist flexibly to avoid the attack. The helmet hit the projection screen with a snap, and fell to the ground with a
bang! We will die. But you, the lackeys of the game, don't even think about living a good life. At worst, we will die together.
Gao Yuqiang also cursed angrily, and the fish-killing knife in his hand, flashing with a cold light, flew towards the door in front of Li. As if she had been trained, Li stepped on her high heels and easily avoided his attack again. Then, she walked to the door, picked up her cell phone and quickly dialed a number, yelled into the receiver and ordered,
and in turn rebelled, arrange a few people to come to training room number 1 to finish the work. Hurry up!
Chapter 156, Qingxi Town Mao, Disease Attacks. The other players looked at the chaotic scene in front of them, and looked at each other for a second. It doesn't mean stepping forward to help, nor does it mean standing by and doing nothing. But their calm expression soon proved that they had convinced themselves in their hearts. Helping is a matter of love. Not helping is a duty. It's obvious that Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei have given up completely, but they still have a glimmer of hope. How dare you take this risk and anger the NPC so easily that all your previous efforts will be wasted? Everyone was confused for a moment. The lady with the bob hair had finished making the phone call and returned to the house angrily on high heels.
Since you don't know good from evil, then don't blame me for being rude.
After saying that, she looked at Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei and smiled strangely, reached out and grabbed the red wig from her head, and tore it off lightly. The wig was torn in half by her. As she threw her hands casually, the 2 wigs seemed to have eyes and wings, and they smashed towards Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei.
Ah!
The moment she was touched by the red wig, a shrill scream came out of Xie Yufei's mouth. At the same time, Xie Yufei's long black hair began to grow wildly and twisted like a snake. Her hands were uncontrollably grabbing at the center of her scalp. Gao Yuqiang, who was wearing a helmet, also had snake-shaped hair. One by one squeezed out from the edge of the motorcycle helmet. He felt like his scalp was crawling with lice. It hurt and itched. It felt like someone was holding a trident and stirring the brain crazily. It hurt so much that he was about to explode.
Ah!
Gao Yuqiang couldn't bear it any longer and ripped off his helmet. Like Xie Yufei, his fingers frantically grabbed at his head. Xie Yufei's nails are very long. Soon, bright red liquid flowed down from the gaps in her hair. Gao Yuqiang had no nails and couldn't scratch enough. He got a signature pin from nowhere and stabbed it hard on his head. The room was soon filled with an unpleasant smell of blood. Those hair strands greedily sucked the plasma and twisted even more excitedly. Soon, The other end of those hairs penetrated into the pores of the two people's bodies. Visible to the naked eye, their bodies were shriveling up as if they were exhausted. Everyone was helpless looking at such a strange scene, and could not help but tactically retreat to the door of the training room. Su Mingming asked in a trembling voice,
"Should we go in and help them?"
Her help means helping the two of them tie the knot. After all, Xie Yufei had emphasized this to everyone in advance.
"I'm afraid they can't go. This is the NPC's punishment for them. If we go to help, will we make the NPC unhappy and get burned? I won't go either. It's the game's fault for letting them die. However, it makes me kill people for no reason. I'm sorry that I can't do anything. Kill them and help them put an end to their pain. We should also be able to get their props. Or..."
Zhao Tianjin hesitated. Several people were gathering together to discuss in low voices when a boom came from the area where Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei were standing. Everyone looked up and were stunned for a moment. Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei actually exploded. On the table, on the floor, and on the wall, there were bright red sticky objects. Wrapped in those scraps was a pile of black hair. On the ground, there were two pools of red, sticky, smelly liquid that was also stained with black hair. At this moment, several young men in security uniforms rushed to the door with electric shock batons in their hands. Behind them, there were two cleaning ladies standing with mops and buckets in their hands. Several of them looked well trained and ready.
"Hey, where is Bai Su?"
"I don't know," who asked. After everyone glanced around, they realized Bai Yu was nowhere to be seen in the training room and corridors. Chapter 157, Qingxi Town, where is she? All, ding! Current number of surviving players, June 10th. The cold mechanical sound rang in the ears of the players. Listening to the death knell-like announcement of the number of people, everyone's mood fell to the bottom in an instant.
"Hey, I'm really tired this time."
Zhao Tianjin sighed first and squatted down on the spot with his head in his hands, with a decadent look on his face. The condition of others is not much better. The game only started on the second day, and there were already 4 players gone. In the remaining 3 days, the difficulty of the game will only get stronger day by day. Do they still need to rise up and resist? The key is resistance useful? Is the effort useful? In the end, will there be a chance to survive? Otherwise, just like this, do whatever you want and let it show off. Everyone's face looked extremely ugly. Su Mingming bit her lips tightly and glanced at the training classroom with fear. Unfortunately, there was nothing in his sight except blood red. Moreover, Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei did not turn into plants or anything as usual.
"Please give way!"
A young man who looked like a security captain reached out and patted her shoulder. Su Mingming was speechless.
"Just talk. Why do you do anything?"
The security captain ignored her accusation and led
a team of people
directly into the training room.
"Directorly, I'm sorry. I'm late. Well, it's okay. Hurry up and clean up. I'll have to arrange work for the interns later."
The door closed with a bang from the inside. When the players heard this, a trace of doubt appeared in their dull eyes. Arrange work? No more exams? If I go to the work site to practice, I won't have to suffer from the old witch's troubles. It was like there was a sudden turning point in the game process, and the mood of several people slowly recovered a lot. Wang Zi glanced left and right several times.
"By the way, where did Bai Su go?"
To the left of where the players are standing is a spacious workshop with glass partitions. It was obviously a Sunday morning, but the lights in the workshop were brightly lit, and scattered workers were busy. The scene inside is unobstructed. Everyone looked back and forth several times, but no sign of Bai Su was found. The rooms on the right side of the passage are the office areas, conference rooms, and training rooms for management staff. At the end of the passage is the factory director's office. Next to the conference room is the general office where Lily is located. The office area has normal thick walls and dark red wooden doors. They were all closed and quiet, and it didn't look like anyone was inside.
"Bai Su doesn't know how to do it. Has something happened?"
Su Mingming said timidly. Wei Xiaoyan frowned instantly when he heard her words. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket and at Bai Yu in the group. Wei Xiaoyan at Bai Su. "Bai Su, where are you?" Wei Xiaoyan at Bai Su. "Bai Su, where are you?" Wei Xiaoyan at Bai Su. "Bai Su, where are you?" After sending 3 messages in a row, Wei Xiaoyan suddenly thought of something and clicked on 2 groups respectively and took a look at the group members. After reading this, my eyebrows relaxed a lot.
The group portraits of Gao Yuqiang and Xia Yufei have been replaced by black and white portraits. Bai Su's portraits are in normal color, so she should be fine for the time being. At least, she is still alive.
Yes, at least. I didn't hear the game announcement.
That's good. That's good.
Su Mingming heard this, reached out, and patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to, nor dared, to stay alone in an empty room tonight. After all, 2 people died in a row in the 4-person dormitory. Thinking about this makes people feel chills running down their backs.
I just saw her being called away by a little girl.
The speaker was Zheng Weijun. Chapter 158, Qingxi Town, help her cover. After Gao Yuqiang and Xia Yufei exploded previously, Zheng Weijun kept frowning and thinking about things. Several people discussed Bai Su's words before, but they didn't hear them, and they just came back to their senses at this moment. Everyone.
Little girl.
Zheng Weijun nodded.
Well, it was the girl who knocked on the door and said H, low to the old witch when we were attending training yesterday.
Everyone.
Dot.
I don't know when it started, but old witch has become synonymous with bob-haired ladies among players.
Is that the person with code 01997?
Zhao Tianjin asked, holding his legs and getting up, after squatting for a long time. The moment he stood up, he felt dizzy. Zheng Weijun.
Yes.
Everyone was stunned again.
Dot.
What else did they want to say? The door of the training room opened from the inside with a bang. The security captain came out aggressively, with the security guard and the cleaning lady. The cleaning lady's mop and bucket were bright red and had a pungent smell. There were still a few blood stains on the floor in the training room that had not been mopped up. That red color is eye-catching and eye-catching. Everyone felt their stomachs churning.
This copy is not for people to play with. How about we escape from the wig factory?
Zhao Tianjin clenched his fists and suggested. Wei Xiaoyun sneered coldly.
Don't forget. The conditions for clearing
Qingxi Town
are 1. Complete the complete plot exploration. 2. Survive in the game for 5 days. 3. Obtain the wig factory internship certificate. What is the difference between escaping from the wig factory and choosing to commit suicide? What should we do? Big guys?
Wang Zi was about to cry. Zheng Weijun frowned and was about to speak when an ethereal mechanical sound rang in the ears of the players. All, ding! Congratulations to the player who has unlocked the current plot progress to 12%. Please keep up your efforts and keep working hard. When the players heard this, they looked confused. Zheng Weijun narrowed his eyes.
It's Bai Su. She should have unlocked a new plot clue.
Everyone.
Dot.
Just disappear for a while and unlock 2%. That's awesome. The key is, what did she do? Everyone picked up their phones and took a look at the group. Unfortunately, Wei Xiaoyunfa's words fell into disfavor, and Bai Yu did not reply.
What are you all doing standing outside? Posing?
The harsh scolding voice of the bob-haired lady came from the training room. Zheng Weijun raised his eyebrows.
Everyone go in first and wait and see what happens. If Bai Su doesn't come back in time, we will take care to help her cover up.
Su Mingming.
Okay. I'll tell her that her aunt has a severe stomachache and has to go to the bathroom. That's a good reason.
Zheng Weijun whispered and took the lead back to the training room. The others looked confused for a moment, then followed suit with their heads drooped. There was an unpleasant earthy smell in the house. At this moment, mixed with the smell of blood, the players felt even more nauseated. But with Gao Yuqiang and Xia Yufei's experience, the players naturally fine-tuned their facial expressions the moment they entered the room. His face was still heavy, but at least he no longer looked like he was going to a grave. Su Mingming coughed slightly, then sat up straight, ready to answer the bob-haired lady's questions. Lily glanced at everyone with a stern look, as if she didn't notice Bai Yu's absence, and said casually,
There was an episode just now. Now let's get back to the topic. I have 3 good things to tell you today.
After speaking, she paused and was about to continue speaking when a dark-skinned girl walked to the door of the training room.
Dong dong dong.
The girl raised her hand and knocked lightly on the door. Everyone looked at her suddenly and were shocked. Isn't this dark-skinned girl Bai Yu who disappeared for a while? But how come her skin is completely black? And black and shiny. It's like falling into a dye vat. But her clothes and hair were spotless and weird. Could it be that he was poisoned?
Director Lee, please, can I come in?
Seeing that Lily didn't speak, Bai Yu grinned. On the dark face, a row of shining white teeth appeared. Chapter 159, Qingxi Town Fishing Props. Lily glanced at her sideways. with no unnecessary expression on her face.
Close the door and come in.
Bai put away his smile, turned around and closed the door, then sat in the last row of seats alone with a calm expression. Other players were not as calm as her. There are a bunch of big question marks above everyone's head. Helplessly, the bob-haired lady had already started to announce what she called 3 pieces of good news with a serious look on her face. So everyone had to be patient and listen to it first. Bai listened to her words and quickly brought up the game panel with his fingers. A prop card appeared in sight. Name, Wangdao Fishing Card *1. R normal. Type, consumables. Available times 2/3. Function and purpose, click to use. And you can randomly get 30 to 360 minutes of online fishing time each time. Positive buff. It can counteract all surveillance equipment. Even if you are caught trying to catch something, your boss will laugh. Negative buffs. Skin color becomes darker, RGB 000, until the end of the current copy. Can you go out and play fish without getting a tan? Note, working overtime is not a blessing. Fishing is the way to go. The King's Fishing Card. The first essential item for bald social animals to survive at work. You deserve it. 1/3 of the cards are currently in use, and the remaining fishing time is 2 minutes. Click to end it early. 1. Continue to use 2. End immediately. Bai reached out and clicked End now. This card was dropped by Mo Lin after his death. It should be that I haven't encountered any usage scenarios yet, so the times are still there. In addition, Mo Lin also dropped a dagger, a limited time invisibility cloak that only lasted for 5 minutes. 3. Rise to the Clouds cards, and a yoga magic carpet that was said to be able to fly in the air for several minutes. When the dagger fell, the game did not prompt for purification. It should not be as powerful as the Black Blade, and its level is only an ordinary R level. The props on Mo Lin that were similar to protective clothing should be disposable items, and Bai did not receive them. As for other props and cards, they adhere to the game's usual routine. They are basically items that can kill 1,000 enemies and cause 800 damage to yourself. If she hadn't temporarily left at 01997 for a while, for fear of causing Lily's dissatisfaction or something, she would not have used the fishing card. All in all, the level and quantity of the props on Mo Lin are not quite consistent with his C-level status. Asterisk. On the podium, Ms. Bobo's speech was coming to an end. Bai quickly retracted his thoughts. He moved all the props on the prop bar to the space, and then reached out to close the game panel. Lily roughly said 3 things. 1. Players' morning ranking exams are cancelled, and everyone will start their internship in advance. 2. The wig factory received a large order temporarily, and all employees in the factory had to work overtime. The number of players has been reduced from 10 to 6, and the number of internship days has been shortened from 7 to 5 days. So overtime must also be followed. 3. There will be overtime wages. At the same time, the internship wages of the 4 dead players will also be shared equally among the remaining 6 players. Lily finally concluded.
Okay, these 3 things are good news for everyone. After all, after working for 5 days, you will get 7 days of experience, and you can also get a salary increase. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you have any questions, you can ask them if they are within reasonable limits.
As soon as she finished speaking, the players had already exploded below. What a good sister. Is that the money they lack? What they really need is life. Chapter 160, Qingxi Town, Die in the Factory. The biggest impact of overtime on players is the time spent exploring forbidden areas of the factory and meeting players was occupied. And this also means that asking for leave during the day will be more difficult than usual. It's okay to explore restricted areas, but at worst, we can go there at night. But it is really difficult to take time off during the day to go out.
Director Lee, I would like to ask, when are the overtime hours usually?
Wei Xiaoyun raised his hand first. In the game setting, players are all interns. They have never entered the factory, so such a problem is within a reasonable range. And Lily can't be embarrassed.
We work from 8 a.m. to 6 a.m. on weekdays. During overtime, we will adjust to an 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. schedule.
Players, hack. The capitalists in the game are quite dark. Wang Zi followed closely.
Director Lee, if you are seriously unwell, can you apply to go out for medical treatment?
Lily glanced at him coldly.
We have a medical office in the factory, so there is no need to go out.
After speaking, she added with a straight face.
As usual, during these 3 days of overtime work, All employees are strictly prohibited from going out.
The players were instantly in an uproar upon hearing this. Baiyu raised his hand.
Directly, what if the illness is serious and cannot be treated by the factory's infirmary? It is not unheard of that work-related injuries and deaths have become a hot topic. That wouldn't be good for the factory's reputation or anything like that.
Lily's eyes paused on her face. Her tone was dark, and she gritted her teeth and said word by word.
If it can't be cured, then all of them will die in the factory like other interns.
Everyone. Baiyu's heart sank. Isn't she just testing the bottom line of the game? Is it necessary for her to speak so viciously? However, she refers to other interns. Are you referring to the 2 dead people? Or the other people with numbers? Others are also confused.
Okay. Here. Working hard is king. Don't think about what you have, and what you don't have all day long. Don't think that I can't guess your little Giorgio. Now let me take you to your internship.
After Lily finished speaking with a stinking face, she stood up and opened the door. The players looked at each other for a second. And finally all their eyes were focused on Baiyu. Baiyu pointed at Lily with his chin. Then pointed at the phone. And then walked to the front first. Everyone quickly clicked on the small group and found a message that Baiyu sent 3 seconds ago. Bai Su. 1. The forbidden area and back hill of the wig factory hide the biggest secret of Qingxi Town. 2. The monitoring of the workshop area is closed after get off work. However, during work, everyone's words and deeds will be recorded by cameras. Everyone must be cautious and careful when speaking in the workshop. 3. The water and hair on the streets of the town all come from the wig factory. 4. Internship certificate can be obtained in advance. It must also be obtained in advance. To sum up, we must act separately tonight. Everyone. So, this is why the game prompts that the plot unlocks 2%. But how did she know? Also, how to act at night. Zheng Weijun, okay. Thank you Bai Su for providing the key information. I will sort out the division of labor in a while. If there are no problems, everyone will follow the instructions tonight. However, there is no chance of going out to look for clues in the past 3 days. Wang Zi, what a beautiful lady. Please take my knee. Ors.jpg. Wei Xiaoyan at Bai Su. What's wrong with your skin? Why is it so dark? Could it be that he was poisoned? Bai Su, it's okay. Thank you for your concern. Zhao Tianjin raised his eyes, and gave Wang Zi a disgusted look. Then looked at Baiyu with doubtful eyes and said,
Bai Su, are what you said true?
The players were stunned, and stared at the back of the bob-haired lady's head for a second. Is this person stupid? If you have something to say, won't you ask silently in the group? Chapter 161, Qingxi Town, taking a step to talk. Sure enough, when I heard Zhao Tianjin speak, Lily stopped and turned around with a cold expression.
Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Why do you still have the energy to talk nonsense here?
Zhao Tianjin did not dare to refute, and shut up for a second. Baiyu shrugged, naturally unable to reply to him. 3 minutes later, the moody bob-haired lady showed up with them in the number 1 wig packaging workshop. There are several workers inside who are skillfully arranging the wigs and putting them into the packaging box one by one. The operation process is very simple. That is, take the finished wig cover off the conveyor belt one by one, pack it in a sealed bag, and then put it into a packaging box with the logo of
Jinjin Wig Products Factory.
After the packaging box is tightly closed, put it on the conveyor belt at the other end. It's purely manual work, and it's not difficult to operate after you've seen it a few times. But this kind of piecework work is definitely about large quantities and full management. The players are all novices, and their fingers hurt just thinking about it. Those workers stood on an assembly line. The remaining assembly line is already filled with densely packed wig sets, which should be reserved for players. Looking at the exquisite wigs, everyone felt full of rejection and disgust. The deaths of Gao Yuqiang and Xie Yufei are still vivid in my mind. They don't want to be the second wave of guinea pigs. Fortunately, the workshop provides rubber gloves. To a certain extent, the contact with the weird hair has been reduced.
Each person has a quota of 3,000 wigs per day for packaging. Even if one is missing, it won't work. When the packaging is finished, when will the get off work be finished? If you can't finish pretending after working overtime, then keep pretending all night long. As for the packaging method, there are master craftsmen on site. If you don't understand, just ask. I would like to emphasize one last time. Don't pretend to be careless. If the product qualification rate is less than 95%, all employees will be punished.
Lily said a few harsh words coldly, and then turned around and left. There wasn't even a chance for the players to ask. Bai Yu went through the existing props in the space in his mind. A bold idea came to mind. Time was urgent. Since Zheng Weijun and the others couldn't leave the factory, she would go alone. The worst thing is, use up all the remaining times of the kingly fishing card. In addition, it is unrealistic to forcefully break through the factory gate, because there are too many cameras around, and you might be noticed by others. To be on the safe side, I might as well use the invisibility cloak later. Asterisk. Here, Zhao Tianjin and Wang Zi looked at Zheng Weijun.
Brother Weijun, what should I do? Boss, do we want to listen to her?
What else can I do if I don't listen? Zheng Weijun glanced at the cameras scattered in the four corners of the workshop and said,
Let's do the work first, and we'll talk about the rest at lunch later.
Wang Zi curled his lips.
Hey, I never thought that Wang Zi, would open my mouth and stretch out my hands all my life. And then, I would be reduced to a miserable job in a factory. When will this crappy game come to an end?
Listening to his complaints, a worker on the opposite production line suddenly raised his head, looked at him and said,
Young man, stop talking nonsense and dress up. If you fail to complete the task here, there will be penalties.
Bai Yu glanced at him.
Master, may I ask what the punishment is?
The man ignored her and went to put on the wig. It seems that he is just an NPC who is temporarily responsible for saying a line.
That's right. As long as you can't do it to death. Do it to death. This is our factory motto. Didn't you hear it when you came for internship training?
Another worker also answered. After answering the conversation, he also immersed himself in work. It's as if you say one more word you'll die. Players whose fate has encountered double crushing grass, if possible, they should never enter such a perverted part-time job dungeon again in their lives. Bai Yu glanced at the camera, walked to Zheng Weijun, pointed to a blind spot of the camera with his chin, and whispered,
Brother Zheng, can you lend me a moment to speak?
Chapter 162, Qingxi Town, Limited Time Invisibility. Zheng Weijun raised his eyes and glanced at the workers opposite. He immediately followed her to the side. The other players looked sad, and silently began to imitate the appearance of those workers, and began to assemble wigs. Soon, Zheng Weijun returned and waved to several players. Everyone quickly gathered around. Just listen to Zheng Weijun whisper.
Each of us will try to pack 3,500 pieces today.
Su Mingming's eyes widened.
That's right. Why?
Has he been brainwashed by PUA? Why do you increase the quantity without increasing the price? Others also looked puzzled. What Bai Yu had just told him flashed through Zheng Weijun's mind. And he said calmly,
In order to gain hope of clearing the customs, I will tell you the details later during lunch.
Although all the players are currently following his lead, it would be wrong to say too much. Some things, the fewer people know about them, the better. Zheng Weijun didn't explain much. After he finished speaking, he was the first to stand on the assembly line. Then he picked up a pair of rubber gloves and put them on, and began to imitate the workers opposite, clumsily packing the wig. Su Mingming muttered,
Hey, it's obviously a dungeon for independent exploration of the plot. But now the game has trapped us all at work. Looking for something to explore?
Complaining was nothing but complaining. Seeing that Zheng Weijun was taking the lead in the work, she had no choice but to follow. The other players also sighed and stood on the production line with rubber gloves in hand and expressions of helplessness on their faces. It seems that it can only be as Zheng Weijun said. Work quickly during the day and take advantage of the opportunity at night. Zhao Tianjin's suspicious eyes stayed on Bai Yu from beginning to end. Seeing that after she finished talking to Zheng Weijun, she had been standing by the glass wall looking out in a daze. So he wanted to continue to ask where the information she mentioned came from. But Bai Yu suddenly turned around. Then he frowned, covered his stomach with his hands, bent over, pushed open the workshop door with a creak, and went out. Zhao Tianjin was stunned for a moment. Su Mingming Xuanin raised her eyes and looked at Bai Yu's back with a confused look on her face. Bai Su, is this really the end here? Asterisk. Bai Yu ignored the surprised looks from the people behind him. She left the workshop and walked quickly to the bathroom nearest the door. Entering the bathroom, I took a quick look to make sure no one was inside. Then he quickly took off his work clothes and put them into the space. With a thought, he summoned the invisibility cloak prop that Mo Lin had dropped. A row of information appeared in her sight. Name, Limited Time Invisible Feather Coat *1. SR Super Rare. Type, Durable Goods. Function and Purpose. Each use can gain 5 minutes of invisibility.
and after invisibility can achieve a short-term wall penetration effect, except for solid metal walls. Usage restrictions. 1. Each copy is limited to 8 uses. Each use requires an interval of 8 hours, and the current copy can be used July 8 times. 2. Certain areas and places are prohibited, including but not limited to banks and vaults, opposite-sex bathrooms, opposite-sex toilets, and opposite-sex saunas. Note, you have Piao Piao Quan. I have invisibility. Who of us is afraid of who? But you didn't know whether to laugh or cry after reading the description of the props. Fortunately, this sand sculpture prop has no negative buffs. Please select whether to use it immediately. Whether? Baiyu clicks yes. 4:59. The invisibility countdown appeared in Baiyu's sight. She took her phone and looked in the bathroom mirror. Sure enough, the mirror only showed a mobile phone suspended in midair. The picture is a bit magical and abrupt. But fortunately, there is no one there at the moment. With a thought, Baiyu took the phone back into the space. Chapter 163, Qingxi Town pointing. The invisibility cloak is in effect. Baiyu quickly used a Wang Dao fishing card. This time she was lucky, and the random fishing time she got was 2 hours. 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The countdown to fishing time also appeared in sight simultaneously. In order to save time, she chose to walk directly through the wall and took a shortcut to the factory gate. Ms. Bobo too was right. During overtime work, it is strictly forbidden to go out in the factory. Although it is Sunday morning, the workshop is already busy with people walking back and forth. Inside the factory, it was empty. Not a single ghost. The metal fence at the entrance of the wig factory is also locked and closed. Baiyu walked closer and glanced at the guard room out of habit. The doorman inside is a middle-aged uncle with thick black hair. At this moment, he was crossing his legs, smoking a cigarette in his hand, and staring at the surveillance screen. He looked so carefree and at ease. Baiyu glanced at the surveillance screen. Without stopping, went straight through the metal fence and went out. 3:18. There is still more time left in the stealth countdown. Baiyu paused on the stone bridge, bent down and stared at the clear river for a few times. There is something strange about the river water. Perhaps it was because the game was on the second day, and there was obviously more red material inside. However, it may be that it was not the time when water was released to flush the streets in the evening. So I did not see any black hair. Baiyu looked around carefully for a while, and quickly discovered the clues. In ordinary rivers, water flows in one direction. The river at the entrance of the wig factory flows from the left and right sides to the middle, the end point of the gathering. Like, under the stone arch bridge? Therefore, 01997 told her that all the water and hair in the town came from the wig factory, which should be true. And this coincides with her previous conjecture. But, where is the valve that controls the water? Is it also at a restricted area? What is the purpose of flooding the streets with water? How can this amount of water support the water in the lanes of the entire town? These all need to be clarified. Baiyu felt a mess inside. He raised his eyes and observed the factory wall. There is nothing else but weeping willows swaying in the breeze and dark red walls. Yes, it's familiar again. The earthy dark red wall. But after smelling it for so long, she seemed to have gotten used to it. 1:30. Invisibility time is running out. Baiyu stood up and glanced at the cameras all over the factory entrance, then raised his legs and walked quickly towards the town. 0:01. The moment the invisibility cloak expired, she finally dodged into a deserted alleyway. 1 hour 54 minutes and 3 seconds. The fishing time has passed for 6 minutes. Baiyu's most important task today is to gather information. If nothing else happens, the players will have no chance to come out in the next few days. Looking at the dark red walls on the left and right sides, Baiyu took out his dagger and quickly pried some of them into a plastic bag, then threw them into the space. He took out his mobile phone again, called up the map of the town central square, and walked quickly towards the center of the town. Not surprisingly, there should be the most people there. Asterisk. As expected, there were indeed many people in Qingxi town during the day. There are people standing in the street chatting, people sitting at the door chatting, men, women, boys and girls. You can still faintly hear the sound of playing mahjong and playing cards at the entrance of some alleys. But when some children saw Baiyu from a distance, they turned around and ran away as if they were seeing a ghost. There were also some young women who stretched out their hands and pointed at her. That look, it was like seeing a gorilla in the zoo suddenly take to the streets. Chapter 164, Qingxi Town, The Law of Non-Doubleness.
Soon Bai Yu discovered something strange. Along the way, she didn't see any old people. In her opinion, this is actually unreasonable. On Blue Star, in many villages and small towns, young people have gone out to work. Those left at home are mostly children and the elderly. But here you can see all kinds of young people and children everywhere. It just so happens that there are no elderly people. Even though you can make wigs at home and sell them for money. It's a bit strange that I didn't see an old man. In addition, those people ran away when they saw me. Could it be that the props and cards they just used? Are there some negative buffs that you don't know about yet? Bai Yu quickly clicked on the selfie function of his phone. The moment she raised her phone and caught a glimpse of her dark hands, she reacted instantly. Well, she is now an out-and-out black and white-feathered person. Although she didn't want to pay attention. But if this continues, before anyone can be found to question him, they all run away.
Little mixed-race beauty, you are not lost. Are you?
A rich man's voice came from behind. Bai Yu turned her head. And the words,
Lee's #1 tobacco and liquor store in Qingxi Town,
appeared in front of her eyes. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes.
Lee's #1.
This name. A curly-haired man stood at the checkout counter, looking at her curiously. Seeing that she didn't speak, he took the initiative to wave and said, Hi. The girl's complexion is indeed extremely dark, but her facial features are exquisite, young and beautiful. Bai Yu recalled his words and guessed that the setting of this NPC should be someone who has seen a bit of the world. At least it's not like others who avoid her whenever they see her.
Aren't you afraid of me?
Thinking of this, Bai Yu grinned, revealing 2 rows of small white teeth on his dark face. Focus on a contrast.
Huh? You're not a ghost. I'm afraid of what you might do. Besides, there are absolutely no ghosts in our town during the day.
Bai Yu.
Dot.
Does that mean there will be one tonight?
The sun is a bit strong today. Why don't you come in and buy a bottle of water?
The man looked at her with a simple smile and invited her warmly.
Well, okay. Let me take a look,
Bai Yu said and walked into the store. But instead of going to the soda fountain, she stopped at the glass cigarette counter by the door. It seems that the business of this tobacco shop is not good. There is a layer of dust on the cigarette SHLS of various brands. The key is that he didn't clean it up. He should be an easygoing person. The man saw her staring at the cigarette display cabinet with a look of disbelief.
Hey, little girl. I don't know why you still smoke. I don't smoke, but I do buy it. Let's order this.
Bai Yu's eyes stopped on Huazi, and he pointed out his hand majestically. The man was overjoyed.
Yes.
Bai Yu had secretly calculated before that when he went back later, the invisibility cloak would not be able to be used. How to convince the doorman to open the door for her was also a problem. And at that time, her figure will appear on the surveillance screen. Players came in from the outside when going out was strictly prohibited, which would definitely arouse Li Li's suspicion. At that critical moment, the gain buff of the fishing card should be gone, without the protection of props. According to the style of the bob-haired lady, the next person to be blown away might be her. Besides, the guard is in the monitoring room, so it's not certain that he might need his help later. Of course, it's hard to say whether he will help, but at least he won't add insult to injury like Lily did. Although Huazi is expensive, its importance is self-evident. If you can't handle it with 1 pack, then get 2 packs. If it doesn't work, then get 1. Anyway, she has a little money now. In addition, judging from the enthusiastic attitude of the shopkeeper, I should be able to ask him something. Bai Yu knows that many times. If you want to take something, you have to give it first. This is a very practical rule in both games and reality. Chapter 165, Qingxi Town, I'll tell you the truth. Bai Yu paid the money. He slowly picked up the cigarette, thinking about where to start.
Little beauty, please wait a moment.
As the man spoke, he quickly walked to the cold drink cabinet and brought out a bottle of iced Coke for her.
The sun at noon in our town is very poisonous. Please drink it. Thank you.
Bai Yu was not polite at all. He stretched out his hand to take it and said immediately,
Brother, can I ask you something?
When the man heard this, he immediately became happy.
If you want to ask about something, you've got to ask the right person. I'm the famous Li Qingji. There's nothing in our town that I don't know.
Bai Yu leaned over and said in a low voice,
Brother, to tell you the truth, I am a reporter. I heard that the wig industry in our town is very good. So I came here specifically to conduct private interviews and prepared to publish several special reports to promote our Qingxi town. In addition, the buildings in our small town are very unique and antique, and there are crisscrossing rivers passing through the city. It is really a pity that no tourists come to check in.
Ever since he entered this crappy game, Baiyu discovered his ability to deceive. Ah Pei, my speaking ability is getting stronger and stronger.
Are you so young that you are a reporter?
The man was a little doubtful and raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he only expressed doubts in his tone and did not realize that reporters need to show their press credentials for interviews.
I am a journalism major at university, and I am now interning in new media during the summer. I have written the material, reviewed it, and added my supervisor's name to it. And then it is ready for publication. Her article has a strong appeal.
Baiyu looked calm, his face full of seriousness.
Oh. That's it. No wonder you are so young and can do anything casually. It's amazing. You are right. If a small town wants to develop, it cannot rely solely on wigs. Write well and help promote our town. The more tourists come, the better business will be in my shop.
When the man heard this, he thought it made sense. He immediately relaxed his eyebrows, patted his chest, and said confidently,
If you have anything you want to know, just ask. I will never hide anything I know.
Baiyu felt happy when he saw him on the road. However, the Xinjiang wig factory is most likely a scam, so you can't ask directly. She decided to start with other aspects.
Brother, are all the people of the Li clan in our Qingxi town? I see there is a supermarket in front of us, and it is also the first one written by the Li clan. If it is confirmed that our town is all people of the Li clan, it will be publicized, and it will also be a local characteristic.
When the man heard this, his joyful face instantly darkened.
Heh, maybe.
After saying that, there was a hint of vigilance in Baiyu's eyes. Baiyu?
Dot.
If it is, it is. If it is not, it is not. This answer is drunk. Could it be that it was her question that she didn't ask? That's right. After a member of the Li clan marries a foreign clan, they shouldn't be counted as members of the Li clan. Right? She asked 01997 the same question before. It's a pity that they have been silent on the issue of surnames. He didn't even have the intention to give Baiyu a hint. It seems that the game settings prevent them from talking. But the more this happens, the more it illustrates the problem. She was not discouraged.
Then what is the surname of the second most populous person in our town?
The man immediately shook his head.
No.
After speaking, he added,
Our side is surrounded by sand and dust, and is basically isolated from the world. Fortunately, the only minibus in town can get in and out smoothly, so there is no problem in getting some tourists in and out.
Chapter 166, Qingxi Town. Can you bend or stretch? Baiyu.
Dot.
Full surnamely? Let's not talk about the dangers of marriage between close relatives. Just talk about the people surnamed Liu. Where have they gone? Was it eaten by a dog? Or, when you enter the game, the background introduction given by the system is wrong. Seeing that he was not too angry, Baiyu continued to test.
I read on the search that our town was called Liuli Town a long time ago.
It is said that the people surnamed Liu and Li have the largest population in the town. Why is there no Liu surname?
Man,
as you said, it was a long time ago.
Baiyu.
Dot.
This kind of half-questioned and half-answered feeling is really frustrating and uncomfortable. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to take a knife and torture her directly. But, hey, forget it. Fight after repeated defeats. Baiyu secretly pinched the tiger's mouth and gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and finally looked at the man's face and said slowly,
The most famous Xinjiang wig factory in our town. It is said that the factory director and others there are all named Li. We should all be considered family members or relatives. Right? It's quite convenient for people in the town to work there.
Before Baiyu asked this question, he had already put the cigarette bag in his hand and was ready to run away. Sure enough, when the name of the wig factory was mentioned, the man's expression changed in a second. There was a hint of panic in his eyes, but it was quickly taken over by boundless hatred.
My family? Relatives? All my life I want to drink their blood, cramp their tendons, eat their flesh.
Baiyu.
Dot.
Brother, this ridiculous line. Did you visit us? After the man finished speaking, his hostile gaze suddenly fell on the dimly glowing code on her wrist, and he screamed with louder voice.
Are you an employee of a wig factory with this code? So just now, you were? Damn. How dare you trick me?
The murderous fire in the man's eyes suddenly jumped up. After a long time, I really forgot about coding. Bayu reacted instantly. No.
Tattoo. Tattoo.
This excuse was so bad that she didn't believe it herself. Bayu clearly saw the man's hand moving under the counter. In such a cigarette shop, there are a lot of fake yen and huazi, and the items are valuable. Come to think of it, the boss keeps some self-defense weapons. Run? Keep? Bayu thought quickly for a second and decided to verify his analysis of the game on the spot. With a thought, the cigarette and coke were thrown into the space, and the black blade appeared in his hand.
Do you think I'm mentally retarded? We can't afford to offend those in charge in the factory. But squeezing an employee like you who doesn't even deserve a name is like squeezing an ant to death.
The man spoke with a ferocious face, and already had a steel pipe more than 1 meter long in his hand. But before he could straighten up, a sharp dagger with a cold touch was pressed against his neck. The man's pupils narrowed slightly. Dot. The little girl came into the store clearly holding a mobile phone in her hand. Sky! Where did this dagger come from? Is this broad daylight? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have struck up random conversations. The man held the steel pipe tightly in his hand, but his tone had switched to a submissive mode.
Little sister, don't act like this.
Yes, a pure man should be able to bend and stretch.
Throw the steel pipe. Throw it away.
Bayu stared at the corner of his mouth and ordered sternly. In Bayu's impression, NPCs cannot be attacked at will. This is particularly evident in the last copy of
Silent Island.
It's just that Lu Fei was afraid of AFA at the front desk at that time. This gave Bayu, who had just entered the game, a preconceived idea. Chapter 167, Qingxi Town, the guess is correct. Bayu carefully reviewed the market in the past 2 days and found that those resident guests of the BNB were originally NPCs. Later, after turning into a zombie, he was still killed by Bayu and the others. Therefore, this also shows that not all NPCs cannot be killed. However, some core NPCs cannot be killed. In other words, according to their current strength and tools, they can't kill them. For example, the front desk Alpha in the first copy. Also, the lady with the bob hair in this copy. As for other ordinary NPCs, they don't know. After all, players haven't experienced many games. If life is important, no one dares to challenge or touch it. Over time, not being able to attack NPCs at will has become an implicit game rule for many semi-novice players.
But this is obviously a bug. For example, players cannot actively attack NPCs. So does passive self-defense count? Also, if it is just a threat, but does not actually involve the other party's personal safety, does it count? Of course, if some players are lucky enough to upgrade to a high enough level in the future, it shouldn't be impossible to crush a mini-boss with one hand. Asterisk. Although his analysis was very thorough, Bayu's eyes were still fixed on the man's mouth. Once she sensed something was wrong, she took back the knife and ran away. Fortunately, the corners of his mouth showed no signs of cracking upward. He looked like an ordinary man who was being coerced. Therefore, her argument is correct.
Kantiao.
After hesitating for a second, the man threw away the steel pipe in his hand, then looked at Bayu with a painful look on his face and said,
Little sister, can we put the knife down first and talk to you if you have something to say? I have a bad back, so I can't bear to have my back hunched over like this.
Bayu glanced at him coldly.
Any questions?
There were already glistening beads of sweat on the man's forehead.
Yes, as long as I know. I will answer all questions.
Asterisk. When Bayu returned to the wig factory, it was almost 18 o'clock in the afternoon. There were workers who had started the early shift and left early, and they walked out of the workshop in piles. Bayu was very lucky this time. The second, Kingly Fishing, card gave her 6 hours of top-level fishing time. With a buff from the props, the bob-haired lady, who went to the workshop twice to check on her, was silent about her departure. Bayu's cell phone was also unexpectedly quiet. During lunchtime, the group received a message from Su Mingming asking where she was going. She didn't reply. Zheng Weijun should have explained it to Su Mingming and the others on the spot. And no one asked again. As for the internship group with Lili and Chi Bayu, there was silence from beginning to end. With the help of Hua Zi, the guard did not embarrass her when she entered. The surveillance video of her entering the factory gate was even deleted. Bayu put on his work clothes before entering the factory. After entering the door, I naturally blended into the flow of people looking for food in the cafeteria. There are already many people dining in the cafeteria, but we have to work overtime today. So everyone is immersed in eating, and there is very little chatting. Bai bought a piece of fried rice, and found a seat in the corner. Then he clicked on the small group and quickly sent a message. Bai Su, I am at table 88 in the cafeteria. There is a pillar in the innermost corner. Everyone comes here after get off work. Players who are immersed in fighting in the workshop. Okay. 0:0:01. The fishing time countdown is over. Asterisk. When Zheng Weijun and the others rushed to the canteen, Bai Yu had already finished eating. Look at the pained expressions and dejected looks on their faces. Come to think of it, the players have been very tortured by work today. Chapter 168, Qingxi Town, I have the right not to say anything. Although all the players are tired and hungry. But he didn't even buy food. After entering the canteen, he went straight to Bai Yu's table. She is also very easy to identify. Among all the ordinary yellow skin, the black one is dazzling. Su Mengmeng looked in disbelief and screamed.
Dear, did you really sneak out for a whole day?
Bai Yu nodded calmly.
Keep your voice down. Are you afraid that others won't hear you?
Wei Xiaoyan said, glancing warily at the workers around him. Fortunately, those NPCs were busy chatting about their own gossip and didn't pay much attention to them. Su Mingming curled her lips and looked aggrievedly at her hands that were red and swollen from the packaging box. The other players didn't ask much. Everyone knew that Bai Yu must have used props. And there were more than one. She also knew that after killing Mo Lin, she would definitely get more props than anyone else. However, these are the rules that players stick to. Don't ask too many questions that you shouldn't ask. The key is, even if she asks, she has the right not to tell. Zheng Weijun went straight to the point.
Bai Su, have you made any new discoveries?
Bai Yu said, yes, looked at their tired faces, and suggested,
why don't you go buy food first, and I'll talk to you later while you eat?
Zheng Weijun hesitated for a moment.
Okay.
The others went to the window, but Wei Xiaoyan did not leave.
Bai Su, your skin color has turned like this. You don't feel anything wrong with your body. Right. I think your complexion looks a little bad. Is there anything I can do to help?
Bai Yu smiled politely.
I'm really fine. I'm just tired from walking outside today. Go buy food quickly.
It's not that she doesn't understand Wei Xiaoyan's thoughts, because she has a clear heart. But everyone just met by chance in the game. Besides, all she wanted to do was to finish the game alive. Other things, well, let's not talk about them at all. Wei Xiaoyan looked embarrassed for a moment.
Okay.
Asterisk. Everyone came back quickly with plates. And Bai Yu spoke. She told the players what she had found out throughout the day. Mainly focus on a few points. 1. The entire Qingxi town, without exception, all have the surname Li. However, Li outside and Li in the wig factory obviously didn't deal with each other, as if they had some kind of feud. 2. There are only young people and children in the town, not old people. As for where the old man went, I don't know. 3. The sandstorm around the town has not yet invaded the town. However, if you want to leave through the sandstorm, you must take the only minibus in the town. People in the small town have never left the town since they were born. 4. The hair raw materials produced in private workshops all come from wig factories. But I don't know where the human hair raw materials for wig factories come from. 5. The dark red substance on the exterior wall was tested by the phenolphthalein and hydrogen peroxide she bought herself, and it was confirmed that there were blood components in it. However, there was no way of knowing whether the blood was animal or human. After all, after searching on her mobile phone, this was the only local method of blood testing available in town. Bai Yu finished speaking in one breath, then stretched out his hand to rub his eyebrows. After everyone listened, there was silence. Zhao Tianjin was a little unbelievable.
This is ridiculous. There is blood in those walls. How much blood will it consume?
Bai Yu,
I asked about those houses, and they are all left over from history. Normally, after such a long time, the effective substances in the blood have long been gone. So how can it be detected? So it is quite strange.
Zheng Weijun interrupted her.
Bai Su, this is a game. The setting comes from reality, but it is not bound to reality. Don't be limited. Right. It's just that it's all blood. Full surname is Li?
No old people.
Dot.
Everyone was talking a lot, speculating and analyzing the core words. But after a while, I still have no clue. Everyone frowned in thought. A loud, rumbling sound that shook the earth and the mountains suddenly came from outside the cafeteria. Chapter 169, Qingxi Town, go to the restricted area. The players who were eating suddenly stopped with their chopsticks in their hands, and all of them raised their eyes and looked out the window. But they saw nothing, although it was already dark outside. The street lights inside the factory area were not turned on yet.
Oh my god! It wasn't an earthquake just now, was it?
Su Mingming had already screamed and stood up. Baiyu raised his head and glanced at the old-fashioned light bulb on the top of the canteen. The light bulb was hung down by a wire, motionless, looking at the workers around. Everyone is accustomed to sitting there and eating with a calm expression. She then said,
It's not an earthquake. Maybe something heavy fell. We'll have to work overtime soon. Let's eat quickly. After we finish, we'll go take a look together,
Zheng Weijun said, eating obviously faster. Only when you are full can you have the strength to work. After hearing this, the others hurriedly immersed themselves in eating. All, ding! Congratulations to the player who has unlocked 20% of the current plot progress. Please keep up your efforts and keep working hard. Baiyu.
Dot!
The system's progress report is even delayed.
Oh my god! Su, you are so awesome!
Su Mingming screamed again after she reacted. When other players heard the prompt tone, they also breathed a sigh of relief. However, everyone is more confused about Baiyu's identity and level. Is this young girl really only an F-level person? It seems that she is advancing the progress of the game plot this time. Wei Xiaoyun was the first to finish his meal, looked at Baiyu and said,
Brother Weijun, we also found something here. In addition, we also divided the work at noon based on the clues you posted in the group.
After he finished speaking, he saw Baiyu looking at him and then continued.
After the lights are turned off in the workshop tonight, Wang Zi and I are responsible for going to the office area to get internship certificates for everyone. He has an item similar to a master key in his hand. Brother Weijun, Zhao Tianjin, and Su Mingming were responsible for going directly to the prohibited areas to gather information after working overtime.
Baiyu was stunned and looked at Su Mingming with incredible eyes.
Are you going to a restricted area?
Su Mingming put a mouthful of boiled vegetables into her mouth and smiled.
Miss Baisu, I'm not good at anything else, but I think my acting skills are still good.
Baiyu,
inquiring about information. Do you still need to act?
After saying that, her face turned red. She was outside today, so she was playing the role of a trainee reporter.
You can't break into the restricted area forcefully. You can only find excuses to get in. Of course, we need a patient with strong acting ability to appear at this moment,
Su Mingming said with a look of arrogance. No matter what, she is also part of the player team. How could it be possible for Baisu to take up all the performance alone? Su Mingming's confused words made Baiyu even more confused.
How come the patient is related to the restricted area?
Wei Xiaoyun saw that Su Mingming's words did not hit the point, so he interrupted and explained.
Brother Weijun told us that the key information you posted in the group earlier came from chatting with that 01997. So today we took advantage of lunch and a temporary break to chat a lot with the NPC workers separately. Unexpectedly, it was really fruitful. First of all, the factory's internship certificate has a specific template, and it is ready printed in the document box in Li's office. But it needs to be stamped with the official seal of the factory to be effective. And the official seal is locked in the safe in the factory director's office. Therefore, Wang Zi and I need to go together so that we can take care of him when the time comes. After getting the internship certificate, we can concentrate on playing the game, and there is no need to continue to be squeezed by this black-hearted factory overtime.
Chapter 170, Jingxi Town, Dungeon Improvement.
In addition, the factory's infirmary is located at the entrance to the restricted area. Su Mingming would pretend to be injured, and we would send her to see a doctor and find out the truth behind it.
After hearing his explanation, Baiyu was non-committal about their actions, but there was a little more doubt in her heart.
The worker NPCs in this factory seem to be different from other dungeons. They don't seem to have any ill intentions towards us. Just like 01997. She deliberately called me away in the morning to tell me the information, but she didn't know anything about other information, so she couldn't tell me. If we speculate like this, the probability that they will mutate or become our enemy in the later period should be very small.
Baiyu continued. Zhao Tianjin also finished his meal. He put down his chopsticks and nodded in agreement.
Yes, we found that too. It's just that the information these workers know is residual and scattered, as if some memories have been erased.
An idea emerged in Baiyu's heart.
Do you still remember our risk coding and the training batch of 3001? Based on this,
they should be the players who were trapped in this copy after failing to clear the previous level. Maybe after we clear the copy, it will be of some benefit to them.
Others took the remarks in stride. It seems that when they first saw 01997, they should have more or less guessed it. Wang Zi, who hated working part-time the most, couldn't help but angrily complained.
WTF. You failed to clear the level. You have to go to the original world to become a plant. And you have to leave half of it to work in this country game. What kind of weird setting is this?
Baiyu shook his head.
I don't know. Anyway, the game is still in the public beta period. Who knows what new tricks it will play in the future?
Zhang Weijun.
So, excluding the players, there are people from 3 camps in the dungeon. The factory managers represent the Li family. The factory employee NPCs may be former players. And the town residents Li family. Among them, Li in the factory is obviously, and Li in the town. Don't deal with it.
Wang Zi.
What does this mean? There are not many families in the world who are not harmonious. I don't know what it can explain yet. But I feel that there is no love without reason in the world. And there is no hatred without reason. It is very possible that one of the 2 parties has a great relationship with the disappearance of the Liu clan.
Baiyu pursed his lips and analyzed.
Has one of the people been replaced? I seem to have seen such a movie script before.
Su Mingming also reasoned. All. Ding! It has been detected that the plot progress of the current mission is slow and the difficulty is low. The copy will be temporarily adjusted and improved. Just as the cold system sound finished broadcasting, the commotion and running sounds of personnel came from outside the canteen. Temporary adjustment and promotion of the copy? Do you want to make it more difficult? All the players couldn't help but take a deep breath. Baiyu's attention has turned to outside the cafeteria. The street lights in the factory area are now on. Under the dim light, it was visible to the naked eye that workers on the road outside were running towards the entrance of the factory in dense numbers.
Something happened in the warehouse. Everyone, run. If you don't run, you will die.
I don't know who rushed to the door of the canteen and shouted several times. The workers who were still eating calmly at the table suddenly stood up with frightened expressions. They put down their chopsticks and plates, raised their legs, and ran out of the cafeteria. In the blink of an eye, only 6 players were left standing in the empty canteen.
Come on. Let's go take a look too. Remember to take your weapons,
Zhang Weijun said, walking straight out. In his hand, there was already a long knife that shone with cold light. With a thought, Baiyu quietly took the black blade in his hand.
Chapter 171, Qingxi Town, Major Accident. Heaven and Earth. In one thought, the dungeon environment changes too quickly, and no one can afford to think too much. Others who don't have prop backpacks. They also quickly clicked on the game panel and took out their respective self-defense weapons. As soon as the few people reached the door of the cafeteria, they heard piercing screams coming from the direction of the warehouse and dormitory. I could vaguely see that the warehouse building of the wig factory had disappeared. And above the original warehouse, a large group of slowly flowing black shadows lingered in the gray dust all over the sky. There were also some tentacle-like shadows that slowly extended toward the girls' dormitory. Baiyu's eyelids twitched a few times, and he made a bold guess. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground just now was probably caused by the collapse of the warehouse. But what are those dark shadows in the dust? Several workers, covered in blood and with broken arms and legs, ran past them desperately. Their faces were full of endless fear. The gray overalls were wet and stuck to his body. Baiyu could faintly see a layer of light black hair attached to their backs. Those hairs fluttered strangely in the wind as the workers ran. It should be that it has not completely mutated. It's like looking for and waiting for the opportunity to penetrate the pores of the skin. The smell of blood soon filled the air. Zhang Weijun and the other male players were so bold that they reached out and grabbed a few workers who ran past them and asked,
"What happens? Why are you running?"
The eyes of those people were distracted and full of fear. One of them had half of his scalp missing, and half of his face was suddenly covered in blood, making people shudder just by looking at it. Su Mingming accidentally caught a glimpse, and after screaming "ah," her legs went weak, and she almost died on the spot. I heard those workers say in shock,
"There has been a major safety accident. The treasure warehouse in the factory collapsed. The river is pouring back, and there are hairs in the water. Don't touch the water. The monster is coming out. Stay alive. Run away. Dot."
After the workers finished talking, the other players let go. Zhang Weijun had no intention of letting go, and then questioned the worker he arrested.
"What monster?" "Hair. Hair. Fresh hair."
The worker trembled all over and spat out 2 words. The hair on his head began to grow obviously, as if it had absorbed the blood from the scalp wound.
Brother Zheng, let go!
Bai Yu noticed something strange and quickly reminded him. Zheng Weijun finally noticed it, and his fingertips trembled and relaxed. The worker seemed to be chased by a ghost. He yelled, "Wow!" and ran away. But before he could run far, there was a bang, and he was hit hard on his face. Like him, there were several others who fell to the ground motionless. Zhao Tianjin tightened his grip on the axe in his hand and said in a panic,
Brother Weijun, should we escape too?
Others also looked at Zheng Weijun with hope.
Escape? Where can you escape? Why do you need to explore the plot and the dungeon clearance requirements? It is to force you to give up the idea of lying down and face the reality that we don't want to face at all.
Zheng Weijun scoffed coldly, frowning in thought. Previously, everyone was looking for opportunities to sneak into the restricted area to find out. At this moment, the restricted area is open. But faced with a monster that suddenly appeared in the worker's mouth, and the inexplicable backflow of river water. But he had to hesitate. Chapter 172, Qingxi Town, Sandstorm is coming. After Emolin died, everyone looked up to Zheng Weijun. But in Zheng Weijun's heart, this was just because the remaining people were timid, stupid and lacked independent opinions. But it was Bai Yu who made him look at him with special admiration. Therefore, he doesn't care about other people's sacrifices. But what about his own life? Bai Yu didn't put as much thought into it as he did. So she took the opportunity to glance in the direction of the factory gate. Workers in the workshop and workers running towards the canteen fell out of the metal fence like a tide. But soon, louder screams came from outside the factory gate. Within a few seconds, some panicked workers turned back from the factory gate. Zhao Tianjin and Wei Xiaoyan also saw this scene and were puzzled.
It should be time to flood the streets outside. Those workers have wounds on their bodies, and they can easily be turned into mummies by the mutated hair in the water. People with normal health will inevitably be accidentally injured.
After Bai Yu finished speaking, he suggested,
It's easy to fish in troubled waters. How about we take advantage of the current chaos and act quickly?
Zheng Weijun finally made up his mind.
Okay. Wang Zi and Wei Xiaoyan went to the workshop office area to get the internship certificate according to the original plan. If the remaining people have no objections, please join me and go outside the restricted area of the factory to find out. Everyone, be careful not to get too close to the restricted area. Wang Zi, if you have any progress, please contact me by mobile phone at any time.
Bai Yu added.
Everyone must pay attention to keep a distance from the workers, especially those with wet clothes and bleeding on their bodies.
As soon as Bai Yu finished speaking, everyone's cell phones rang. Wei Xiaoyan quickly took it out and took a look. A message notification with a red exclamation mark jumped out. A very strong sandstorm, rarely encountered in a century, is expected to hit Qingxi Town at 1900 hours tonight. He glanced at 1850 on his phone and was immediately shocked.
I'm going! A very strong sandstorm is coming. Brother Weijun, we need to change our plans immediately and go to the production workshop to take shelter first. There are still 10 minutes left in the countdown. Hurry up!
Everyone was stunned. When Baisuda inquired about the news earlier, the people in the town clearly said that the sandstorm had never entered the town. With this game setting, if you say you are going to fall out, you will fall out. The difficulty also increases as it increases. You really don't have any shame at all. The special meow is simply sick. Grass. Zheng Weijun leaned over, took a quick glance, and immediately said,
It's too late to explain. Come on. Everyone, go to the workshop first.
No one dared to delay any longer, so they raised their legs and ran towards the workshop. At this moment, the street lights in the factory area suddenly went out. Soon, the lights in the workshops, dormitories, and canteens were all turned off. The entire factory area suddenly fell into endless darkness. The screams in the dormitory and outside the factory gate never stopped from the beginning to the end. The smell of earth and blood mixed together, and the smell became stronger and stronger. Bai Yu didn't care about anything else. He took out the mask from the space and put it on directly while trotting. When Su Mingming saw this, she was about to ask where she got the mask, when she suddenly felt a chill on her delicate ankles. A cold and sticky feeling, like a snake, wrapped around her ankles. Soon, this cold feeling spread all over the body along the pores. Su Mingming felt like goosebumps were rising all over her body. There was a bad feeling in her heart, but she didn't dare to stop and check it all. So she could only grit her teeth and rush forward with all her strength. Chapter 173, Chingxi Town, Encountering Trouble. 1852. The dark production workshop finally appeared in front. After running in the dark for a while, Zheng Weijun and his team's night vision abilities were much better. A group of workers who failed to escape and workers who ran away from the workshop were all gathered outside the workshop at this moment. A few people sat on the steps and made a lot of noise. Most of them stood silently in the parking lot next to the gate.
Oh, it's good to have an accident. At least you don't have to work overtime. That's right. My fingers hurt so much today that I almost had to play the third string. Today, Sunday, even though I knew that the management staff would not show up in the factory.
Those warehouses actually collapsed. It's evil. What does this mean? This means that it's time for the warehouse to collapse. On weekdays, only the management has the authority to enter the warehouse. Now, the door is open. I was wondering where the human hair raw materials in our factory come from. It turns out that there is an article in the warehouse. I have already guessed it, but I dare not say it. Hee. It's someone else who died anyway. Not me. It's good if I die. If I die, no one will compete with me for performance. Dot.
Everyone was talking, and there was some secret joy, some fear, and some endless confusion in their words. There were several workers who had cigarettes and took long puffs on the cigarettes in their hands. The scarlet dot on the cigarette end flickered in the dark night. Looking eerily red, Bai Yu quickly glanced around. There were several shriveled corpses scattered near the door near the metal fence. Among the workers, some obviously had blood stains on their bodies. But fortunately, the clothes all looked dry. Seeing Zheng Weijun and others running in front of him, the worker's eyes invariably focused on a few of them. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the knives in their hands and silently put them away. Bai Yu glanced at the half-open workshop door, and his inner vigilance was already raised. Why don't these workers enter the workshop even though they know it's dangerous outside? The sandstorm notification on the mobile phone should not be specifically targeted at players. Right. Bai Yu originally wanted to test and ask them, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Compared with the dangers inside, extremely strong sandstorms will kill everyone first. The last person to come in should close the door tightly. After Zheng Weijun finished his explanation, he pushed open the door to the workshop, looked inside warily for a few times, and then walked in with his legs up. Seeing this, the others quickly followed. Su Mingming walked at the end of the team worriedly. After she stopped running, she clearly felt as if her feet were tied by a soft ice chain. That feeling was bone-chilling and chilling to the heart. It's sticky and greasy, and it feels heavier and heavier. As long as she walked forward quickly, the elastic pulling and falling feeling would be obvious. And the moment she entered the workshop, she discovered that the color of the code on her wrist had changed. Fine. Just light blue. If we look at the onset time of Sunnyways, trouble, disease, she will be safe for at least one night. Su Mingming was thinking that the remaining 6 people were relatively united and had some abilities, so they should be able to help her. So, she still has a chance to be rescued. Right. Thinking of this, Su Mingming whispered, Brother Zheng, I seem to be in trouble. Everyone who was walking towards the office area felt their hearts sink when they heard this, and they all stopped and turned around. You? In the dark night, the color on the wrist is easy to identify. Su Mingming didn't have time to cover up. Others immediately saw the dazzling blue color on the code on her wrist. Everyone. Dot. The deaths of Gao Yuqiang and Sun Yiwei are still vivid in our minds. Although that death is most likely related to the wig thrown out by the bob-haired lady. But they all knew that the color change of the wrist code had a high probability of indicating that the next person to die was Su Mingming. If nothing unexpected happens, she is hopeless. Chapter 174, Chingxi Town, there is something dirty. There seems to be something dirty on my feet. Su Mingming was so cold that her teeth began to chatter, and she could no longer hide it. When everyone heard this, they unconsciously took a step back. Zhao Tianjin, go and close the door first to prevent the dust from coming in. Zheng Weijun saw that the door of the workshop was open, so he arranged for Zhao Tianjin to say. Zhao Tianjin looked a little ugly and did not obey as usual. Brother Weijun, there are still 4 to 5 minutes before the sandstorm comes. Why don't you check what's on Mingming's feet before closing the door? What he meant was that if Su Mingming was also contaminated by mutated hair, it would be best not to go in with them. Su Mingming was not stupid, so she could hear the hidden meaning. Her eyes turned red, and the remaining hope in her heart for everyone disappeared in an instant. Su? She turned her attention and hoped to Baiyu, who was a woman like her, and had a strong say in the team. Baiyu's attention was previously focused on the dark, human hair workshop in the distance. When he heard Zhao Tianjin's words, he wrinkled slightly. When she heard Su Mingming calling her, she looked away, reached out, and patted her arm gently, comforting her and saying, "Let's see what it is first. Don't worry too much. I'll close the door first." After Su Mingming received her reply, her inner mood stabilized instantly. Baiyu walked to the door with frowning eyebrows, and found that the group of workers who had gathered at the door chatting just now were much less. It must have been the end of flooding the streets. And they left the factory again. It seems that the information about the incoming sandstorm was specially notified to the players. She hesitated for a second and carefully locked the door from the inside. However, she found that there was still a half-hand wide gap between the door and the floor. If the sandstorm is really big, it will inevitably blow in through the gaps. But as long as everyone stays indoors, it shouldn't have much impact. Asterisk. Zhao Tianjin turned on the lighting on his mobile phone and pointed it at Su Mingming's ankles. Everyone looked there along the light, and their eyes were instantly fixed. Su Mingming's fair right ankle was now entangled with a large mass of black sticky hair. The hair was wet, as if it were alive, and was constantly squirming in one direction. "Ah!" Su Mingming's face turned pale, and she jumped to her feet and screamed out of reflex. That strand of hair seemed to have a tail, as thick as a little finger. As she beat, the tail swayed a few times. Su Mingming suppressed the fear in her heart, squatted down, and reached out to pull the hair away. But I didn't think it was okay if she didn't move. As soon as he moved, the winding speed of the hair became faster and faster, and it became tighter and tighter. Everyone was not frightened by the hair of the living creature, but instead frightened by her scream. Zhao Tianjin looked at someone who was about to die and said with disgust, "Su Mingming, can you please stop being so startled? Your heart will be frightened." After saying that, he leaned next to Wang Zi and muttered, "Now I feel more and more that women shouldn't be allowed in survival games. It's really a hindrance." Both words were heard by Su Mingming, who was nearby. She changed her usual obedient attitude, looked at Zhao Tianjin with some hatred, and replied angrily, "Do you think I am willing to enter the game? Nothing has happened yet. So why are you making sarcastic remarks here? When has this been happening? I still have time to talk about that." Baiyu, who came back after closing the door, couldn't help but make a complaint. The two of them were silent for a moment. "Mingming, stand up first. Steady your body, and don't move around." After Baiyu finished speaking, he held the black blade tightly, took the phone from Zhao Tianjin, and took a photo behind Su Mingming. Wei Xiaoyun and Wang Zi stretched out their hands to help Su Mingming stand up. Only then did everyone see clearly that the tail of the black hair was too long, and the tail could not be seen at all. Everyone exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Without thinking, Baiyu swung the dagger and sliced off the hair, tail, neatly. Chapter 175, Qingxi Town, Tip of the Iceberg. A sharp weapon passed by. With a pop sound, the tail was broken. With a swipe, the ghost hair had retracted and disappeared at the end of the dark night at the speed of light. A wisp of black smoke floated out from the break of the hair and penetrated along the tip of the black sword. At that moment, Baiyu felt a stinging pain in the second joint of his right index finger. The hair wrapped around Su Mingming's feet moved slower and slower. The moist mucus also seems to be evaporating and drying out. Soon, a whole bunch of dry hair drooped from her ankles. Su Mingming stretched out her hand and gently pulled it, and it fell to the ground. Only then did everyone realize that the finger-thick hair was actually made up of tens of thousands of hairs tightly stuck together. Wei Xiaoyan frowned. "Where did this ghost hair come from? When I ran out of the cafeteria, I was pestered," Su Mingming recalled, her face still pale. "If nothing else, it must have come from that warehouse." After Baiyu finished speaking, he glanced at the human hair workshop not far away. She didn't know why, but she always felt that there was something fishy about the human hair workshop covered in dark red substance. But now, the workshop hall was dark, and nothing could be seen. Wei Xiaoyun. "But it's strange. My hair is damp. From the warehouse to here. The ground is also very gray. Why isn't there any dust stuck to it? There are so many strange things. What we see now is probably just the tip of the iceberg." Baiyu retracted his thoughts, and his heart sank. If this copy ends up facing these sticky, wet-haired monsters, it will be very difficult. At least, the method of burning it with fire that was previously thought of was not feasible. Then only hand-to-hand fighting is left.
It seems that those hares are really afraid of her black sword. The others are all veteran players, and should have their own powerful weapons. But how many can be cut off with just a few people? Physical strength and endurance are issues. In addition, if the body is injured and the hair is stained with blood, it will form an illusion and the game panel and space will be unusable. These are also problems. Thinking of this, Bayu couldn't help but think of the wound on his back that hadn't fully healed yet. Fortunately, in this game, the recovery speed of wounds is much better than in reality. Others didn't think as much as she thought for the time being. Su Mingming glanced behind her with lingering fear, and then said with wet eyes,
Su, thank you just now.
Bayu smiled and reached out again to help her up. Zheng Weijun glanced at the dagger in her hand and said lightly,
The knife is good. Very special.
Bayu pursed his lips and ignored him. Zheng Weijun was rejected and looked embarrassed for a moment.
Hey, it's already 19 o'clock and I didn't see any sandstorm. Could it be that the report was false?
Wang Zi looked out the window and said in surprise. It was dark outside the window, but it was obviously a transparent black, and it didn't feel like it was filled with sand and dust.
It's just that we attacked Qingxi Town at 19 o'clock. We should still have some time to get here. Let's hurry up and enter the office,
Zhao Tianjin said impatiently. After saying that, he was the first to walk to the glass door. Everyone didn't think much about his unusual behavior. After the players enter the game, at the beginning it is H, low, H, low, H, low, H, low. Everyone. As the danger and difficulty gradually increase, everyone's true face will be revealed. Especially in some dungeons that limit the number of people who can finally pass the level. Being accidentally stabbed in the back by a close companion and dying is an expected thing. Chapter 176, Qingxi Town Master Key. The connection between the workshop and the office area is separated by a thick glass door. Previously, when entering and exiting, players just swipe the code on their wrists. But at this moment, the entire factory has a power outage. It seems that there is no backup power supply, and the access control has been disabled and locked. Zhao Tianjin stood in front of the door and asked Zheng Weijun for help as a habit.
Brother Weijun, the door to the office area is locked. You can't get in. I'll do it.
After Wang Zi said this, he took out the master key and put it on. The door opened with a special sound. Zhao Tianjin clicked his tongue.
It's good to have useful props.
Everyone filed in and stopped in front of Li Li's general office. Wang Zi put his ear against the door and listened for a few seconds. After confirming that no one was inside, he opened the door with the master key. The wooden door creaked and Wang Zi pushed it open. A pungent earthy smell hit his face instantly. Although everyone was used to the smell, they still couldn't help it and frowned. It was their first time here, and they were not familiar with the environment in the house. Zheng Weijun took out the flashlight from his backpack and scanned the entire room. Finally, the flashlight stopped on the glass window on the side wall.
The sandstorm has arrived. Please close all the windows first.
Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and all looked over. Sure enough, dense dust particles floated in the yellow beam of the flashlight. The air in the room also started to smell a little bit pungent. Zhao Tianjin and Wei Xiaoyan hurriedly closed all the windows. Wang Zi also locked the door of the office inside. Everything is settled. Everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in the air, temporarily relaxed.
It looks like this sandstorm won't stop for a while.
Zhao Tianjin looked out the window and said worriedly,
It's not a bad thing. It enclosed us in the workshop. But at least it also enclosed the workers and managers outside. So at least until it stops, we are safe.
The speaker was Wei Xiaoyan, who also took out a flashlight from his backpack. Ever since what happened on the first day, players have habitually carried backpacks on their backs. While at work, this is no exception. However, the capacity of their backpacks is limited, and the supplies they want to store in them are not many, and they are only for emergencies. Bayu threw her backpack directly into the space, and when she returned to the cafeteria, she had already taken it out. Bayu saw that everyone was shooting around with flashlights without any rules. So he said,
How about we act separately? It will be much more efficient this way.
Everyone.
Okay.
Although they followed the lead of the physical education teacher Zheng Weijun. But in terms of mental delicacy and logical rigor, after these 2 days, Bayu was obviously better. People's recognition of her has never diminished. Bayu thought quickly in his mind for a second, then spoke.
In this way, Su Mingming's feet hurt, and she has difficulty moving. She is responsible for going to the glass window to monitor external movements. If there is any abnormality, she will notify us immediately. Wang Zi has the master key. He will first open the factory director's office and be responsible for looking for the safe and the official seal. Wei Xiaoyan will also go together, and the two of them will take care of them. Brother Zheng has rich work experience and knows the various rules for storing office documents. He is responsible for looking for printed internship certificates. Zhao Tianjin and I. Let's see if there are any other clues and materials in the house.
After speaking, she raised her flashlight and pointed at a small door in the corner of the room and said,
I have interned on Blue Star before. As expected, there should be an archives room there.
Chapter 177, Qingxi Town, the person knocking on the door. Su Mingming originally felt very heavy because of the coding incident. At this moment, listening to Baiyu's clear and logical arrangement, it suddenly seemed as if he saw a glimmer of light. She couldn't help but exclaim,
Su, you are so amazing.
This time, her words were full of heartfelt admiration, without a hint of lemon. After saying that, she was the first to stand under the glass window. I glanced out the window a few times. The sky was filled with yellow sand outside, and I couldn't see any ghosts. From the looks of it, this extremely powerful sandstorm is approaching with great force. He glanced at the code on his wrist inadvertently. Fortunately, there was no change in color for the time being. But this color-changing code is like a time bomb tied to your hand. Although Su Mingming looked calm, her inner anxiety and uneasiness never stopped from the beginning to the end. It's just that she doesn't dare to show it in front of everyone now. When he retorted with Zhao Tianjin, he was tough-mouthed. But in her heart, she really didn't want to become a burden to this temporary, plastic team. Because that means that the first person to be ruthlessly abandoned by everyone is himself. Over there, Wang Zi also said with admiration,
Yes, the door of the archives room is the same color as the wall. I didn't see it just now. Bai Su, you are so attentive.
After saying that, he dragged Wei Xiaoyan, said,
Let's go. Listen to Bai Su. Let's go find the official seal.
And left with Wei Xiaoyan. Zheng Weijun also agreed with Baiyu's arrangement. Seeing Zhao Tianjin still standing where he was, he said,
Okay, everyone should hurry up and get to work first.
Everyone quickly took their places. Soon, Wang Zi came back with a palm-sized red plastic box in his hand and a happy face.
Brother Weijun, Sister Su, I found the official seal of the wig factory. It's the kind that automatically dispenses oil. It doesn't even use an ink box.
Wei Xiaoyan, who came in later, closed the door and locked it out of habit.
I also found the internship certificate.
Zheng Weijun also raised a blue folder in his hand. After speaking, he pulled out a thick stack of A4 papers and gave one to each person.
Everyone fills in his or her risk code in the blank space in the text.
Baiyu reached out to take it, took a flashlight to shine, and the 4 big words, internship certificate, on the top of the paper came into view. This is to certify that employee No.XXXX is interning in our factory. Signed, Qingxi Town Jinjin Wig Products Factory. XX year XX month XX day. Baiyu took a look and saw that those with XX had to be filled in by hand. Su Mingming looked troubled.
Why fill the time? The time displayed on the phone is July 13th. 3066. How about writing this?
Wang Zi glanced at the phone and said. Baiyu raised his eyebrows and analyzed.
Probably not. The internship certificate is usually issued by the internship unit after the internship is over. According to the time set in our copy, the earliest reasonable time should be July 17th.
Zheng Weijun nodded.
Yes, I agree with Bai Su's statement. Please fill in July 17th.
Everyone quickly filled it out, stamped it neatly, and carefully folded the certificate and put it in their backpack. Baiyu threw it into the space out of habit. All, ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the key step of the copy of Qingxi Town, obtaining an internship certificate. You are one step closer to completing the level. Please try your best to survive in the dungeon and hurry up to explore the remaining plot. Everyone was happy when they heard this. Before they could cheer and celebrate, there was a click, key-turning sound on the door lock. Chapter 178, Qingxi Town, text message threat. Everyone looked at each other for a second, and their expressions of joy suddenly changed. Su Mingming shrank like a frightened bird, and whispered,
Did you hear the knock on the door just now? Shoo!
Wei Xiaoyan quickly signaled her to be silent. Baiyu also seemed to hear a knock on the door, and she quickly took the lead and extinguished the flashlight in her hand. The room suddenly fell into endless darkness. Everyone held their breath, clenched their weapons in their hands, and looked nervously at the door. No one but the old witch can have the key to the office. It was obvious that the person standing outside the door at this moment was her. But there was such a serious sandstorm outside. Where did she come from? Could it be that she was hiding in a corner of the workshop from the beginning? The emotion of fear began to spread in the hearts of several people. Click! 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 The key was turned in the keyhole for a long time. Seeing no results, there was a bang sound. And there was the sound of a fist hammering on the door. Soon, boom! 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 A heavy knock on the door rang. Everyone was so frightened that they didn't dare to say a word. You look at me. I look at you. There are only 3 words in the fearful eyes. What to do? Asterisk. Dong dong dong. The knock on the door rang 3 more times and then stopped. Just when everyone thought the people outside were gone. Ding! Ding! Dot! Everyone's cell phones rang at the same time. As expected, the voice came from the group chat. Everyone was in a hurry and quickly turned off the sound on their mobile phones. Wei Xiaoyun took a deep breath and clicked on the screen. Everyone put their heads together. Sure enough, it was sent from the factory internship group. Lily et al. Members. Classmates. Open the door. I know you are all inside. Grinning.jpg. Everyone's hearts were about to jump into their throats. How did this old witch know they were here? After a critical power outage, those monitoring signal lights go out. Logically speaking, monitoring is now unavailable. Baiyu reacted instantly. The surveillance is gone, but the location on their mobile phones cannot be turned off. Boom! 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 The knock on the door outside was obviously more impatient. Wei Xiaoyun's mobile phone screen lit up again. Lily et al. Members. Classmates. Why don't you open the door? Are you afraid that I will come in and eat you? Licking lips.jpg. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 This time, the people outside smashed the door with their hands and feet. Baiyu quickly whispered, Give me all your phones! Everyone was confused, but they still obeyed. Baiyu took the phone and threw it into his backpack. Then with a thought, all these mobile phones entered the space. Everyone's mobile phone signals and positioning disappeared the moment they entered the space. After saying hey, the knocking on the door suddenly stopped. After a while, the sound of footsteps leaving was finally heard outside the door. Everyone couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Baiyu was worried and tiptoed to the door. He frowned and listened for a while, then turned around and whispered, The old witch should have left temporarily, but there is no guarantee that she will come back later. Now that I have obtained my internship certificate, the sandstorm is too big and it is unrealistic to go to the warehouse. Looking at this, the factory probably won't be able to operate normally tomorrow. If that doesn't work, let's recharge our batteries tonight and take a rest before taking action again at dawn tomorrow. Everyone thought she was right and nodded. Ah! Su Mingming couldn't help but exclaimed at this moment. Zhao Tianjin frowned and was about to scold her when he saw that the code on her wrist had jumped from blue to orange. How could this happen so fast? Su Mingming's eyes were dark and full of despair. Chapter 179, Qingxi Town, Survival with Broken Arm. Ouch! Seeing this, the others tactically took several steps back. Su Mingming lowered her head with despair in her eyes, and tears burst out of her eyes instantly. I have a bold idea, but I don't know if you dare to give it a try? Wang Zi looked at Su Mingming and spoke in a low voice. Everyone. What method? Wang Zi. Have you ever heard of the word survive with a broken arm? Everyone. Brother. Are you kidding me? The idea of returnees is indeed unconventional. When Su Mingming heard this, she cried more and more desperately. Although I'm just a young actor on the 28th line, I also have a dream of 3 gold medals. If I become disabled, my acting career will be completely ruined. It's better for me to die in the game now. Baiyu frowned. The method Wang Zi mentioned is not impossible. After all, as long as we survive in the dungeon, all the wounds and disabilities on our bodies will return to normal after we clear the game. As for whether it is possible to clear all levels, I don't think you should give up until the last minute. However, stopping bleeding from wounds is a big problem, because what we buy are some conventional medicines. Baiyu was actually more worried about the pain of the wound and whether Su Mingming could bear it. A dead horse is treated as a living horse doctor. If you try, there is still a glimmer of hope. If you don't try, there will definitely be no hope. However, it depends on you. Zheng Weijun also thinks that what Wang Zi said makes sense.
If I pass the customs, can I really return to my original state?
After listening to everyone's consolation, Su Mingming sobbed a few times and then spoke softly. Bai Yu nodded.
Yes.
Su Mingming bit her lip and silently stared at Bai Yu's dark face that had not returned to normal.
Then let me give it a try.
Asterisk. After Bai Yu donated the hemostatic and anti-inflammatory drugs he bought, he flashed into the archives. She still couldn't convince herself to witness such a bloody scene. It hurts just thinking about it. Zheng Weijun directed people to close the office curtains, and the flashlights in the hands of several people lit up again. Although Bai Yu was separated from the door, he felt that the muscles in his body were tense reflexively. It was as if he was the one whose wrists would be cut off soon. Ah! Was followed by a muffled scream, followed by a slight explosion of bang, followed by Su Mingming's suppressed whimpering. After a few minutes, the sobbing stopped, and Wei Xiaoyan came over and knocked on the door gently.
Su, the operation is over, and you can come out.
Bai Yu walked out with lingering fear, and saw Su Mingming, who was unconscious with a gauze ball in her mouth, and her face wrinkled in pain. Her forehead was covered with fine crystal beads of sweat. The severed limb on the right side has been roughly bandaged with gauze, and there is some red blood seeping out. The other half of the wrist, with the code, turned red and exploded into scarlet mincemeat. Everyone's faces and bodies were spattered with blood and pieces of flesh. There was a double sofa in the room. Several people supported Su Mingming and placed her on the sofa. Wang Zi looked at Su Mingming, frowned and complained.
Shift. This game is really bad. Knowing that players may think of using a broken arm to survive in response to an explosion, I deliberately placed the code on the hand that is best at operating it.
Bai Yu glanced at Wang Zi's code, which was in a different position than everyone else's. It was on his left wrist. Apparently, he is left-handed. Looking at it this way, this game is indeed quite spicy.
What do we do next?
Zhao Tianjin, who was
in charge of the operation
just now, asked as he took some tissue paper from the desk and wiped the remaining blood on his blade. Chapter 180, Qingxi Town, Deliberate Guidance. Bai Yu stretched out his hand to feel Su Mingming's breath, gently removed the gauze from her mouth. He took some notebooks from the desk and put them behind her head, and then said calmly,
Stay vigilant and rest.
No one objected. The sound of flying sand and rocks came from outside the window. This night, the players basically had no sleep. Asterisk. Entering the third day of the game, Bai Yu had been thinking about the game in his mind and woke up early in the morning. He took out a bottle of instant coffee from the space, drank it, and ate a piece of bread. His head suddenly became clearer. There is a sleeping bag in her space, which she took out and spread on the file room floor last night. The sleeping conditions are much better than those of the few people napping on the staff chairs outside. But because there was no progress in unlocking the plot, she thought about it all night long and was so anxious that she almost had insomnia. Others were basically having the same troubles as her, and they didn't get much sleep. Opening the door of the archives room, Bai Yu saw Su Mingming sitting curled up on the sofa with dull eyes. Bai Yu glanced at her and finally decided not to disturb her. We are all adults. And after all, there are some things that we need to face and figure out on our own. After withdrawing his thoughts, Bai Yu silently walked to the window, opened the curtains and looked outside. The sky outside the window is filled with yellow sand. Nothing could be seen except the sound of gravel hitting the glass.
With this intensity of wind and sand, whoever gets out will not. It looks like we are going to be completely trapped here.
As Wei Xiaoyan spoke, he walked to her side and opened the curtains with a qua sound. In the dark office, the light suddenly became much brighter. Wang Zi yawned and pretended to be relaxed.
Isn't this good? I've been sleepy for 3 days, and the game has just ended. Let's work together. Although the supplies in my bag are only enough for 1 day.
I'll save some money.
After speaking, he took a sip of the energy drink in his hand.
It's a beautiful idea. Don't forget, we still have a mission to explore the plot. If you just stay here, will the plot fall from the sky?
Zhao Tianjin quickly poured cold water on him. Wang Zi.
Shift.
Zheng Weijun glanced at Wei Xiaoyun and Zhao Tianjin with solemn expressions. And finally his eyes stopped on Bai Yu's face.
Bai Su, what do you think next?
This problem has been bothering Bai Yu all night last night. She did come up with some thoughts from the clues she experienced in the past 2 days. But they were just personal speculations. Now that Zheng Weijun asked, she didn't think about sharing it stingily.
Did you feel that the warehouse collapse and this sandstorm last night were sudden and strange?
Everyone nodded. But no, the plot of the dungeon suddenly took a turn for the worse. and it felt like the direction had changed. Moreover, except for Lily, all the workers and managers disappeared without a trace in an instant, which was quite strange. Baiyu said again.
Also, Lily suddenly appeared at the door last night. According to common sense, she would not threaten us and then leave.
Zheng Weijun raised his eyebrows.
So?
Baiyu raised his hands in front of his chest and tried to analyze.
It's very possible that this is intentional in the game. It's more like we were collectively guided here inexplicably. Our preconceived notion before was that the clues we were looking for were hidden in restricted areas of the factory. But there might also be secrets in the office areas and workshops. After all, the wind and sand outside are so big, and the main plot of the dungeon shouldn't really make us waste time here for 3 days and 3 nights.
The others listened to her words and felt a little confused for a moment.
Chapter 181, Qingxi Town, Finding a Needle in a Haystack. After a long while, Wei Xiaoyan touched his chin and seemed to understand.
Baiyu, you mean there is also the information we want here?
Baiyu nodded slightly.
I think so.
Zheng Weijun frowned and thought about her words, then quickly reacted.
I think what Baiyu said is not impossible. The setting factors of this dungeon are too complex and circuitous. So there is a situation where they secretly guide us. Just like those NPCs and the 01997 who informed Baiyu of key information. It is very likely that the game is behind it. After all, this is also a plot exploration book. If we are stuck in the same place without any clues and no progress, then the meaning of the game's setting will be gone.
Hearing this, Zhao Tianjin had different opinions and asked,
Isn't the purpose of the game to let us die? That's right. It's a dog game. It's so abominable.
Others also nodded with indignation. When it comes to games, they literally bite the bullet.
Yes, but not entirely.
Baiyu thought of his strange dream about the Silent Island and shook his head. When she first entered the game, she thought the game just wanted them to die. But later, after experiencing that dream and the factors involved in the copy, there are also new animals and plants on Blue Star in the real world. She discovered that the purpose behind the game might not be that simple. The game seems to be doing some kind of screening, but it is also guiding them to accept or understand something. However, this is only the second copy of her experience. The number of samples is too small, and it cannot be confirmed just like this. Thinking of this, she retracted her thoughts.
So it's very possible that there is the information we want in the office area. If you don't have any opinions, let's start looking for it.
Zhao Tianjin and Wang Zi were still confused.
It's not Baiyu. Let's not talk about finding a needle in a haystack. You have to know what to look for. There has to be a target.
Baiyu thought for a while.
There is really no specific goal. Anyway, it is to go through the 8 offices of the manager to see if there is anything related to the background of the copy. There should also be archives left over from history in the archives room. So search them carefully.
Zhao Tianjin and Wang Zi looked embarrassed for a second.
Let's go. It's better to search for clues while it's dawn. It's better than staring blankly,
Wei Xiaoyan said, making a please gesture towards Wang Zi. Wang Zi was confused.
What are you doing? The master key opens the door.
Wei Xiaoyan smiled. Wang Zi.
Oh.
Seeing the 3 people going out one after another, Zheng Weijun walked up to Baiyu and asked in a voice that only she could hear.
Baiyu, the location of those mobile phones is still not displayed. Right.
Baiyu was stunned for a second, then reacted and said, oh, hesitating whether to take out the phone for them. But when I thought that position would be tracked by Lily, I gave up.
Baiyu, do you have space props on you?
Zheng Weijun stared into her eyes and said casually. He was very tall, and standing in front of Baiyu gave her an inexplicable feeling of oppression. But the good thing is that when Baiyu lowers her eyes for a moment, he can no longer see the emotions in her eyes.
No, it's just a special backpack. Brother Zheng, I'll leave this to you. I'll go check out the archives.
After Baiyu finished speaking, he went to the archives. Looking at her back, Zheng Weijun raised his eyebrows slightly. Asterisk. 8 offices were quickly turned upside down by 5 people. Baiyu guessed it correctly, and everyone really found some useful materials. Chapter 182, Qingxi Town, Close to the Truth. As darkness approached, several people gathered together with the materials in their hands.
All the useful information I found is here,
several people said, putting the information in their hands on the coffee table in front of the sofa. After a day of self-struggle, Su Mingming finally accepted the reality. After she came back to her senses, she looked at everyone and smiled, apologetically saying,
Sorry. Thank you for the hard work.
Everyone laughed indifferently and comforted her a few words. Baiyu took a quick glance and took away some items that were of little significance. There were only 3 items left on the table. 1. A palm-sized newspaper clipping. 2. A dark green, musty and extremely old local yearbook. 3. A large purchase order. Baiyu was the first to pick up the newspaper clipping. The newspaper clippings have turned yellow, but the writing on them is still very clear. The general meaning is that a very strong sandstorm that occurs once in 100 years has landed in Qingxi town. The time recorded above is 2966. Baiyu's eyes froze.
So, we just happened to encounter a once-in-a-century sandstorm in Qingxi town. Is it such a coincidence?
Others also looked surprised.
Looking at it this way, it is understandable that when Baisu went outside to inquire about the news, those people said that the sandstorm would not come in. After all, who can live so long?
Baiyu shook his head.
On the contrary, this is not common sense. Just like when we were on Blue Star. Even if there were no news reports, we would still know about the heavy rains and mudslides that happened 100 years ago from our parents. And we would not say that we could not remember them. Unless it's something that happened before. They forgot.
Wei Xiaoyan answered. Zheng Weijun.
What they forgot is probably not just the sandstorm. Yes. And I feel that they have selectively forgotten. At least none of them has forgotten their hatred for the wig factory.
Baiyu added.
We are from the same roots. Why are we so anxious to fight against each other? This hatred is a bit inexplicable.
Wei Xiaoyan sighed abruptly. Baiyu frowned.
Then what if they are not born from the same roots?
Other people.
What does this have to do with copies? Forgive me. I really don't have enough brain cells. Forget it. You analyze it. And call me when you're done.
Xiao Tianjin said. Got up and sat on Li Li's leather executive chair. Closing his eyes. Went. Baiyu reached out and picked up the local yearbook. And a pungent musty smell instantly filled his nose. The outer SHL of the yearbook is very thick. And there are not many papers inside. It looks like dozens of pages. She opened it carefully. And the content quickly appeared in front of her eyes. The description inside is a general introduction of Qingxi town, and a chronicle of Qingxi town's major events compiled by year. Probably Qingxi town is located in a basin, with spring-like weather all year round and beautiful scenery. To the east of the town is Lijiakan, and to the west is Lijiang. I don't know what happened later, but Lijia village cut down almost all the woods in the town and restored them to paddy fields for breeding leeches. Later, due to the lack of protection from the woods and the increasingly harsh natural conditions, sandstorms gradually formed around the town. But in the beginning, sandstorms were only around and would not enter the town until 100 years later. Such illogical and strange settings are not uncommon in games. As for the memorabilia, in Baiyu's opinion, they are all trivial things that can be read in 10 lines at a glance. But the strange thing is that the 2966 yearbook was deliberately blacked out with ink. Don't know what happened back then. In the entire yearbook, there is no mention of any tourism resources or wig industry. There was no mention of the fact that only the Li family was left in the town. It seems, the information previously reported to them by the system was intentionally misleading. Chapter 183, Qingxi Town, Become a Petri Dish? Zheng Weijun glanced at the yearbook in Baiyu's hand. He paused and reached out to pick up the leech purchase order on the table. Leech purchase quantity, 3,000 kilograms. Purchase date, April 15th. 3001. Zheng Weijun frowned.
Leech? It is commonly known as a leech. It is very easy to encounter it when working in the fields in rural areas. It sucks blood very well.
Wei Xiaoyan explained.
Baisu.
Look, Zheng Weijun said, handing the purchase order to Baiyu. Baiyu looked at the word, leeches, and recalled those blood-sucking hairs. His scalp instantly numbed.
Perhaps those mutated hair strands and this leech are inextricably linked.
Wang Zi looked stunned and said in confusion.
You must be sick. Leeches are of no use. Why buy so many?
Wei Xiaoyan.
No, it's quite useful. In the hospital, leeches are used to help absorb the blood congestion from the patient's wound to prevent the wound from rotting. In addition, leeches can also act as an anticoagulant to prevent the blood from the wound from rapidly coagulating. Does that mean that there may be many people in the factory whose bodies are rotting and need to be cleared of congestion?
Zheng Weijun paused and continued.
Or animals.
Everyone. Baiyu spoke without hesitation.
Maybe it's those old people who disappeared for no reason in the town.
Everyone.
Dot.
Wang Zi.
No. Bye, Sue. I think you have a big brain and a good analysis. But if you say it's a young girl with long braids who disappears for no reason, it still makes sense. This old man and old lady. It sounds a bit ugly. The hair is probably gone. So what can we do? This is a wig factory that specializes in making human hair, not a mushroom factory that uses rotten soil to grow mushrooms. Zhao Tianjin, who appeared to be concentrating with his eyes closed, but actually had his ears perked up, complained in a low voice. Oh my god! This analysis is getting more and more outrageous. Bai Yu made a bold guess in his heart. Perhaps it is the method of growing mushrooms to cultivate human hair? Otherwise, where do the raw materials for human hair come from? Maybe this cultivation method requires the elderly. This topic sounded ridiculous and a bit eerie, and everyone felt that the temperature in the room had dropped significantly by a few degrees. Zheng Weijun lowered his eyes and thought for a second, then said, It's not impossible. The biggest characteristic of the elderly is that they are weak and are particularly susceptible to invasion by viruses and the like. If there is a hairy monster, perhaps this possibility is established. No, Brother Weijun. Even if the possibility you two mentioned is true, then it is obvious that the people in the town and the wig factory cannot deal with it. If someone is sick, send his parents to the factory to train him. Su Mingming, who had been silent over there, suddenly spoke. It would be possible if there was some kind of irreversible mysterious contract between the two parties. I have seen similar scripts before. Although she, Su Mingming, was of a low level and didn't have many props. She had read quite a few outrageous scripts, compared with the settings in the game. Some plot settings are really similar. This is also the reason why she, a blind cat, was able to successfully pass the level in the last dungeon even after encountering a dead mouse. Everyone. The thinking of several people is really getting further and further away from the original idea. But they also know that in this kind of game with some puzzle plot, sometimes, the traditional way of thinking really cannot be used. The bigger your imagination, the more divergent your thinking, the closer you may be to the truth. Chapter 184, Qingxi Town, Single Trial. Hey, what is this? Zhao Tianjin over there. Suddenly he arched his body, lowered his head, and stared at Li Li's desk with squinted eyes. After hearing this, everyone raised their eyes alertly. What's wrong? The old witch's desk seems to have an invisible mezzanine, Zhao Tianjin said, took out a knife and pried open the table board. Soon, he took out two pieces of paper that were folded squarely and glowed with light yellow. He carefully opened one of them. It was a drawing with the following words on the header. Shenzhen Wig Products Factory Plan and Sectional View. Version 3.0. God! No wonder there are secrets in the wig factory warehouse and back mountain. Look! Zhao Tianjin stood up and spread out the drawings in his hands on the coffee table, his face filled with disbelief. Bai Yu saw that he still had a drawing in his hand, so he reached out and took it. The moment everyone looked at the drawings, an ethereal mechanical sound suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. All, ding! Congratulations to the players, whose current progress has been unlocked to 50%. Please keep up your efforts and keep working hard. Oh my god! The rocket is launching! It seems that these information are really useful. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized, and couldn't help cheering. So, our analysis just now, although it sounds outrageous, should make some sense. The key is this drawing, Zheng Weijun said, looking in the direction of the warehouse on the drawing. Looking at the cross-section, there are buildings on the mountain behind the factory and the river area directly north. Below, it's like the entire mountain has been hollowed out. Zhao Tianjin clicked his tongue. A wig factory? Engaging in such a big battle? Underground construction of this scale is much more difficult than above ground. And the cost is not cheap. Don't underestimate the wig factory. A human wig costs 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, which is not cheap. And their annual output value is also not low. In addition, it would be much easier if the landform was innate, and they could just randomly modify it. After all, when we entered the game, the system reminded us that there are abundant underground rivers here, and there are often caves and the like in such landscapes. Bai Yu squinted his eyes and thought for a while before saying. Everyone nodded, agreeing with her opinion. Several people were about to continue studying the drawings, when suddenly they felt as if they were all fainting from blood, and their eyes suddenly went dark. Bai Yu thought it was because he had been squatting in front of him for a long time, and his blood flow was not smooth. Just as he was about to stand up, A cold mechanical sound suddenly filled his ears. Ding! It is detected that player Bayou has a hidden clearance reward in this copy. With the remaining 50% of the plot unlocked, the system will switch you to the single-player trial mode. Bayou.
What new way of playing is this? Surprises
Are rare,
but shocks
always come one after another. She really couldn't complain about this game. But when it came to rewards, Bayou frowned for a moment and quickly reacted. Is the hidden reward for clearing the level the activation of that talent skill, Phantom Butterfly? Okay, let's not talk about survival and the 110,000 clearance reward. Just for the activation of this talent skill, she would fight hard. Before she could think about it, the scene in front of her changed quickly. She was still in that office, but she was no longer among the players present. She seemed to be watching a muted scene. In the picture, Jung Wei-jun and the others should have realized that they had disappeared. Everyone's faces were soon filled with anxiety, fear, and even sympathy. Su Mingning and Wei Xiaoyun could be seen opening their mouths and shouting,
by Su.
However, she could no longer hear. Chapter 185, Qingxi Town, Adventure Alone. The picture gradually became blurred until it disappeared. Bayu's eyes went dark again. When she opened her eyes, she was holding the drawing in her hand. Standing alone in the office just now, the room was in disarray. There was still some blood stains on Su Mingning's severed hand in the corner. Under the dim light, it looked very eerie. The scene was exactly the same as it was before she closed her eyes. However, Jung Wei-jun and the others all disappeared. There was no sound in the room. It was very quiet. Instead, the gravel outside the window was tirelessly beating against the glass.
Brother Zheng? Wei Xiaoyun? Ming?
Bayou still called out tentatively. Unfortunately, what answered her was endless silence. So, are they now separated in different time and space in the same copy? The sky outside the window is getting dark soon. The sandstorm still shows no intention of stopping.
Cuckoo.
Bayu's stomach began to growl. I guess I'm hungry. At noon, she just ate a piece of bread like everyone else. There was actually quite a lot of food to eat in her space. But she still resisted the idea of sharing it with everyone, although the other 5 people did not appear to be obviously malicious. However, people are far apart from each other, and everyone is fully prepared. So they only got to know each other for 3 days. She could only continue to hide the fact that she had space.
Now that she was alone, she was obviously much freer. If you have difficulty moving at night, and your brain cells are exhausted today, let's fill your stomach first. Thinking of this, Bayou walked to Li Li's desk and took out all the self-heating hot pot, beef jerky, ham sausage, and ice cola in the space. There is a water dispenser in the room. But unfortunately, there is no electricity, and the water is cold. To be on the safe side, she decided to drink from her own space. The gudu-gudu, self-heating small hot pot is steaming quickly, and the spicy aroma is assailed. Bayou swallowed unconsciously. She took off the lid, picked up a piece of soft and glutinous spicy beef brisket, and ate it slowly. After eating and drinking enough, the fatigue of the day disappears. It was already dark night outside the window. The phone cannot be taken out either. She simply went back to the archives room, locked the door, took out her sleeping mat, and got in. Entering day 4 of the game. When Bayou woke up, it was just dawn and still gray. After a simple breakfast, she took out the drawing. She had never seen this kind of drawing before, so she studied it for a while before finally studying it clearly. After reading the drawing several times, she finally discovered a key piece of information. There is a secret passage underneath the human hair workshop that leads directly to the basement of the warehouse. Speaking of the workshop surrounded by dark red paint, she felt an inexplicable fear in her heart. But at this moment, the sandstorm outside the window showed no sign of stopping, so she had no choice but to try the secret passage. After all, since there is a big secret in the warehouse, the remaining 50% of the plot unlocks are likely to come from there. For safety, she put on the raincoat and rain boots she bought in advance, wore a mask and rubber gloves again. Finally, he took out the black blade from the space and held it in his hand. He gently opened the door and looked outside. There was darkness in the workshop outside. It seems that Li Li has left here long ago. Even so, Bayou was still very cautious every step he took. Under the crack at the main entrance of the workshop, a thick layer of yellow sand accumulated. There was a small amount of sand, picked up by the wind blowing in through the crack of the door, and swirling on the ground.
Bai didn't think much and walked straight to the human hair workshop. Chapter 186, Qingxi Town, end of the stairs. A bunch of door controls in the workshop area have long been disabled and locked. Without Wang Zi's master key, she simply used the black blade to violently break through the door. Base. Dot! Wherever the iron-cutting dagger touched, all the door locks were easily opened. Bai had an unimpeded journey and soon entered the human hair workshop. This room was noticeably colder and more humid than the others. Even though Bai had put on a mask in advance, the strong earthy smell still penetrated her nose. Bai took out his flashlight and took a look around. There was no trace of hair at the scene. There are only a few organizers made of wood. Recalling the marks on the drawing, she carefully walked around to the back of the shelf. Sure enough, a finger-sized metal button of the same color appeared on the dark red wall. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. Bai stretched out his hand and pressed it gently. But there was no movement. Only then did she realize that there was a small warm reminder posted next to it. Warehouse number 2 channel. Open on 135. Close on 246. Sunday is whatever happens. Bai. Dot. Today is Tuesday. So it's tomorrow. She searched around again and found no sign of a door or the entrance to the underground passage. It seems that there is a high probability that this is a mechanism-like device, because there is no power. If it is not a mechanism, even if it is 1, 3, 5, it cannot be opened. Bai didn't know the meaning of such a complicated setting. Maybe it's just a return to nature. Difficulty deliberately set up for players. Went around again without any breakthrough. There was little point in returning to the office area, so she simply went to the workshop next door to rest temporarily. At least, the temperature and smell there are much better. Without the protection of the door lock, she didn't even dare to get into the sleeping bag, fearing that she would be in danger and would not be able to run away in time. I simply found a worker's chair and leaned on it to fall asleep. Fortunately, this is her last night in the game. Just endure it. Drink 2 more bottles of instant coffee, and it'll be over. Asterisk. The 5th day of the game. After Bai got up, he went straight to the button. He raised his hand with some anxiety, took a deep breath, and pressed hard with his fingertips. Quang tang quang tang. The sound of gears came from behind the wall. Bai took a few steps back unconsciously. In her unbelievable eyes, the perfectly sealed wall in front of her actually tore a 2-meter wide hole. A set of concrete walking stairs and a black conveyor belt appeared in the dark space. Unfortunately, there is no power. The conveyor belt was quiet and motionless. Only then did Bai understand. On weekdays, the human hair materials are continuously transported from the underground warehouse to the human hair workshop through such a conveyor belt. No wonder everyone only saw the finished wig sets being shipped out, but not the wig raw materials coming in. The warehouse of the factory is really full of articles. The sky-high amount of leeches and the human mushroom petri dish mentioned in the previous chat came to Bai's mind, and his nerves and muscles tensed up instantly. After thinking quickly for a second, she took out the props and supplies that might be used from the space and put them in her backpack. After taking a deep breath, she turned on the flashlight, raised her legs and walked towards the concrete stairs. The staircase is built in a spiral from top to bottom. The further down Bai goes, the lower the temperature becomes, and the heavier the water vapor becomes. The unpleasant earthy smell that made people uncomfortable became stronger and stronger. Soon, several dense metal fences appeared at the end of the stairs. She picked up the flashlight and carefully took a look at the scene inside the fence. My heart, which had been in suspense, almost jumped out of my throat. Chapter 187, Qingxi Town, is full of people. The dark space inside the fence is filled with densely packed people. In other words, it is planted with dense people, like those plants grown in modern greenhouses without water. These people all stood about 1 meter apart in the dark red pool. Below each person's calf is a dark, slowly flowing unknown liquid. Countless red threads sprouted from around their knees, tilting upward and stretching into the distance, with no end in sight. The body below the neck was covered with dark, squirming unknown objects. Every face looked shriveled and wrinkled. I don't know if it's because he was sucked dry, or if it's the old people who disappeared in the town. Because with your eyes closed, you can't see life or death. Bai's eyes continued to look upward, and his breathing stagnated. The heads of these people are covered with dense hair. The hair was black and shiny, with a damp and sticky texture, like vines.
climbing up a rope behind each person. Judging from the size, it seems to be still growing slowly. Bayu's scalp was numb, and he endured the discomfort to read it. And the hairs all over his body stood on end. So, this is not a simple underground warehouse of a factory. This is simply a different kind of human captive breeding factory. No wonder the core secret of the factory is here. But, does this represent everything? The gain shouldn't be as simple as letting her visit a weird scene. Right? Because of this scene, compared with the area of the underground warehouse on the drawing, it is only a small corner. Bayu withdrew his gaze, struggling in his mind whether to go inside or not. Ding! Congratulations to the players, who have unlocked 60% of the current progress. Please continue to work hard. The cold mechanical sound sounded inexplicably. And Bayu was frightened. After she reacted, she couldn't help but feel depressed for a second. The progress is only 60%. It seemed that what she saw now was indeed not all the secrets. If you don't go in and do some exploration, it won't work. I glanced around and couldn't find the button to open the metal fence. The dagger in her hand should be able to cut through the fence. However, if there was too much movement, it would be bad if it woke up the people inside. Although we don't know whether they are alive or dead, we must be careful to sail the ship of 10,000 years. Thinking of this, she took out the limited time invisibility feather clothes from the space with a thought. Please select whether to use it immediately. Whether? Bayu took a deep breath and clicked yes. 4:59. The invisible countdown started, and Bayu easily passed through the metal fence. As soon as he stepped into the dark space, a pungent stench of sewage and a strong earthy smell hit his face, even though he was fully armed and mentally prepared. Looking at the scene in front of him, Bayu was still strongly shocked. The entire underground warehouse is as big as a football field. The top surface is a naturally formed dome. It seems that those collapsed warehouses are only the parts on the ground and have not affected this place. Looking down, Nuota's venue is filled with thousands of people in an orderly manner. The surrounding stone walls are also covered with dark red material. There are countless metal pipes extending down from the wall in rows. Then it is divided into small pipes and stretched into the pools of those seeds and people. The pungent stench of sewage, it came from those liquids. Chapter 188, Qingxi Town, Alternative Captivity. On the side of the pool, there are some small glass tubes. The inflowing sewage somehow turned into a clear liquid and flowed out along those pipes. Then it flows into small ditches under the dark red metal floor. Finally, they gathered in a pool not far away with a gurgling sound. Bayu looked at all this and was a little breathless. She raised the flashlight in her hand and shined it on the neatly arranged people. Only then did I see clearly. Those densely packed black objects squirming on their bodies turned out to be strips of fresh leeches. Bayu's pupils shrank suddenly. Those leeches were filled with blood, and their bodies were round and round. In the gaps where leeches occasionally appear, you can see pale, sticky, rotten flesh. A strong feeling of cold discomfort rushed towards Bayu's eyebrows like a smelly heat wave, and she felt extremely dizzy for a moment. She even began to have stomach acid, and the feeling of vomiting became stronger and stronger. Benevolence. Body. Filter. Filter. Benevolence. Body. Purification. Transformation. Benevolence. Kind. Captivity. Raise. Symbiotic system. A bunch of weird words came to her mind. This dungeon scene where pigs are worse than dogs really makes people feel like they would rather die than live. 4 o'clock. The invisible countdown is getting less and less. Bayu had no way out, so he could only grit his teeth and continue to persevere. The flashlight shined on the table, and a vague name tag appeared in front of me. 0001 Li Songshin. 69. Bayu? Looking forward. 0002 Li Muzi. 78. 0003 Li Yinzhou. 72. 0004 Li Qianfan. 59. Dot. Her heart trembled. She quickened her pace and walked directly to the person at the end according to the number arrangement. I saw the name tag above clearly written. 1688 Li Lihui. 105. All have the surname Li. The numbers behind are obviously the ages of these people. So far, it is 100% confirmed. All the old people who disappeared in the town were captive, raised here. They have no chance to live in old age. Instead, in this dark tomb of the living, dead people, they have become a continuous stream of human body, hair production tools for the wig factory. Thinking of this, Bayu felt mixed feelings in his heart. 1:30. The remaining time of the invisibility cloak decreases every second. The system's progress beep has not come for a long time. Bayu's inner tension and fear became increasingly intense. She clearly felt that not only her heart was shaking, but her hands as well. My calves couldn't help but start to tremble.
Bang tong! Bang tong! Bang tong!
The heartbeat is getting faster and faster. And the breathing is getting faster and faster. She felt like she couldn't hold on any longer. But choosing to give up at this moment is also a dead end. There is no way out. She could only bite the bullet and continue looking for clues. Bayu thought of the red threads protruding from the knees of those people, and the light quickly shone on them. Sure enough, there is something fishy. Those dense and neat silk threads all gathered on the innermost mountain. Bayu held up a flashlight and shined a light on the mountain. And his heart sank. The mountain is also covered with thick dark red paint. And right above the mountain, hanging against the wall, is a huge, oval-shaped furry monster. The monster is as big as half a basketball court. The whole body is covered with long red and black hair, and has no facial features or limbs. But near the middle part, you can clearly see the ups and downs of regular fluctuations. It should be the heart. Chapter 189, Qingxi Town, Kill the Monster. Outside the monster's body, a dark red net with large holes was tightly sealed. The long velvet on its body makes it easy to get out of the net. They float down, and all of them stabbed into the knees of those people. I can't tell. It's it that is absorbing those people as nourishment. Still, it is supporting those people in disguise. But it is obvious that the fluff is wet. Bayu trembled for a moment. His eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of a knee-high dark red clay platform below the monster. On the edge of the earth platform, there are some carved wooden objects placed. Further inside, in the middle, is a huge stone boundary monument. In the middle of the boundary monument, the words, Lujing, are engraved in dark red ink. On it, there is also a row of small words. Lu Dafu, Lu Daqiang, Lu Dazhuang, Lu Jinqi, Lu Liming, Lu Tongji, Lu Xiongyuan, Lu Li. Date of signing, July 7th, 2967. Bayu.
Dot!
Isn't this the list of managers? They just changed their last names. In addition, Sandstorm in 2966. In 2967, the monument was erected. Is this a coincidence? Why are there only 8 people? Could it be that these 8 people are the remaining members of Lujiang? Why did they change their last name to Li? In addition, where have the other Lu family members gone? Were they all wiped out by Li Quan? Then why did these Lu survive again? Could it be because of this monster's blessing? Ding! Congratulations to the player whose current progress has been unlocked to 85%. Current players are asked to keep up the good work and keep working hard. The cold mechanical sound finally sounded in my ears. But at the same time, midnight, the countdown to the invisibility cloak is over. When Bayu's body appeared, the silk fuzz on the monster's body obviously moved. At the same time, the people in the darkness suddenly opened their eyes, with only the whites of their eyes, as the silk threads shook. With a special sound, he twisted his neck 180 degrees and looked towards Bayu with all his ghastly and terrifying faces. It was obvious that their long hair that reached straight into the clouds began to bend and twist like snakes. As their bodies shook, the leeches on their bodies clattered and fell down. As if smelling the scent of Bayu, those dark leeches squirmed and quickly crawled towards Bayu. Without the leech's coat, as far as the eye can see, everything is a dazzling and rotten scarlet. At this moment, Bayu's heart was numb with fear, and he was not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. With a quick thought, she took out the plastic basin from the space and quickly stood in it. At the same time, take out the alcohol and pour it around the big basin. When leeches encounter salt or alcohol, they will quickly dehydrate and die. This is something she learned while watching TV inadvertently. A dead horse is treated as a living horse doctor. If you can block part of it, it counts as part of it. When she finished splashing the alcohol, those people were already like marionettes, jumping out of the pool, whimpering, following the leech, and walking towards her shoulder to shoulder. They ignored the thread connecting the knee to the monster's body. Soon, someone tripped over the line and fell to the ground. But they quickly got up. Bayu was holding the black blade in her hand. Just when she was wondering how to deal with such a large attacking group, she saw with the tip of her eye a person walking in the middle, whose thread was broken. And at the moment when the line was disconnected, The man's eyes glazed over for a moment. And he stood still. Chapter 190, Qingxi Town Boss Death. It turns out that cutting those threads is the solution. In other words, if you kill that monster, everything will be over. However, how to kill the monster hanging in midair without arrows? The key is that the fluff on the monster's body is wet. Throwing torches won't solve it either. After thinking quickly for a second, Baiyu remembered that he still had a flying prop. With a thought, she took out the yoga magic carpet in the space. This copy of the magic carpet can only be used once and support short-distance flights of 6 minutes. Please confirm that your personal weight is below 60 kilograms, and that the current environment has a flying space of 3 meters. Please select whether to use it immediately. Whether? Baiyu quickly nodded and held the black blade tightly in his hand. 559. She only has one chance to assassinate on the fly. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. While thinking about it, a rectangular blanket the size of a yoga mat appeared in the void beneath my feet. With the control of her thoughts, the blanket supported her and flew up into the air. Although the monster had no facial features or limbs, it clearly felt threatened. The slender hair on his chest turned into a sword, aimed at Baiyu's thin body, and stabbed fiercely. Baiyu raised his sword and swung it, cutting iron like clay and hair like paper. Click, rub, rub, rub. Those soft and strong fine hairs were cut off instantly. The monster seemed to be in pain, making a dark sound of his, and its broken fur quickly curled back. And those people on the ground who were connected by its fluff were quickly thrown up by it. One by one, the marionettes, drawn, arcs in the air, and smashed towards the white feathers in the air. Baiyu controlled the magic carpet with his mind to flexibly avoid it. While cutting off the puppet strings, he quickly cut off all the defensive down on the monster's chest. Then, she grasped the black blade tightly, aimed at the monster's heart, and quickly stabbed it in. Then he grasped the handle of the knife with both hands, made a heavy stroke downwards, and quickly drew out the dagger. A thick green smelly liquid spurted out from the 2-meter-long wound. The blood dropped to the ground with a snap sound. A small amount slowly turned into black smoke, filling the air. Those people on the ground who were not disconnected suddenly became much slower in their movements. At this time, Baiyu also saw that the water on the floor began to gurgling upwards. When water meets blood, it creates an illusion and triggers mutant hair attacks. Does the monster's blood count as an activation condition? Baiyu's heart trembled. And with a thought, he took out the dagger that Lin had dropped. It looked like he could only grit his teeth and fight his way out for a while. At this time, the wound on her back shoulder seemed to be torn open. The excruciating pain stimulated every nerve in her. But she could only grit her teeth and persevere. 259. Magic carpet flight. 3 minutes left. The monster's body slowly collapsed back like a deflated balloon. But it was hissing, and it was not dead yet. The small amount of fluff around its body was shaking feebly. Soon, it stopped hissing and stopped moving. The marionettes on the ground also stopped moving. But the hairs on their heads were ready to move, twisting like snakes. Ding! It is detected that the current player kills the boss behind the dungeon. The dungeon will end early after the plot is unlocked to 100%. Current players, please continue to work hard. Make persistent efforts. Baiyu. Is the plot progress still unchanged? What else is there? Could it be that I missed something? Or do we have to go back to the ground and see those mutated hairs on the front? Baiyu frowned for a moment, and finally decided to ride the magic carpet and return to the ground early. Chapter 191, Qingxi Town, is finally over. The moment the white feather landed in the thick black smoke, frames of ancient silent images began to appear in her field of vision. As the picture changed, the storyline behind Qingxi Town was quickly clarified in her mind. A long time ago, Qingxi Town was far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Like a paradise, the Liu and Li families coexist harmoniously. Later, the Li family made a fortune by breeding leeches, and gradually expanded their industry, returning forests to farmland, and felling all the surrounding trees. The two families had a huge conflict over the boundary of a piece of land. In the end, the Liu family failed. The Liu family, who had clearly lost power, had to sign a humiliating agreement. Dozens of young adults are sent to the Li family from time to time every 6 months. Who would have thought that after those young people returned from the Li family, they would be found with blood holes all over their bodies? Not long after, these young men died of excessive blood loss and contracted strange illnesses. In the end, The Liu family had no choice but to send the elders and younger ones to the Li family. The consequences can be imagined. After that, more and more people died in the town. The Li family believes that the town's negative energy is too strong, which affects their business operations and future development. In order to achieve the long-term effect of dispelling Yin and warding off evil spirits, the head of the Li family requires that all soil used in building houses must be mixed with black dog blood. Over time, dark red walls became a small town tradition. In 2966, due to the lack of trees in the town, a sudden sandstorm swept away the entire town. At this time, the Li family's suppression and exploitation of the Liu family became even more excessive. The remaining young people of the Liu family had no choice but to flee to the mountains, where there were many wild animals. Unexpectedly, they came back alive not long after. They also occupied the location of the wig factory. At that time, it was still desolate, but it is said that the best geyser in the town is right there. The geyser automatically erupts every night. Later, I don't know what kind of tricks those young men named Liu used, and the Li family was basically wiped out. The Li family became the party to be re-signed to the agreement. The Liu family, in order to firmly control the Li family, used geyser water to wash the streets every night. I don't know what's in that water. If things go on like this, people's minds will be confused and their memory will be almost lost. In addition, the sewage flowing into the ground from the wig factory is highly corrosive and hallucinogenic, which will cause ulcers all over the body and make life worse than death. The picture ends here. Looking at the black fog surrounding her, Baiyu felt like her head was about to explode. But she still summarized the key information from it. Obviously, the reason why the Liu family turned around was because they encountered and controlled the hairy monster on the mountain. It's a pity that no matter who turns over, this is destined to be a tragedy for both families. Both the Liu family and the Li family have become lonely ghosts over the years. When will injustice be repaid? Now that she has killed the hairy monster, does this mean that the entire tragic cycle has been completely ended? Ding! Congratulations to the player whose current progress has been unlocked to 100%. Players will leave the instance after a 3-second countdown. Baiyu. Dot! Alas, I finally got it right. 3, 2, 1. The game is finally over. Ding! Interface transfer begins. Accompanied by the ethereal prompt sound. All the darkness and gloominess in front of you disappeared. After relaxing, Baiyu's limbs were limp, and his whole body was rolled up layer by layer by the warm water ripples. Chapter 192 Settlement Space 1. Ding! Interface transfer successful. Baiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the familiar prompt tone. Player Baiyu, welcome to the game settlement interface. Accompanied by ethereal mechanical sounds, Baiyu appeared in the white room. She took the first look at her hands. Thank God. Bai finally came back. The pain in her shoulders also disappeared. It must be that the magical water flow has helped her heal all. In addition, she clearly felt that her body was full of vigorous power. This should be the reflection of the physical buff after each game is cleared. The moment he raised his eyes, the white screen directly in front of him was floating in the air. The ethereal mechanical sound and orange subtitles appear at the same time. Player Baiyu. Congratulations on passing the D3 level game copy, Qingxi Town. Next, the game will be settled for you. Listening to the prompt, Baiyu took out a bottle of iced Coke from the space, unscrewed it, and drank slowly. This is not the first time she has entered this place. The way he moved his hands and feet seemed a bit more relaxed and casual. Your performance in this round of the game is different. Self-admiration. Your evaluation result is D2. Good. The points reward you will receive is 80 points. After the D level 1.2 bonus factor, the actual points you get are 96 points. According to the evaluation results, you will receive a gold coin reward of 80,000 yuan. After the D level 1.2 bonus coefficient, the actual gold coin reward you can get is 96,000 yuan. Wow! You made a small 100,000 yuan in 5 days. Your current average daily salary is already comparable to that of top 500 Blue Star executives. Baiyu was stunned for a moment. The game performance is just good? Did she pass the level alone? If you need to ask, just ask. There is no such store after passing this village. Thinking of this, she spoke. Excuse me. Is the calculation of the game settlement result correct? My performance this time is obviously better than the first time. And I passed the game alone. Why did it only get good instead of excellent? The assistant seemed to be reviewing. Paused for a second. And then said, my calculation is correct.
Dear, last time you were a purely new player, so the indicators you considered were relatively loose. But in this instance, you are already an experienced player with all kinds of props. In addition, you will have special clearance rewards this time, so your performance will be judged more strictly by you. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Dear, if there are no other questions, we will continue with the settlement by you. Okay. Complete the game and become beautiful and rich, since you have received a large amount of gold coins as a reward. And your personal appearance in the original world is already the type that everyone likes you. There are no rewards for becoming more beautiful in this game. By you, she is familiar with this line. So, can you just skip it next time? You kill C-level player Mo Lin in the game and receive 80% of his level points, which is 160 points. To sum up, you have earned a total of 256 points in this round of the game, adding to your original points of 110 points. Your latest points total is 366 points. According to the points level, you have been promoted from a D-level player to a C-level player. There are still 134 points left to advance to B-level player. I hope you will keep up the good work in the next games. Achieve great results again. Bai frowned slightly as he listened to the notification sound, feeling unhappy instead of worried. After going through so much effort to clear the game, I only received a 96-point reward. But for killing the C-level player Mo Lin, I received a 160-point reward. Therefore, the game is hinting to their players in disguise. Do you want to kill each other in the game and have the courage to challenge high-level players? Chapter 193 Settlement Space 2. In Bai's view, under normal circumstances, low-level players would definitely not challenge high-level players rashly. After all, strength and props are not equal. But what if she is just lucky? Or there are some low-level players with impure thoughts who deliberately form a team to hunt high-level players? In addition, judging from Mo Lin's incident, she discovered more and more. In the game, you either don't do it, or you just do it. If you are indecisive and think too much, you will end up losing your life because you underestimate the enemy. Because Mo Lin has invisibility tools, other abilities and strengths are far higher than one's own. If he hadn't been so full of nonsense and hesitation at that time, he would have died by his knife without any explanation. Moreover, the props he dropped after his death will be easily picked up by him. Dear, are you listening carefully? The assistant's mechanical voice interrupted her thoughts. By you. What appeared on the screen at this moment was a pair of curious eyes with eyelashes blinking. Baiyu spoke quietly. Your service needs to be improved. What? Equals 3. The assistant's tone was very surprised. Didn't you realize that the time you broadcast was actually not short at all? But here, there isn't even a stool. Is there a lack of consideration in terms of modeling? The assistant was silent for a second and said, Dear, your suggestion has been checked, and we will improve it as soon as possible. After speaking, it continued, Dear, since you have successfully cleared the copy, Qingxi Town, now I will activate the talent skill Phantom Butterfly, called Butterfly, for you as promised. As the words fell, a slender translucent stream of light drew a perfect arc in the air, turned into a crystal clear water drop, and fell into the palm of Baiyu's right hand. This is it? She raised her palm, and the cold and warm touch left by the water droplets disappeared. Assistant, Foundation of the Phantom Butterfly, Chrysalis of the Butterfly Spirit, accompanied by the prompt sound. A row of subtitles appeared on the screen in front. 1. Butterfly Effect. Talent skills have no upper limit, and players need to explore and discover by themselves. 2. All things can be controlled. Phantom Butterfly, called Butterfly, is also one of them. 3. Balance. The use of talent skills is closely related to the individual's physical and mental state. Please do not abuse it at will. 4. Please continue to work hard to pass the level. After reaching a certain level, you will get unexpected surprises. The subtitles appeared for a few seconds and then disappeared. Butterfly Effect. Everything can be controlled. Balanced and balanced. Baiyu recalled the key words, puzzled for 100 times. What do these mean? Dear, you need to understand it yourself. After the assistant finished speaking, he suddenly changed into a serious tone and said, Dear, it has been detected that you were absent from work for 3 days in the copy of Qingxi Town. The final attendance deduction will be deducted from the gold coins you obtained. Please check it in time. White feather with black thread. Is there any mistake? Not to mention being forced to work illegally in the game. Do you still need to calculate attendance deductions? And absenteeism?
Could it be more outrageous? Besides, isn't it because the players didn't go to work because of the outrageous sandstorm? In the final analysis, it's still a problem with the game setting itself. Complaints were complaints. So she decided to click on the game panel first to see how much she had deducted. Fingertips are flying in the air. And the updated personal information has automatically appeared in front of you. Name, by you. Age, failed to read? Have the system bugs not been fixed yet? Forget it. I'm too lazy to ask. Gender, female. Number of completed copies, 1. Silent Island, 2. Chinxi Town. Level C. Points bonus, 1.3. Gold coin bonus, 1.3. Player points, 366. Current gold coins, 48,596 minus 1,220 plus 82,530 plus 96,000 plus 200 minus 3,000 is equal to 224,106. Amount composition description. 1. Original gold coin, 48,596 yuan. 2. Chinxi Town copy shopping costs 1,220 yuan. 3. Kill player Mo Lin and get 82,530 yuan. 4. Internship salary in wig factory, 200 yuan. 100 yuan / day * 2. 5. The wig factory will deduct 100 by 10 by 3 for absenteeism. Seeing this, Baiyu couldn't help but curled his lips. The internship monthly salary is 3,000. And the daily salary is 100. It seems normal and reasonable. But boy, if you miss work for one day, your salary will be deducted 10 times. Chapter 194 Settlement Space 3. Baiyu has rich part-time experience. She knows the labor laws on Blue Star. If she misses work for one day, her wages will be deducted for up to 3 days. But this time it was just an internship in her game. Not even a probationary employee. So, even if this is a game, we cannot tolerate the existence of such a black-hearted factory. Right? All I can say is that this capitalist is not only evil-minded, but also extremely legally illiterate. Forget it. Wait until you finish reading them all, and do the general ledger calculations later. She reached out and rubbed the center of her brows. Looking down. Current props. Idea space *1. Black blade *1. Dagger *1. Grandma's embroidery needle *1/3. Limited time invisible feather coat *1. Yoga magic carpet *1. Power cards. Sweet words card *1. Pingbu Qinyan card *3. It looks like there are a lot of props. But cards and embroidery needles are consumables. And one copy may be used up. As for other props, magic carpet and invisibility cloak, the CD time is very long. A short copy can only be used once or so. But such props are better than nothing. At the critical moment, it saves lives. Baiyu's gaze continued downward. Other attributes and functions. The player's current level has reached level C. And the panel function has been activated. Please check it yourself. Baiyu was overjoyed. It seems that the other modules of the game panel are finally no longer gray. A line of information jumped out. It has been detected that the mind space has been upgraded to level 3. Please choose whether to view it. Whether. Excited Baiyu touched yes with his fingers. A row of information appears in front of you. Name, idea space. Type, contract item. SSR extremely rare. Current level, level 3 bungalow. Current specifications, 49 cubic meters. Function and purpose. 1. Storage, supports automatic classification of materials and hot and cold temperature zone control. 2. Supports the access of thoughts, which can be accessed in an instant. 3. New function has been enabled, supports the storage of non-human items, except props and items belonging to other players. Except illegally obtained items. 4. Other new functions. To be upgraded and activated. Remarks, small space. Big dreams, more loyal than a dog. Once bound, they will remain together until death. Probability of props dropping after the player dies, 0. Baiyu was very excited after reading the upgraded space description. 1. The new function supports the storage of non-human items. Does that mean that zombies, mutated hair, and rotworms can be stored in the space? Although there are a bunch of usage restrictions. You must give it a try next time you enter the dungeon. In addition, the space capacity is still limited. But at least there is a temporary solution to deal with those ghostly things. 2. The storage specification also changes from 25 to 49 The volume has increased by 24 cubic meters. Fully doubled. 3. Upgrade from the earliest storage box to the current bungalow. According to this upgrade concept, as long as the dungeon upgrades quickly, can the villa face the sea? Or, the layout can be opened up a little more. For example, a farm or a manor. Seeing her checking the information for a long time, the assistant couldn't help but said, "Dear, do you have any questions?"
I want to complain.
Bayou closed the panel, put down his joy, and said without thinking,
The deduction for absenteeism in the copy is very unreasonable.
"Dear, after you clear the dungeon this time, you have gone from being penniless to having a deposit of 220,000. That money was only deducted 3,000 yuan, which is just a drop in the bucket to you." Bayou looked serious.
You can't say that. This 220,000 yuan is something I earned through hard work, not something that falls from the sky. The key is, this is not a question of amount. This is a question of principle.
The assistant was dumbfounded for a second. "Okay, we will provide feedback."
I still want to complain.
"Assistant, please speak."
NPC Chi Bayou. Receiving red envelopes in the game.
The assistant was surprised for a moment. "Okay, dear, I will also give you feedback here. You can check the feedback results next time you log into the game." Before Bayou could speak, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in Bayou's ears. "Ding! The current player settlement has ended, and you are being transported to the original world. Chapter 195 Real World 1. The beep sounded, and the white room disappeared. Ripples like water ripples appeared in front of Bayou's eyes again. But this time Bayou was no longer floating in the air, but could clearly realize that he was lying on the bed in the dormitory. It seems that the game should have been upgraded to fix the bug. At least when players enter the game, they no longer need to be sent to the hospital for nutritional fluid infusion. His eyelids were a little thick, and Bayou tried hard for a while before opening them. Only then could he see clearly that there was a translucent halo of light surrounding her body. It looks like a protective cover. The protective cover slowly disappeared, and the white top of the mosquito net appeared clearly in front of me. Bayou's first reaction was to take a deep breath. The air in the real world is so sweet and fresh. She finally came back alive. The voice of a middle-aged female teacher teaching could be heard next to her ears.
Ideals have practicality.
"It sounds like I am taking the required course.
Ideological and moral cultivation."
So, is Lin Lily awake? Has she passed the game? Bayou trembled all over and sat up straight from the bed.
Ah!
Over there, Lin Lily, who was listening intently to the online class and taking notes, suddenly saw a head appear above her computer, and was immediately startled. She reacted quickly and said in surprise,
You? Are you finally awake?"
She cheered, put down her pen and paper, stood up and rushed over, giving Bayou a big hug. Bayou was hugged by her so much that he could hardly breathe. He blushed and said,
"Well, Lily, it's okay. You're awake too. Which classmate forgot to turn off the microphone? Please turn it off."
The clear and stern voice of the female teacher came from the computer. "Bayou." Lin Lily smiled and quickly stood up to turn off her microphone.
"I was doing class interaction just now, and I forgot to turn off the microphone."
Bayou looked confused.
"I haven't seen you for 5 days. Why did you change to online classes?"
Seeing that the class was coming to an end, Lin Lily simply sat down next to her and said,
"Hey, you don't know that in the past few days, our school has lost a few teachers and a few students. Wild animals still appear on campus from time to time. So for safety reasons, the school has switched to online classes."
Bayou's heart sank. People are gone. Wild animals are infested. It seems that this time, the number of people and the scope of being drawn into the game has expanded. Those beasts, obviously, come from players who enter the game and reject it outright. One word: fierce. She took a look at her phone. Sure enough, the number of people in class groups and some fixed groups was much smaller. The battery of the mobile phone was full. Lin Lily should have charged it for her. After Lin Lily said those words, she looked at Bayou with a worried expression.
"By the way, how are you? Now I finally know the reason why you were unconscious last time. You did it again this time. Are you not in any big danger?"
That in Lin Lily's mouth refers to the game. Come to think of it, she was also forced to sign the unequal confidentiality agreement with the game. There are only 2 people at the moment, and they are both players. Talking about these topics is not considered a leak. However, both of them were still cautious in their words. "Bayou."
"I'm fine. I'm safe. What about you? Why were you gone for so long? It's a long story. You just woke up. Drink some water first to moisten your body,
Lin Lily said, got up and brought a bottle of mineral water to Baiyu and handed it over. Baiyu stretched out his hand and took it in thanks. Chapter 196 Real World 2. Lin Lily then told Baiyu. She entered a cruise ship survival game that required survival for 30 days to clear. On that luxury cruise ship, except for hundreds of NPCs, there were all new players. There were about 100 people. Lin Lily had some common sense and bought some supplies, and put them in her backpack before boarding the ship. Like Baiyu, she chose to keep a low profile in the early stage. The first half-month was like vacationing on an island. Nothing unusual happens. Everyone gradually relaxed their vigilance. But starting from the 16th day, tsunamis and typhoons came one after another. Aware of the danger, everyone began to form gangs and rob the cruise ship supplies in advance. Hundreds of NPCs also joined the camp to snatch supplies. During the fight for supplies, some players died. Soon, the supplies and escape equipment on the cruise ship were looted and divided up. A few days later, the cruise ship hit a reef and sank. Most of the players died in the process. Lin Lily and a few other players were lucky enough to be washed up by the waves on an isolated island covered with dense virgin forests. Everyone's various supplies and backpacks were also washed away by the swift waves at this time. Fortunately, Lin Lily was lucky when she entered the game and drew 2 life-saving items when drawing the blind box. Relying on these props, she avoided attacks from other players and beasts on the island. In the end, he relied on eating grass roots, coconut meat, wild fruits, drinking coconut water and rainwater, and finally survived until the end of the game.
My God! Lily, you are so awesome!
Baiyu couldn't help but be speechless after hearing this. 30 days is really a long time. However, she didn't encounter zombies, rotten insects, or monsters. She was indeed much better than herself. What surprised Baiyu was that when Lin Lily told herself the content of the game, she did not encounter any danger warning from the system. It seems that, as Baiyu expected, players can directly chat about game topics. But if there is a third-party non-player present, the consequences should not be like this. Or maybe what others heard was a bunch of encrypted birdsong. Lin Lily finished speaking to her in one breath, and said with lingering fear,
I just relied on good luck. It may also be due to the F-level copy of the newbie. I may not be so lucky next time. Objectively speaking, luck is also a part of strength.
Baiyu summed it up sincerely. She thought about the first time she entered the dungeon, which was D level. Not only do they have to face the threat of the bully player Lu Fei, there are also zombies and rotten insects to face. If the core NPC is unhappy, he will grin and kill. I really don't know who to talk to when I'm suffering. Lin Lily smiled at her words and said,
By the way, you, didn't I love watching Mr. Bay's wild survival videos in the past? This time, this knowledge has definitely helped me. So I decided to wait for the online class to end, and I must catch up on wild survival knowledge.
Baiyu agreed very much after hearing this.
Very good. How about we sign up for fitness, boxing, swimming, etc.? If there is a chance, learn fighting or swordsmanship.
The game she experienced was a little more complicated than Lin Lily's. She knows that this survival game is not necessarily limited to wilderness survival. Although after clearing the game, personal physical fitness will be improved. But similarly, the difficulty of the game should also increase as the individual level increases. So these skills can actually be learned while taking the opportunity. Chapter 197 Real World 3. In addition, look at the current situation of Blue Star. Maybe, soon everyone will face a chaotic situation similar to an apocalyptic crisis. Learning these will not yield results in the short term. But one day, you will have the opportunity to use them. And now that both of them have cleared the game, they have some spare money on hand, which is enough for them to pay for these expenses. In the past, the two of them would most likely use this money to buy cosmetics and clothes. But now, since I know that I can't escape the game, I might as well use it to strengthen myself. After all, investing in yourself is much more important and practical than dressing yourself up. Listening to her words, Lin Lily suddenly enlightened.
Well, yes. Anyway, there are not many junior year courses now. And the winter vacation is coming soon. So there is plenty of time. It is better to choose a day. I will check the venues near our school later.
Baiyu?
Yeah.
The two chatted for a while, and the topics included reality and games. While chatting, Lin Lily suddenly asked Bai.
By the way, Yu, what level are you in the game now?
Bai pondered for a moment and said,
E.
The two have a very good relationship and can be considered sisters. However, Bai has been deeply ingrained in his bones since he was born as an orphan, and his approach of being cautious when encountering people and situations has been deeply rooted in his bones.
Wow! Yu, you are so awesome! I'm only F level. But it's normal. You passed the level twice after all. Oh my god! Then you are much richer than me now. I remember that E level is the worst level. And the gold coin rewards are all it's 40,000.
Lin Lily clicked her tongue and looked at Bai with envy on her face.
Huh? But in reality, I am poorer than you.
Bai finished speaking and laughed.
That's true.
When Lin Lily finished speaking, she realized something was wrong, and quickly changed the subject and blamed herself.
Hey, look at me. I'm so excited to see you wake up. My brain and mouth are all boiling.
Bai chuckled and did not express his opinion.
Soon, it's lunchtime. Let's go to the canteen to improve the food. Although it's a bit dangerous outside. I really can't eat instant noodles anymore,
Lin Lily said, taking out a fruit knife from the cabinet. Bai was surprised for a moment.
What are you doing with a knife? Shouldn't we be carrying a hot water bottle?
Lin Lily turned around and smiled.
Nowadays, wild animals appear on campus from time to time, and the security guards can't control such a large area. So we have to get a knife to defend ourselves. In addition, in order not to affect students' dining, the school allows us to use kettles in the dormitory, so we can have instant noodles or something temporarily. However, making hot pot and cooking in the dormitory is still not allowed.
Asterisk. The two went to the cafeteria quite smoothly, and they didn't encounter any legendary beasts or anything like that. Maybe it's because it's daytime, and it's not time for wild animals to come out to look for food. In addition, the school security team was patrolling with stab shields and stun batons. I think those wild beasts were well hidden. There are very few people on the empty campus, but it can be seen that everyone is traveling in a group. The cooking window in the canteen has been replaced with several cooking robots. Maybe it was because he hadn't eaten normal food for several days. So Bai tasted the food cooked by the robot, and it tasted pretty good. There are also video electives in the afternoon. After the two of them finished eating, they went to the canteen to buy some snacks, and then went straight back to the dormitory. The elective courses for the two of them were different, so they each put on headphones and listened to the lectures on their own. Bai's class today is one less than Lin Lily's. Seeing that Lin Lily was still paying attention to the class, she lay back on the bed and read the news for a while. Chapter 198 Real World 4. On the news client, the daily data report on the number of new plants and animals is no longer available. However, analysis on which cities are most likely to become rainforest cities in the future can be seen everywhere. It turned out that in just 5 days, more cities on Blue Star had been captured by animals and plants. The growth of animals is not obvious. It was as if the plants had taken enhanced hormones. Overnight, everything revived and grew wildly. It is said that the most serious one is Z City. Judging from the images fed back by satellites, the sky above this city is all green. The entire city is almost covered with all kinds of green plants. The streets are full of strange forests and trees. Birds and beasts, flowers, birds, fish and insects are all there. The reinforced concrete buildings built by humans for thousands of years are gradually being eroded by moss, vines, etc. Officials organized the evacuation of remaining residents, and a card was set up on the main road leading to the outside of City Z. But it seems that this situation will spread to other cities sooner or later. There have also begun to be heard on the internet that this is the invasion of blue stars by extraterrestrial high-dimensional life forms. In addition, some people dug out The Truman Show that was filmed many years ago to make a comparison. In this regard, the official has not given a final conclusion. It's just that we will try our best to protect the personal safety of existing humans. After all, humans are decreasing more and more. There are all kinds of thieves who break into houses, and they are obviously good at it. The security issue is not a small issue. There are also some people who have started panic buying and hoarding various supplies, which is not a small problem. On the streets, no matter day or night, you can hear the figures and whistles of security patrols. Nothing about the survival game has been found online. But you guessed that since the current situation is like this, the official should have feedback and response to the game. It's just that ordinary people don't know it yet. City S, where Bayou is located, is relatively good. There is no such thing as large-scale rainforest transformation in cities. And at least most human beings work and study are pretty normal. In addition, she searched specifically and found that the city where teacher Jiang was located was relatively normal. She finally booked the ticket, but it would be about 2 days before departure time. She had no hope of finding the plants or family members that teacher Jiang had transformed into. After all, according to game theory, his entire personal information has been obliterated by this world. However, when I think of his sacrifice and the elder's crutch left to him, she always felt that she had to do something for him. Only in this way will her heart be at peace. What's more, the games you enter in the future will only become more and more dangerous. There are many things not to do now. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to do it in the future. After retracting his thoughts, Baiyu stretched out his hand to rub his eyebrows and clicked on the personal game panel. A row of information appeared in the field of vision. Personal information, game market dash, I am a buyer, I am a seller, forum, friends. This time, the modules on the game panel are finally not gray. However, when these modules are opened, they all have blank interfaces. There is only one eye-catching red message prompt. The Crisis Survival game is still in the public beta stage, and this module function will be opened in 7 days. When Baiyu saw this message, he frowned subconsciously. 7 days later. Isn't it January 1st? The new year? A bad premonition came to her mind. Asterisk. 2 days later. Baiyu took teacher John's elderly's crutch and boarded the intercity train to City A. Chapter 199 Real World 5. From City S to City A. It takes 3 hours by high-speed rail. Baiyu sat down in the window seat and glanced casually at the carriage. Most of the people in the carriage looked a little solemn. She retracted her gaze, put down the small table, put on her headphones, and took out a psychology book from her backpack and slowly read through it. The train soon started speeding on the track. Outside the glass window, the green scenery whizzes by, which is extremely seductive to the eyes. The passengers seem to have no intention of admiring it. This high-speed rail line is said to pass through a city that is less rainforest than Z City. Although there are still people living in the city, most of the buildings are well preserved. But most passengers are more or less uneasy inside. Subtle sounds of chatting, snoring, and the bass playing of short videos soon came from the surroundings. Asterisk. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly there was a commotion in the carriage. Oh my God! Mom, is that an elk? Dad, the color of that small brain tiger is so strange. It's so small. Can it eat people? Hold the grass. Such a big cobra? Oh my God! I actually saw a panda. Could it be that someone was wearing a puppet suit and pretending to be a panda? Dot! The children's eyes were bright, and they were amazed that the animals they could only see on TV appeared in reality. A small number of parents will echo their children's surprise and introduce them to what those small animals are. But most of the adults frowned, shook their heads and sighed. Baiyu was wearing headphones, but he also heard everyone's screams. When she closed the book, she raised her eyes and looked out the window. The scenery outside has returned to normal. It seems that the high-speed rail has left that city. I looked at the time and saw that the car would arrive at the station in a few minutes. Baiyu put away the book and headphones and put them in his backpack. He took out the Coke and took a sip. The drink tastes warm in the mouth, but lacks the coolness of the ice. She suddenly missed the mental space in the game that supported hot and cold partition storage. It would be great if that space could be used in reality in the future. However, the space has not been upgraded yet. Baiyu believes that there should be some possibilities for practical use in the future. The premise is that she can continue to pass the level and survive. The car will arrive soon. Baiyu put his backpack in front of him and followed the crowd of people out of the car. After buying a fruit knife in the supermarket near the station, she walked towards the bus stop of the station. Of the public transportation on Blue Star, only the self-driving type is still running. There are not many cars. Fortunately, the number of passengers at the high-speed rail station has also decreased a lot. Unexpectedly, there was still a long queue at the station. Baiyu trotted all the way, daring to line up in front of a group of people. She took out her mobile phone and was about to click on Smart Travel on the navigation screen when she was lightly tapped on the shoulder. Baisu? The young man's voice full of surprise and joy sounded beside him. Baiyu? Dot! Called this name. Could it be? Wow. I went out today and forgot to wear a mask. But she never thought that she would meet the player in reality. Of course, It could also be that it happens to have the same name? Thinking of this, Baiyu pretended to be mistaken and raised his eyes in confusion. Only then did he see clearly that the person who just reached out and patted his shoulder was a boy of 18 or 19 years old. He is tall and thin, wearing a black leather motorcycle suit and a motorcycle helmet. His appearance could not be seen clearly. Next to the young man, there was a large black motorcycle parked, which looked very cool. In Baiyu's memory, he has never met a player with such style and temperament. The other party stared at her face for a second, and after confirming that she had recognized the right person, Xiaoxia took off his helmet.
Wei Xiaoyan?
Baiyu said in surprise after seeing the young man's appearance clearly. The contrast between this style and character is too great compared to the game copy. Chapter 200 Real World 6. His appearance and temperament are also much more handsome than those seen before. So, is this the buff that the game says makes you handsome after clearing the level? Speaking of this, she seemed to remember that Lin Lily was indeed much more beautiful than when she entered the game.
I thought you were.
Wei Xiaoyan's face was filled with surprise. Halfway through his words, he looked at the long queue of people next to him and realized that this was not the occasion to reminisce about the past. So he changed the topic.
Why are you here? Are you from City A too? No. I'll come.
Baiyu paused and said.
Find someone.
She asked back.
Why are you here too? I am from City A, and I happen to be ordered to send my cousin to the station.
Baiyu glanced at his big motorcycle and said curiously.
Weren't the non-autonomous vehicles on Blue Star stopped?
Wei Xiaoyan smiled and explained.
City A is a small city with a very low population density. Motorcycles, electric vehicles, and bicycles are allowed on the road. However, the government has restricted the number. Only those whose ID cards end with the same number as the date can go on the road. 1 month. Not a few days. No. I just happened to meet her today. So I was arranged by my family to send my cousin here.
After saying that, he took a women's helmet from the car and handed it to Baiyu.
Where are you going? I'll take you there. This bus won't come once every hour. I just happen to have nothing to do today. So I'm alone.
Baiyu glanced at the team, hesitated, and reached out to take the helmet.
Okay. I'll trouble you then.
Wei Xiaoyan quickly searched the Scientific Research Institute Baiyu mentioned on the navigation system. It's not far. Half an hour's drive. Wei Xiaoyan put on his helmet and turned his head to signal.
Get in the car.
Baiyu didn't hesitate. Put on his helmet and sat on it. Asterisk. 2 hours later, Baiyu walked out of the Scientific Research Institute where Teacher Jiang worked before his death. As she expected, everything about Teacher Jiang in the Scientific Research Institute was gone. The whole person is as if he has never existed in this world. The only information is that more than a month ago, a dimly green banyan tree was discovered in a dust-free laboratory. At that time, people did not realize that the trees that suddenly appeared might be people around them. Therefore, the banyan tree was quickly disinfected and sent away. Where it was finally thrown away is unknown. Baiyu's search now would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. As for the family members named Jiang, the Scientific Research Institute is silent about it. After all, these secrets cannot be disclosed to outsiders at will. Wei Xiaoyan also roughly knew the person she was looking for from her before. Seeing her sad face, I couldn't help but say,
would you like me to ask the local security department? I have an uncle who works at the security department. No. I have figured it out now, so what if I find it? Apart from convincing them to accept that they once had a father or a wife, and that they are dead, there seems to be no more meaning. Besides, that would only increase the sorrow of the living people. I think Teacher Jiang doesn't want that to happen.
After Baiyu finished speaking, he smiled bitterly.
I finally understand what that sentence means now.
Wei Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows.
What are you talking about?
Baiyu,
we must live well, because we will die for a long time.
Wei Xiaoyan.
Dot! Then what are you going to do now?
He looked at the time. It was almost noon. Baiyu pursed his lips and asked embarrassedly.
Can you send me to the cemetery? I know this may be a bit unlucky for you, but it's okay. Just send me nearby. Dot!
Wei Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. Very puzzled. However, seeing Baiyu's serious face and not looking like he was joking, he quickly said,
Hey, I've done it in the dungeon and slept in a coffin with the dead. What's there to be afraid of when I go to a cemetery? Besides, I'm a man and I'm very masculine, so I'll accompany you in. But I'm a little curious. What are you doing there?
Chapter 201 Real World 7.
The fallen leaves return to their roots, and a tomb is erected.
After Bai finished speaking, his eyes were filled with a moist red color.
Dot.
When Wei Xiaoyun saw this, he couldn't say any more. 5 hours later, in a relatively crowded shopping mall in the center of City A, Bai followed Wei Xiaoyun and ran around on the first floor where there were the most people. According to him, after visiting places like cemeteries, you should walk to a crowded place. Bai did as he was told without comment. After a long while, Wei Xiaoyun looked at the time and said,
Bai Su, it's almost 6 o'clock. Why don't we have dinner here? After dinner, I'll take you to the high-speed rail station. How about that?
Bai's return ticket is for 9 in the evening. After estimating the time, she nodded.
Well, that's fine. I just happen to be treating you. Today is really too troublesome for you.
When she bought a cemetery for teacher Jiang today, she took out 50,000 from the game. It cost 48,000 to buy the cemetery. I still have more than 2,000 cash on hand, which is more than enough to treat Wei Xiaoyun to a feast.
Okay, you treat me, and I'll pay for it.
Wei Xiaoyun curled his lips and smiled when he heard this. While eating and waiting for the food to be served, Bai learned from Wei Xiaoyun that the copy of Qingxi Town had changed since he disappeared from the office. The ground collapsed, and several of them fell directly into the underground warehouse full of people. They have more people and more strength, and they have a lot of props and cards. Finally, he forced his way out and killed all the marionettes and hairy monsters. However, Zhao Tianjin and Wang Zi were unfortunately hit by sharp rocks when the ground collapsed for the second time. Lost his life. As for Su Mingming, she made a money transaction with Zheng Weijun in private, and was well protected by Zheng Weijun in the later period. Unlike Bai, after they tried their best to climb out of the ruins pit, they also met Li Li and Qi Bai. Without the blessing of the hairy monster, Li Li's wig props seemed to be ineffective. In the end, these people became the dead souls of Zheng Weijun and Wei Xiaoyun. After Wei Xiaoyun finished speaking, his expression paused, and he suddenly stretched out his hand to look at Bai and said sincerely,
Sorry for using a pseudonym in the copy before. Let's get to know each other again. Weijia.
Bai.
Dot.
She thought for a moment and stretched out her hand.
Bai.
After Weijia shook her hand, he said to her,
Wait a moment,
and then tapped his fingers in the air. Bai knew that he was calling up his game panel.
This time the name is correct. I'll add you.
When Weijia said this, there was a smile in his eyes. Bai? Question mark. Weijia explained.
After I released the game before, I tried to add you as a friend, but I couldn't find the name Bai Su. I was guessing at that time that maybe you used a pseudonym.
Bai was stunned.
No. My interface prompts that the friend function has not been officially opened yet. Now that the game is in public beta, a small number of players may be able to get the opportunity to do internal testing, when it can be officially used later. Don't forget to apply for a friend.
Weijia said. Bai said, oh, and suddenly remembered something.
Is there a message on your game panel that the function will be officially activated in 5 days?
Weijia nodded.
Yes.
Bai felt that he had richer experiences and knew more than himself. So he continued to ask.
What do you think this means?
Weijia frowned and thought for a while. Then said.
For us, it hasn't changed much. But for Blue Star, it's clear that, most likely, more people will get into the game.
Chapter 202 Real World 8.
Reality will be more chaotic and rainforest cities will increase rapidly. In addition, the copy content of the game may be richer, or even have fewer bugs and increase the difficulty. However, players who enter later may not be as lucky as those who entered during the open beta period.
Bai nodded, having similar views to him. The food from the restaurant finally arrived. When it comes to the topic of games, it is inevitable that it will be a bit heavy. The two of them changed the topic and stopped talking. When Bai took the high-speed train back to City S, it was already midnight. Driverless buses are no longer in service. The school gate and dormitory gate are also closed. She had no choice but to find a cheap hotel near the high-speed rail station and stay there for the night. The next few days, in addition to taking online classes, Bai and Lin Lily go to the gym and swim. There was a boxing class in the gym, so the two of them were busy and practiced them all. After going through 2 D-level copies, Bai clearly felt that his speed, endurance, strength, agility, flexibility, etc., and his physical fitness had improved by a lot. The time soon came to December 31st. On days like this in previous years, many people would choose to go out for New Year's Eve. Officials even organized fireworks displays. But this year, the originally bustling cities and streets were deserted for the first time. Baiyu took a hot bath and had just dried his hair when he saw Lin Lily walking in with a joyful look on her face and carrying a large takeout bag. After the abnormal phenomenon occurred in Blue Star, delivery personnel were not allowed to enter the school. The delivery boys and girls in the dormitory are all work-study students from the school. Nowadays, there are wild beasts roaming the school at night, and takeaway fees have skyrocketed. But for Lin Lily at this moment, this little money is not a problem. Baiyu,
this is it? Today isn't New Year's Eve. I still need a sense of ceremony. So I ordered some takeout,
Lin Lily said, taking out beer, duck neck, duck tongue, and braised vegetables from the outer bag. Baiyu swallowed his saliva and said,
with this one mouthful, our fitness efforts this week will all be in vain.
Ha. Lin Lily twisted her body.
Never mind it. I'm drunk now. Only when I eat and run can I have the strength to keep fit. That's right. There's nothing wrong with it.
After Baiyu said this, he smiled and moved the small table to the balcony with her. At 23:59, the two people's New Year's Eve countdown began. Baiyu didn't want Lin Lily to be nervous in advance, so he didn't tell Lin Lily about his speculation that the game might be officially launched on January 1st. Lin Lily's face was full of excitement and nervousness, her eyes fixed on the time on her phone.
Wow! Yu, there are still 13 seconds left. Let's count down together. Yeah.
Baiyu nodded and raised the beer in his hand. 10, 9.
Dot.
Soon, the clear voices of the two girls resounded throughout the dormitory area. 2, 1.
Happy New Year! Happy New Year!
The two clinked glasses in surprise. As soon as Baiyu's beer was imported, the cheerful New Year's music sounded in his mind. Yes, the voice came from inside my head.
This?
Lin Lily also realized something was wrong. All, ding! Crisis Survival game is officially launched. Before the two of them could speak, a cold and familiar mechanical sound sounded in their ears. No, strictly speaking, it rang in the ears of everyone on Blue Star. Even the sleeping and drunk people heard it clearly at that moment. Baiyu.
Dot.
Why did she guess so right? Lin Lily's face stiffened for a second. She took a sip of beer, and then looked at Baiyu with an uneasy expression.
Yu, did you hear that just now? That game is officially launched. Yes.
Baiyu nodded. She put down her beer and turned on her phone with a serious face. On the screen, news about the Crisis Survival game has been flooding in like a tidal wave. But soon, the network on Blue Star collapsed. Ding! Your game will officially start in 1 minute. Please prepare as soon as possible. The cold mechanical sound sounded in Baiyu's ears again. Chapter 203, Heartless City, Playing Survival. Baiyu's heart sank. The game chose New Year's Day to be officially launched on Blue Star. Not to mention, the countdown to the game didn't come too suddenly. You know, it's only been a week since she came out of the last dungeon. Lin Lily next to her should also have received the prompt to enter the game. She looked at Baiyu and smiled bitterly.
Ha ha! I really responded to the New Year's greetings. Good luck and good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. I hope the chicken eating goes well.
After Baiyu said that, he stood up and went to lie down on the bed. Lin Lily followed closely.
Yu, come on! You must pass the level smoothly. Yeah. Let's work together. We must pass the level.
After Baiyu finished speaking, he closed his eyes. The 1 minute countdown ended, and ripples appeared in front of my eyes. The current copy is loading updates. A line of red subtitles appeared in Baiyu's field of vision. Below the subtitles, 2 messages appear. This is the game's feedback on her last complaint. 1. Player Baiyu complained about the attendance deduction issue in the dungeon. If the problem is verified to be true, a refund will be made to your personal account after the dungeon is cleared. 2. There is a problem with the dungeon NPC Baiyu accepting red envelopes. After verification, the NPC will be suspended from his core role in other dungeons. Baiyu? I mean, the NPC in the dungeon is in part-time job mode? Before she could think about it, a familiar sound sounded in her ears. Ding! Player Baiyu. Welcome back to the survival game again. The rules of this game are as follows. 1. Reject the game and become an animal. 2. The game failed and turned into a plant. 3. Either pass the game or become beautiful. Or get rich. There are also mysterious blind box rewards. Given that you are a distinguished C-level player, the game will automatically assume that you have accepted the game. Ding! Welcome to this game, Heartless City. The level of this copy is C1. Participating players, 20/20ths. Clearance mode of this copy, Roleplay plus Survival plus Plot Exploration mode. Customs clearance conditions. 1. Play your personal role well. 2. Complete the complete plot exploration. 3. Players who have survived for 30 days in this round of the game and are still alive after 30 days can clear the game after the plot exploration rate reaches 100%. Note, the time flow rate of this copy is 3.0. So your actual time in the copy is only 10 days. Tips for clearance: please protect your heart. I wish you a superb performance in this round of the game. A long life. And a smooth pass. As the mechanical beep ended, the water ripples gradually disappeared. The white-feathered man had appeared in a strange room. The room was small, a bit shabby, and the door was tightly closed. Looking at the sky outside the window, it should be like evening. There were no lights on in the room, so the light was a little dim. At this moment, she was sitting at the desk with half a pencil in her hand, looking at the
3 days daily practice of Chinese language in the second volume of the 4th grade
in front of him. Baiyu couldn't help but feel a little in his heart. So she has become smaller? Or the 4th grade of elementary school? RPG copy. TSK. It seems that the dungeon gameplay has been upgraded again. Recalling the words, Heartless City in the copy, Baiyu subconsciously reached out and touched his heart. Fortunately, my heart was bang bang, and the beating pattern was normal. I sensed the space and props with my mind, and they can all be used normally. Then he reached out and lifted the bed board to test his arm strength. Well, as usual. Next, you need to figure out, who is she? Where is she? What does she need to do? What can she do? Thinking of this, Baiyu quietly stood up, tiptoed behind the door, and listened for a few seconds. It's quiet outside. Apparently, she was the only one in the family. Chapter 204, Heartless City, Break Your Legs. Baiyu quickly took out a student card from his school bag. Baiyu, 10 years old. Class 4-3. Wuxin City. Wuxin City. In the upper right corner of the student card is a picture of a little girl with a ponytail. The girl's facial features are somewhat similar to Baiyu's. It seems that she is the one Baiyu wants to play. After putting away his student card, Baiyu quietly opened the door, opened it a small crack, and slipped out easily with his thin body. The light in the living room outside was darker than in her room. The furnishings and appliances are simple. The kitchen and bathroom are right next to each other. At the other end, there is another bedroom in the house, which is larger in size, and has the door facing the main door. Baiyu worked part-time as a promoter in a real estate company during the summer vacation. This kind of house type has poor feng shui and is not popular with customers. It seems that Baiyu's family conditions are not good. Baiyu walked around quickly and found no information related to Baiyu's parents. Her eyes finally fell on the full-length mirror in the living room, and she quickly walked over in 3 steps. A mini version of Baiyu appeared in the mirror. Baiyu looked at the Q version of himself with thin arms and legs, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch his face. Well, my face is pinched. Not bad. He raised his eyes and glanced at the door of the room, thinking about whether to sneak out and explore the surrounding environment. Click. The sound of a key being inserted into the keyhole came from the door. The fierce quarrel between a middle-aged man and a woman also came from outside. Baiyu's whole body tensed up, and it was already too late to go back to his room. She glanced at the kitchen next to her and slipped in. The kitchen is an old frosted glass sliding door with a gap that allows you to see the outside clearly. The door creaked open. An angry and sturdy middle-aged man walked in, pushing a thin middle-aged woman. Baiyu's eyes froze. So, are these Baiyu's parents? If so, what would be the personality of a child who grew up in such a family? Asterisk. Over the years, Baiyu has fantasized about his biological parents countless times in his dreams. But every time I wake up with tears wetting my pillow. She always felt that they were still alive. But she couldn't figure it out. Because if they are still alive, then why do they abandon themselves so cruelly? Maybe they're dead? But she had never seen them in her dreams. It is said that after a person dies, he will entrust his dreams to the relatives he misses. So, are they the ones who don't miss themselves? Baiyu didn't know why these thoughts suddenly appeared in his mind at this moment. She took a breath, feeling lost in her heart, and continued to look outside. The two people had already walked to the living room. The woman staggered a little. Her bun on the back of her head was loose, and her face was full of exhaustion and haggard. There was a circle of black and blue around her right eye, The left half of her face was red and swollen, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of her dry and cracked mouth. It looked like he had just been beaten severely and had old injuries. After the man glanced at the wall at the door a few times, he reached out and turned on the living room light. He stared at the woman's back fiercely and cursed.
Mei Bao1! I'm warning you for the last time. If you dare to change places behind my back again, I want you to look good. This hollow city is such a small place. Where do you think you mother and daughter can hide? Those words I just said can be regarded as teaching you a lesson. If you find out next time, I will definitely break your legs.
Bai Yu, oh? You broke your leg. Is this Bai Siyu's father? What a bully with no bottom line. He was about to take out the dagger from the space, but felt it was inappropriate. She twisted her eyebrows and turned to look at the kitchen counter. There is a simple wooden knife holder on the countertop with 2 knives inserted in it. A handful for chopping vegetables. 1 handful for chopping bones. Bai Yu bit her lower lip tightly. Then he walked over quietly, reached out, and quietly took the bone-cutting knife into his hand. Chapter 205, Heartless City, for my daughter. Mei Bao1 frowned and said nothing. She glanced cautiously at her daughter's room. Seeing that the door was not closed tightly, a flash of panic flashed in her eyes.
I'm talking. Did you really hear me?
Seeing her silence, the man slapped her on the shoulder. The slap was so fierce that Mei Bao1, who was as thin as a paper figure, couldn't help but stumble a few steps before she could stand still. After the man finished slapping her, his sinister eyes suddenly stopped on Bai Siyu's door. He twitched the corners of his lips. His eyes lit up as if he had discovered a gem, and he raised his voice and said,
Hey! I almost forgot. Today is the weekend, and the little bitchy hoof is also at home. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I didn't come out to greet your dad. Damn it! It's really becoming more and more untutored.
The man cursed and walked towards Bai Yu's room with a bad smile on his face. Mei Bao1 over there trembled slightly when she heard this, gritted her teeth, and pretended to be calm.
Xiao Yu went to a classmate's house to play, and he wasn't at home.
After speaking, she raised her voice and said,
Xiong Biao, don't you just want money? I'll give it to you. Give it all to you. One day, sooner or later, I'll drink you to death. I'll gamble you to death.
She cursed loudly and walked towards the TV, observing Xiong Biao's behavior out of the corner of her eye. Seeing him stopping and clenching his fists, staring fiercely at her, Mei Bao1 squatted down in front of the TV cabinet, opened the drawer, and dug out an old disc package. Before she could take out the money, Xiong Biao had already snatched the disc package away.
Hey! Hidden well enough. I'm telling you why I couldn't find it before. Mei Bao1, from now on you'd better be as knowledgeable as you are today. Don't forget who took you mother and daughter in during your most difficult time.
After saying that, he opened the zipper of his bag, took out a thick stack of 100 yuan bills, and put it straight into his pocket. Mei Bao1 looked at the hard-earned money being snatched away by him. She was trembling all over and clenching her fists tightly. If she didn't have a daughter, she would really want to die with this bastard today. But at this moment, my daughter is still young and very well-behaved and cute. If she dies, what will happen to her daughter? She has to endure it. She must endure it. Xiong Biao over there threw the empty disc package on the ground casually, with a bad smile on his lips. He raised his leg and walked towards Mei Bao1.
Xiong Biao, you've already got the money. What else do you want to do?
Mei Bao1 took a step back, trembling all over.
Ha ha. We are husband and wife. Of course we should do what a husband and wife should do. Why? You have been alone in the empty house for so long. Aren't you lonely?
Xiong Biao said, and his claws were already stretched out towards Mei Bao1.
Let go of my mother.
Just as Xiong Biao's fingers touched Mei Bao1's collar, a clear girl's scolding sound came from the kitchen door.
Xiao Yu?
Looking at her daughter, who suddenly appeared at the door of the kitchen, holding a kitchen knife in her hand and looking a little hysterical. Mei Bao1's eyes were full of embarrassment and despair. Daughter, my mother will be patient and get over it. Why do you want to come out? Don't you know that your stepfather is a beast worse than a pig or a dog? Sure enough, when he heard the sound, Xiong Biao pointed his fingers, and his eyes suddenly fell on the little Bai Yu.
Bitch! How dare you lie to me?
Xiong Biao sneered.
Pa!
He slapped Mei Bao1 on the face, got up and walked towards Bai Yu.
Brother Biao, please, don't touch my daughter.
Mei Bao1 let out a heartbreaking cry and reached out to grab Xiong Biao's clothes, but he kicked her hard in the stomach. Chapter 206, Heartless city, leave him alive. Mei Baojuan's body was originally very thin. But now she was kicked by Xiong Biao like a paper figure. She staggered and fell heavily on the sofa. Her face was wrinkled in pain. And she felt as if her internal organs were broken.
Mom!
Baiyu shouted with heartbreak. And couldn't help but shed tears. When she wanted to help Mei Baowan, Xiong Biao had already blocked her like a wall.
Hey! Long time no see. The little bitch's hooves are more beautiful and plump again. Look at this little face.
It's so tender that it's almost watering. In a few more years, your dad will introduce you to a good job, which will definitely be much better than your mom's damn cleaning job.
A 10-year-old girl. Not even tall enough to reach his chest. Even though she was holding a kitchen knife in her hand. In the eyes of Xiong Biao, who was always used to fighting and killing, it was just like playing house, and there was nothing to fear. After a while, she was not as usual. She was so wet, nose, green, face, swollen, Xiong Biao said with an evil smile, reaching out to pinch Baiyu's face.
Introducing your sister. Scum.
Baiyu wiped away his tears and sneered angrily. The black blade had quietly appeared in his other hand. She hates men who bully women, especially such a domestic violence man. He deserves to die. Normally, she would have wanted to kill him with a knife. But at this moment, everything is still unclear. So let's save his life for now.
Hack. I'm your father. And you dare to talk to me like this. I don't want to live anymore.
Xiong Biao was furious, changed the direction of his palm, and pinched Baiyu's neck fiercely. When he reached halfway with his finger, he saw an arc of light flashing in the air before he could react. A heartbreaking pain came from his wrist. A stream of bright red liquid shot out with a warm, salty smell. Crack. A bloody dog paw suddenly fell to the ground. Ouch. Xiong Biao's disbelieving face was wrinkled with pain. He held the broken wrist of his left hand in his right hand and bowed down. Mei Baowan in the back reluctantly took out a palm-sized glass ashtray from the drawer. When she got up, she saw Xiong Biao's severed hand. She quickly looked at her daughter, who was holding a knife in her hand. Fortunately, her daughter was not injured, but her red and moist eyes were full of hatred and fear. She held the kitchen knife in both hands, and her little body was shaking like a sieve. Mei Baowan, who has always been forbearing, was eager to protect the calf, and her heart was filled with anger and murderous intent. It's all the fault of this scumbag Xiong Biao for driving his well-behaved daughter into a lunatic. Thinking of this, she raised the ashtray in her hand and hit Xiong Biao behind the heart. Ouch. Xiong Biao, who suffered a last hit, let out a scream again. His body staggered, and he fell in front of Baiyu like a dog eating shit. He was about to stand up when a small foot, with a strength not belonging to a 10-year-old girl, stepped on his shoulder blade. There was a cold touch of metal on his neck. A sharp bone-cutting knife appeared in his frightened, bloodshot eyes. Baiyu shouted to the stunned Mei Baowan.
Mom, help me.
Mei Baowan didn't have time to think about it, and sat directly on Xiong Biao's back. At the same time, she stretched out her hands to help her daughter hold Xiong Biao's back. Ouch. No matter how thin Mei Baowan is, she still weighs more than 40 kilograms. Xiong Biao's heart was pressed by her, and he was so painful that he was sweating profusely and almost out of breath. He had to beg for mercy.
Wan, spare my life. I was wrong.
The metal pressure between his neck became heavier.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was really wrong. I never dared to do it again. I'll give you all the money back,
Xiong Biao said, taking out the stack of money he just put in from his pocket, and placed it tremblingly on the ground next to him. The money was covered in bright red blood. He was cautiously about to retract his hand, but the bone-cutting knife in the girl's hand had already been slashed cleanly. Crack. The sound of the dog's claw bone breaking came clearly. Ouch. Mei Baowan, in her unbelievably frightened eyes, the trembling daughter lowered her head and muttered to herself.
Okay. Now you finally have no hands. You can hit my mother again.
Chapter 207, Heartless City, I was beaten frequently. Listening to her daughter's
crazy words,
Mei Baowan felt a cramp in her heart and was speechless. My daughter is only 10 years old. As beautiful as a flower. Why put her through this?
God. It's unfair. I don't know whether it was due to excessive blood loss or excessive pain. Xiong Biao, who was lying on the ground, groaned a few times and passed out.
Xiaoyu?
Mei Baowan finally reacted and took her daughter into her arms. Yu collapsed in Mama Bai's arms, as if he had no bones in his body. As soon as his hand was released, the bone-cutting knife fell to the ground with a clack.
Baby, are you okay?
Mei Baoan stretched out her hand to wipe away her tears, and then gently stroked her back. She seemed to be comforting her daughter, but also seemed to be comforting herself. Yu stretched out his little hands and hugged Mama Bai tightly, sobbed a few times, and then whispered,
Mom, I'm fine.
Her good ability to empathize makes her a little too deep into the drama at the moment. She has never experienced this feeling of caring about her mother.
Baby, come here. Let Mom see if you are injured,
Mother Bai said, spreading her bloody hand in her palm, and carefully checking it several times before feeling relieved, realizing that the bastard under her, but was silent. Mei Baoan quickly put her daughter on the sofa with half a hug and half support.
Shall you? You go and sit aside for a while Mom handles the scene.
Yu nodded and said, yes. She could see that Mei Baoan was scared. When she reached out to detect Xiong Biao's breathing, her hands were trembling. After confirming that he was still alive, Bai's mother's frown eased a lot. Yu wanted to help her, but at the age of 10, she could do nothing but be afraid and cry. Mother Bai glanced at Xiong Biao's hands, which were still bleeding with a small amount of blood, and got up and went into the bedroom. Soon she came out with a plastic bag from XXX Pharmacy in her hand. There were a bunch of cotton balls, iodophor, hydrogen peroxide, white tape, and gauze inside. Soon, Xiong Biao's broken arm was disinfected and bandaged. Yu looked at the pile of trauma medicine and Mama Bai's familiar disinfection and bandaging techniques, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. One look at it, and you can tell that on weekdays, Mama Bai is often. Yu couldn't help but secretly sigh. Over there, Mei Baoan picked up the 2 dog paws with dried and solidified blood and threw them into the trash can. Then he went to clean the bone-cutting knife that Yu had used, disinfected it with alcohol, and then threw it into the trash can. Watching her tie up the garbage bag, Yu said worriedly,
Mom, I'm afraid this garbage can't be thrown away casually.
Don't worry,
honey. I'll take care of it.
The police won't let him find out. When Mama Bai said this, an almost undetectable light flashed in her eyes. This dim light carries a hint of evil. Yu, are you dazzled? The blood stains on the floor and the glass door were quickly cleaned up by Bai's mother. The walls of the living room were painted with putty powder, and the blood stains had soaked into it. She simply took a knife and pried off the red dots splashed on the wall. After doing all this, there were already glistening beads of sweat on Bai's mother's forehead. She still had no intention of stopping. The room was filled with an unpleasant smell of blood. Mama Bai has no perfume. She frowned for a while and went back to the bedroom. When she came out, she was holding a children's mask and a small bottle of toilet water. Chapter 208, Heartless City, Don't Reveal Your Secrets. Mother Bai.
Baby, put on the mask. I'll spray some of this to remove the smell. Thank you, Mom.
Yu reached out and took it. After she finished speaking, she noticed that Mama Bai suddenly lowered her eyes and looked at her with a meaningful expression. Yu. Did he say the wrong thing? But she clearly just said thank you. Mei Baoan suddenly felt doubtful in her heart. When will my daughter, who has always been silent, introverted, cold and depressed, say thank you to herself? Moreover, there is still an unsolved mystery in her mind. When Xiong Biao cut off his hand for the first time, there was no blood on the bone-cutting knife in his daughter's hand. But if there is no blood, how did his dog's claws be broken? Also, at that time, his hand was hanging in the air, and it was difficult to bear the force. So it was easily cut off by the bone-cutting knife. When did her bone-cutting knife become so sharp? Mei Baoan felt that her mind was confused for a moment. Forget it. I must have not had a good rest during this period, and my eyes were dazzled and I saw it wrong. As for the word thank you, it means that my daughter has grown up. After all, my daughter, who has always been weak and timid, has become so brave today.
Mom, what's wrong?
Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his poor acting skills were accidentally exposed? It seems that after clearing this dungeon, you will have to ask the film school whether it will accept temporary students. Mei Baoan said nothing. After a while, she shook her head to herself, reached out and touched Yu's head, and said,
Mom is fine. My baby has grown up. He has become braver and more polite.
She paused and then changed the topic.
However, there is no need to thank Mom in the future. Mom should do these things.
Yu. She originally wanted to persuade Mother by, how can there be so many shits in this world? But after thinking about Baisiyu's character design, that I had speculated. The last words that came out of my mouth were suppressed into the word grace. If she talks too much, she will make many mistakes. So she should talk less and observe more.
Hey, it would be great if your father was still alive.
Mother Bai sighed. Baiyu actually wanted to ask what kind of person Bai's father was. But if she asks, the secret might be exposed. But she didn't know how to answer the call at the moment. He simply lowered his head and started sobbing again. When Mama Bai heard that she was about to cry again, she thought that her words had caused her sad past, and hurried over to wipe her tears.
Okay, baby, don't cry.
A long and painful scream came from the floor. Xiong Biao, who had broken his dog's claw, woke up. The previously red face was now pale. There were big beads of sweat on his forehead. Mei Baojuan's whole body tensed up due to conditioned reflex, and her buttocks jumped up from the sofa. She took 3 steps at a time, and picked up the glass ashtray she had just thrown away. Although the bastard has no hands, he still has legs. He is as tall as a bull, and as big as a horse. Baiyu looked at Xiong Biao, who was getting up with a painful expression, and raised his voice and said,
Mom, why don't we call the police? Otherwise, there's no way this big bad guy will stay here all the time.
Mei Baojuan frowned. Call the police? How can you call the police? If the police were called, the police would be able to find out with just a quick check. And she couldn't even try to help her daughter get away with it. Then her daughter had to use a sewing machine at a young age. Even though my daughter was young, it was considered self-defense. But this is obviously a bit too defensive. Chapter 209, Heartless City, Eat More. Just as Mei Baojuan was about to speak, Xiong Biao over there spoke in a trembling and pleading tone.
Don't call the police. I'll go alone.
After Xiong Biao finished speaking, he got up and walked towards the gate. Mei Baojuan was stunned for a moment and quickly opened the door. Xiong Biao glared at her fiercely. He whispered,
I'll let you die sooner or later,
and went out. Mei Baojuan's eyes flickered and she closed the door with a bang. She felt weak all over and wanted to just sit down against the door. But realizing that her daughter was still outside, she gritted her teeth and held back. He glanced at his daughter out of the corner of his eye, seeing her clasping her face with her hands and staring blankly at the TV screen in front of her. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about it, my daughter probably didn't hear the bastard's threatening words, nor did she see her embarrassed expression just now. She took a deep breath and looked outside through the peephole to confirm that Xiong Biao was gone. Then she returned to Baiyu and squatted down, took her little hand, and said with concern,
Baby, why did you appear in the kitchen just now?
Baiyu has thought about this problem a long time ago. She pursed her lips and said pitifully,
Mom, I'm hungry, so I wanted to go to the kitchen to see if there's anything to eat. Oh. Hey, look at my brain. What time is it? The baby must be starving. Baby, wait a moment. Mom is going to cook now. Mom, can you make your favorite tomato scrambled eggs?
Mama Bai's face was full of guilt, and she got up while blaming herself.
Yes.
Baiyu nodded. This time she didn't say thank you again. Only then did Mei Baojuan stand up.
Baby, I'm going to find a new dress for you. You go take a bath first. Okay. Mommy will call you when the meal is ready. Yes.
Baiyu responded again. She really needed a good shower. There was blood splatter all over her body. Baiyu stood up and glanced at the living room window. Outside the window, the sky was already dark. It seems that today's plan to go out to search for information and buy a mobile phone has failed. After buying a mobile phone, it will be much more convenient to check information and so on. There are still a bunch of old mobile phones in the space, but unfortunately they are all limited edition models, and the current copies cannot be used. She suddenly remembered that the market function on the game panel should have been turned on. Go up in a moment and put those piles of old mobile phones to the second-hand market. It's okay to sell it for 3 to 5 cents. Baiyu came out after taking a shower and drying his hair. Mei Baojuan's dinner was already ready and on the table. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cabbage and vermicelli soup, plus a plate of homemade pickles. 1 dish and 1 soup. Simple and delicious looking. Baiyu swallowed and sat down on the stool. Mei Baojuan handed the bowl of rice to her hand, stretched out her hand and patted her forehead.
Hey, look at my bad memory. I forgot my favorite braised eel.
With that said, she got up and went into the kitchen. The microwave dinged and started to buzz and spin. Baiyu,
Dot.
Eel. Isn't that the same thing as a snake? Thinking of these two types of animals. The hairs all over Bayu's body stood up. I am really afraid of what will happen. Maid Baowan had already walked out with a large plate of steaming eel. She placed the eel in front of Bayu and kept saying,
Eel is good. Eating eel will replenish your body. Eat more. Baby!
Bayu's eyes shrank, and he decided to struggle.
Mom, I don't really want to eat today.
Chapter 210, Heartless City, No Clue. As soon as Bayu finished speaking, Maid Bojuan's eyes suddenly looked towards her.
Baby, have you forgotten? My mother caught this with her own hands in the park with her colleagues yesterday when she was working. It is natural and pollution-free. Unlike those farmed eels that are fed with ripening agents.
After saying that, she stared at Bayu's eyes carefully several times.
I saw blood today. I recall the scene of chopping eels and didn't want to eat them.
Bayu pointed at the eels chopped into sections with his chopsticks and said with tears,
Dot!
Maid Baowan choked in her throat and froze. She suddenly remembered the previous chat with her colleagues, where they mentioned that some people in TV series would be affected by bloody scenes and suffer from PTSD. My daughter's experience today shouldn't be affected. Right? But is it really affected? After all, my daughter is still so young. Thinking of this, she felt nervous, moved the eel plate away, stood up and dumped it into the trash can.
Hey! Okay. If you don't want to eat, baby, don't eat.
Bayu.
Dot! Mom, your eyes and face.
She deliberately changed the subject. Of course, it can be regarded as a heartfelt worry. Maid Baowan scooped a big spoonful of tomatoes and eggs for her and smiled awkwardly.
It's okay. I'll roll some boiled eggs in the evening and it'll be fine.
Asterisk. After eating, Maid Baowan went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Under her gaze, Bayu returned to her hut and continued to complete her half-finished task of practicing every day for 5 or 3 days.
Baby, I'm going out for a while. If someone knocks on the door,
remember not to open it.
After Maid Baowan finished explaining, she carried the garbage bag containing the 2
dog paws
and went out. Bayu has returned to his previous well-behaved and quiet manner.
Kindness.
She thought Maid Baowan would be back soon. As a result, Maid Baowan was gone for a long time. It's like going to a distant place to bury a
corpse.
Homework for the 4th grade of elementary school was a piece of cake for Bayu. It was all written in less than a quarter of an hour. Bayu finally had the energy to return to the game. She wrote the words,
Heartless City,
on the draft paper, and listed the clearance tips and requirements on it. 1. Role play. Obviously, the main display object of the role is Maid Baowan. As of now, Bayu knows nothing about Baisiyu's various behaviors and habits. That is, based on the relationship between Xiong Biao and Maid Baowan, we can roughly speculate on how children who grow up in such family conditions will behave. Today I have passed the test for the time being. There are still 9 days left. What would be the consequences if she recognized that she was not Baisiyu? 2. Survive for 30 days. What the challenges and dangers are is currently unknown. In addition to being Mama Bai's daughter, her current identity is also a student. There shouldn't be any ghosts or anything like that in the school. 3. Plot exploration. Straight up clueless. She has never even left home since she entered the game. The key point is that Baisiyu doesn't even have a phone or a watch. 4. Tips for clearance. Please guard your heart. This one is even more foggy. Bayu looked at it for a long time. Puzzled, she simply decided to walk out of the house and take a look. After she put the paper into the space, she took out her house keys from her school bag, walked to the gate, and looked out through the peephole. The corridor was dark and empty. She thought about what to say when she met Maid Baowan. Open the door gently and walk out. After coughing lightly, the lights in the corridor turned on. Bayu frowned instantly as he looked at the scene in front of him.
Chapter 211, Heartless City, Windmill Apartment. The dim corridor and densely packed doors appeared in Bayu's field of vision. There are so many rooms that you can never see the end of them. Outside the door of each house, there is a set of windmills inserted diagonally. The style is the kind that children usually play with. A 7-pedal pinwheel. However, the number of windmills on each group is different. Some homes have 5. Some have 3. And some have 1. There are 3 sizes of windmills: large, medium and small. If Bayu remembers correctly, the windmill leaves come in 7 colors: yellow, green, purple, orange, red, blue, and pink. But the windmills here are not all colorful. Some have only 1 color. Others have 5 or 6 colors. At this moment, each group of windmills is spinning. Shushua. Baiyu waved his hand and sensed it. There was obviously no wind in the corridor. This is a little weird. She glanced back at her door. 1414. There is also a set of windmills inserted diagonally on the door. One big and one small. The colors are not complete. She took a closer look and saw that the windmill looked like it was growing out of the wall. And she couldn't find any sticking gaps. There is no place to put the battery either. She stretched out her hand and lightly touched the windmill pole, then retracted her fingertips with a swish. The cold, sticky feel of the windmill pole doesn't feel like plastic at all. It's more like the lights in the corridor were too dim and full of these things. So Baiyu didn't dare to continue thinking about it. However, she still couldn't help but think of the color-changing bracelet in the last copy. The windmill decorated on the door is probably a feature of this community. The number of each family is different, which can also be explained by local customs. But if the color of the windmill changes at the back, does that mean there is something wrong with this windmill? In other words, it's a clue. The key is that the color of the wind blades is not consistent. It seems that there must be a monster when something goes wrong. This windmill needs to be paid close attention to in the past 2 days. Baiyu frowned and listened carefully. There was no sound of the elevator stopping at the floor for the time being. She quickly started walking down the corridor. Good guy. There are 50 or 60 households living on one floor. Densely packed. Like a honeycomb. Passing the walking stairs, she went down to the next floor. The doorways of the residents downstairs are also covered with windmills. Also available in various colors. Baiyu didn't finish everything. Guessing that time was almost up, I quickly returned upstairs. When he was about to reach the door of his house, there was a creak, and the door of 1416 opened. A curly-haired woman was about to walk out carrying a black garbage bag. The moment she saw Baiyu, her eyes flashed with fear. She twisted her, but turned around quickly, closing the door with a clang. Baiyu. Dot! The neighborhood relations here seem a bit bad. Besides, she's not a ghost. Why is she looking so frightened? Ding! The sound of an elevator reaching the floor came from the elevator room not far away. Baiyu frowned, quickly opened the door to his room, and stepped in. When Mei Baoan opened the door and came in, Baiyu had already returned to his hut. She picked up her school bag and pretended to collect books inside. Baby, Mom is back, Mei Baoan said, while changing her shoes and staring at the door of her room. Mom, Baiyu had no choice but to walk to the door and called softly. Mei Baoan held a bunch of keys in her hand. It looked like there were more than a dozen keys. From Xiong Biao's mouth, Baiyu knew that Mei Baoan's job was cleaning. As for where the cleaning is done, I don't know. Anyway, it's very close to the park. Otherwise, how could I have time to take my colleagues to the park to catch eels? Chapter 212, The Heartless City, Peeping in Secret. In addition, looking at so many keys in Bai's mother's hand, it seems that she should be a cleaning supervisor or something. Mei Baoan put the keychain on the shoe counter at the door and asked her while washing her hands. Did you finish your homework, baby? Baiyu said, yes. In order to prevent Mei Baoan from coming back to check her homework and find any flaws. When she was doing it, she deliberately got a few questions wrong. Baby, you're so good. Mei Baoan smiled happily, wiped the water on her hands on her clothes, came over and stretched out her hand to rub her hair lovingly. Baiyu clearly felt a damp earthy smell on her body. It seemed that the place where Mama Bai went to dispose of the bag of garbage was very humid. It's normal. In those TV dramas. Body throwing, and so on. Aren't they always in the wilderness? After Mei Baoan finished rubbing her head, the conversation suddenly changed. By the way, the baby's birthday is at the end of next month. What birthday gift does the baby want? The end of next month happens to be the last day for her to enter the copy. The birthday is at that time. Such a coincidence? Baiyu couldn't help but thumped in his heart. She remained silent, thinking quickly in her mind whether the two were connected. In addition, she was also afraid that she would say the wrong thing. So she simply put the initiative in the hands of Mama Bai. Seeing that she didn't answer for a long time, Mama Bai simply said, how about buying a phone watch for my baby? Baiyu said, yes, and nodded heavily. His eyes filled with a gleam of joy as when he received a big gift. Then go to bed first. Honey, it's getting late. Tomorrow, Monday, you have to get up early to go to school. Mei Baoan glanced at her watch and said, Baiyu? Yeah. Mom, aren't you still asleep? Mother Bai curled her lips and said kindly,
Mom will work the evening shift tomorrow. I'll watch TV to relax. Good night, Mom. By the way, Mom, I feel a little tired today. If I am not woken up by the alarm tomorrow morning, please ask Mom to call me.
After Bayu finished speaking, he entered his room. Bawan.
Well, I'll call you on time at 7 o'clock tomorrow.
Bayu, so? The time to get up is 7 o'clock. It seems that the school time in the copy is not too different from reality. Mother Bai looked at her back with a touch of relief in her eyes.
My daughter has indeed changed. It seems that the medicine is quite effective.
Bayu held the alarm clock in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally set the time to 6:30. Turning off the lights and lying on the unfamiliar little bed, Bayu tossed and turned, not feeling sleepy at all. Without a cell phone or a phone watch, she seemed cut off from the outside world. I don't know how the remaining 19 players are doing. As Bayu thought about it, Lung Buting felt as if he was being watched by a pair of eyes in the darkness. The feeling of gaze filled with cold air came from directly above. She was stunned for a moment, turned her head, and opened her eyes to glance at the dark ceiling. There is nothing there. Turning sideways and closing his eyes again, that strange feeling of gaze appeared again. She couldn't help but secretly take a breath of cold air. Simply change the direction. Face up. Eyes a little bit. Squint slightly. At the same time, with a thought, the black blade in the space had appeared in the right hand stretched out under the quilt. Soon, a little face exactly like hers appeared, with a somewhat resentful expression. Little by little, it appeared on the ceiling directly above. Her features were pale, and her long hair was casually spread out from her neck, hanging wetly from the ceiling. Chapter 213, Heartless City, alarm bells ringing. There was no trace of flesh or bone in her body and limbs. It was like a piece of thinly crushed, human skin, tightly stuck to the ceiling by flesh and blood. Bayu's breath was stagnant, and he stretched out his hand to rub his eyes, thinking that he was blinded. This time, the person didn't disappear. She stared at Bayu sadly, and then began to sob softly. His eyes gradually filled with red blood and tears. Bayu felt a shiver all over his body, and his scalp felt numb. Hack. This copy is really not that simple.
Pap!
A drop of cold, salty liquid fell on her cheek. At the same time, she felt as if her neck was being strangled by a rope, and the helpless suffocation feeling quickly spread throughout her body. Bayu's heart suddenly rang with alarm bells. Without thinking, the black sword in his hand stabbed directly at her, with fierce wind. Ziu! Thus she screamed, then turned into a plume of black smoke, and got out along the gap in the glass window on the side.
Bang!
The dagger pierced into the plaster of the ceiling. Bayu secretly said, "Take it," and the black blade returned to her hand. Now that things have come to this, Bayu has no intention of sleeping anymore. She sat up, took out a bottle of Coke from the space, and drank it slowly. In my mind, various speculations began. The first to bear the brunt is that she just now by Siu herself? Could it be that she is dead? But if she was dead, then why didn't Mama Bai find out? Asterisk. With the copy flow rate of 3.0. Time passes quickly. In a blink of an eye. It's the second day of the game. Bayu basically didn't sleep all night. That, she seemed to be very afraid of the black sword in her hand. And she never appeared again. The sky outside the window was still dark, and the sound of rustling footsteps came from the living room. It seems that Bai's mother got up very early. She walked gently to the door of Bayu's room, listened attentively, and walked away after confirming that her daughter was still sleeping. Soon, there was a slight sound of pots and pans in the kitchen, as if breakfast was being prepared. Bayu glanced at the alarm clock. It was only 6 o'clock. She yawned, took out a bottle of coffee from the space and drank it. After drinking, he threw the empty bottle back. The space will automatically add a new area, garbage, soon. In this space of thought, the flow of time is stationary. She didn't have to worry about the expiry date of the food she bought in excess. Player Bayu, you have 2 pieces of information to check. A prompt message from the game panel suddenly appeared in her field of vision. Click on the game panel and there will be a red dot on the game market module. It turned out that the 7 mobile phones hanging in the market were successfully sold. 1,400 yuan gold coins arrived. Bayu thought for a moment and took out all the money. The time soon came to 7 o'clock. When Bayu was putting on his school uniform, Bawan happened to knock on the door.
Baby, wake up!
Bayu opened the door and called softly. Mom. Looking at Bawan, who was neatly dressed and wearing light makeup, Bai was stunned for a moment. In addition, overnight, there seemed to be several more white hairs on her head.
Hey, are you wearing your school uniform? You're pretty quick. Baby, come on. Eat your breakfast first.
As Bai's mother spoke, she stretched out her hands to hug her shoulders affectionately and walked to the dining table. Bai wanted to say that he hadn't washed up yet, but he held it back. Perhaps Bai's habit is to wash up after breakfast. Chapter 214, Heartless City, the Magical Use of Space. Breakfast is a bowl of white porridge with an egg and a small pickle as usual. Watching her daughter finish eating 3 times, 5 times, 5 times and 2 times. The expression on Bai's mother's face couldn't be more joyful. The moment Bai wiped her mouth with paper, she got up and went into the kitchen, and quickly came out with a large bowl of Chinese medicine.
Drink this medicine and then go brush your teeth. Baby, this medicine is expensive. It contains some auxiliary medicinal materials. I asked a friend in the hospital for a long time to buy it.
Bai. If you're not sick, drink medicine. If you're not sick, you'll get sick if you drink it. The key is what this medicine is for. It smells very bitter and a little fishy.
Mom, I feel uncomfortable with my stomach today. Can I stop drinking this medicine?
Bai frowned and struggled in his heart.
No. Look at you yesterday.
Bai's mother stopped speaking suddenly.
You have been in a lot better condition recently, and you talk more.
Bai.
Besides, you only drink once a day, and today is no exception. Even if your stomach hurts, you still have to drink. Maybe after drinking, your stomach will stop hurting.
Bai's mother said stubbornly, and the bowl was already fed to her. The way she looked at Bai now was exactly the same as when she forced her to eat the braised eel yesterday. Bai avoided her cold gaze and looked at the dark potion. His eyebrows almost twisted into a rope. A method suddenly popped into my mind. Hasn't her space been upgraded? There is a new function for storing non-human substances. How could she forget this? It looks like it's time to test out the new features. Thinking of this, Bai reached out and took the bowl, pinched his nose and frowned and spoke weakly.
Mom, I'll drink it. But this medicine is very bitter. Can you get me a candy?
Mother Bai's eyebrows suddenly relaxed.
Well, you usually have to eat small pieces of brown sugar after drinking. Look at my memory.
After saying that, she got up and went into the kitchen. Bai looked at her back and thought,
take it.
A large bowl of Chinese medicine disappeared in an instant. In the garbage area of the space, there is another Chinese medicine with unknown function and unpleasant taste. When Bai's mother turned around and came out, Bai's face was wrinkled, and he was wiping his mouth with a tissue.
It's so bitter.
She curled her lips, reached out, took a bite of the candy, and stuffed it into her mouth.
Baby is awesome,
Mother Bai praised, but her eyes scanned the table and under the table, not finding any clues. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Bai quickly finished washing, picked up his school bag, and said,
Mom, are you going out this morning? No. It's rare that I have a rest. Mom sent you to school this morning.
Bai's mother smiled and reached out to take her school bag into her hand. Bai, okay. It's really good. At least I don't have to worry about where the school is. The mother and daughter quickly took the elevator downstairs. She glanced and saw that the elevator reached the 44th floor. Along the way, Bai was held by Mama Bai obediently, but his eyes were darting around. They live in a large but shabby apartment complex. There are many buildings in the community, densely packed and scattered, like a maze. There are very few green plants, and the intervals between buildings are very small. After walking through 7 or 8 buildings, I finally reached the gate of the community. She turned her head and glanced, and the words, Wushin Apartment Exit C44, came into view. Bai. Honeycomb Satellite City? Looking back, outside the community is a circular asphalt road. The road across the road is lush and green, with no end as far as the eye can see. It looks like a large central park. Chapter 215, Heartless City, is she dead too? It's really strange that there is such a beautiful big park next to such an old and small apartment. Bai was puzzled.
Baby, please wait for me. Mom is going to pick up the car, and we'll be back soon,
Maid Bawan said, running quickly to the electric car shed at the entrance of the community. Bai said, yes, and stood there obediently. The sun is shining, and the breeze is gentle. Bai felt that everything that happened yesterday was like a dream. She suddenly felt that she shouldn't have taken action so quickly last night. Maybe, if we can chat with that, Bai, we We can ask him something. Will she come again tonight? While Bai Yu was thinking about it, Mei Baoan had already pushed a dilapidated electric car over.
Let's go. Baby!
She looked at Bai Yu, her eyes as gentle as water on her tired face.
Remember to hug mommy for a while. Yes.
Bai Yu sat up and put his arms around her waist. Mama Bai is very thin. Wherever Bai Yu's fingers touched, he felt that there were bones under the skin. The car was speeding down the road very quickly. Hand over your heart. Express your feelings. And relieve your worries. Beside the park, a billboard with red letters on a black background flashed past. Soon, the exact same billboard appeared again at the entrance of another park. Bai Yu frowned. This discourse is a bit like a pyramid scheme. What does it mean? Wuxin Elementary School was not far away, and made Baoan arrive there within a few minutes of riding. The entrance to the primary school was crowded with various vendors and parents sending their children to school. Cars, electric vehicles, and bicycles were jammed together, and there was a lot of people. Bai Yu glanced around a few times and found no one who looked like the player. Or maybe, in the role-playing dungeon, everyone is hiding it, which is good.
Baby, Mom may not be able to pick you up from school today. You should go home and be safe. Also, I will prepare dinner at noon. You can heat it up and eat it when you get home. Go to bed when the time is up in the evening. Mom wants to go home today. I work overtime, and it's after 12 o'clock when I get back, so I don't have to wait for my mother.
Mei Baoan finished her explanation with some guilt and handed her her school bag.
Okay. Goodbye, Mom.
Bai Yu nodded. Based on Bai Siyu's character, the words of concern were not spoken in the end. When she got to school, she could finally relax for a while. Yesterday, although she didn't do much, she felt quite tired. Sure enough, ordinary people really can't afford acting. Mainly the output of emotional value, which makes people feel deeply tired. Just as Bai Yu and Mei Baoan waved goodbye, a clear child's voice came from behind.
Bye, Siyu.
Bai Yu was stunned for a moment, then slowly turned back. The person who called her was a round-faced little girl with a ponytail and full bangs, wearing the uniform of Wuxin Elementary School. Looking at his various heights, he should be Bai Siyu's classmate, but she couldn't find any memory about this person. Not only her, but also the memories of people around Bai Siyu. So based on this calculation, there is no doubt that this girl should be an NPC. Morning, Bai Yu grinned and walked quickly towards her. The round-faced girl envied.
Your mother sent you to school again today? Your mother is so kind. As long as she has time, she can do it rain or shine.
Bai Yu.
Uh-huh. Not bad.
The round-faced girl had already reached out and held her hand. The moment the two people's skin came into contact, Bai Yu's pupils shrank. The round-faced girl's hand felt cold and stiff to the touch. There is no trace of body temperature that normal people should have. So, she is also dead? Bai Yu felt like he was really about to burst. But she can't say anything now. Chapter 216, Heartless City, Exclusion Target. Bai Yu followed her, saving him the trouble of finding a classroom on his own. However, after entering the school gate, the round-faced girl did not immediately walk to the teaching building. She glanced at her phone and watch, frowned, pulled Bai Yu, and went straight to the public restroom on campus. Bai Yu,
are you feeling sick in your stomach? No. It's only 8:15 now, and there are still 15 minutes until class. If we go in now, wouldn't we be arrested?
The round-faced girl said, huh, mid-sentence and stared at her suspiciously. What do you want? Bai Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he chuckled.
Ahem. Just ask out of concern.
The round-faced girl said, oh, and sighed.
My stomach doesn't hurt. You two have been avoiding Tang Xuqiang and the others like this. I thought you had forgotten.
Hey. But today is Monday. I am destined to be bullied. So you have to be careful tomorrow. Today, I will treat you as your company.
Bai Yu.
Dot.
Okay. Bad boy number 1. Tang Xuqiang is online. The key to bullying is divided into 1, 3, 5, 2, 4 and 6. It's really off the mark. For her now. She is not afraid even if the bad kid number 100 comes online. However, the situation is not clear yet. So she can only express,
as the Romans do in the country.
For the time being. About 12 or 13 minutes passed before the round-faced girl pulled Bai Yu out of the bathroom. The 4th grade classroom is on the 4th floor. When the two of them walked to the door of class 4-3, out of breath, the class bell just rang. A young male teacher was already inside.
Seeing the two people rushing to the door with red faces, the teacher frowned and said mercilessly,
Bye, see you. Zhangshiro, why do you two step into the classroom every day? Your skin is thicker than the city wall. The teacher's lips are calloused.
Zhangshiro smiled coquettishly.
Teacher Zhang, I'm sorry. My grandma is old and she forgot to wake me up again today.
Teacher Zhang remembered that Zhangshiro was an orphan, without a father or mother, and had lived with her grandparents since she was a child. And the other Baisiyu, a single-parent family. It is said that there is also a stepfather who has a criminal record. Sometimes she comes to school with injuries on her face and body. Thinking of this, Teacher Zhang choked up. Maybe he felt that his tone just now was too strong, and his voice couldn't help but drop. But his face was still serious.
Children without umbrellas should run harder, instead of showing off like crazy to you. I'll leave it at this for now. If you do this again tomorrow, call your parents. Okay. We know we were wrong. Teacher Zhang,
Zhangshiro muttered. Baiyu looked guilty, but his eyes took the opportunity to glance at the classroom. The classroom was very large, filled with 30 or 40 children. However, most children do not have the innocence that belongs to children on their faces. The eyes looking at Baiyu and Zhangshiro, although both were bright, were vaguely filled with contempt, disgust and malice. Seeing the two people being scolded by the teacher, there was a hint of schadenfreude in the eyes of those people. Baisiyu and Zhangshiro are undoubtedly the targets of exclusion in the class. But why? After scanning around, there were only 3 or 4 children whose eyes were inquiring and normal. Baiyu speculated that there was a high probability that they were players whose cores had been changed.
Go and sit down quickly. School is over today, and you two will be left alone. You will have to copy your homework twice before you leave.
Teacher Zhang finished speaking and then opened the math textbook. Chapter 217, The Heartless City, is so poisonous. When Zhangshiro heard that she was going to be left to copy homework after school, her face was filled with joy instead of worry. She held her school bag strap with both hands and walked briskly to her desk. Baiyu deliberately took a step slowly. There are only 2 empty seats in the classroom. One is in the middle, and the other is in the first row. Zhangshiro has already walked to the middle, and the empty seat in the first row is hers. A boy with fair appearance and good temperament was already sitting there. The boy looks like he stepped out of a comic book from the side. Her hair is light blonde, and although her facial features haven't grown much yet, she looks delicate and handsome. The clothes on his body seem to be made of good quality materials. It seems that he comes from a good family and is a top student, according to the usual theory of seat arrangement for primary school students. Baisiyu's character is undoubtedly a scumbag. However, if you are a scumbag, just be a scumbag. It is all a game anyway. Baiyu secretly took a breath, deliberately lowered his head with a depressed expression, and sat down. When she was observing everyone earlier, her deskmate's gaze showed neither contempt nor inquiry. Rather, it is as clear as a pool and as calm as water. All in all, different from ordinary people. Asterisk. This lesson is about mathematical multiplication. Baiyu pretended to listen attentively, but in fact, his inner thoughts had already drifted to the sky. From Zhangshiro's words, Mei Baoan would most likely come to pick her up from school in the afternoon. She worked the evening shift, and when Baiyu was out of school, it happened to be her break in the middle of the evening shift. It seemed that she could only wait until Mei Baoan returned to work before sneaking out to buy mobile phones or something. Additionally, other players need to be identified as quickly as possible. In this copy, you can do the first 2 items by yourself. But for plot exploration, according to usual experience, you still need to brainstorm ideas with other players. One more person means one more idea. Of course, it may also mean a little more danger. After all, anyone who can enter this dungeon has a high game level. Players are a mixed bag, and it is inevitable that there will be people like Lu Fei Molin. She also needs to be more careful herself. When Baiyu had sorted out his thoughts, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Teacher Zhang looked back and forth between her and Zangshiro's faces for 2 seconds, and finally said, Baisiyu, come up and wipe the teacher's blackboard. Baiyu responded and walked onto the podium in small steps. Some of the children in the classroom rushed out to play like wild horses that had escaped the rains. Teacher Zhang packed up his belongings and left the classroom. He only walked on the front foot. Baiyu quickly finished wiping the blackboard and turned around to see a group of children surrounding the place. Baiyu.
Dot!
A 4th grade brat is so social. This copy is so poisonous. Zhangshiro stretched out her hands and hugged the book tightly without letting go. Baiyu squeezed the blackboard eraser in his hand, thinking about how to teach these little brats a lesson.
What are you doing?
A childish boy yelled from the classroom door. Chapter 218, Heartless City, taking advantage of the opportunity to make lies. Baiyu turned around and glanced. It was her desk mate with a cartoon face. When the square-faced fat man heard his words, his face stiffened for a second, and he put down Zengshiro's school bag. The other children surrounding him also dispersed in an instant. It can be seen that the little kids are very afraid of that cartoon face.
You! Pick up her stationery and books!
The comic boy pointed at the fat little man with a square face, and his commanding tone was a little more forceful and stern. When the fat man with a square face was yelled at by him, his shoulders trembled involuntarily, and his eyes were filled with disbelief.
Monitor!
He pouted, somewhat unconvinced. The comic boy ignored him. His face was cold, and there was something majestic about him that was not for his age. After a second of mental struggle, the little fat man still bent down to pick up all the pencil boxes and books scattered on the floor and put them back on Zengshiro's desk. Baiyu was a little dumbfounded, but he quickly came to a conclusion. 1. The comic face must be that of the player, because he obviously doesn't recognize these people's names. 2. The role he plays should also have a background. Otherwise, he would not be able to easily intimidate the fat guy with a square face simply by relying on his position as monitor. 3. For now, he should be an upright and kind person. 4. She is so beautiful at such a young age. When she grows up, wouldn't it be? Baiyu suddenly realized that he had gone astray and quickly retracted his thoughts.
Students need to care about and love each other. I will tell Teacher Zhang truthfully about your performance today.
The upright monitor added reluctantly. Zengshiro's eyes were red, and she said sincerely to the cartoon face.
Monitor. Oh. No. Luo Yi. Thank you.
Baiyu.
Dot.
Luo Yi. What a good name.
Dingle bell.
The school bell rang. This section is a Chinese class. Baiyu still felt like it was nothing. Soon, the morning passed. Luo Yi didn't say a word to her during this period. After lunch, Zengshiro came to ask Baiyu to go to the bathroom. Baiyu originally wanted to take a nap, but knowing the purpose of her appointment with him, he still went with her. Of course, this is also a good opportunity to use the NPC's words. Thinking of this, Baiyu spontaneously sighed.
The squad leader was so awesome this morning. Yes. After all, he has the support of the principal father. But he is a bit strange today. Normally, when we are bullied by Tang Xiaoqiang and the others, he always pretends not to see it.
Baiyu, the core has been changed. Of course, it will be different.
Your grandparents are withdrawing the lawsuit.
Baiyu hesitated and continued to talk.
We can't withdraw. The death of my parents was due to the lack of safety measures at Tang Xiaoqiang's construction site. The two of them just fell into the cement slurry.
Zengshiro burst into tears mid-sentence and choked up. Only then did Baiyu understand that Zengshiro's situation turned out to be like this. She quickly blamed herself.
I'm sorry, Shiro, for bringing up your sadness again.
Zengshiro shook her head, wiped her tears with her sleeve, and went into the bathroom. Baiyu stood at the door and quickly analyzed Baiyu and Zengshiro. 1. 2 people have died. The cause of death is unknown. 2. Both of them have poor family backgrounds. And Baiyu even faced domestic violence. 3. Both of them were targets of bullying on campus. The third condition for clearing the dungeon is to explore the complete plot. Could it be that they were asked to relive their scenes and find out the cause of their deaths? Baiyu felt that it was obviously not the case. Because if it were just like this, the dungeon wouldn't be named Heartless City. Asterisk. The afternoon class ended soon. As soon as the school bell rang, a bunch of students were eager to return home, picked up their school bags and rushed out. Baiyu and Zengshiro were left in the classroom by Teacher Zhang to do their homework and did not move. She took a look and saw that her classmate, the monitor, had not left. The few children who looked like players didn't leave either. Chapter 219, Heartless City, Identity Confirmation. The classroom quickly became quiet. Baiyu took out a pencil and scratch paper and slowly began to do math problems. There was a rustling sound of writing around me. Time passed by minute by minute. Half an hour later, the sound of packing books and pencil boxes was finally heard from behind.
See you. I've finished writing. Are you okay? If you haven't finished writing yet, I'll wait for you to leave together.
Zengshiro had already put her school bag on her back, got up and walked to Baiyu. Seeing Luo Yi beside Baiyu, who was also immersed in his homework, she couldn't help but be stunned. Usually at this time, the handsome squad leader would have been picked up by his family's private driver and high-end car. It's really rare that I'm still writing like this today. As for other students, it is normal for them to stay in school to do their homework and wait for their parents to pick them up after get off work. As for her and Baisu, they usually make appointments to take the bus or walk home together. Of course, except when Bai's mother comes to pick up Baisu. Baiyu put down his pen, raised his little face and looked at her and said sheepishly,
Shiro, I haven't finished writing yet. My mother works the evening shift today, and they come to pick me up later. I'll wait for her for a while. How about you go on your own today?
Zeng Shiro's head drooped for a moment after hearing this, and she sighed helplessly and said,
Okay, I have to go home and help Grandma cook today. So we'll see you tomorrow morning. By the way, see you. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Don't forget to be careful yourself.
Tang Xuqiang. Zeng Shiro said the words, Tang Xuqiang, in spoken language. Baiyu pursed his lips and nodded. Zeng Shiro.
Then I'll leave first? Well, goodbye, Shiro. Please be safe on the road.
Baiyu waved and smiled at her. In front of Zeng Shiro. Her behavior was relatively closer to her normal self. After all, they are all children, and do not have as many minds as adults.
Goodbye, see you. Goodbye, Luo Yi.
After Zeng Shiro finished speaking, her small body carried a heavy school bag and walked towards the classroom door. The cold squad leader didn't look up, but still replied,
Goodbye.
Zeng Shiro walked to the door frame, looked around for a few seconds, and then carefully raised her legs and walked out. As her figure walked away, the rustling sound of homework in the classroom suddenly stopped. Baiyu stood up and pretended to pack his school bag, glancing at the classroom from the corner of his eye. Very good. Plus herself and Luo Yi. There are 3 children left. They were the ones whose eyes were full of inquiry before. In the 4th grade, there are 4 classes. It seems that the 20 players are evenly divided. However, it is impossible to draw a conclusion so quickly. The cold squad leader beside him also stood up at this time. In his hand, several blank pieces of draft paper appeared.
I have 2 small tests, and I need to take this opportunity to test everyone. You don't need to speak out. Just write them directly on the paper.
His voice was childish, but it had a hint of majesty that was hard to reject. The draft paper was quickly delivered to several people, and Baiyu also got one. Baiyu, this guy is pretty straightforward. The remaining 3 of you look at me, and I look at you. There was some tacit understanding, but no one spoke or objected. The eyes of several people finally fell back on Luo Yi. Luo Yi.
1. What is sin 30 degrees?
Baiyu.
Dot.
Other people.
Dot.
This should be mathematics content in junior high school. So, is this a secret code to confirm the player's identity for the second time? After all, if you only look at the eyes to identify players, there will still be times when you make mistakes. It would be a bit stupid to ask directly. After confirming the player's identity, it will be convenient for everyone to take subsequent actions. Chapter 220, The Heartless City, Becoming a Grandson. Baiyu recalled it, picked up a pencil and wrote
1. 0.5 inch
on the scratch paper. Luo Yi continued to speak clearly.
2. No change from odd to even. What's the next sentence?
After Baiyu took a pen and quickly wrote,
Look at the symbols in the quadrant.
The corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up. This guy is pretty good at asking questions. It's all about high school content, so it's not too difficult. But children in the 4th grade of elementary school rarely learn it under normal circumstances. After completing these 2 questions, you can basically distinguish between NPCs and real players. In addition, it can be seen that he is very cautious in doing things.
Monitor. I've heard of all this, but I can't remember it. But I can guarantee that I'm the one.
Seeing that everyone else was immersed in writing, a skinny boy with a little dark skin spoke up. He looked as if he hadn't eaten for half a month and was very malnourished. Luo Yi didn't show much expression and asked other people,
Where are the others? Can they answer it?
The little girl with braids curled her lips.
I can't remember what sin 30 degrees is. I gave it to my high school teacher a long time ago. However, I can guarantee that I am.
Her eyes were swollen, as if she had cried. The whole person looks very tired, especially the 2 dark circles under his eyes, which are comparable to Panda 2. Baiyu and the remaining curly-haired boy with a small piece of hair missing from his head gave the piece of paper to Luo Yi. Baiyu, have all the players been tortured? Why does everyone look a little weird? Of course, except for the monitor next to me. Luo Yi glanced at the little black boy who couldn't solve a single question just now,
and said, "What do you understand about Blue Star?"
The boy coughed slightly and said seriously,
"It is my home planet. It is also the place where I have lived for almost 60 years.
Others.
TSK.
Here comes a grandpa player. This contrast. After Xiao Hei, the boy finished speaking. He laughed at himself and said,
"Hey, I've always been a grandfather on Blue Star. But I didn't expect that when I came to this damn place, I would actually be treated as a grandson. But fortunately, the missing teeth are all fully grown here. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself first. Lulu Lily."
By you? Uncle, are you trying to laugh us to death so you can inherit our game gold coins? However, her inner respect for this player instantly soared. After all, someone who is old enough to enter the sea-level copy has several brushes on his body. The others also chuckled, and their originally heavy mood instantly became much more relaxed. After everyone covered their mouths and laughed, they briefly introduced their names and general experiences after entering the game. Boys, Luo Yi, Lu Lily, Zhang Minji. Girls, Bai Xiu, Zhao Xiaoan. 3 men and 2 women. As for the experiences after entering the game, every one of them was miserable. However, Bai could clearly feel that everyone in this dungeon had a strong sense of boundaries, and no one asked others about their game levels or identities in the original world. The squad leader was very calm. Seeing that everyone had basically gotten to know each other, he went straight to the point.
"Okay, since everyone is a player and time is limited, let's get straight to the point. I want to hear what everyone thinks of this copy. Everyone can safely share the clues and doubts discovered. From now on, those NPCs cannot hear what we say."
After speaking, he raised his hand and waved lightly toward the classroom door, and a light golden transparent stream of light flashed out from his fingertips. Chapter 221, Heartless City. It hurts just thinking about it. The entire Class 4-3 classroom area was isolated and protected by an invisible force.
"Bai Yu, let me go."
Is this an innate skill? It looks like he is a big shot. Others were envious for a second. Soon, the 3 people who had been sitting around gathered around, pretending to be holding homework books and pens in their hands. As veteran players, everyone more or less has some acting skills in them.
"Zhao Xiaoan."
The girl with braids raised her hand first and introduced herself. Luo Yi glanced at her, nodded and said,
"Tell me what you found."
Zhao Xiaoan.
"I think the most important thing about this dungeon is to play the role of children in front of their parents, and not to be gangsters. They are all experienced players. I believe everyone can understand this, so I won't go into details. What I want to say is, have you noticed that there are many and strange windmills in this city?"
She swallowed and continued.
"After I entered the game yesterday, my parents took me to my aunt's house. We are obviously in different communities, but I found that there was a windmill at the door of every house. Moreover, the number of windmills is obviously different, and the colors on the wind blades are also strange. Some are full of colors, and some are missing a lot."
Zhang Minji.
"Yes, they are all in our community. I thought they were the decoration characteristics of the community."
Lu Lily.
"The key point is that the windmill has no power device and no wind. It turns on its own. It's so strange."
Luo Yi.
"Have you tried asking your parents?"
Zhang Minji.
"No, I don't dare. If you make your parents unhappy, you will be punished. The key is that our various props seem to be ineffective against them."
When he said this, he pointed to the part of his scalp where the hair was missing with lingering fear. It looked like that bunch of hair had been ripped out by someone. It hurts just thinking about it. Bai Yu, fortunately, she behaved well in front of Bai's mother. As for chopping off Xiong Biao's dog claws, it had no effect. Maybe it's because they don't count as biological parents. Lu Lily.
"Yes. I also asked and was taught by my father. He said that if he asks again next time, he will continue to treat me to fried meat with sticks."
Luo Yi raised his eyelids and corrected.
"Okay, everyone, don't go too far." Zhao Xiaoan continues.
Zhao Xiaoan paused and continued.
"In addition, I also discovered a doubtful point. That is, the number of windmills is positively correlated with the number of permanent residents per household. Of course, the sample size is too small to draw a conclusion. So, I don't know if people have noticed this. Those are the things I found wrong."
Others recalled the number of windmills and family members in front of their homes and nodded. It seems that windmills and families have a very close relationship. But what is the reason for this association setting? Luo Yi frowned for a moment and said,
Have you noticed the color of the leaves on the windmill? Has it changed today?
Everyone shook their heads. It seems that everyone has paid special attention to it. Bai Yu interjected.
Didn't you notice anything unusual when you went to bed at night?
Zhao Xiaowan squinted her eyes and recalled.
No. The character I played kept a bunch of snakes and lizards in the room. I didn't dare sleep at all. There were also some in the living room. I don't know how such a big little girl could like these things.
Speaking of this, Zhao Xiaowan wanted to complain, but she was afraid of getting in trouble, and she didn't dare to make excuses to ask her parents to move these strange animals away. Chapter 222, The Heartless City, is not a coincidence. Zhang Minji.
What's abnormal? Does it count that the female neighbor next door sings and practices her voice in the middle of the night? Does it count that my dad stood guard at my door with a ruler in the middle of the night?
Bai Yu. He was guarding the door with a ruler in the middle of the night. What the hell is this? It seems that everyone is a fallen person in the world. Bai Yu retracted his thoughts and shook his head.
For example, the dead person came back and had the same face as me.
Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Zhao Xiaowan asked curiously.
She didn't dare to do anything to you, did she?
Bai Yu.
Well, I scared you away for the time being. Ox. Compared with snakes and lizards, I am more afraid of these evil things.
Zhao Xiaowan gave her a thumbs up. Grandpa, Lu Lily stretched out his hand and scratched his head, saying with lingering fear.
Bai Yu. When you say this, I feel that the nightmare I experienced last night is probably true. I felt like someone was pressing on me. It was difficult to breathe, and I almost felt like I was suffocating. I woke up later after using props, and the face pressing on me seems to be my own. But his face is pale and a little chubby. Not as dark and thin as mine.
After Lu Lily finished speaking, he suddenly exclaimed,
Oh my god! Is my host also dead?
Bai Yu.
If my guess is correct, Xingshiro is also dead.
Others. Hack. When Zhao Xiaowan heard this, her eyes shrank.
Listening to what you said, it makes people a little scared. The characters we play and the classmates in the class are not all dead dolls. Right.
Zhang Minji immediately gave her confidence.
No. At least today I was arm wrestling with my desk mate during class. And his palms were warm.
Zhao Xiaowan let out a sigh of relief after hearing this. Luo Yi glanced at everyone and said,
Does anyone else have anything to add?
Others shook their heads. Bai Yu seemed to suddenly think of something.
By the way, do you know your birthday?
Lu Lily was stunned.
That's not nonsense. I'm still waiting to go back to Blue Star to celebrate my 60th birthday after I try my best to clear the level.
Bai Yu shook his index finger in the air.
No. I'm referring to the birthday of the character Lu Lily.
Lu Lily reacted instantly, patted his head and said,
Yes. It said it was the end of the month. The family was almost at a loss for words. And my parents even asked me with smiles what I wanted for my birthday. What's the matter? Could it be that it's the end of the month for you too?
Bai Yu nodded. When several other people heard this, their breathing stagnated and they looked at each other and said,
We are also at the end of the month.
Luo Yi frowned.
Me too.
Bai Yu.
Luo Yi. So, this is not a coincidence. I still have a fourth doubt.
Bai Yu spoke leisurely again. The others glanced at her.
When you came to school today, did you pay attention to the park in the middle of the road? And the identical billboards at every exit of the park?
Zhao Xiaowan.
I noticed. That park is very big. Also, see you. Is the billboard you are talking about? Give me your heart. Tell me your feelings. Relieve your worries?
Bai Yu.
Yes. This advertisement, coupled with the copy title of
Heartless City,
always feels weird.
Zhao Xiaowan pursed her lips and analyzed. Zhang Minji patted the table at this time and said excitedly,
It seems that the heroes have the same idea. I noticed it too. That advertising slogan is weird. It's a bit confusing.
Lu Lily.
Since we all feel something is wrong, how about we find time to go to the park to explore?
Chapter 223, Heartless City Simple Test.
It's better to hit the sun than to choose another day. How about we go now? The park is close anyway.
Zhao Xiaowan couldn't help but talk about getting up. Luo Yi did not approve of her approach.
It would be inappropriate to go now. Today is only the second day of the game. According to the usual dungeon experience, so many clues will not be given at once. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. In fact, we don't know the specific situation of this copy yet. It's best to observe it for 2 days before taking action.
After speaking, he added.
In addition, we only have clues about 5 people now. I will use my status as squad leader tomorrow to find an opportunity to explore the players in the other 3 classes to see if they have different opinions from us.
When everyone heard this, they felt that what he said was very reasonable.
Ah, it's good to have the monitor here.
Indeed, the most taboo thing when entering a new dungeon is to act rashly. In addition, they are only 4th grade students in elementary school, and their parents have more or less weird behaviors. I have been delayed in the classroom for a long time after class. If we go to the park again, we will definitely get home very late, and we will definitely have fried meat on a stick. It would be more appropriate to wait until the weekend to find an excuse to form a group before going. Bai Yu glanced at Luo Yi and secretly tooted. This man is not only wise, but also very responsible. Although he looked indifferent and cold before, he didn't say a word that needed to be said at this moment. Luo Yi glanced at the phone and raised his eyes.
It's getting late. The weather forecast says there will be rain today. Let's all disperse today.
Everyone thought it was right. When they were leaving, several people took out their mobile phones and added them as friends. Lu Lily held up his mobile phone and looked at Bai Yu.
See you. I still need you to add me. I haven't had time to buy it yet. I'll write down your number first, and I'll add you later.
Bai Yu explained with a smile. Everyone can understand.
Let's go!
As Luo Yi spoke, he waved his hand toward the door of the classroom, then closed his fingers. The moment his fingertips tightened, the power lingering in the classroom disappeared without a trace. Others returned to their seats to pack their books and stationery. Bai Yu picked up his school bag and was the first to leave the school. Asterisk. The dark clouds in the sky are getting darker and darker. The wind blowing in the face was already mixed with many rain stars. Bai Yu took out a small floral umbrella from his school bag. Seeing that there was no one around, he thought, and put the heavy school bag into the space. He took out a mask from the space and put it on. The raindrops were getting heavier, and she couldn't help but speed up her pace. On his way here this morning, Bai Yu paid special attention to the fact that from Wuxin Elementary School to the C44 entrance of Wuxin Apartment, he would pass through a total of 6 entrances. At every entrance, there will be that billboard. Soon, the words,
"Give me your heart. Tell me your feelings. Relieve your worries,"
appeared at the entrance of the park on the right. Bai Yu frowned, crossed the street, and walked towards the entrance of the park. What appeared in the field of vision were high walls, dense green plants, and barbed wire painted with dark red paint among the green leaves. What is in here that is so well protected? Glancing at the entrance, a metal fence also painted with dark red paint was erected in front of the door. A straight-looking security guard wearing a dark red uniform, holding a black remote control in his hand, stood under a large umbrella. Bai Yu raised his face and said politely in a childish voice,
"Uncle, could you please open the door for me? My mother works inside, and I want to go in to find her."
Chapter 224, Heartless City, White Mist Dead Souls. In the park, even if there are no entertainment facilities, there will still be green plant maintenance and gardening workers. Bai Yu said that it was not impossible that his mother worked there. The security guard lowered his face, glanced at the little girl whose face was mostly covered by a mask, and said in a serious tone,
"Children, if you enter Wuxin Park during non-weekend hours, you need to be accompanied by a guardian."
Bai Yu, the word guardian, is a bit interesting. Sounds like some kind of rule, because not everyone has parents. But according to the law, under normal circumstances, everyone will have a guardian. For example, Zhengshiro, whose parents have passed away and lives with her grandparents. Thinking of this, Bai Yu asked eagerly,
"Uncle, can I go in by myself that weekend?"
When the security guard heard this, he twitched the corner of his mouth and stopped talking. Bai Yu,
"Is that okay? Uncle, you can. But kid, I advise you not to. Didn't your parents tell you the consequences of entering Wuxin Park alone on weekends?"
Bai Yu,
"Dot."
A trace of confusion flashed through the girl's clear eyes.
"Maybe I told you, but I have a bad memory and forgot. Uncle, may I ask, what are the consequences of entering the park alone on weekends?"
This time the security guard ignored her question and changed the subject.
"Kid, the rain is getting heavier and heavier. It's not safe outside. You'd better go home quickly."
Bai Yu tried to ask again, but his words were still the same as before. It is undoubtedly a fixed scene NPC. There is an invisibility cloak and a flying magic carpet in her space. Getting in and out shouldn't be a problem. However, the CD values of both items were very long. so she had to save them for emergencies. Besides, she didn't originally plan to go in today. Those words just now were just a deliberate test. The moment she lifted her feet to leave, she looked inside with some reluctance. Perhaps because of the heavy rain. A light layer of white mist filled the roads in the park. In the white mist, there was a faint silhouette of a child in the transparent void. Bayou was shocked. Why do these children's figures look like wandering souls? It seems that this park is indeed a bit weird. Asterisk. When Bayou returned home after buying a mobile phone and replenishing supplies, his clothes were basically soaked. This Wuxin apartment was originally built densely, like a maze. It was dark, and it was even harder to see during the heavy rain. Fortunately, she had space. All the supplies she bought along the way were thrown into the space. When she entered, she looked specifically at the windmill on the door. There is no change in the color of the wind leaves, but the speed of the big windmill seems to be slower. The small windmill spins very smoothly. The door is locked. It means that Mama Bai hasn't come back yet. After entering the room, Bayou caught a glimpse of several plates of cold side dishes on the dining table. Green pepper and eggplant, spicy shredded potatoes, cucumber and egg soup, and a small plate of pickles. Next to the plate, there was a small note pressed. Bayou walked over quickly, picked up the note and glanced at it.
Baby, remember to wash your hands before going home to eat and eat more. Mom will come back very late, so you don't have to wait for her.
It seems that Mother Bai is really good to her daughter, but Bayou couldn't figure it out. In this case, why did Bai see you come back in the middle of the night? In addition, there were tears of blood in her eyes, as if she was suffering. If she really had something to hide, logically speaking, she should go to her mother. After all, Mama Bai, so far, has been pretty good to her. Thinking of Bai Siyu, Bayou subconsciously looked up at the ceiling. Fortunately, there was only one yellowed down light that cast a circle of shadow. Chapter 225, The Heartless City, the female ghost outside the window. Bayou put down the note and took a shower first, then came out to heat up the food and eat it. The heavy rain outside the window finally stopped, and the sky turned dark. Bayou took out his cell phone and took a look. Unknowingly, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. With a triple speed copy, time really flies by.
Buzz!
The phone vibrated. It was WeChat. Bayou glanced at the door of the room, turned off the light in the living room, and turned around to enter his small room. She closed the door, took off her shoes, and went directly to bed, pretending to be about to fall asleep. The mobile phone was half covered with a quilt. The information was sent from a small group temporarily formed by players. Xiao Xiaowan, you guys. I found something wrong again. Shock.jpg. Lu Lily, say it quickly. I was pretending to go to the toilet. After a while, my grandfather and my father asked for fried meat on sticks. Zhao Xiaowan, I just heard my neighbor suddenly mourning, so I found an excuse to go outside and take a look. Guess what? Their twin children died together. The key thing is that the two smallest windmills in the group of windmills in front of her house have stopped spinning, and the color of the wind leaves has all turned white. The color was the same as the white paper money burned to death. It was really scary. Zhang Minji, damn. That's outrageous. Lu Lily. Zhao Xiaowan, hey. What to do? The neighbor next door has such lish atmosphere. And there are a bunch of strange species in my room. I feel like copies are treated differently. Why am I the only one living in the heat of water? By the way, do you have any plans not to sleep tonight? Can you chat with me until dawn? Ors.jpg. Zhang Minji, sister. You are so brave. How did you get through the previous dungeon? Zhao Xiaowan, you can just crush it with your teeth and force your way through. I have a little habit. After venting my fears to others, I actually feel less afraid. He. Zhang Minji, you must be crazy. Bye, see you at Juanzi. Do you know why the child disappeared? Zhao Xiaowan, I don't know. I just heard that today is the birthday of 2 children. And then for some reason, the children suffered cardiac arrest. Everyone, hack. Zhang Minji, Amiba. I hope it's not a coincidence. Lu Lily, hey. As a grandson, you have to submit. I logged off first, and my grandpa seemed to be coming over with a stick. Luo Yi, everyone. Please be patient for a moment. When you go out tomorrow morning, remember to pay attention to the speed of the windmill at your door, and the color of the blades. Zhao Xiaowan, okay. I'm really not that scared now. It's getting late. Good night, everyone. Everyone. Asterisk. The time soon came to midnight. Mei Baoan still showed no sign of coming back. Bai Yu threw the phone into the space and stared blankly at the ceiling. Will Bai see you come again tonight? Thinking of this, she reached out and turned off the light in the room. The house soon fell into endless darkness. She got into bed and closed her eyes to sleep. After a long time, that cold gaze finally appeared. But this time, it didn't appear from above. That weird smell came from outside the glass window. She pretended to turn around and turned her face to the left. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and the scene outside the window made her pupils shrink instantly. After a heavy rain, a layer of mist filled the glass. Suspended outside the somewhat blurry mist was a female ghost with sad eyes and long wet hair. It was Bai Siyu. Judging from her facial expression, she looked like she was sobbing. The red blood tears in his eyes mixed with the water drops falling from the top of his head, flowing to the corner of his mouth, and a drop fell from his pale chin. Her body still only has a thin human skin. Chapter 226, The Heartless City, is indeed strange. Bai Yu resisted the urge to take out the black blade from the space. Just as she was about to speak out, she saw Bai Siyu turn into a wisp of smoke and disappear from her sight. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment, then sat up and glanced out the window. It was dark and empty outside. Bai Yu couldn't help but curl his lips. How could this ghost kid disappear just like he said? Are you too timid? There was a creak, and the sound of a slight door opening came from the living room. Mei Baoan is back. Bai Yu quickly got back into bed, closed his eyes, and continued to fall asleep. Special sounded softly, and the light in the living room was turned on. Mei Baoan glanced at the dining table and saw that her daughter had finished all the reserved meals. A smile of relief appeared on her tired face. She put her keys and bag on the shoe cabinet, changed into a pair of slippers, and then took off her wet raincoat. After going to the bathroom to wash up briefly, she went into the bedroom and changed into clean clothes. Then she tiptoed toward her daughter's room. Bai Yu's small room was not soundproof at all. She listened carefully to everything outside the door. When she heard Mei Baoan enter her bedroom, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But soon, she realized something was wrong. Mei Baoan seemed to be walking towards her room with swishy steps. The creak sound of the door opening this time was obviously much quieter than that of the outer door. Bai Yu's body curled up into a shrimp for a second. The footsteps paused at the door for a few seconds, then continued walking towards her bedside. Mei Baoan didn't turn on the light. The light in the living room casts light on her thin body, drawing a long and twisted black shadow on the wall of Bai Yu's bedroom. Although she had changed her clothes, her hair and body still had a strong earthy smell. Bai Yu clearly felt that the earthy smell was getting closer and closer to him. Soon, Mei Baoan stopped at the head of her bed and slowly squatted down. Bai Yu could feel that her face was getting closer and closer to him, and the pressure became more and more obvious. Bang! 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 Bai Yu's heart beat faster and faster. There was warm breath blowing lightly on her forehead. Bai Yu couldn't help but pinch his fingers secretly. It's midnight. What is Mama Bai doing? Wipe! Kill him face to face? Just as she was about to take out the weapon from the space, a cold, yet warm kiss fell softly on her forehead. Bai Yu paused with his fingers and choked in his heart. Dot! After Bai's mother kissed her daughter, she stood up and went out quietly. The moment the small door was gently closed, Bai Yu vaguely heard a soft sigh. Entering the third day of the game. As usual, Bai Yu was awakened by Mei Baoan knocking on the door. She still wore light makeup today, and the dark blue around her eyes had disappeared. The blood scab on his lips also fell off. However, Bai Yu couldn't feel that she was 30 years old, as if she had aged 10 years overnight. There are a lot more white hairs, and the forehead lines, crow's feet, and nasolabial folds on my face are also much darker. Breakfast is still the same drama. Bai Yu continued to let the space drink the bowl of golden Chinese medicine for her. After dinner, Mei Baoan sent her to school as usual. This week, she works the evening shift. When Mama Bai turned around and locked the door, Bai Yu looked specifically at the windmill at the door. The speed of the windmill seemed to have slowed down a lot. In addition, the color of the big windmill's wind blades is missing. As for the small windmill, one was added. Bai Yu. Dot! This windmill is indeed strange. Chapter 227, Heartless City, deliberately avoid. Bai Yu deliberately whispered. The color of the windmill's blades has changed. Her voice was small and timid, but just enough for Mama Bai to hear. Sure enough, when Mei Baoan heard this, her eyes lit up and she looked over. The moment she saw the color of the windmill leaves,
Her eyes suddenly darken. Why? Still not.
Sex? Her voice was small. Mother Bai even murmured to herself a few times.
What should I do? What should I do?
Question mark. Bai Yu didn't hear clearly. She glanced at the windmill leaves from the corner of her eye. There are 4 colored petals on it. Namely yellow, green, purple and orange. The remaining 3 petals are transparent and colorless. Bai Yu checked on his mobile phone last night. According to the meaning of the wind leaves of the colorful windmill, these 4 colors represent security, growth, dream, and reunion, respectively. The 3 missing colors are red, blue, and pink, represent happiness, health, happiness, respectively. If those meanings are directly related to the color of the wind leaves here, so what does Mama Bai need to see? Is it my daughter's happiness, health, happiness? Bai Yu remembered that the more people lack something, the more they long for something. For Bai Yu, health is definitely unhealthy. After all, she is still forced to drink unpleasant traditional Chinese medicine by her mother every morning. And judging from the details of Bai Yu's observation, Bai Yu should have some kind of emotional illness. She appears in the dark night, always silent, always sobbing, always shedding tears of blood. She is not fully limbed either, except for the head. Only a thin piece of human skin is left. As for where the bones and flesh of her body went, Bai Yu didn't know. In addition, she is not a state where she relaxes and embraces the world. She shut down her body and mind. Like a cocoon, it tightly wraps and binds itself. As for happiness, Bai Yu can't define it. Compared with himself, who had never seen his parents and was an orphan since he was a child, Bai Yu at least had a mother who loved him. In Bai Yu's opinion, that was already a lot of happiness. That happiness? Judging from Bai Yu's sobs and bloody tears, she is not happy. After Bai Yu analyzed it, he quickly retracted his thoughts and pretended to be curious.
Mom, what did you just say? It's nothing. Honey, let's go. We'll be late for school.
Maid Baoan sighed, her words full of frustrated powerlessness. Outside, it has already stopped raining and the sky is sunny. The breeze is gentle and the sun is shining brightly. Both mother and daughter have their own concerns, and their hearts are filled with haze. Along the way, the 2 of them were relatively speechless. Bai Yu hugged Mama Bai's waist tightly, pressed his face against her back to avoid her rearview mirror, and kept thinking in his mind. She remembered that when she entered the game, the system gave her the following prompt to complete the level. Guard it. Your heart. Could it be that the color of the wind leaves indicates that her heart may change? Or is it contaminated by some mysterious force? And from the current point of view, the color of the wind leaves is a mixture of her inner expression and Bai Yu's inner expression. It seems that one is ebbing and the other is ebbing. Asterisk. The mother and daughter soon arrived at the gate of Wuxing Primary School. As if the dungeon was set up, Bai Yu met Xingshiro again. But this time Bai Yu was mentally prepared. When Xingshiro came to hold her hand, she made an excuse in advance and deliberately avoided it. Chapter 228, Heartless City, Go Meet Someone. Unexpectedly, Tang Shiqiang's
looking for trouble on Tuesday
behavior did not appear. Maybe it was because the squad leader was still intimidating him when he bullied Xingshiro yesterday. In addition, Luo Yu was Bai Yu's deskmate, so others did not dare to surround him like Xingshiro did. Bai Yu originally wanted to take the opportunity to teach the fat man with a square face a lesson. At this moment, seeing that he was keeping calm and not making any moves today, he didn't take the initiative to take action. Asterisk. The morning classes ended quickly. There is only one physical education class in the afternoon, and school ends at 3 o'clock. As the time was almost up, Xingshiro called Bai Yu to go to the playground together. As soon as the 2 of them reached the door of the classroom, the head teacher and mathematics teacher Zhang came over. He glanced at the 2 of them with a solemn expression. His eyes stopped on Bai Yu, and his eyebrows wrinkled almost unnoticeably.
Bai Yu, your mother called and asked you to take leave from the afternoon physical education class. You go back, collect your school bag, and wait for her at the school gate. She will arrive in a moment.
Bai Yu.
Okay. Teacher Zhang.
After Teacher Zhang finished speaking, he sighed, turned and left.
Hey. See you. I remember you told me that your mother works the night shift this week. Why is she here now?
Xingshiro interjected in confusion. Bai Yu pursed his lips.
I don't know either. Shiro, go to the playground by yourself. I'll get my school bag first.
Xingshiro.
Okay. Then be careful with Tang Xuqiang and the others. It's Tuesday today. Okay.
Bai Yu knew what she was going to say, nodded, and went back to the classroom to get his school bag. When the other players saw her leaving school early with her school bag on her back, they couldn't help but look at each other for a second. Why are there still players following independent plots? Zhao Xiaowan reacted and reached out to Bai Yu to quietly make a
keep in touch
gesture. Bai Yu nodded. Asterisk. When Bai Yu walked out of the school gate with her school bag on her back, Bai's mother happened to park her electric car under the shade of a tree at the gate with her back to her. She is really thin, with a stooped back and even a bit of a bump that does not belong to her age. Bai Yu looked at her back, remembering the kiss that Bai's mother left on her forehead last night, and felt a lump in his throat. Mei Baowan parked the car. She straightened her hair that was messy in the wind in the rearview mirror, and then turned around, seeing her daughter standing behind her with her school bag on her back. A trace of embarrassment briefly disappeared on Bai's mother's gloomy face. There was a glimmer of light and joy in her eyes.
Baby!
Mom! Bai Yu called softly, but his eyes inadvertently glanced at Bai's mother's face. The light makeup that Bai's mother put on specially in the morning to send her daughter off was now dispelled by sweat. Her face looked old, tired, and full of love. Mother Bai came over and took the school bag from her back. With her rough and calloused hands, she took her tender little hand and said excitedly,
Baby, Mommy will take you to meet someone today. Who is it?
Bai Yu pretended to be confused. Mei Baowan.
You'll know when we get there. I haven't made an appointment for a long time. Someone broke up the appointment today, so we have a chance to make an appointment. Get in the car. Honey.
Bai's mother had finished talking, and Bai Yu couldn't ask any more questions. She only knew that the development of her plot had changed. Not that it's a bad thing. The car drove along and finally stopped in an alleyway next to Wuxin's apartment. Next to the laneway is a towering commercial office building. After parking the electric car, Bai's mother picked up her daughter's school bag, held her daughter with one hand, and walked in. The floors were also like a honeycomb in Wuxin's apartment, densely packed with rooms. Bai Yu was a little stunned. However, there are no windmills, like those in residential areas at the door of the room here. Chapter 229, Heartless City, Psychological Counseling.
Baby, we're here. Dr. Zhang is the most powerful child psychiatrist here. Don't be afraid when we go in soon. Okay?
Bai's mother stopped and told her softly.
Dot.
Bai Yu's eyes shrank deliberately, and he nodded. The words,
GAO Psychological Counseling Studio,
appeared in Bai Yu's sight. Considering the studio environment and the appearance of the front desk, the fee should be quite high. Mother Bai first gave her daughter traditional Chinese medicine, and now she brings her daughter for psychological consultation. What's going on with Bai Siyu? It can't be depression or something like that. While Bai Yu was thinking wildly, Bai's mother had already finished communicating with the front desk. The front desk glanced at the little Bai Yu and said to Bai's mother,
Ms. Mei, please come this way.
The two of them followed her, and soon stopped at the door of a room decorated in a warm style. The door is half open. Sitting inside was a curly-haired lady with exquisite makeup and full of affinity. She should be Dr. Zhang, as Mama Bai said. Soon, Bai's mother was left in the room, and Dr. Zhang said he had something to chat with her mother. Bai Yu was led out by the young and beautiful receptionist and waited in another room.
Kid, you drink some juice and watch TV first. Your mother may need to chat with Dr. Zhang for 10 or 20 minutes before she can come out,
the receptionist said, handed the TV remote control to her hand, and turned around to go out. On the TV screen, the live version of Triple X's School Notes is being played. It took about a few minutes. Bai Yu looked at Dr. Zhang's closed door, then at the bathroom, pondered for a second, got up and walked into the bathroom. Take out the limited time invisible feather clothes from the space. A line of information appeared in the field of vision. Please select whether to use it immediately. Whether? Bai Yu reached out and clicked yes. For 59, the stealth countdown begins. Bai Yu took a few big steps and walked directly into Dr. Zhang's consulting room. The moment she walked through the wooden door, she felt a strange feeling all over her body. It's like passing through some kind of animal muscle. In the room, under the guidance of Dr. Zhang, Mother Bai was already crying hysterically. She was crying, wiping her tears with a tissue and talking intermittently. Negative emotions and words complaining about unfair fate and unfair life surge out like a flood that bursts from a dam. Bai Yu never thought that Bai's mother would be so depressed inside. Dr. Zhang opposite her frowned slightly. She had a very good professional quality, and would sigh empathically with Mama Bai from time to time. She held a pen in her hand and recorded on a piece of white paper. 3:30. The countdown to invisibility passed quickly. Bai frowned and listened for a while, feeling like he was listening to Bai's mother's tragic life history. Why have I worked so hard to take care of my children all by myself for so many years, and work overtime until late at night at any time? Often wanting to hear my daughter say, "Good night," before going to bed has become a luxury. As for Xiong Biao's domestic violence, she didn't say a word, maybe because of face. Dr. Zhang over there saw that she had almost vented her emotions and said,
Miss May, I know you love your daughter very much. But have you discovered that what children need more is the company of their parents? If your daughter has been alone at home for a long time, it is actually difficult to avoid suffering from depression or other mental illnesses. Mother Bai choked up and said, Dr. Zhang, I understand the truth, but I have to be busy working and moving bricks to earn money. When I work the evening shift, after sending my daughter off in the morning, I have to work part-time as a housekeeper. And I also work part-time on weekends. There is no way. I can't hold my daughter while I'm carrying the bricks. And I can't carry the bricks if I hold my daughter.
Chapter 230, Heartless City, died 9 times. Dr. Zhang empathized and said,
It is indeed not easy for a woman to raise a child. I can particularly understand the hardship. But having said that, Miss May, is your daughter's performance in school normal?
Dr. Zhang is obviously very good at guiding and changing the topic. Mother Bai was silent for a while, then shook her head in pain.
It's not normal. I can see her coming back sometimes with small injuries on her body. She is very introverted and doesn't like to play with other students. She doesn't study very well. And the teacher doesn't treat her very well. Her only good friend in school, Zhang Shiro, I know, is dead. And it is impossible to be reborn again.
By you? Dr. Zhang's brows furrowed again.
Then do you want to go to the school to talk to the teacher? Or have a private chat with your daughter?
Injuries on the body indicate that the child has been bullied. Normally, when a mother encounters such a situation, she would go to school at all costs to try her best. After Mama Bai pondered for a second, she lowered her eyes, shook her head in despair and said,
No.
Dr. Zhang.
Why? I work as a cleaner at the children's cemetery in Wuxin Park. And her stepfather is a recently released robber. I don't want my daughter's classmates and teachers to know that her parents are such unlucky people.
Mei Baoan hesitated to speak. So what if I rush to school to help my daughter vent her anger? My daughter will only be looked down upon even more in the future. So she will probably hate herself as a mother even more.
Not only that, every time she takes her daughter to school, she always stops the car quite far away. Dr. Zhang.
What about the child's biological father? No more. When I was 6 months pregnant, I was killed in a car accident.
Bai's mother finished speaking with tears, and she was already sobbing. Even though Dr. Zhang has an excellent psychological quality and has seen countless miseries in the world, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Bai Yu, who was standing nearby,
eavesdropping,
invisible, was speechless and choked for a moment. This Bai Yu and Bai's mother are too miserable. In addition, Bai's mother's job is actually in Wuxin Park. So what the H.L. is this children's cemetery she was talking about? 015, the invisible countdown above the head begins to display in red. Bai Yu's breath was stagnant, and he could only hold back all curiosity and walk towards the door. At the moment when the body is about to pass through the crack in the door, behind her, Mama Bai cried in despair again.
Dr. Zhang, I don't believe in those drug treatments anymore. To this day, my daughter's pink leaves still haven't appeared. That only shows that she is still unhappy inside. There's not much time left for me. So I ask you to cure my daughter no matter what. As long as it makes her happy. It doesn't matter if everything goes bankrupt. I only have this last chance left. I really don't want to see my daughter fall alive in front of me again. You don't know? I have watched her die in front of me 9 times.
Dr. Zhang was frightened.
Bai Yu's pupils suddenly shook.
Asterisk. Wu Xian Elementary School. 4-3 classrooms. After the school bell rang, the classroom was quickly empty except for 4 players. Lu Lili, Zhang Minji and Zhao Xiaowan once again took their notebooks and pretended to sit down at the seats behind Luo Yi. Luo Yi used his innate skill, Children of Light, to cover everyone in the classroom, and then went to the next few classes to find out information. The remaining 3 people were discussing and summarizing on the spot. Soon, he came back with a slight frown on his brows. Several people thought that other players would come back with him. Unexpectedly, there was no one behind him. This is quite unexpected. It seemed that the 15 players assigned to other classes did not want to hug together with them in this dungeon.
Chapter 231, Heartless City 1I. It is normal for the remaining players not to come and join them. After all, as the number of people increases, dissent, right and wrong, and danger also increase. In addition, in this type of role-playing copy, there is a high probability that everyone's final pass key will be different. Zhao Shijuan's eyes stopped on Luo Ye's face and said curiously,
"What's going on with the monitor? Have you found any new clues?" "Yes. The birthdays of the remaining 15 players are also at the end of the month."
After Luo Yi finished speaking, he sat down in his seat. Everyone.
Dot. I just said, why is it that it's the 9th day of the game this time? And I haven't heard any notification about the decrease in the number of players or the progress of unlocking the plot. It seems that the last day is the day to decide life and death. Oh my gosh! We don't know how, but we still have to be taken to that park by our parents to see windmills. Right.
Zhao Xiaowen put her hands on her cheeks, feeling a little anxious, although it was only the 3rd day for them. But according to 3 times the flow rate, it is already the 9th day into the game. Luo Yi recalled the scenes he saw in other classes before and said,
"Everyone should be careful when encountering players from other classes later."
Zhao Xiaowen.
You don't even mean to be kind? So we, Class 4 and 3, are considered a good group?
Luo Yi didn't answer, which was a kind of acquiescence. Zhao Xiaowen.
Dot.
Lu Lily scratched his head, his eyes full of hope.
Squad leader, do you have any other discoveries? Yes. There is a player in Class 42 who lives on the top floor of an apartment near the road. She took a picture of Wuxing Park from a high place. I'll post it in the group. You guys can take a look first.
Luo Yi said, taking out his phone and sending a picture arrived in a small group. Everyone clicked on the picture and all stared blankly. In my impression, Wuxing Park, which is full of green plants and surrounded by circular roads, turns out to be oval in shape. Looking up from the air, it looks like a half-closed eye. Around it, beyond the highway, are densely packed, honeycomb-like buildings. What's even more amazing is that although the weather is fine, with blue sky and white clouds, a thin layer of white mist is covering the area directly above Wuxing Park. I can't see clearly the specific scenery and layout inside. Faintly, in the white mist, a colorful windmill as big as a Ferris wheel stood. The wind leaves are colorful and turning leisurely in the white mist. The location of the windmill is exactly in the center of the eye. Lu Lily looked at the windmill and couldn't help but said,
"When I saw the big windmill in the park, I suddenly thought of my little granddaughter on Blue Star."
After finishing speaking, he hummed a children's song in a low voice.
"The big windmill is whirring, and the scenery here is so beautiful."
Others, although Grandpa's performance is a bit conspicuous, why can't they complain about it? Zhao Xiaowan stared blankly at the windmill and clicked her tongue.
Yesterday, the twins seemed to be their parents. They took them to Wuxing Park during the day to see the windmill. Before going there, the colors of the wind leaves of the 2 children seemed to be almost complete.
She pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and said in disbelief,
"I thought the windmills they saw were small ones, like those in front of homes. But I didn't expect them to be so big."
Luo Yi recalled what Baiyu said to him and recounted.
"By the way, Baiyu told me before during class that when she passed by Wuxing Park yesterday, she saw this kind of white fog on the road in the park. At that time, she thought it was because of the heavy rain. She said that there seemed to be a lot of fog in the fog. The shadow of a child."
Luo Yi related very vaguely, and did not say directly that it might be the ghost of a child. Rainy days and dark nights are when the magnetic field of a living person's body is weak, and these weird things are most likely to appear. Then, he told everyone the conversation between Baiyu and the security guard. Why the guardian had to accompany him in was anyone's guess. Chapter 232, Heartless City Sacrificing, Soul? After finishing humming the children's song, Lu Lily was silent for a moment and then said,
"On Blue Star."
The term guardian
refers to a person who is responsible for supervising and protecting the personal property and other legal rights and interests of persons without or with limited capacity for civil conduct, such as minors or mentally ill persons. People. To put it bluntly, they are people who can make legal decisions. But this is a copy of a crisis survival game, not a daily program to popularize the law. It seems like this is more like a special identity definition.
Luo Yi retracted his thoughts and concluded lightly. Everyone then explained the clues they had observed. As for the changes in the color of the wind leaves, players have paid attention to it this morning. In every house, the color of the wind blades of large windmills decreases, while the color of the wind blades of small windmills increases. But the colors added and missing are different for everyone. It can be seen that there is a certain trade-off relationship between their color and their parents. And the windmill at the door of every house has some mysterious connection with every family. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but fall into silent contemplation. For a long while, Lou Lily squinted his eyes and recalled the cartoons his granddaughter had watched. And a bold idea came to his mind.
Is this windmill actually a child monster? Its tentacles turn into small windmills and spread all over the city. And then they only eat children who meet certain conditions? It may be some kind of high technology that is beyond our imagination and closely related to human life. There are them at the door of every house. But they are not available in public places such as schools and shopping malls. Because these places are temporary and only home is where everyone goes back. So it is very possible that those windmills are strange surveillance objects specifically targeted at individual families. In other words, this kind of surveillance object can also reflect the characteristics of a person's life. For example, when the time is up, you have to do whatever you want.
Zhao Xiaowan also suddenly had an idea. Zhao Shijuan's words made Lu Lily's thinking more open. But what he was thinking of was not high technology, but rather conspiracy theories. He patted the table, stood up and said,
"Hand over your heart. Express your feelings. Relieve your worries. Isn't this a pyramid scheme? But a kind of sacrifice or exchange? In the city of no heart. Is it possible that the sacrifice or exchange is the human heart? Everyone's if your heart has been sacrificed or exchanged. Of course you have no heart.
Everyone.
Wipe it. So Wuxin City may not only be a name, but also a state description,"
Lu Lily added. Zhang Minji's eyebrows relaxed, and he suddenly said,
"Awesome. Sure enough. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. I think Lu Lily's analysis is super reliable. We are really geniuses. After a random analysis here, I feel that my ideas are instantly clear,"
Zhao Xiaowan exclaimed. Lu Lily chuckled.
"No matter what. I also worked as a private detective on Blue Star for several years when I was young. Others. Turns out he's the boss. So disrespectful."
Lu Yi basically agreed with Lu Lily on sacrifice. But there was one thing he couldn't figure out clearly for the time being.
Then the question is, who do you exchange with? What do you get?
Everyone shook their heads in unison.
Then I don't know.
If this copy was in a rural area or in ancient times, it would be easy to think that the objects of sacrifice were ghosts and gods. But in such a seemingly modern city, when thinking about these topics, it always seems difficult to think of them together. Chapter 233, Heartless City, Reborn 9 Times? Luo Yi narrowed his eyes, and a ripple suddenly appeared in his deep pool-like eyes.
It seems that we can only go to Wuxin Park in advance today and take a walk.
After he finished speaking with determination, he stood up.
Teacher Zhang should still be in the office now. I'll go find him and call your parents, telling them that I want to invite you to my house for dinner, and I'll go home later.
Zhao Xiaowan asked weakly.
Although your father is the principal, will he do it? Maybe. He will ask your father to call the parents in person.
Although Teacher Zhang is afraid of the principal, no one can tell what dangers will happen to the children after they leave school. He shouldn't have to take the risk and take the blame.
He will definitely not listen to what I say. But according to my observations of Teacher Zhang in the past 2 days, he will not deny my father's face.
After Luo Yi finished speaking, he went out. Everyone.
Dot.
Okay. Cow. Zhao Xiaowan saw Luo Yi disappear and glanced at her phone.
What should I do about Baixiu? Should I call her for the next action? I feel that she has a very delicate mind. With her here, she might find a lot of doubts and clues that we are not good at discovering. But I don't think she has found anything after leaving school. Information comes over.
Zhang Minji.
From the perspective of being able to play a separate plot in the dungeon. She should have special skills. But she should be with Mama by now. So it's not convenient for her to reply to messages on her mobile phone. Anyway, we are just going to check out the places today. If it doesn't work, we won't call her yet. Don't worry about it. We'll find out when the monitor comes back to see if Teacher Zhang has called Mama by.
Lu Lily stretched out his hand and gently stroked his little chin, and said with experience, Asterisk. 3 hours later, Bai Yu and Bai's mother walked out of the business office building together.
Baby, just wait here for me and don't move around. I'll ride over here.
After Mei Baoan finished explaining, she turned around and left. Bai Yu responded immediately, looking at her back thoughtfully. Her eyes were red and swollen, but his face looked completely different from the one he saw when Bai Yu was invisible. In front of Bai Yu, her mood was calm, gentle, and considerate. Earlier in Dr. Zhang's room, she was a little hysterical, like a powder keg that ignited at a moment's notice, and was full of aggression. In addition, when she and Dr. Zhang talked about Zhang Shiro is a dead person, and it is impossible to be reborn, Dr. Zhang didn't seem to have much reaction. Is it because this matter is too ordinary in Wuxin City? Bai Yu thought about it, and an outrageous question came to his mind.
Could it be that both Bai Siyu and Mama Bai have been reborn 9 times? But looking at Mama Bai's miserable current situation, she doesn't look like the kind of person who has been reborn so many times? Or is it that their memories were erased after rebirth, and then they awakened again? Or, no matter how many times they are reborn, their life trajectory cannot be changed. But in that case, what is the meaning of rebirth? Could it be that it's just Mama Bai's wishful thinking and one-sided obsession?
While thinking a lot, Bai's mother has already cycled in front of her. Her face was filled with a gentle smile as usual, but her voice was hoarse like never before.
Baby, get in the car.
Bai Yu hesitated for a moment.
Okay, Mom.
Asterisk. It is very close from the business office building to the C44 entrance of Wuxin apartment. It's only a 2-3 minute drive. Bai Yu finally entered the community alone. After Mother Bai dropped her off at the door, she hurriedly turned around and went back to work. It is said that the few hours of leave she took in the afternoon need to be made up after early morning. Otherwise, today's salary will be deducted in full. Although Bai's mother has always been very restrained in front of her daughter, Bai Yu can clearly feel that the sense of relief she got from Dr. Zhang in the afternoon was all a motive back after she paid a large sum of money for the consultation fee. It can be said that the tight life and anxiety brought her previous calmness back to its original state in a second. She seemed more serious and nervous, and Bai Yu could feel that she had been clenching her back molars, trying not to let herself see it. Chapter 234, Heartless City, Throw Yourself into a Trap. It's not easy for Bai Yu to interfere too much. After all, in front of Mama Bai, she is just a 10-year-old child who is suffering from a mental illness. Bai Yu convinced himself, carrying a heavy school bag, and walked along the building where 1414 was located. Halfway there, she suddenly realized that she seemed to be being followed. The moment she deliberately paused, the footsteps also stopped. She pretended not to notice and continued walking, then turned her head to look behind her at lightning speed. A tall man's figure flashed into the building next to him. Judging from his actions, the other party is no ordinary person. Judging from his body shape, he looks a bit like Xiong Biao. Bai Yu?
Dot!
If she remembered correctly, Xiong Bastard Biao's 2 broken dog claws could not be restored within 2 or 3 months. It's been less than a day, and the wound hasn't healed yet. Now he's starting to act like a monster? Just with the 2 remaining dog legs? It seems that the other party is really a dog that can't change its habit of eating shit. Last time, I only cut off 2 of his dog claws, because Mama Bai was present, and she couldn't act too exaggerated. Now he has the audacity to send it to his door by himself. So don't blame her for getting rid of harm for the people. Thinking of this, Bai Yu took a deep breath and quickly glanced around the community's environmental facilities. Seeing the great power distribution room not far away next to the community wall, she suddenly had a plan in mind. Without thinking, she raised her legs and walked towards it quickly. You can clearly feel that figure quickly following him. Outside the power distribution room and between the walking path, there is a circle of old-style flower beds. A few trees planted sporadically above the flower bed were covered with green vines, covering most of the power distribution room. People outside can basically not see what is going on inside. Bai Yu followed the cement path and deliberately quickly went around the flower bed. The moment he entered the flower bed, with a thought, the heavy school bag had already been stowed away in the space, and the black blade was already easily held in her hand. With a gentle step, he had reached the area of the wall and power distribution room. The sound of rustling footsteps and words that made people want to vomit soon came from the other side of the power distribution room. It turned out to be Xiong Biao.
Little bitch. I'm telling you, today is your death day. Where else can you hide? This brain is as good as Mei Bujuan's pig brain. You know it all, someone is following you. And you even come here and throw yourself into a trap. Dasha!
Before Xiong Biao could say the word K, He only felt that the triangle of his lower back was being pressed tightly from behind by a sharp weapon. The moment the sharp weapon touched him, it cut through his clothes. There was a cold metallic touch that touched his waist muscles. Xiong Biao's waist muscles tightened, and a trace of fear flashed through his malicious eyes. Damn it! Is she a ghost? He clearly saw that the sick Bai Siyu was unable to stand up straight under the weight of the school bag. I didn't see her throwing away her school bag just now. How could she run behind him so fast? The key is still silent. Besides, who would bring such a big sharp thing with them to school? Thirdly, Bai Siyu, like her dissatisfied mother, has always been used to being submissive. He beat her like that on weekdays, but she didn't say anything back. But that day she dared to do such an outrageous move. And today she dared to threaten and provoke her. Something's wrong. What do you think? Something is wrong. The scene where Bai Siyu chopped off a dog's claws with a knife was still vivid in his mind. Xiong Biao is a villain. But he is not a fool. After taking a deep breath, he felt a little self-doubt, and his harsh tone could not help but drop a bit. You are not Bai Siyu at all. Who are you? Stop talking nonsense. Raise your arms above your head and squat down. Otherwise, don't blame the knife in my hand for not having eyes. The girl's childish scolding came from behind. The man in front hesitated for a second, then bowed slightly. Clang! A sharp axe fell to the ground. Xiong Biao squatted down on the spot and slowly raised his arms to his head. At the break where the gauze should have been wrapped in the arm, there were two thick and rough palms with smooth joints, as if they were reborn. Chapter 235, The Heartless City, then kneel down. Bai Yu's pupils shrank. Does this mean it comes with gecko genes? Although he was extremely shocked, Bai Yu still did not forget to kick Xiong Biao's dropped axe in front of him. Immediately, with a thought, he put the sharp-edged axe into the space. The black blade in his hand moved to Xiong Biao's rough and thick neck as he squatted down. When the cold metal touched the back of Xiong Biao's neck, the memory of the sharp blade cutting off his dog's claws suddenly came to mind. If the little girl's hand slips casually, then his head. Thinking of this, Xiong Biao couldn't help but shuddered. But he quickly realized that no matter how powerful the opponent was, he was still just a 10-year-old child. He had underestimated the enemy just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so passive now. Since she doesn't take it hard, then he should give in first and then talk about it. Wait until she relaxes her guard. Let's see how he kills her later. Xiong Biao thought about his counterattack action as soon as he stood up, and said with a cry and sincerity in his voice. Good Xiaoyu. I was wrong. But I'm a big man and I can't squat. Can you let me stand up first? When the time comes, you can kill or chop me. Whatever you want. As he spoke, his body swayed deliberately. Can't you squat? The clear voice of the girl behind her contained a hint of doubt. Xiong Biao twitched the corners of his mouth and nodded heavily. Yes. Then why don't you kneel down? Xiong Biao. Grass. Is this little sick boy's inner demon awakening? Xiong Biao's molars were gritting loudly as 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past in his heart. But on the surface, he was still frightened. No. Oh, Xiaoyu. I really know I was wrong. Just let me get up and I will take you to have a big meal and buy nice clothes. Okay. Or, I can give you the money, and you can buy it yourself. You hold the knife steady. I'll release my right hand to get the money. As Xiong Biao spoke, he put down his right hand and prepared to dig into his pocket. Don't move. Tell me, what happened to your hand? The black blade in Bai Yu's hand moved slightly toward his head. Is this to blow his brains out? Xiong Biao's scalp tightened, and the hand he was about to put down suddenly stopped, and he deliberately pretended to be stupid to avoid her question. Okay. I won't move. Xiong Biao. The knife in my hand doesn't have eyes. Let me give you one last piece of advice. It's best not to overestimate my patience. Listening to the cold words of the girl behind him, Xiong Biao's body trembled again in conditioned reflex. This is the secret of Wuxin City. You can't tell it. If you tell me, I will die. If you don't say anything, you will die now. Bai Yu was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with him. As he spoke, the blade had already stabbed forward partially. Xiong Biao felt a heartbreaking sting starting from the back of his head and spreading throughout his body. He felt like his head was going to explode. Damn it. You might die if you tell the secret, but if you don't say it, you will die immediately. He is really difficult. Never mind. Do my best. Anyway, he only told half of it.
At worst he would die.
No. Please don't go any further with the knife. I say. It's best to think clearly before you say anything. If you try to fool me, you know the consequences.
The girl's plain words were full of an aura that made people dare not violate her willfully. Xiong Biao took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart, glanced left and right with shrinking eyes, and lowered his voice.
As long as you go to Wuxing Park and offer sacrifices, you can restore the missing parts of your body.
Bai Yu was shocked. Chapter 236, Heartless City, Heartless Eyes. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered his thoughts. She secretly took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. Speak clearly. Where are the sacrifices made? To whom? How are the sacrifices made?
Xiong Biao's Adam's apple rolled, and he continued to whisper.
Sacrifice to the Heartless Eye. Each time you sacrifice 1/10 of your heart, you can recover the missing parts of your body. The Heartless Eye is located at the Towering Windmill, and the opening words of the sacrificial ceremony are the park. Just say the sentence on the billboard at the exit 3 times silently.
Bai Yu's breath was stagnant. A towering windmill? She had never seen it on her way to school. But that's not the point of the problem. Thinking of this, Bai Yu continued to ask.
Can everyone do it? No. Only those who are qualified as guardians can do so. It can be understood that adults can be responsible for their own sacrifices, and they can also be responsible for the sacrifices of their underage children. Similar to an adult himself or a child missing an arm or a leg, the adult can sacrifice 1/10 of his heart to recover his body or the child. However, it is not allowed until the child reaches the age of majority.
In order to reflect the comprehensiveness and detail of what he said, Xiong Biao also specifically listed it this time. Bai Yu.
Good Xiaoyu. That's all I know. Can you let me go?
Xiong Biao's tone of weakness was full of sincerity. The little girl behind him didn't speak. Xiong Biao thought he was going to get away with it, and was about to speak. The cold words behind him made him frown again.
What about the rebirth of a dead child? Is it the same logic as sacrificing the heart to obtain physical recovery?
Xiong Biao. Why are you still refusing to let me go? The key is that a man who is only 1.8 meters tall is being manipulated by a 10-year-old girl. He really wanted to find a piece of tofu and kill him immediately. The cold metal touch touched his skull again. Xiong Biao shrank, his forehead covered with crystal beads of sweat.
Yes. What will happen after you sacrifice your heart 10 times? Become a living dead walking in the world. Work for the Heartless Eye forever.
Bai Yu? She took a deep breath.
What about the others? I swear, it's really gone.
Xiong Biao felt that his sore legs were shaking into 3 strings.
You sure?
Xiong Biao almost burst into tears.
I'm really sure. My aunt. If I miss a word, I'm not a human being.
Girl. Let her bounce for a while. When he finds the opportunity later, he will crush her to pieces.
A scumbag like you who only bullies the poor and the weak is not worthy of being a human being.
Bai Yu said coldly. But he already raised his knife and dropped it. This stubborn evil bastard will only have long nights and dreams if he is left alive. Puff. The dog head with wide eyes rolled to the side with fear and consternation on its face. Between the broken neck, a bright red splash splashed on the wall of the community, and a bright red flower bloomed instantly. The bright red liquid on the ground slowly seeped down along the cement path. Before Bai Yu could react, the half-body body that fell to the ground quickly deflated like a human balloon, leaving only a thin layer of skin. Soon, his dog head and paper-thin body disappeared. The blood stains on the ground, and the walls disappeared completely in an instant. Bai Yu frowned tightly, recalling the strange feeling when she walked invisibly through the door in the psychological consultation room. She clenched the black blade in her hand and stabbed it hard into the smooth concrete floor. Chapter 237, Heartless City, Don't Cause Destruction. The moment the black blade pierced the concrete floor, the position where Bai Yu was standing was like a piece of fresh fat being suddenly hit by a strong electric current, and he trembled slightly. Immediately, wisps of slender smoke, like black threads, penetrated from the crack in the ground along the edge of the sharp dagger, silently and at the speed of light. At this moment, the second joint of Bai Yu's right index finger felt an inexplicable pain again. She reacted immediately. These black smoke should be the resentment of the deceased. Thinking of this, she pulled the dagger out of the crack in the cement. The moment the dagger tipped left the ground, the cracked concrete floor miraculously quickly closed up, becoming intact as before. Bai Yu took a breath. It can heal automatically instantly. Could it be that this land is a living creature? In other words, Are they all contaminated by some kind of monster? Was Xiong Biao's corpse that disappeared just now swallowed by it? Bai Siyu's body flashed in his mind. Except for her head and facial features, which were intact. There was no bone or flesh on her body. And she was also deflated. Bai Yu became increasingly aware that his thoughts were a little confused. Could it be that the people of Heartless City, when they are alive, have to sacrifice 1/10 of their souls to this monster in exchange for rebirth or the soundness of their incomplete bodies? After death, will flesh, blood and bone still need to be devoured by it? Isn't this too unfair? In addition, from the point of view of the automatic healing of the ground, it is obviously unreasonable and unreasonable in reality and logic. Because on her way to Wuxin Elementary School, she had clearly seen a construction site where piles were being driven. Could it be because the black sword in his hand is a special prop? Thinking of this, Bai Yu took out Xiong Biao's axe from the space, clenched it with both hands, and slashed towards the area where the black blade had just pierced. Bang! There was a muffled sound on the cement floor, and part of it cracked. This time Bai Yu didn't feel the ground shaking anymore. When the axe was taken away, the ground was still in pieces, showing no signs of healing on its own. Bai Yu. Dot! Okay. It's basically logical and self-consistent. But looking at the cracked ground, Bai Yu felt that his knowledge of the dungeon settings also cracked. Kid, what are you doing? In our community, you can't cause havoc. Not far behind Bai Yu, an old man's anxious reminder came. Bai Yu looked back calmly. He was the security guard responsible for patrolling the community. The kind of grandfather. The Wuxin apartment where Bai's mother lives is an old and broken boy. The security men inside have almost lost all their teeth, and presumably their eyesight is not much better. Moreover, the security guard was standing at the corner of the power distribution room with a stun baton in his hand, and had no intention of coming to check in person. Looking at the little girl squatting on the ground with an axe in her hand and a solemn expression, his face was full of disbelief, and there was even a hint of fear in his old eyes. Grandpa's security. I was watching the ants move, and I didn't cause any damage. Bai Yu chuckled, put the axe into the space with a thought, and stood up. The damaged area on the ground was mostly covered by her obediently standing feet. The security guard glanced at the floor and her hands again, and was speechless for a moment. What about that shiny big axe? Was it because his old eyes were dim just now? That's right. How could such a cute and soft little girl hold an axe in her hand? It seems that I will have to put on my reading glasses when I go back later. The security guard quickly convinced himself in his heart and said with an apologetic look on his face. Huh? Maybe I saw it wrong. I'm sorry, but this is a power distribution room, so it's not safe. Children, if you want to observe ants, go outside. There are a lot of them outside. Bai Yu curved his lips and smiled brightly. Well, okay, Grandpa. Even so, the uncle watched her leave the dangerous power distribution room area before continuing to patrol other areas. Chapter 238, Heartless City be deadlock? It's time to get off work now. There are more and more pedestrians coming and going in the community. Bai Yu thought for a few seconds and decided to go home first. In addition, since the ground is stabbed by her black sword, it will show the characteristics of a living creature. Is it the same with the walls? Thinking of those windmills that had a special touch before, Bai Yu felt a chill go down his spine. When the elevator slowly reached the 13th floor, Bai Yu walked out early, glancing at the cameras all over the corridor. She lifted her legs and walked towards the dimly lit walking passage. He took out the black blade from the space and quickly stabbed it into the wall painted with putty powder. The wall had a sticky feel and was easily pierced by the dagger. She moved her hand gently downwards, and a palm-long gap was gently torn open by her. Buzz buzz! The wall around the crack trembled slightly. Although it was expected, Bai Yu couldn't help but shudder. She took out her mobile phone from the space and turned on the light and looked at the gap. The scene in front of her almost made her faint on the spot. In the long and narrow gap, there seemed to be a bottomless layer of dark red flesh buds, writhing with teeth and claws. As wisps of black smoke appeared, Bai Yu's finger joints began to tingle again, and she quickly pulled out the dagger. The gap in the wall healed quickly the moment the black blade left. Bai Yu? Hack! How outrageous. Therefore, this unintentional city is obviously a huge living creature or monster. Are those windmills at the door of every house its terminal tentacles? Little spies? If you understand it this way, what are the humans living around the monster's body? Are they just a group of parasites acting as sacrifices? Bai Yu was instantly shocked by his discovery and reasoning. Taking a few big gulps of air to calm down his emotions as much as possible, Bai Yu quickly walked towards 1414 on the 14th floor. After entering the house and sitting down on the sofa, she took out the iced Coke from the space and drank it in one go, and ate 2 large pieces of chocolate. Under the influence of the dessert, Bai Yu finally calmed down a little. From the moment I heard the conversation between Bai's mother and Dr. Zhang in the psychological consultation room to now, all the scenes I have experienced are slowly reappearing in front of my eyes frame by frame. Bai Yu began to cycle through several keywords in his mind. Wuxing Park. Children's Cemetery. Pink wind leaves. Daughter is unhappy. Dead 9 times. Sacrifice. Rebirth. Heartless eyes. Windmill. Live object. Dead person. Sacrifice 10 times. Living dead person. Protect heart. Bai Yu felt that his CPU was about to burn out, and a preliminary plot line began to vaguely emerge. It is most likely about the unilateral sacrifice, obsession, and daughter's incomprehension and rebirth of a single mother. But there was one question that she couldn't figure out, and that was, how can I pass the level? According to the conventional routine, Mama Bai and Bai Siyu should reach some form of reconciliation. To put it bluntly, it means letting everyone let go of their obsessions. But looking at the current situation, Mother Bai most likely sacrificed the last remaining tenth of her soul. The end of the month is Bai Siyu's birthday, but it will also be Bai's mother's death anniversary. At that time, even if her daughter became happy and got the pink wind leaf and was reborn again, Mother Bai had already become a walking dead. Yin and Yang are separated. Who can accept the cruel reality that he is alive, but his mother is dead? Then, Bai Siyu, who has mental illness, will inevitably die for the 10th time. Does that mean that he will die too? After all, one of the conditions for passing the game is to survive for 30 days. Therefore, for her, this is most likely a dead end. And it's a situation that no one will like. It's a dead end. Chapter 239, Heartless City Park Cemetery? Bai Yu's eyebrows were pinched, and he didn't expect where the key to the customs clearance was. After a long silence, she retracted her thoughts and finally made up her mind. It seems that going to Wuxing Park to explore the Wuxing Eye where the sacrifice is effective may be the key to breaking the situation. In addition, it would be great if I could have a chance to meet Bai Siyu again and communicate with her. Cross-border. Thinking of this, Bai Yu subconsciously looked at the ceiling of the living room. But unexpectedly, an even more life-threatening idea appeared in her mind. Is she considered to be in a monster's body now? Bai Yu couldn't help but gasp. He glanced out the window inadvertently. It's a sunny day today. Although it was approaching evening, the sun was still shining brightly outside. Bai Yu frowned. Luo Yi and the others should have returned home from school early. Right? Apparently, B's deadlock was only aimed at her. Thinking of this, she clicked on the 5-person group on her phone. A picture that Luo Yi posted in the group 3 hours ago popped up. The index finger points open wide. This is an aerial photo of Wuxing Park. Bai Yu stared at the picture for a few times, and finally his eyes fell on the colorful windmill looming in the middle of the white mist. That is exactly the position of the unintentional eye that Xiong Biao mentioned as sacrificing people's hearts. Apparently, he wasn't lying. For some reason, Bai Yu suddenly felt an indescribable chill all over his body. In addition, Bai Yu suddenly had a bold guess in his heart. Judging from Mama Bai's work in Wuxing Park and the children's cemetery there, this area, which resembles a park and has a park in its name, is perhaps a park cemetery with some kind of sacrificial nature? When you think about it, it makes sense that what surrounds the park are not luxury properties, but unintentional apartments in a honeycomb-like ordinary residential area. As for Wuxing Primary School, which is also close to the park, it is easier to understand. After all, many schools on Blue Star are located on cemeteries. Bai Yu looked at the picture and fell into deep thought again. Asterisk. The other side. The screen flashes back to 3 hours ago. Luo Yi took Lu Lily and the others out of Wuxing Elementary School and walked straight to Wuxing Park. As Zhao Xiaowan walked, she thought worriedly, Bai Siyu won't be in any trouble. Right. Should we send her a message and tell her about our visit to Wuxing Park? Probably not. The system didn't prompt the number of players to decrease or anything. I guess it's still inconvenient for her right now. Otherwise, if she sees the photo that the squad leader posted in the group, she will probably reply. Lu Lily held his school bag shoulders with both hands. Belt. Analyzed. There's no need to tell her. We're just going to take a look. If we find anything,
We can inform her in time.
Luo Yi narrowed his eyes and said. Zhao Xiaoan thought about it and said, oh. Several people quickly walked to an entrance of Wuxing Park. Looking at the serious-looking security guard, and by Siyu's words relayed by Luo Yi. Several people looked at each other for a second.
How about we try again? Maybe each entrance is managed differently.
Zhao Xiaoan glanced at the security guard and suggested. Luo Yi nodded.
Okay. I'll go. You guys keep going forward. If you can't get through the door, we have to consider other ways to get in. Other ways? By the way, do you have any props for walking through walls?
Zhang Minji looked at the high walls and barbed wire outside Wuxing Park and glanced at everyone. Zhao Xiaoan and Lu Lily looked at each other and shook their heads in unison.
Do not have.
Zhang Minji had no choice but to smile helplessly.
I do have a momentary blink card that can penetrate thinner walls. But I can only use it by myself. And I can use it twice in a day. What should you do?
Hearing this, Lu Lily couldn't help but joked.
Flash props? Are you sure you're not playing King?
Zhang Minji.
I also think this card is a bit funny. But it's normal. In this game, I like to make some weird props.
Chapter 240, Heartless City Road to Death?
Everyone, be prepared to climb over the wall and get in.
Next to him, Luo Yi calmly said a word and walked towards the security guard. Zhao Xiaoan glanced at his back.
Climb over the wall?
It's not impossible. The three of them had not gone far when Luo Yi followed them.
Let's go. Use Plan B.
Judging from the look in his eyes, it should be the same as the ending by Siyu asked. Several people walked forward quickly, and after leaving the sight of the security guard, Zhang Minji used the props and entered through the wall first. He didn't dare to yell, so he could only send a message to tell Luo Yi and the others that it was normal inside. Luo Yi quickly took out a rope hook from his school bag and threw it towards the end of the wall with ease.
Click!
The rope was fixed.
I'll go up first, and then I'll pull Zhao Xiaoan up. Lu Lily, you'll be last.
After Luo Yi made arrangements, he climbed up easily with his strong body and 5 divided by 2. Zhao Xiaoan looked at him from below. Her eyes filled with admiration. There's nothing to say about the squad leader's physical fitness. He's become so small, but he's still so good. The key is the perfect body proportions. The legs are so long. Asterisk. Soon, several people successfully entered Wuxing Park. As far as the eye can see, everything is lush and green, filled with towering trees that reach into the clouds. Looking up, through the gaps in the leaves, there is a misty light white. Come to think of it, it's the white mist in the photo. The ground was covered with fallen leaves. Walking on it, it makes a clicking sound. From time to time, there is a faint smell of decay in the air, mixed with plants and animals. Judging from the light, it was clearly a warm and sunny day outside. It's a bit dark here, even a bit eerie and cold. Separated by a wall, the temperature on both sides is quite different.
This park doesn't feel special. It just has more flowers and plants. It's a bit like the botanical garden on Blue Star. Oh, by the way, the temperature is a bit lower, but the air is really good, like a natural oxygen bar.
Zhao Xiaoan swiped left and right. After a few glances, the worries and doubts in his heart were swept away, and he quickly concluded. While she spoke easily, she reached out and rubbed the goosebumps on her arms that had just been cold. Zhang Minji frowned slightly.
Did Bai Siyu say that he saw the shadow of a child in the mist? Yes, but it's not raining now, and it's not night, so it shouldn't be enough to meet the conditions for seeing them. It's better to be careful. There seems to be something wrong with the magnetic field here.
It was Lu Lily who spoke. In his hand, there was an iron-colored compass in his hand. The compass pointer, visible to the naked eye, was shaking a bit obviously. Zhao Xiaoan.
Rub? Props? Yes.
He, who had always had a playful smile, nodded with a serious look on his face. His eyes not even half an inch away from the compass.
Let's go and see the windmill. Please speak as quietly as possible on the way and pay attention to see if there is anyone else.
Luo Yi put away the rope hook and put it back in his school bag. After explaining, he took the lead and walked forward. A few people said, yes, and quickly followed him as if they were thieves. Before taking a few steps, some trees with white windmills on one side of their branches appeared in front of him. Those windmills and trees are reduced to one, and there is no glue gap visible. It's like it grew out of the tree trunk. The distance between the left and right trees is about 2 meters. And the layout is very regular. It looks like some kind of passage full of ritual. At the same time, the compass in Lu Lily's hand started spinning crazily. Zhao Shijuan's eyelids twitched, and she realized later.
Oh! There seems to be something wrong here. Also, the size and color of the windmill are exactly the same as my neighbor's windmill where 2 children died.
Zhang Minji.
Shit! Isn't this the road to death?
Chapter 241, Heartless City, Violation of the Rules.
Everyone, be careful.
As he spoke, Luo, he already had an ancient cyan mace in his hand. Seeing this, the others quickly took out their weapons and took them in their hands. Several people groped forward cautiously again. But soon, they discovered something was wrong. The further you go, the trees become more and more closely spaced, and the light becomes darker and darker. The number of pale-colored windmills on the tree trunks on both sides has also increased. A cold wind mixed with the smell of rot blew by, and the windmill began to rotate. There were faint sounds of children's laughter, crying, and playing, following the sound of the wind, coming from the end of the woods. In a normal park, this situation is quite normal. But in this environment and state of mind at this moment, these sounds have a sense of horror that makes people inexplicably frightened. Zhao Shaoan glanced left and right in fear, then suddenly stopped.
Squad leader, I don't dare to go forward. It's really scary and gloomy here. Just like the scenes in the horror movies I've seen. Otherwise, let's go back.
Her eyes flinched, but the lancet in her hand was held firmly. Luo Yi paused and turned around to glance at Lu Lily and Zhang Minji, with no expression on his face.
What about you? I can do either.
Lu Lily responded nonchalantly. He kept his eyes fixed on the black iron compass that was spinning crazily in his hand, as if he was afraid that the compass would fly away if he glanced away. Zhang Minji glanced at the compass in his hand and took a deep breath.
Now that we're here, how about we walk a little further? If we find anything unusual, retreat immediately. After all, it seems like it's not far from the location of the big windmill.
After speaking, he muttered again.
But there seems to be something wrong with the environment of this park.
Lu Lily raised her eyes to glance at him and said calmly,
What's wrong is what's right. If the copy remains mediocre, it means there are greater dangers and problems hidden in the dark.
Zhang Minji stretched out his hand and scratched his head. He felt that what he said was right. So he asked Luo Yi.
Squad leader, didn't Bai Siyu say that she saw the park road when she was at the door? The location where we climbed over the wall is not far from the door. Why did we walk for so long and not see half of the normal road? Maybe we opened it the wrong way.
Lu Lily didn't raise his head. The rotation of the compass pointer in his hand gradually slowed down for some reason. The white windmill spinning, whispering, next to it also gradually stopped. Zhang Minji.
What do you mean? Children entering the park during non-weekend hours need to be accompanied by a guardian. This is a rule that limits a certain identity. If there is some secret hidden here, it is obvious that we have violated this rule.
Luo Yi understood the meaning of Lu Lily's words. He stared at the trees on both sides of the distance and said without thinking,
Oh my god! What should we do? Are we in an illusion? A ghost can never get out of the wall. Ouch! I encountered this situation in the last dungeon. Oh my gosh! Why is my cell phone out of signal? We can't be. Have we really met? Oh my god! I would have known better to get some talisman paper or something before I came in.
Zhao Shaoan suddenly said with surprise. Her voice was slightly crying. Zhang Minji had the words,
You are so annoying,
written on his face, and couldn't help but glare at her.
Sister, you are someone who has passed a few dungeons after all. Can you please stop scaring yourself?
Zhao Shaoan immediately glared back at him.
No.
Zhang Minji.
Dot.
Luo Yi had been frowning and thinking about the problem. Now when he heard the two people arguing, his face darkened instantly.
Okay. Are you going to continue bickering like a 10-year-old child in an unknown and dangerous situation?
His voice had a coldness and dignity that did not belong to a 10-year-old child.
Dot.
Zhang Minji was silent for a second. Zhao Shaoan wanted to open her mouth to explain something, but Luo Yi waved her hand to stop her.
In this way, I will go to the front and take a look myself. If you really want to go,
then follow. If you don't want to go, just stay or go back first. But before that, I would like to emphasize 2 points. 1. This is a single-player copy, not a team copy. You are responsible for your own choices and the results of your choices. You can go or not. Don't force me. 2. If you want to act together, then stop talking nonsense. Because every complaint you make will not solve any problem except affecting the mood of your teammates.
After Luo Yi finished speaking coldly, he already raised his legs and strode forward. Chapter 242, Heartless City, Windmill Cemetery. Lu Lily didn't say anything, and was the first to follow with a compass. At this moment, the direction pointed by the pointer on his compass was directly in front of the tree path. Zhang Minji glanced at Zhao Xiaowan, who was stunned on the spot, snorted with an almost imperceptible nostril, and followed quickly.
Yeah. Just wait for me. I complained so much just now. But now I'm not so scared.
Zhao Xiaowan, who reacted belatedly, looked at the backs of the three people walking away with their school bags on their backs, and hurriedly followed them with small steps. Zhang Minji originally wanted to mock her a little, but he took a look at Luo Ye's back and held back. After that, the few people walked quietly and cautiously, although Zhao Xiaowan was a little scared. She gritted her teeth and endured it. The cold wind that blew through the woods before seemed to be set, and it blew over every once in a while. The windmill also sounded swish repeatedly. A few people were not surprised. After walking for about half an hour, the view in front of several people suddenly widened. They finally came out of the jungle. The rotten smell mixed with the strong, moist earthy smell hit your face. Looking at the scene in front of him, Luo Yi, who had always been calm, couldn't help but pause and secretly took a deep breath. Lu Lily and Zhang Minji, who followed closely behind, were also stunned. At this moment, the compass in Lu Lily's hand that had been quiet for a long time began to beat crazily again. Lu Lily. Zhao Xiaowan was the last one to see it, and her heart almost jumped out of her throat.
This is...
Luo Yi frowned slightly.
Windmill? Cemetery?
Everyone. They looked up and saw endless black tombstones as far as the eye could see. The tombstone is not big, only about the size of an A4 paper. On one side of each small tombstone stands a small, whirling white windmill. The children's laughter, crying, and playing sounds that they heard before seemed to come from here. In the distance, you can faintly see the windmill in the photo of Wuxing Park. However, the windmill blades are not the colorful ones in the photo, but black. In the middle of each wind leaf, there is a bright red dot. It looks like 7 eyes shedding tears of blood. The surrounding ambient temperature suddenly dropped a lot without realizing it. There was a faint moisture condensing around several people.
Squad leader, what should I do? Are you still moving forward?
Zhang Minji glanced at the strange windmill in the distance and asked.
That should be the core of Wuxing Park. We are not with the Guardians right now, so we won't go there for the time being. By the way, look, what is that?
Luo Yi frowned slightly and pointed towards the cemetery. Several people looked in the direction of his finger, and the fear level in their hearts filled up by the second. In the windmill cemetery not far away, above several black tombstones, several names condensed in black smoke appeared. Luo Yi, Zhao Xiaowan, Lu Lily, Zhang Minji. Several people looked at each other for a second, not knowing what to do.
Don't say anything when you go in later.
After Luo Yi finished explaining, he had already taken the lead and walked gently towards the tombstone where his name was located. On the tombstone belonging to his name, there are several words engraved. Luo Yi, 10 September 10th. He casually scanned the tombstone next to him, but the numbers displayed were different. Wang Junjie, 9 March 10th. Jiang Cheng, 8 July 10th. Luo Yi knew that in the dungeon, whenever there were patterns or strange places,
there was basically some kind of clue. He couldn't help but frown. What does the score behind this mean? Why isn't everyone the same? He looked at the tombstones of Zhao Xiaowan and the 3 of them again, and the results showed that the scores were all the same. Zhao Xiaowan, 10 September 10th. Lu Lily, 10 September 10th. Zhang Minji, 10 September 10th. Everyone. They also obviously discovered the strangeness of these numbers. A few people scanned the cemetery again and found that the tombstones here were all in the same pattern, all signed X/10. As for the numbers after the name, the smallest is 0 and the largest is 17. When several people were checking the tombstones, they found that there was more and more water vapor in the air. Soon, waves of light mist gradually appeared around their bodies. Zhao Xiaowan even felt that her eyelashes were stained with a few small drops of water. She didn't dare to speak, so she reached out and patted Luo Yi gently, and then pointed at her eyes. Chapter 243, Heartless City, Crazy Escape. The increase in water vapor in the air of the copy is self-evident. Luo Yi thought quickly for a second, then raised his hand and waved in the direction of the woods, signaling to evacuate. The group of people returned to the edge of the woods. After Zhao Xiaowan took a few deep breaths, she said doubtfully,
"What does it mean on the tombstone?"
Lu Lily kept staring at the compass, already extremely sore at this moment. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about the compass shaking for so long, he put it back into his backpack. Then he pinched his eyebrows, relaxed his eyes, and did not forget to analyze.
10 should be our age. After all, that's how the information on the student card is displayed. So September 10th. Does it mean that we all died on September 10th or October 9th? I guess. People who are older than me, the child with a different face, and a ghost on my bed, is the original owner. This 9/10 is the anniversary of his death.
Zhao Xiaowan.
Dot.
Zhang Minji frowned.
You and Bai Siyu are the only two people who have seen the dead original owner. But I, Zhao Xiaowan, and the squad leader have not encountered such a situation. It means that our original owner is alive, and has just been replaced by us. Then September 10th, what does it mean to us? Besides, the tombstones here say X/10. How could so many people die so neatly?
Lu Lily pouted.
That's right. Then I don't know.
After saying that, he looked at Luo Yi, who had been staring at the cemetery with frowning eyebrows.
Squad leader, what do you think?
Luo Yi withdrew his gaze and said calmly,
I don't know. Maybe what you said is right. But I have a question. If the number after the name represents age, why are they all under 18 years old? According to common sense, shouldn't children be buried with their families? Perhaps. It's the legend here.
Before Lu Lily could say the word Tong, everyone felt a gust of wind blowing towards them from the cemetery. Lu Lily was forcefully given a mouthful of stinking cold wind. As the wind picked up, the windmill trail behind me began to rustle. At the same time, several people vaguely saw that in the mist formed by the water vapor above the cemetery, translucent shadows of children of different heights began to appear. The phantoms of those children are gathering in greater and greater numbers. They were laughing, and their sinister eyes were locked on several of them. What makes people even more horrified is that their body parts only have a thin piece of skin, as if it has been sewn under their little heads. It looks weird and terrifying.
Dizzy! What the H.L. is this?
Zhao Xiaowan thought she was dazzled and quickly stretched out her hand to rub her eyes. Zhang Minji next to her took a deep breath.
Damn it! What a ghost in broad daylight. The system didn't even prompt that this copy is an interference type.
Lu Lily seemed not to be surprised, and was surprisingly calm. He didn't know when he had a few prop cards in his hand. He looked at Luo Yi and said,
Squad leader, do you want to be confrontational? Stop talking nonsense. Get out.
Luo Yi raised his eyebrows, turned around and ran away. The remaining three people only felt their whole bodies tighten and their backs feel cold. Before they could turn around, those shadowy figures were already rushing toward them. Hee 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 hee.
Dot!
The sweet laughter of children began to ring around. Lu Lily quickly threw out a prop card in his hand. The dazzling lightning, accompanied by the sound of sizzling electric current, instantly shattered the phantom at the front. The kid behind him was stunned for a moment when he saw this, but he quickly chased after him desperately. Lu Lily threw back a prop card again. His props have a deterrent effect on those children's shadows. They were still chasing a few people, but they didn't dare to get too close. Several people did not dare to slack off. They gritted their teeth and rushed in the same direction while carrying their school bags. As they ran, they vaguely felt that the ground beneath their feet was undulating and soft. Everyone didn't dare to think about it carefully and rushed out. I don't know how long it took, but the child behind me stopped laughing. The white windmills on both sides of the tree path also stopped spinning. Not far away, the park wall that everyone climbed over just now appeared in their sight. Chapter 244, The Heartless City, is closely related. Hope is just around the corner. Several people simply accelerated over 100 meters and rushed over like crazy.
Thank God. It's finally here.
Lu Lily gasped for air, bent over and held his legs, and said with lingering fear. Zhang Minji and Zhao Xiaowan were also panting and flushed from running. Among the four, Luo Yi was better. His expression didn't change much.
Squad leader, I'll go out first and check out the wind.
After Zhang Minji said that, he directly used the flash card prop and was the first to go out through the wall.
Safety!
He shouted through the outer wall. Hearing this, Luo Yi threw the rope hook in his hand towards the top of the wall. The three of them quickly climbed out of the wall. The sky outside is still bright. The golden afterglow of the setting sun shone on several people. The gloomy coldness brought by the dense forests and cemeteries was completely gone.
Hey, I'm back to the normal world.
Zhao Xiaowan patted her chest with her small hand. Looking like she had survived a disaster. Zhang Minji glanced at her, and then at Luo Yi, who was still staring into the park.
Then what do we do now?
The park, separated by a high wall, has now restored its lush and beautiful scenery. For several people, the strange experience just now seemed like a sudden daydream.
What else can we do? Let's go back to our respective homes and find our own mothers.
Zhao Xiaowan said nonchalantly, and turned on her phone out of habit, looking at the full signal on the screen. Her inner sense of security returned to her in an instant.
Hey! Bai Siyu replied to the message.
After Zhao Xiaowan finished speaking, she covered her mouth and exclaimed,
"Oh my god! She said that the Heartless City is a complete living creature. There are also heartless eyes, sacrifices, and the cemetery park. It simply overturned my 3 views. No wonder we just now you'll encounter those strange scenes."
Zhao Xiaowan was so excited that her speech was a bit incoherent. Zhang Minji and Lu Lily were shocked and moved their heads towards her screen. After a long while, a few people carefully read Bai Siyu's message in the group word by word. Lu Lily recalled the contents of the tombstone in his mind, and couldn't help but exclaim.
So, the 10 on the tombstone is the number of times you can accept sacrifice, and X is the number of times you have been reborn. Then we only have 1 chance left.
Zhao Shijuan's eyebrows sank, and her words were filled with helplessness.
That's understandable. But monitor, we have never died.
Zhang Minji still looked confused. Lu Lily glanced at him, like an elder looking at a junior, and said seriously,
"Then I don't know. Maybe you have died 9 times. But you just don't know it. In other words, your dead original owner hasn't come to you yet. After all, just because you don't know something doesn't mean it doesn't exist."
Zhang Minji.
Dot.
Is this implying that his knowledge is limited? Zhao Xiaowan looked at Bai Siyu's profile picture, wondering whether to give her a voice call. After thinking about it, I felt it was inappropriate, so I gave up. However, she did not forget to say,
"Hey, I just said it would be great if Bai Siyu was with us. Her observation skills are really amazing, but the amount of information she said is a bit large, and I feel like I still don't understand it very well."
I feel like I understand everything, but I feel like I understand nothing.
It's okay. We have gained something today. When we have a small meeting after school tomorrow, we may not be able to solve all the doubts in our hearts.
Lu Lily rarely spoke to comfort her. After saying that, he looked at the time and glanced at Luo Yi.
Squad leader, it's getting late. How about we withdraw?
Chapter 245, Heartless City, she is nearby. Luo Yi had been silently watching Bai Yu's group messages, speculating on the meaning behind each of her words, and remained silent. At this moment, when he heard Lu Lily asking for his opinion, he said without thinking,
"In order to avoid long nights and dreams, I plan to go to Bai Siyu's house now to find her and discuss the situation she encountered today in person. After all, there are some things that cannot be communicated clearly on the phone."
Luo Yi didn't ask them if they wanted to go. The other people looked at each other for a second, then smiled and said,
"Squad leader, we want to go too."
Asterisk. When Luo Yi led Lu Lily and the others to the entrance of Wuxin apartment C44, Bai Yu was already standing there waiting for them. It is unrealistic to go to Bai Siyu's house to get together. A few people found a minimally decorated tea house near the community. By the time Luo Yi and the others finished chatting and left, it was completely dark outside. After Bai Yu spent an afternoon meditating and reasoning, and now after communicating with a few people to confirm, he basically had a relatively clear picture in his heart. She probably knows what she needs to do if she wants to get the slightest chance of passing the level. However, before that, she still needed Bai Siyu's help. The 3 colors that are not displayed on the windmill at the door of the house are very likely to come from the manifestation of Bai Siyu's state of mind. The integrity of the color of this windmill is very likely to be closely related to the sacrifice ceremony of the Heartless Eye. She couldn't imagine whether Mama Bai would go crazy if the pink color that represented happiness never appeared, or she will continue to spend a lot of money to take Bai Yu to see the so-called psychiatrist.
Ding!
The elevator slowly stopped on the 14th floor. Bai Yu retracted his thoughts, got out of the elevator, and hurriedly entered the house. But she didn't turn on the light immediately. He fumbled to sit on the sofa, put his hand on his cheek, and sat quietly like that. This was something she had thought of before, and made special preparations to welcome Bai Siyu's visit tonight. The room was quiet. Within the field of vision was endless darkness and silence. At that moment, Baiyu suddenly felt the endless loneliness that Baiyu felt at home alone. Unfortunately, a few minutes passed, and Baiyu did not appear. Baiyu sat alone in silence for a long time in the dark. Just when she decided to give up, that strange sense of voyeurism finally appeared. The sense of peeping comes from the floor-to-ceiling glass in the living room. With the emergence of the sense of voyeurism, the temperature in the room instantly dropped several degrees. Baiyu felt the hairs on his arm stand up one by one. She inadvertently raised her eyes and met Baiyu, who was suspended in midair. Baiyu's heart suddenly rose to his throat. Baiyu looked at Baiyu with eyes full of resentment and pain, but also a hint of vigilance. But she didn't cry. After noticing Baiyu's gaze on him, Baiyu turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Baiyu. Dot! Even though this kid has psychological problems, is he too timid and timid? No matter what. She is a human and Baiyu is a ghost. How can there be any reason for ghosts to be so afraid of people? Besides, she didn't bring out the black blade now. Baiyu had no choice but to sit in the dark night for a while. But there was still no sign of Baiyu appearing. But she had a sixth sense that Baiyu should be nearby. It was just floating somewhere where she couldn't see it. The temperature in the room has increased a bit, but it's still a bit cold. Hey, the busy overtime dog is back at the beginning of the month. I will try my best to ensure 2 chapters every day, and 4 chapters will be dropped from time to time. Everyone, please remember to come and read in time during the free period. Chapter 246, Heartless City, I will kill you. Baiyu then thought about it. Although Baiyu was on guard against him, he always looked at him after dark. That means she has some kind of appeal to herself. It's just that he threw out the black blade that can absorb resentment to assassinate her. Therefore, she is obviously afraid of herself. In other words, she doesn't trust herself now. Then maybe showing weakness and being miserable would be more suitable to draw out her. But before that, she needs to release some violent information. Something that will bring the relationship between the two closer. For example, the two of them have a common enemy. Thinking of this, Baiyu took a deep breath and tentatively spoke. Xiong Biao is dead. He was killed by me today. The moment the words fell, the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. There's drama. Baiyu continued to speak. You should be like me. You want to see him die the most. Right. After all, he has been torturing Mom, and you like that. The temperature inside the house continued to drop. Baiyu even felt that damp and cold mist began to fill around his body. But I know now. Mother. Baiyu deliberately hesitated, and his voice even had a hint of crying. She bit her lip, reached for a tissue, covered her face, and began to sob silently. The room fell into silence again. After a while, a childish voice whispered from beside him. Thank you for helping me kill that demon. But, Mom, what happened to her? Baiyu? A cold touch came from her shoulders through the thin fabric, but it quickly disappeared. So, was it Baiyu's hand that reached out to comfort her just now? Thinking of that thin layer of skin, Baiyu felt a chill all over his body. But at the moment, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Baiyu has completely shown it in front of her. Only this time, she did not stick to the roof, but stood in front of Baiyu. Her legs were so thin that they looked like a paper figure standing on the ground. Baiyu slowly took away the tissue in his hand, looked at the strange figure that had appeared in front of him. His eyes were red, and he choked with sobs. Mom, she is about to die. Baiyu whispered while secretly observing the emotions on the other side with his peripheral vision. Sure enough, when Baiyu heard this, her face suddenly changed with fear, and a ghostly aura began to surge. How is that possible? Are you coaxing ghosts? Baiyu sobbed, his moist eyes filled with sincerity. I'm not lying to you. Because of the sacrifice, my mother is really going to die. If you are ready to use Jijiang, let's use it a little harder. Sure enough, a 10-year-old child can't help but be stimulated. After a second of silence, ferocious screams began to ring hysterically in the ears. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. You lied to me. My mother will not die at all. Is it because of your appearance? So she is going to die? It's all your fault. I have been reborn 9 times before, and I was always the one accompanying my mother. It's a pity that I don't want to accompany her to repeat such a miserable life 9 times. So I chose death. But why was it that this last time, when I had completely figured it out and made up my mind to accompany my mother no matter what, the person who stayed with her was you?
You are the one who changes everything. I am going to kill you.
Baiyu, what kind of strange logic is this? She felt that for a moment. Her eardrums were about to be pierced by Baisiyu's ghostly screams. Before she could explain, Baisiyu had a fierce look in his eyes, and black smoke billowing from his body. The thin body was twisted into a pale and sticky slender rope, which quickly wrapped around her neck. Chapter 247, Heartless City, Talent Skills. Baisiyu's attacks with ghostly aura are coming menacingly. Baiyu's body reflexively leaned back. His fingers swayed with his body, and inadvertently drew a perfect arc in midair. A cold and warm feeling slowly emerged in her palm.
Phantom butterfly?
The moment consciousness flashed through her mind. A slender stream of light poured out from her fingertips. The bright light tore through the dark night, transformed into crystal clear butterflies, and swarmed towards Baisiyu, who was filled with murderous aura. A trace of fear and astonishment flashed through Baisiyu's angry and scarlet pupils. The slender rope of flesh formed by the body quickly retracted with a swish. Before she could return to her original state, butterflies overflowing with light surrounded her from all directions. At the same time, the black blade had appeared in Baiyu's hand. The moment Baisiyu noticed the appearance of the black blade, it turned into a wisp of black smoke and was about to run away. Unexpectedly, as the butterfly flapped its wings, it seemed to have built a transparent cage, trapping her completely inside. The black smoke suddenly became angry. It flew back and forth in the transparent cage, roaring, howling, and constantly hitting the invisible wall crazily. Baiyu was surprised and happy inside. She knew that she had obtained the innate skills of Huan Dai, but she had not yet thought about how to use them. I never thought that this skill could also be controlled with thoughts. And it is really in the form of a group of butterflies, presented in such a fantastic and beautiful state. Apparently, this should be a defensive skill. Can it attack? Baiyu decided to take this opportunity to give it a try. With a slight movement of thought, a small butterfly lingering around Baisiyu turned into a butterfly-shaped weapon, shining with metallic light, and stabbed straight towards the tail of the black smoke.
Ouch!
Baisiyu howled in pain and instantly returned to his original form. Perhaps due to the butterfly cage, her body size at the moment is very small, only about the size of an adult's palm. There was a faint crack on the sole of her paper foot.
Sister, I was wrong. Can you let me out first?
Baisiyu squatted on the ground, covering her feet with a painful expression on her face. Baiyu looked suspicious.
Ghosts are still afraid of pain? Normally. Don't be afraid. Ordinary weapons can't hurt us. But this butterfly, and the one in your hand, sister, will cause physical pain at the least, and the soul will be scattered to ashes.
She timidly pointed to the black hat in Baiyu's hand. The blade murmured. Baiyu?
Dot!
So magical? No wonder that knife is SR level. In addition, although I don't know how many butterflies she can summon, but I can feel that the phantom butterfly's skill is really useful. It's just that it takes some energy and energy. At the moment when he waved his hand casually, Baiyu felt that his body and brain were inexplicably a little more tired. Thinking about it, the game should be a check and balance for players to prevent one company from becoming too dominant. Or maybe it's because her current level is too low.
Sister, can you put your knife away? I'm really scared. Can you please let me go? I have to rush back to the cemetery before dawn.
Baisiyu saw her meditating there without saying a word, pointing timidly to the black blade in her hand again. Baiyu raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at her with a calm expression, and said,
Yes, but you have to agree to one condition.
Baisiyu glanced at Baiyu with twinkling eyes and asked in a low voice,
Sister, what are the conditions?
That confused and cautious look was a bit heartbreaking. But this is not the time for Baiyu's sympathy to overflow. She looked away, pretending to be silent, and said nothing. Baisiyu was stunned when he saw this, gritted his teeth and said,
No matter what my sister's condition is, as long as it doesn't hurt my mother, I promise you.
Chapter 248, The Heartless City, Deceiving Oneself and Others. Entering the 4th day of the game. According to the time flow rate of 3.0. It is the 12th day. When Baiyu got up, Bai's mother had just gotten up. She came back very late last night and went into the house to kiss Baiyu as usual. And all this happened under the secret gaze of Baisiyu floating outside the window. From Baisiyu's mouth, Baiyu learned that due to being restricted by a certain type of contract, she could not meet Mama Bai face to face, because that would make Mama Bai's already weak body even weaker, and she might even face death. Baiyu could understand this.
After all, everyone has seen a ghost who can still run around alive. In addition, sacrifices between guardians and wards only exist between relatives who are related by blood. Therefore, when Father Bai died in a car accident, Mother Bai could only watch him die, and there was nothing she could do. As for Bai's father's parents, it is said that after he and Bai's mother fell in love, they stopped communicating with each other. Bai's mother went to Bai's house to beg the two elders, but they seemed to have given up on their eldest son, who had been kicked out of the house a long time ago. Mama Bai spent a period of time in endless self-blame and guilt. If it weren't for her, Father Bai would not have severed ties with his parents, and he would have accepted the spiritual sacrifice of his parents. So his death would not have been in vain. This has also become another knot that is difficult to untie in Mama Bai's heart. She thought about committing suicide at the time, but when she thought about the 6-month-old fetus in her belly, she gritted her teeth and held back. It was not only a life that was about to take shape, but also the crystallization of her love with Dad Bai. All in all, the story of Mama Bai and Papa Bai is a very cliché tragedy. The same goes for the story of her and her daughter. And Bai Yu also discovered some clues from Bai Siyu's words. That is, every time after Bai Mama sacrifices her soul, she will be involved in the issue of choosing her own life path. However, once the trajectory begins to change, then the whole body will be affected, and the rest of life will be completely changed. In other words, Bai Siyu will be resurrected, but it is unknown whether he will meet Mama Bai. In order to meet her daughter as scheduled, Mother Bai chose the exact same life path 9 times in a row. And this trajectory is obviously tragic. And something that makes people miserable, and don't even want to face it. Bai Yu didn't know the meaning of Mama Bai's obsession. This was also the reason why Bai Siyu died 9 times. She didn't want Mama Bai to choose such a miserable life for her. Under Mama Bai's perseverance choice, she once again lived a life of poverty and displacement. When other people's children go to the amusement park and zoo to play with their parents, her mother is working overtime crazily. And her stepfather, who is worse than a beast, is drunk every day, venting his anger on her and taking advantage of her. Bai's mother came home very late and vented her anger, while other people's children were wearing newly bought clothes and beautiful necklaces. She was wearing scars and bruises from being beaten by her stepfather. She never showed the fatherly love that a child should have. As for maternal love, Mother Bai is very good, but the kind of love that Mother Bai gives her is too heavy. It was so heavy that she couldn't bear it. Mama Bai's words are always, "Mom, you are the only one left in this world. Mom is doing this for your own good. Mom is also afraid of you in the future." As time passed, Bai Siyu found that she was sick, and he is hopelessly ill. Finally, on her 11th birthday, she chose to end everything. But Mama Bai was stunned. And then she frantically sacrificed her soul to the Heartless Eye, over and over again, to awaken her dead daughter. Then the tragedy of life kept repeating itself because of the obsession to meet again. In Bai Yu's view, Bai's mother never realized. What she needs to wake up more is herself, who has been deceiving herself and pretending to be asleep and unwilling to wake up. It is difficult for her to understand that some losses in life require her to face and accept them. Chapter 249, Heartless City Money Well Spent. Thinking of this, Bai Yu still had a question in his heart. Are all those who have made spiritual sacrifices in the city of Wuxin as obsessed with it as Mama Bai? If not, it's pretty normal. After all, there are only a few people who have gone all the way to death. But if it is all true, that would be strange, because this may mean that the bewitching power of the Heartless Eye is too powerful. It can even be said that this is a scam in which the unintentional eye deceives human beings to continuously sacrifice their souls and flesh and blood. Bai Yu felt like he was draining his CPU again. She took a deep breath and collected her thoughts. He reached out and carefully opened the door, and saw Mama Bai hunched over busy in the kitchen. Mother Bai was wearing a pair of light-washed cotton pajamas today, and her hair was pulled up casually, looking a little messy. She was holding noodles and chopsticks in her hands, probably cooking egg noodles for Bai Yu. The water in the pot was boiling, so Bai's mother didn't hear the sound of her daughter opening the door. Bai Yu walked behind him, pursed his lips, and called in a low voice, "Mom, I'm sorry. Honey, Mom got up late this morning. Breakfast is ready in 2 minutes." Seeing her daughter appear in front of her, Bai's mother was a little confused. The apologetic words even contained a hint of humiliation that shouldn't exist between a mother and her daughter.
Yu's heart skipped a beat when she quickly looked back. Mother Bai. She's old again. The face without makeup was wrinkled. It was as if all the wrinkles that had been accumulated for 10 years had grown out overnight. The hair is also quite pale. Today, she looks like her facial age is at least 45 plus. So, after sacrificing your soul to your daughter's rebirth, a person will age rapidly? Yu felt that his nose was a little sore for no reason.
It's okay. Mom. You've got enough time. Thank you for your hard work. Mom.
She looked at Mama Bai's frail back, speechless and choked in her heart, and couldn't help but say a word of comfort. After hearing her daughter's sweet words, Mother Bai's arched back stiffened for a second. She pinched her fingers, took a deep breath, and didn't look back. The old wrinkled eyes were moistened unconsciously. This morning, Mother Bai finally stopped forcing her daughter to drink Chinese medicine. After going out, Yu glanced at the small windmill and let out a sigh of relief. There is an additional color on the windmill, blue. Yu knows that blue represents health. Health, in a sense, can refer to both the body and the mind. Yu's body is naturally healthy. That means that Yu's heart was unhealthy before. It seems that after last night's psychological counseling, the results have been achieved. Only when the body and mind are healthy can happiness be just around the corner. According to Yu, once the colors of the pinwheel are complete, the melons can be picked smoothly. Then the guardian will take the little windmill and the ward to the eye of the windmill to complete the final step of making a vow, completion of the sacrifice. Of course, even if the colors are incomplete, they can still be forcibly removed. But Yu didn't tell Yu what the difference was between these two states when the sacrifice was finally completed. Because she doesn't know either. Some of her memories are incomplete. Mother Bai noticed the color of the pinwheel. A complex emotion appeared on her face, including surprise, accident, and a fleeting trace of entanglement and fear. But the words that came out of her mouth were indeed,
"Oh my God! It seems that Dr. Zhang is really a miracle doctor. The money is well spent. Honey, let's go back in 2 days."
Yu. She really wanted to persuade Mama Bai that there was no need to spend the wasted money. But recalling what Yu told her last night, she pursed her lips and gritted her teeth to hold back. Asterisk. After Bai's mother sent Yu to the gate of Wuxing Primary School, she hurriedly rode away. As usual, Yu entered the school gate with Zheng Shiro, whom he had encountered by chance. From afar, they saw Luo Yi and Zhao Xiaowan, 4 of them, standing in the small garden on the side of the teaching building with their school bags on their backs, as if waiting for someone. There is a cement flower stand there, covered with wisteria, which looks very beautiful from a distance. Seeing Yu, several people's eyes lit up. Chapter 250, Heartless City, acting by ear. Zhao Xiaowan waved to Yu excitedly. Yu nodded, and then said to the girl who was holding him with cold and stiff fingers,
"Shiro, why don't you go up first? I have something to do with the squad leader and the others."
Zheng Shiro looked at Luo Yi and the others, then at Yu, with a helpless tone.
"How about I wait for you at the door of the classroom?"
Without Yu and Luo Yi around, she didn't know if that Tang Xuqiang would suddenly come to trouble her on a whim today. Today is Wednesday, 1:35, her good crucifixion, and there are still about 20 minutes before the official start of class. It's impossible for the teacher to come so early.
Kindness.
Yu saw the worry in her eyes, nodded, reached out and patted her arm gently, then raised his legs and walked towards Luo Yi and the others.
Yu, I remember you said that she is a living dead? How dare you hold hands with her?
Zhao Xiaowan looked at Yu, who walked up to her, eyes filled with disbelief. Yu shrugged.
"It's just an RPG game. It doesn't matter."
After saying this, she felt a little bit in her heart. Only then did I enter the 3rd game. And I felt that I was a lot bolder. And my words and deeds were also very sophisticated. However, it's not a bad thing.
Okay. Time is limited. Let's get down to business.
Luo Yi coughed lightly and interrupted the chat. Zhao Xiaowan couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Lu Lily geared up and spoke.
"The 10 players from Class 42 and Class 41 will all skip class this morning in the name of sick leave and go to Wuxing Park to look for clues. We also plan to go there again. Do you want to come with us?"
Yu was stunned.
"How did you know they were gone?"
Lu Lily glanced at Luo Yi.
"They sent a message to the squad leader. The squad leader also sent a message to the group to ask you. But you never responded. We guessed that you were inconvenient to use your mobile phone. So we waited for you here." "Oh, I won't go.
Bai pondered for a second and refused decisively.
Why? Are you afraid of encountering the same situation we encountered last time? Don't worry. We were too scared at the time and missed some details. This time we must be fully prepared before going. And this time, there are more people and more power.
Zhao Xiaowan comforted her from the side. Bai shook his head.
It's not that I'm afraid. I just feel that there is not much meaning in going now except to experience the weird illusion you have encountered again.
Zhang Minji and Zhao Xiaowan looked confused. Luo Yi and Lu Lily understood instantly. The so-called illusion is most likely a time and space that is opened independently after triggering wrong rules in some copies. If the illusion really exists, it means that the time and space they went to before are independent. Even if they finally get to the Heartless Eye, it is not the Heartless Eye they are looking for. It can also be understood in parallel time and space. Bai quickly recalled the content of his conversation with Bai Siyu last night, spoke for a few seconds, and explained eloquently.
The park has entry rules. So without a guardian to accompany us, even if we enter Wuxing Park, we won't be able to reach the Eye of Wuxing. And the key to us passing the level lies in the Eye of Wuxing. In addition, I would like to remind everyone that on our birthday, our parents will take us to the Eye of Wuxing in the name of praying for blessings and fulfilling our wishes. In fact, it is just to complete the spiritual sacrifice ceremony there.
Everyone.
Dot.
It's been one night. Did Bai Siyu make a new discovery? Wipe. How come the gap between people is so big? Hearing this, Luo Yi was silent for a moment.
So, we still have to wait patiently for the end of the month? What we can do now is to play our respective roles and wait for the windmill to completely change color. That's understandable.
Bai took a deep breath and looked a little solemn. She originally wanted to mention that after her parents were sacrificed 10 times, they might become the living dead, causing their respective characters to die repeatedly. When I thought about it later, she was the only one among the 5 who lived in a single-parent family. It is enough for the parents of other players to sacrifice their souls 5 times each. He has not yet reached the condition of being sacrificed 10 times and becoming a living dead. So the so-called be dead end was just faced by her alone. But this also means that other players' final clearance conditions are likely to be different from their own. Zhao Xiaowan thought carefully for a long time and couldn't help but curled her lips.
What exactly is the spiritual sacrifice ceremony on your birthday? It feels so abstract and mysterious. Is it just as simple as reciting those 3 advertising slogans? I don't know either. Maybe I'll know when the time comes. Then, just act according to the circumstances.
Bai spoke, feeling vaguely that there were eyes on his face. She raised her eyes inadvertently and held her breath. Not far away on the 4th floor, Zheng Shiro was lying on the edge of the corridor, looking straight at her. Chapter 251, Heartless City, but she was killed. Even though there was some distance between the two of them, Bai still felt a chill on his body. This coldness obviously came from Zheng Shiro. She couldn't help but trembled in her heart. Zheng Shiro and Bai Siyu were inseparable every day. Could it be that she also had some kind of mental illness? But seeing her talking and communicating with him on weekdays, she was very cheerful and lively. And she didn't look like she was dead at all. In addition, after the adult sacrifices 10 times, he will become a living dead and work for the Heartless Eye forever. So what happened to Zheng Shiro? A living dead who was so young. Bai couldn't think too deeply. Her eyes stopped on Zheng Shiro's young face, and she showed a friendly smile. Zheng Shiro was startled. Her eyes were dazed for a moment, and she smiled. Then, she pointed to the classroom and turned around to go in. Bai couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief.
Squad leader, are we still going later?
Zhang Minji's words brought Bai's thoughts and eyes back to the small garden.
Then listen to Bai Siyu, and don't go yet.
After Luo Yi finished speaking, he looked at his phone.
There are still 2 minutes of class. Let's go to the classroom first. If you have anything, we'll tell you after school.
After hearing this, everyone looked at each other and said,
Good.
When Bai and Luo Yi entered the classroom, Zheng Shiro stared at them again. But this time, Bai chose to ignore it deliberately. The first class is still a math class. Teacher Zhang came in with a frown and closed the door.
I would like to emphasize one point about the discipline of our classes 4 and 3. 1. Parents must come forward to ask for leave. 2. It is strictly forbidden to ask for leave. And it is strictly forbidden to kill first and then report later. I don't care what happens to other classes, but everyone must abide by the disciplines of our class. Do you hear me clearly? Listen clearly.
Crisp voices sounded in unison. Bai and her classmate looked at each other and understood instantly. Apparently, the other 10 players asked the Overlord for leave. In the dungeon, some players don't play cards according to the routine, which is normal. For example, Bayu secretly skipped work in the last dungeon. However, she had fishing tools at that time. But now, looking at Teacher Zhang's serious look, it is obvious that those 10 players went there blatantly. In such a dungeon with role-playing conditions, Bayu didn't know what the consequences of such an operation would be. Is it the same as reality? Please ask parents.
Okay, let's start class.
Teacher Zhang glanced back and forth in the classroom a few times to make sure no one was absent before opening the textbook. Asterisk. For copies with a flow rate of 3.0. Time always passes quickly. The day's class ended quickly. When the school bell rang and the NPCs dispersed, there were only 5 people left in the classroom, as usual. Zheng Shiro was once again fooled by Bayu on the pretext of waiting for Bai's mother to leave first.
Squad leader, what did they say?
Zhang Minji was the first to hold a notebook and pretend to sit over.
No information yet.
Liu Yi shook his head. Lu Lily and Zhao Xiaoan also came over. Lu Lily suggested,
why don't you make a call and see if anything happens to them?
Liu Yi dialed the voice calls of the 2-player team leaders respectively. But the prompts were that they could not be connected. Tried it several times. Several people looked at each other for a second. Zhang Minji slapped his thigh and said,
they won't be wiped out. Right. It's the first time I've encountered such a dungeon. I've been in it for several days, and no one has a sword. It's so abnormal.
Bayu didn't agree with the first half of his sentence.
Probably not. If the person is gone, the game will not fail to notify.
In addition, the game has indeed not started yet. But she had already been stabbed. Chapter 252, Heartless City, Happy Birthday. Liu Yi and Bayu had the same opinion.
Yes. It's very possible that he is trapped in some independent time and space.
Fortunately, we evacuated quickly that day and did not go deep into the cemetery. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous.
Zhao Xiaoan pouted.
Could it be that they found some clues, and then they didn't want to come out? After all, they had to go to class. And are we too cautious?
After speaking, she subconsciously glanced at Liu Yi and Bayu. Liu Yi knew what she wanted to express, so he just said coldly,
as the old saying goes, you are responsible for your own choices.
Zhao Xiaoan had no choice but to sigh. The few people had no more clues to pick up today, and the weather forecast warned of rain in the evening. After everyone chatted for a few words, they left early. Asterisk. With a copy flow rate of 3.0. Time passes quickly. In the next few days, the 10 players who went to Wuxing Park to inquire for information still did not show up. Liu Yi and the others have found no new clues yet. The parents of the 10 players came to the school gate every day to pull banners and the like, denouncing that the school had lost their children. However, they made no further moves, as if they were dormant and waiting for something. Bayu's study and life have not changed much. Mother Bai is still getting older. Her hair color and face look like she is 60 or 70 years old. Bayu stood with her. Not like a mother and daughter. It's more like grandma and granddaughter. But she seemed unaware of her changes. Bayu pretended to be naive and asked twice. But she just smiled and said it was a good thing. In addition, Bai's mother seems to have endless evening shifts. Even on weekends. Bayu felt that she was simply exchanging her life for money. In the meantime, she took Bayu to see Dr. Zhang twice. Bayu also secretly used the invisibility cloak twice to eavesdrop when she was having a heart-to-heart talk with Dr. Zhang. However, Mama Bai's behavior was much calmer these 2 times, and she was no longer as emotional and hysterical as when she went there the first time. It may be related to the fact that the small windmill has added another color. It could also be that she is a little tired in twilight. As for Bayu didn't see her again for the next few nights. Maybe it was because I was completely frightened by her phantom butterfly cage and the black blade that night. It may also be that she has other indescribable reasons, but she still kept her promise as promised. And the missing red color on the windmill, which represented happiness, appeared. As for the pink color that represents happiness, it has not appeared for a long time. Bayu looked at the anxiety in Bai's mother's eyes and tried several times during the night, but still couldn't contact Bayu. She had no choice but to give up. Asterisk. Before I knew it, 9 days had passed. All players finally suffered little by little until the last day of the game. The most exciting moment of puzzle solving and challenge has finally arrived. And this day, although it is a Tuesday, is indeed a public holiday. She doesn't have to go to school. And her workaholic mother finally doesn't have to go to work. Bayu was not surprised by the coincidence of this setting. She specifically confirmed last night that the color of the windmill had basically turned white. Like the Twilight Mother Bai. Her movements are much slower. The small windmill rotates faster and faster. But the pink color still didn't appear. Asterisk. Early in the morning. As soon as Bayu opened the door, he saw a silver-haired mother walking towards him with an excited face and holding a red box. Her steps were a little unsteady. Bayu felt sad. Baby, it's your birthday today. Come and put on the phone watch that Mom bought for you yesterday. Mother Bai carefully put the phone and watch on her, then hugged her into her arms and placed a deep kiss on her forehead. Happy birthday, baby. At that moment, Bayu felt inexplicably moved in his heart. This feeling of motherly love was something she, as an orphan, had never experienced before on Blue Star. And during the time she spent with Mama Bai, she seemed to have adapted to having a mother who cared about her life every day. She couldn't help but her eyes turned red, and she choked and spoke. Thanks, Mom. The moment he put his arms around Mama Bai's thin waist, a slender stream of light overflowed from the fingertips, and a crystal clear invisible butterfly slowly flew towards Mama Bai's heart. Chapter 253, Heartless City. Something is not right. Wishing Park, where Bai's mother and Bayu walked. According to Bai's mother, this is a manifestation of their pious prayers and wishes. Of course, the park is obviously opposite Wuxin apartment, and the nearest park entrance is only a few minutes walk away. Soon, the billboard of "Give me your heart, tell me your feelings, relieve your worries" appeared in Bayu's sight. She looked at the billboard, and then glanced at the doorman wearing a dark red security uniform standing near the billboard. No clues can be seen yet. Mom, this security uncle looks a little strange, Bayu said deliberately. Ahem. Honey, don't talk nonsense. They are all regular employees of Wuxin Park. After Mama Bai finished speaking, she muttered to herself. Starting from tomorrow, Mom will also be a regular employee. Mother Bai's words could not tell whether she was in good or bad mood. Bayu narrowed his eyes. So, these security guards are also the living dead? A living dead, who will always work for Wuxin Park. Bayu only thinks that this unintentional city is quite strange. The living dead, ghosts, inhabit a living monster. It seems that I have never heard of monsters talking about people. Everyone seems to be vaguely adhering to some invisible rules. In the orderly harmony, there is something strange everywhere. The security guard saw Mama Bai, glanced at the little girl she was holding, and then glanced at the exquisitely wrapped gift box she was holding in her other hand, and smiled politely. The set of windmills in front of Bayu's house was contained in the gift box that Bai's mother bought specially. Bayu watched helplessly as Bai's mother took it off the wall when she went out. Once removed, those windmills stopped turning. Mother Bai was very careful when putting it in the box. Bayu glanced at that time. There is still no pink on the windmill. There is no trace on the wall where the windmill was taken down. According to what Baisiu said to Bayu before, this windmill will grow new tomorrow if nothing unexpected happens. It's like restoring to factory values. The metal fence at the entrance to Wuxin Park is closed, but it seemed to have an automatic recognition function. When Mama Bai led Bayu closer, it opened with a clatter. When the two entered the park, the fence clanked again and was closed tightly. Bayu only felt that he and Bai's mother were pushed back and stepped into an independent confined space. As far as the eye can see, the sun is shining brightly. The trees are shaded, and the flowers and plants are fragrant. In the air, you can faintly smell the fragrance of flowers and green grass. Looking up, you can see the blue sky and white clouds above your head. I didn't see the white haze in the photo. Everything looks normal. But Bayu quickly realized something was wrong. It's so quiet in the park. There is no chirping of insects and birds like in the regular woods. And the road the two of them walked was spotless and extremely clean. She recalled what happened to Luo Yi and the others, and her inner vigilance suddenly rose. I stared at the woods on both sides of the road for a long time, but I didn't find any white windmills. Mother Bai was silent all the way. She just held her daughter and walked quietly. Her face looked a little solemn as if she was looking forward to death, and there was a hint of excitement and joy in the corners of her eyes. Bayu pursed his lips and broke the silence with a timid voice. Mom, where are we going? Why don't we see anyone in the park?
Chapter 254, The Heartless City, is coming soon. When Mama Bai heard her question, she frowned and quickly motioned for her to lower her voice. She bent down, put her face next to her daughter, and whispered,
"Baby, we are getting close to the Heartless Eye. We have to keep our voices down.
Otherwise he will hear us. He will be unhappy if he is disturbed."
Bai Yu was stunned.
Mom, who is he? What is the Heartless Eye?
Is he the living monster? As for the unintentional eye, she knew about it and asked on purpose.
He is the indescribably great existence of the Heartless City. The Eye of the Heartless is the place where we pray for blessings and fulfill our wishes. You will know when the baby arrives.
Bai Yu could only nod obediently, blinked his clear eyes,
and said, yes.
Mother Bai straightened up, quietly held her daughter's hand, and walked towards the center of the park step by step. Soon, the road in front of us opened up. On both sides of the road, there are large expanses of green and open grassland. Those grassy areas are huge and stretch as far as the eye can see. On the grass, some warning signs were scattered. Luohong is not a heartless thing. It turns into spring mud to protect flowers. The same red lettering on a black background. Bai Yu looked at the sign and thought of Xiong Biao's missing flesh and blood, and couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. This Luohong can still be referred to in this way. The game is the devil. In addition, does this sign have a special meaning like the slogan? Mother and daughter continued to move forward. Finally, not far away, a large colorful windmill that reached into the sky and was spinning leisurely appeared in front of us.
Baby, we're almost there.
Bai's mother squeezed Bai Yu's fingers and whispered excitedly. Bai Yu felt that Bai's mother's steps suddenly became faster. She had no choice but to follow quickly with small steps. Soon, scattered figures appeared from all directions. Without exception, it is an adult taking a child. Every adult carries an extremely delicate box in his hand. Some people looked solemn, while others looked happy. However, there are only 1 or 2 older adults with gray hair like Mama Bai. Bai Yu quickly thought about the internal map of Wuxing Park. Obviously, the big windmill, representing the Heartless Eye, is located in the middle. When viewed from the air, Wuxing Park looks like an eye. In fact, there are more than 10 entrances along straight roads leading to the Wuxing Eye in the middle. So these people all come in through these entrances. This is also the reason why they didn't meet anyone along the way. Bai Yu vaguely felt that this layout was a bit like a very large altar. Bai Yu was thinking as he scanned the crowd, looking for traces of real players. After scanning for a long time, I finally saw a familiar figure in the crowd, Zhao Xiaowan. Zhao Xiaowan also saw her.
Bai, see you?
She waved excitedly at Bai Yu. The person holding her hand was a middle-aged man. No doubt her father. Hearing her shouting loudly, the man looked horrified for a moment, and he quickly bent over and covered her mouth with his hand. Bai Yu could only wave at her. Soon, Luo Yi, Zhang Minji, and Lu Lily also appeared. There are also 4 or 5 people who look like players. Bai Yu saw him several times in the 4th grade corridor. Everyone thought that their parents had told them before, and they all waved to each other silently. Seeing the white-haired Mama Bai, Luo Yi, and the 4 of them looked surprised for a moment. However, their parents did not react much as if they were not surprised. Chapter 255, Heartless City, the blood moon hangs high. The players couldn't form a team at the moment, so they could only seize the moment and exchange crazy glances. After saying H, low with a smile, everyone was held tightly by their parents, pretending to be pious, and walked towards the colorful windmill. Strangely enough, the windmill was clearly very close. Bai Yu and Bai's mother walked for a long time, but found that they were still far away from it.
Mom, how long do we have to go?
Bai Yu tugged at the corner of Bai's mother's clothes and asked in a low voice. Mother Bai squeezed her little hand, glanced at the surrounding environment, and said softly,
Baby, hurry up. Hold on a little longer.
The mother and daughter followed the footsteps of the others and continued to move forward silently. As they walked, everyone seemed to have entered a new space-time illusion.
The people around are still there, but to each other, other people's voices have completely disappeared. It was like frames of dynamic pictures slowly flowing past me. The sky darkened little by little. The scent of flowers and green grass is also gone. What filled his nose was a rotting smell mixed with dead plants and animals. The smooth and hard ground also began to become somewhat undulating and soft. The sole of the foot feels like stepping on a piece of fat. As the painting style changed, Bai felt that the surrounding temperature was dropping rapidly, and the hairs on his arms stood up. The thin body unconsciously leaned closer to Mama Bai. Mother Bai seemed to have been prepared. She took out a sweater from the simple backpack on her back and put it on Bai. Got myself another thermal vest.
Baby, don't be afraid for a while. Mom will be by your side to accompany you.
After Mumbai whispered, she stood up, took Bai in hand, and continued walking forward. The huge windmill finally appeared in front of us. But it has also changed. Bai looked at it and couldn't help but secretly took a breath. Just as Luo Yi and the others described. The colorful wind leaves had all turned into black eyes with blood gushing out. Bai didn't know if it was because she was dazzled. She even saw that the eyes were surrounded by wrinkles and fine lines that only existed in humans. The 7 eyes rotated slowly like that, with blood droplets flying from the eye sockets, and dark eyeballs popping out from the thick plasma. They greedily and gloomily looked down at the people standing at the foot of the windmill, who were as tiny as ants. Looking down, the windmill pole is long and thin, like a mutated human neck, growing straight on a black stone house that is filled with the smell of decay and exudes a sticky luster. As the surrounding environment changes, the green lawns and roads around the windmill gradually disappear. Instead, there are endless white paper pinwheels and 3 neatly spaced cemeteries separated by large, medium, and small tombstones. Waves of light wind carrying a strong smell of decay blew out of the cemetery, and everyone shuddered involuntarily, although they couldn't hear each other's voices. Most people's faces were filled with horror and fear of suddenly being in a cemetery. The painting style is too underworld. Bai pretended to shrink, and took the opportunity to glance up at Mama Bai. There was no such horror or fear on her face, but her brows were furrowed and her dry lips were pursed tightly. She held her daughter tighter, as if she was afraid that she would be abducted by some ghost the next second. Swish! Swish! Dot! In the dark night, the white paper pinwheels standing in the endless cemetery were blown by the breeze, breaking the silence, and echoing eerily throughout the surroundings. In the dark night sky, a full moon as scarlet as blood slowly hung high. Chapter 256, Heartless City, Cursed Ring. The moonlight poured down like blood, dyeing everyone's eyes and faces red, as if the door to H.I. had been opened. The atmosphere was a little weirder and gloomier. Bai was secretly shocked. Therefore, this living monster in Heartless City is actually a demon. And he is a demon that devours human souls and eats human bones, flesh and blood. But she was very surprised. Children might not be able to guess its true identity. But couldn't these adults see it? Or, as she expected, they were all bewitched the first time they sacrificed their hearts? That's why I'm willing to make a deal with the devil, and do it 10 times. Thinking of this, Bai carefully glanced around. Those adults, like Mama Bai next to them, were quiet, with solemn and pious expressions on their faces. They stared blankly at the black stone house under the windmill. It's like waiting for an important moment to come. The players are also cooperating with their parents in acting. On the surface, they didn't dare to move too much. But inside, everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot pot. Zhao Xiaowan and Lu Lily took the opportunity to turn their heads from time to time and look at each other silently with Bai. The players who can enter this dungeon are all of a low level, and their 5 senses are much stronger than those of ordinary people. Although there is some distance between them, it does not affect the communication between each other. As for the remaining children, they are all NPCs, and are very well behaved and obedient. Mother Bai noticed that the 2 children across from her were winking and making small gestures at her daughter. She frowned, bent down and whispered to her daughter, "Baby, the ceremony hasn't started yet. Pay attention. Otherwise, he will be unhappy." Bai pursed his lips and said softly, "Okay, Mom." Another strong wind blew from the cemetery. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. Bai vaguely felt that the second joint of his right index finger felt like it was being gnawed crazily by thousands of ants, causing it to feel numb and tingling inexplicably. His thumb touched there casually, and the cold bulging feeling made Bai's heart skip a beat. Grass. Not. Her eyes cautiously lowered, and she couldn't help but take a breath. Unexpectedly, the cursed ring that Lu Fei gave to her that she had thrown away in the dormitory came back. Sure enough, it is indeed impossible to escape easily once you are messed with such evil things. But it won't come sooner or later. But it just comes when the atmosphere of the underworld is full. It is self-evident what a cursed ring with malicious thoughts may mean when it appears in a cemetery. Although he had expected it, Bai was still frightened for a second. While she was thinking about how to deal with it, The skull ring that was emitting wisps of black smoke slowly penetrated into her flesh and bones and disappeared. But the stinging feeling of cold and cold erosion is still there. It's just that it's a little lighter. Baiyu secretly took a breath and could only grit his teeth and endure it. The final battle has not yet begun, and she cannot cut off the fingers on her right hand before the critical moment begins. The moment the skull ring disappeared, the soft and rugged ground trembled slightly. The surrounding air began to gradually become moister. Water vapor began to fill the air. Baiyu retracted his thoughts, shrank his body, and leaned closer to Bai's mother again. She pulled down Bai's mother's hand hard. Mother Bai was stunned and bent down.
What happened? Babe?
She asked in a very soft voice, as if she was afraid that others would hear her. Chapter 257, Heartless City, Gate of Sacrifice.
Mom, I'm afraid. When can we go home?
Baiyu said, looking at her timidly. Under the reflection of the blood moon, there were a lot of abnormal red bloodshot eyes in Mama Bai's eyes. However, the way she looked at her daughter was still full of love.
Don't be afraid. Baby, the door of sacrifice will open soon, and the blessing ceremony will begin.
After saying that, Mother Bai stretched her head over and rubbed her daughter's forehead affectionately. After doing this, she gently rubbed her daughter's hair, then slowly stood up and squeezed her daughter's hand tighter. Baiyu only felt that her forehead was very cold, and her hands were also cold. But fortunately, there is no stiff touch like Xingshiro's. The door to sacrifice has not been opened yet, and Mama Bai will not be able to become a living dead for a while. Then her plan is still too late.
Boom!
The stone house under the windmill opened like a bloody mouth at this time. The edge of the door frame was covered with a thick, stringy red liquid. Inside the house, looking from a distance, it was dark. Baiyu's breath stagnated. So, this is the so-called sacrifice gate of the Heartless Eye? Give me my heart. Express my feelings. Relieve my worries. Give me my heart. Express my feelings. Relieve my worries. Give me my heart. Express my feelings. Relieve my worries.
Dot!
The dull and melancholy sound, with inexplicable fascination, began to linger repeatedly in everyone's minds. The players looked left and right for a long time before they realized. This sound came faintly from beneath the uneven ground. As several people looked at each other, the father and son who were closest to the black stone house held hands, their faces solemn, their steps joyful, and with a full sense of separation. They quickly walked in towards the stone door. The moment the two people's backs disappeared, the stone door closed tightly with a bang. The seven-eyed wind blade on the top of the windmill closed its wrinkled eyelids tightly and began to rotate rapidly. The outer wall of the stone house began to show twisting and crawling lines. Although he couldn't hear any sound, Baiyu felt that the state of the black stone house was like gnashing teeth, chewing and digesting the father and son who had just entered. Soon, the second pair, the third pair, pairs of father and son or mother and son walked into the stone house like an assembly line. It didn't take them long to get in, but without exception, they never came out. No one knows what happened inside the stone house. Were they all reborn after the sacrifice? The players' ears also seemed to be individually shielded, and they could only hear the sounds of the surrounding environment. The white windmills in the surrounding cemetery seemed to have drawn power, and were spinning more and more cheerfully. According to the order, after a pair of NPC mother and son, there are 10 players. The team seems to be limited. The first 5 players are from Class 4. There are several pairs of NPCs in the back. After that, there are Zhang Minji, Lu Lily, Zhao Xiaowan, and Luo Yi. The last one is Baiyu. Zhang Minji and Lu Lily began to look uneasy. Although everyone knows that they should act according to the situation, they are always in danger, so they cannot be unprepared at all. And there was something strange in the stone house, and none of those people came back. It's your turn. Can you come back? Rather than sit back and wait for death, it's better to strike first. Soon they had action on their hands. They should have quietly taken out their respective weapons and props. Baiyu had told them before that since the dungeon of Heartless City could not predict the final plot progress and the way to pass the level, the only option was to take a risk. Kill this living creature that represents the Heartless City. Ending it means ending everything from the source. Chapter 258, Heartless City, who is she? But the biggest question for everyone right now is, transformed into a city, where is its fatal weakness? Since it is a city without a heart, obviously, it should be unintentional. What is exposed at the moment is a large windmill that represents the eyes. The windmill, with its colorful wind leaves spinning leisurely on weekdays, towers into the clouds. During the sacrificial ceremony, he transformed into 7 bleeding eyes. On the surface, it looks like a park landscape. But now it seems that it is just a thing to spy on humans. Could it be that its fatal weakness is hidden underground? But there are only 10 players in total, so they can't dig deep enough to find it. Right? Several people were a little flustered, and all looked at Baiyu, who had the most thoughtful ideas. But he saw Baiyu, with a calm face, looking up at her mother, telling something. Mom, where are they? Baiyu pulled Bai's mother's hand down again and pointed his chin in the direction of the stone house. This time, probably because the ceremony had officially begun, Mama Bai was not too restrained. She leaned down and looked at her daughter, her wrinkled eyes slightly raised, and her low tone was filled with excitement. Of course they have been given a new life. Aren't you worried that your mother's hair will turn gray and she will get older? Soon, Mom will be young again. Getting younger? Baiyu muttered to himself deliberately. Then he stared at Mama Bai with a puzzled look on his face, and his tone became more questioning. Mom, what about me? Mother Bai's eyes were stunned. She bent down, took the back of her daughter's hand, put it to her dry and flaky lips, kissed her gently, and said, as she had asked her daughter 9 times before, Of course you are still the flesh and blood of your mother. Even if you eat bread in your next life, you will stay with your mother forever. Is this okay? Baiyu lowered his eyes, wrinkled his eyebrows, pursed his lips, and whispered, Mom, no, not good. Dot. Mama Bai was about to get up, but her movement stopped abruptly. Her loving eyes were instantly filled with incredible astonishment. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be happy or worried. She would ask her daughter this question during the blessing ceremony after every sacrifice. 9 times in a row. The answer is the same every time. Mom, I do. She knew that her daughter suffered from severe autism due to family environment and lack of her own company. My daughter has always been forbearing and does not know how to refuse. She asked this just to find peace of mind. After all, her daughter's death comes first, and so does her spiritual sacrifice. Now it's just a matter of keeping one's promise, completing the ritual in the name of praying for blessings, and finally sacrificing one's soul to the heartless eye. The daughter has been reborn again for 10 years. Whether she wants it or not is like cooking cooked rice. It doesn't matter anymore. However, in the past 9 times, every time his daughter's cheerful promise brought him despair. She always said yes on her birthday during the blessing ceremony, but when she woke up the next day, she chose to end her life again and again, even if she is locked up tightly by herself. The tragedy happens again and again. But this time, after he sacrificed his soul 10 times, his daughter's reply turned out to be, she doesn't want to. Why? As a mother, what did she do that wasn't good enough? Or is something wrong? Wrong. Wrong. It seems like something went wrong a few days ago. My daughter, who has always hated rebelliousness, can say thank you. My daughter, who has always been autistic and indifferent, will now care about her. My daughter, who has always been timid and cowardly, dared to use a kitchen knife to chop that scumbag Xiong Biao on her behalf. Always. Even the window only showed 4 colors 9 times in a row. This time, there are 6 colors for the first time. Although, the pink color representing happiness still did not appear. She suddenly had a moment of doubt. Is this still the daughter in my impression? But if she wasn't her own daughter, who could she be? Chapter 259, Heartless City, a strong dose of medicine. Thinking of this, Mama Bai's old body of flesh and bone swayed back, with tears already filling her eyes. She took a deep breath and looked at her daughter, and finally forced out 5 words between her teeth. Baby! Why? Baiyu noticed the abnormality in Bai's mother's expression and decided to take the next dose of strong medicine. She secretly pinched her fingers and said calmly, In the past, Baiyu didn't want her and her mother to have a miserable life repeated over and over again because of their obsession. And now, it's because Baiyu doesn't want her to live while her mother is completely dead. Bai's mother, although she had doubts about her daughter just now, the person in front of her was not her daughter Baiyu. Who else could it be? Could it be that my daughter has a new disease? Baiyu ignored Mama Bai's gaze, and made a light stroke with her fingers hanging by her side. As a butterfly-shaped stream of light disappeared, a wisp of dark wind floated towards the 2 of them from the cemetery not far away. Almost undetectable. Baby, you didn't send it. Before Mama Bai could say, fever, she stretched out her finger to measure her daughter's temperature. but paused in midair. In the thin mist, a girl who looked exactly like her daughter slowly appeared in front of her from the transparent void.
Sister!
The girl looked at Baiyu and called out timidly. Baiyu nodded slightly and said nothing. This? Mother Bai looked at Baiyu and then at Baiyu, who looked exactly the same, with a look of shock on her face. She stretched out her hand and rubbed her eyes, thinking that her old eyes were dizzy. Soon, the Baiyu who emerged from the void slowly transformed into the face of a strange girl. Baiyu looked at her and was stunned for a moment. Therefore, this is Baiyu's true appearance. Except for her thin body, she looks nothing like Mama Bai, nor does she look like herself at all. Judging from the facial features, there should be more Father Bai who died in a car accident. Mother Bai looked at Baiyu's familiar young face with a look of horror. After a while, some lost memories and long-dusted past surged out like pouring sea water. There was an indescribable feeling of sadness that came to my mind instantly. Mother Bai felt like she was going to collapse.
Baby!
She glanced at Baiyu with a complicated expression, cried loudly, stretched out her hands, and rushed towards Baiyu crazily. Baiyu, whose eyes were red and full of tears, turned into a wisp of smoke and dodged away when her mother was about to hug her. Then she transformed into a human form again in the newly formed mist not far away. She looked at Mama Bai, and the blood and tears in her eye sockets began to fall down uncontrollably.
Dot!
Mother Bai's expression froze for a second, her hands hanging in the air in embarrassment. Soon, her face showed a trace of deep self-blame as usual. It must be because I didn't do a good enough job. That's why this time my daughter will continue to choose to despise herself and run away from herself. But Baiyu didn't think so in her heart. According to certain rules of sacrifice, the first 9 times she died, except for the blessing ceremony, she was not allowed to see her mother directly in private. And this time, it was the last time she and her mother could see each other before they were separated. Previously, every day when Mama Bai was wiping the tombstone in front of her tombstone, she would stay far away, observing, staring, and crying silently. But now, she finally had an epiphany and understood Mama Bai's difficulties, but learned from Baiyu's mouth that after completing 10 soul sacrifices, Mama Bai would become a living dead. She looked at Mama Bai and choked up.
Mom, I am dead, and now I am just a wisp of soul. It is not good to be close to you.
Yes, she is a ghost now. Mom is still alive at this moment. There is a difference between humans and ghosts. She only recently realized that her mother's health had become extremely weak after working so hard on the family for so many years. Add to that the loss of 9/10 of the soul, and soon the last 10th of the soul will be lost. If you have ghost energy attached to you now, it is 100% sure that you will die. She doesn't want her mother to die. Chapter 260, Heartless City, Can't Be Cut Off. Hearing her daughter's words, Bai's mother's face turned completely white. She looked at Baiyu, and then at her daughter. His pupils shrank instantly, and his shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably. In the light mist, my daughter's feet were hanging on the ground. If you look closely, her limbs and body below her head look like they have no muscles or bones. She was just like an inflated human being before, and the doll was slowly leaking air at the moment. Baiyu's body was rapidly drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye.
What the H.L. is going on? I obviously sacrificed my soul to him.
Mother Bai let out a miserable howl, and then stared at Baiyu with incredible eyes.
Is it because of you?
Of course Baiyu knew that this was just a scam and game played by the unintentional eye to deceive people's hearts. However, my tongue is limited, and I cannot explain this situation and scene. She took a deep breath and quickly changed the topic.
Mama Bai, even if you resurrect your daughter, after 10 sacrifices are completed, you will become a living dead. If you die, with your daughter's temperament, how can she choose to live alone?
One word awakens the dreamer. Mother Bai's face turned pale instantly. Her body swayed slightly, and her scarlet eyes gradually dimmed. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have unknowingly pushed her daughter onto a path of no return that led to endless death and reincarnation. She really is a very failed mother. Mother Bai lowered her head in frustration. Baiyu over there saw her mother's disappointed look and was so anxious that her throat was filled with anxiety. But she didn't know what to do. Sister looked at Baiyu with pleading eyes, but Baiyu hesitated to speak. Before Baiyu could speak, a little boy's crisp shout came from not far away.
Come on! If you don't want to disappear for no reason, just rush up with me and kill it!
The sound came from the team in front. Baiyu.
Dot!
Previously, everyone's voices were blocked from each other.
That's why she and Bai Mama can perform in such an immersive way. Why can't I hear it now? Maybe a player triggered something. Lu Lily and Luo Yi also heard it, and they had the same expression as Bai Yu. A few people looked forward and saw 3 players from Class 4-4, holding various weapons in their hands. Beside them, there were 3 adults lying in a pool of blood. Those adults were just like Xiongbiao. The flesh and blood on their bodies was disappearing quickly. The strong body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, they disappeared completely on the ground, leaving not even a trace of blood. Falling red is not a heartless thing. It turns into spring mud to protect flowers. A line of phantom subtitles with red letters on a black background appeared on the ground and disappeared briefly. Bai Yu? Dot! Quite speechless. So during the period just now, 2 players and their parents had entered the stone house and disappeared, and the remaining 3 players chose to kill the adults to prevent them from participating in the unspeakable sacrifice? Lu Lily and his parents wanted to step forward to stop the 3-player children, but gave up after looking at the sharp weapons in their hands. Soon, 3 players had climbed onto the stone roof. They held swords and knives in their hands, and slashed at the neck of the slender windmill. Rubbing! 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 The cold light of the knife and sword flashed alternately. Those sharp tools that usually cut iron like clay seemed to be cutting into the shadows at this moment. The neck of the windmill did not move at all. It just keeps cutting. It can't be cut. Chapter 261, The Heartless City. The phantom butterfly protects the heart. However, Bai Yu noticed that the 7 wind leaf eyes suddenly opened and widened when the 3 players were chopping the windmill poles. The thick plasma in their eye sockets began to boil, and the dark eyeballs were filled with cruelty and evil. A thick black fog began to roar around the windmill. It's like angry. After a muffled, rumbling sound, the ground where everyone was standing began to tremble crazily. Swish! Swish! Dot! The white windmills in the surrounding cemeteries also started spinning crazily at this time. The dark wind blowing from the cemetery is getting stronger and stronger. The mist in the air is getting thicker and thicker. Mom! Be careful! The Heartless Eye is angry. They are going to be released. After Bai Yu screamed in terror, it turned into a wisp of smoke, running around crazily not far from Bai's mother. Bai Yu and the other players were stunned. Before they could react, the door of the stone house opened with a bang. Countless black smoke swept out of the house. A player standing on the black stone roof was torn into pieces by the smoke that swept up before he could react. The remaining 2 players, who were stronger, held the swords in their hands and resisted vigorously. And the remaining smoke, with a biting coldness, rushed towards the crowd at high speed with swish, swish. The strange thing is that they did not attack the children. Instead, like a black snake, they slithered and burrowed in along the adults' mouths, eyes, noses and ears. The adults were quickly swept into the air by the smoke that penetrated the eyes, nose, and ears began to erode the adults' heads, necks, and limbs bit by bit, and then slowly and crazily moved towards the heart. The eroded body parts of the adults began to stiffen and turn black little by little. On the ground, the dull sound began to sound again. Give me my heart. Express my feelings. Relieve my worries. Give me my heart. Express my feelings. Relieve my worries. Dot! Bai Yu? With a thought, she took out the black blade and held it tightly in her hand. Everything that happened in front of me looked like a collective sacrifice. The parents were prevented by their children from completing the sacrificial ceremony. To a certain extent, it can be regarded as a unilateral break of the parents' promise to the Heartless Eye. The unintentional, I will naturally become angry and take everything back. If you don't give it, it will take it for itself. Taking the initiative is inevitable. Bai Yu didn't expect such a scene, but fortunately, she was prepared. Thinking of this, she glanced at Mama Bai's body with lingering fear. Mother Bai's whole body was basically eroded and turned black by the black mist. But the heart area glowed with a butterfly-shaped warm light. That light protected the remaining tenth of her soul. The ghostly smoke seemed to be unable to penetrate, and kept surrounding the butterfly shape, howling and crashing hard. Seeing this, Bai Yu's thoughts moved. Light flowed from his fingertips, and another invisible butterfly flew towards Mama Bai's heart. Double protection is more secure. Mother! Bai Yu, who had turned into smoke because of timidity, saw her mother in danger, and was instantly frightened and anxious. After hesitating for a second, she mustered up the courage to fly towards Mama Bai's body. She has always been timid and weak,
But now she just wants to try her best to pull away the smoke that is wrapped around Mama Bai. But it was obvious that the smoke was more powerful and swallowed her up together. Mother Bai saw her daughter being sucked into the black mist to save herself. She instinctively wanted to save her daughter, but found that her body was entangled in black mist and could not move at all. Moreover, black mist kept pouring into her mouth, eyes, nose and ears, and she could only whimper silently, howl and resist unwillingly. Chapter 262, Heartless City, How to Crack It.
Oh my god! What the hell is this? How about we run away?
Zhao Xiaowan held the lancet in her hand and felt her legs starting to weaken. Zhang Minji glanced around and said in shock,
There is black mist all around. We seem to be trapped here. We can't escape even if we want to.
Their parents were all tortured in various ways by the ghost smoke in midair, but they had no time to care. Plus, they're not their real parents.
Hack! Look around. There are so many ghosts in the cemetery.
Lu Lily, who was spinning the compass in his hand so fast that it could spark sparks, pointed around and shouted. Everyone followed his gaze. Their hearts sank, and they shouted,
Hold the grass!
I saw piles of empty figures appearing out of thin air in the cemetery, corresponding to the sizes of those tombstones. Large, medium, and small. The head sewn on the human-shaped skin began to slowly walk towards the area where everyone was standing. They had weird and scary smiles on their faces, and they rushed towards the players and NPC children like hungry wolves preying on them. Zhao Xiaowan shouted in panic.
Oh my god! Monitor! What should I do?
Luo Yi frowned.
Kill!
Several people tightened their minds, holding the weapons in their hands and frantically slashing at the approaching ghosts. Bai Yu also wielded the black sword to quickly kill the ghosts rushing in front of him. Her black blade has the power to absorb resentment, and it can cut iron like clay. After those ghosts were scratched by the knife, they turned into a wisp of smoke and were completely wiped out. The skull ring on her hand appeared again at this time. A black mist began to emit from the skull ring. When the ghosts saw this, they all swarmed towards her like a tide. Fearing nothing, the black blade in Bai Yu's hand danced with a swish sound. Even though everyone has cold weapons with unlimited battery life and the ghosts are unarmed, it is not an option to continue like this. Player endurance is an issue. Lu Lily over there couldn't hold on any longer and panted.
Squad leader! We can't kill all these ghosts! We can't kill them all! We have to think of a countermeasure quickly.
Everyone understands what he said. But there are too many ghosts now, and a few people have no time to take care of them. While Bai Yu was killing, he was observing the 7 wind leaf eyes not far away.
Everyone! Come closer to me quickly!
At this moment, Luo Yi roared softly. Seeing this, several people quickly gathered towards him while killing the enemy. The 7 people soon showed up back to back. After establishing a certain distance from the bunch of ghosts, Luo Yi waved his hand gently, and a golden light enveloped several people in an oval halo. The halo even covered the ground. A countdown appears on top of the halo, 258. The ghosts outside were staring at a few people with bared teeth and claws, but they couldn't get even half a step closer at this moment.
Is this?
The remaining player A from class 4 was stunned for a moment. Luo Yi ignored it and said quickly,
This prop can protect us for 3 minutes. Everyone, take this opportunity to think about it. Have you found any clues to clear the level from entering the park to now?
Lu Lily rushed to speak.
Bai Yu didn't say. If it doesn't work, let's kill this monster. But now the question is how to kill it. It looks like it only has eyes, neck and a body that is integrated with the earth. Now there are also those smoke and ghosts as helpers.
Luo Yi,
suggest solutions and don't state well-known facts.
Lu Lily, player B suggested.
Obviously, we need to find its heart or fatal weakness. But I just looked at it for a long time and found no clues.
Before he finished speaking, Zhao Xiaowan gave her a secret look. Isn't that nonsense?
Since it's called a heartless city, it means that this monster has no heart. And I've been observing before and haven't found anything related to the heart. As for the ground representing the monster's body, I tried it, and it will appear soon after the ground is opened. Heal.
After Luo Yi frowned, he looked at Bai Yu, who had been silent.
What do you think?
Bai Yu pondered for a second, recalling the 7 Fingya eyes he had observed before, and said,
Heart? Maybe. It does.
Everyone.
Dot.
Bai Yu.
Since Luo Hong can refer to human flesh and blood here.
As the saying goes, eyes are the windows to the soul. Perhaps, those eyes are the way to the monster's soul.
Chapter 263, Heartless City, Falling into the Abyss. Everyone. What a long time to see you. Can these words still be used in this way? Looking at the blank expressions of the people, Baiyu didn't want to waste time explaining. She looked directly at Luo Yi, the strongest and most trustworthy player among the players.
Squad leader, do you have any flying props? Yes, but it can only fly in the air for a few dozen seconds.
Luo Yi nodded.
That's enough.
Baiyu finished speaking and arranged.
In a while, the squad leader and I will be responsible for finding the fatal weakness, and the others will be responsible for holding back those ghosts.
Everyone looked stunned, feeling that their brain circuits seemed to be a little behind. But that didn't stop them from quickly nodding in agreement like chickens eating rice. Luo Yi looked at Baiyu with a hint of doubt in his expression. But at this moment, having no choice is the worst choice. You can only treat a dead horse as a live doctor. Baiyu still ignored his doubts and waved to him, motioning for him to put his ear closer. Luo Yi had no choice but to do as he was told. After hearing her plan, Luo Yi twitched the corners of his lips and subconsciously looked out, only to see a group of ghost heads eager to tear them apart and eat them. Zhao Shaoan saw that the two of them had finished
Plotting.
so she squeezed Baiyu's side and murmured to herself.
See you? What should we do? Once the Halo protective shield is gone, they can just pounce on us and eat us.
Baiyu didn't speak, just patted her arm gently.
I also have 2 lightning cards that can drive away evil spirits, which can repel a wave. But the rest is up to everyone.
As Lu Lily spoke, he already had 2 more prop cards in his hand. Looking at the speed at which he retrieves objects, he is also a player who spent a lot of money to buy a prop backpack. 015. Luo Yi glanced at the countdown, clapped his hands and said,
Okay, let's take our places.
Everyone's muscles and nerves tensed up at the same time, and they entered a fighting state in a second. The moment the halo disappeared, a thunder and lightning exploded around several people. The ghosts immediately panicked and fled, but soon it swarmed towards everyone like a tide. Thunder roared again. This time, the ghosts drifted farther. At the same time, Baiyu moved his mind and waved his finger gently in the direction of the windmill. A stream of light overflowed and transformed into 7 butterfly-shaped darts, which shot toward the 7 bleeding eyes in the sky with lightning speed. Got out. With 6 consecutive puff sounds, those butterfly-shaped darts sank into the thick blood of the 6 eyes. The last butterfly-shaped dart was blocked by an invisible force the moment it penetrated the 7th eye, and that eye was closed as a reflex. Baiyu felt happy in his heart, took the black blade back into space, and said to Luo Yi, "That's it." As soon as he finished speaking, the white feather figure had disappeared, and a blue flying carpet rose out of the air and flew quickly towards the closed eyes. Seeing this, Luo Yi knew that she had used an invisibility prop to numb the windmill's eyes, so he quickly used the prop to take off in the air, holding the ancient cyan mace in his hand, and followed closely behind. Before the other players had time to be surprised, thousands of ghosts had already swarmed over again like a tide. Baiyu sat firmly on the yoga magic carpet. At the moment when she was close to the butterfly dart, the black blade was taken out of the space by her. Crack! A crack flashed, and some kind of power protecting the 7th eye was pierced by the black blade. Baiyu's hands and feet didn't stop, and he continued to thrust forward quickly with all his strength. With a crash, the magic carpet flew in. As she got closer, she realized that the black eyes were bigger than her height. The eye sockets overflowing with thick blood looked like a small, strange pool. The eyeballs were pitch black, and there was endless dense black mist lingering under the transparent glass.
Baiyu held his breath to hold back the stench of blood, held the black blade tightly, straightened his arm, and quickly stabbed it in the center of the eyeball. The moment the dagger touched his eyeball, Baiyu felt a strong suction, sucking his body into the darkness. Her body began to fall rapidly. In the endless darkness, a cold wind whizzed past my ears. She felt like she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Chapter 264, Heartless City, Red Glimmer. Baiyu instantly realized something was wrong. The yoga magic carpet disappeared out of thin air. She quickly called out with her mind. A cold mechanical sound suddenly sounded in my ears. Ding! Damage to the prop, yoga magic carpet, was detected. The system has automatically recycled it. Baiyu. It seems like she has no other props to use. There are 2 plain plastic basins in the space, which I bought in the copy, Qingxi Town last time. The basin won't make her fly, but it should increase the resistance to her fall. And she is just a child who has just turned 11 years old. much lighter than an adult. Thinking of this, with a thought, the big basin in the space appeared in her hand. She held the basin with both hands, and her falling speed indeed slowed down a lot. And she used the balance brought by the big basin to slowly spread her hands and feet and lay her body flat. To a certain extent, resistance is increased. However, the wind was too strong and the falling speed was so fast that the plastic basin could not hold up for long. In less than a minute, the big plastic basin cracked with a click. Soon, another stock was damaged again. She is still missing. Baiyu was shocked inside. It's been so long. Why hasn't it come to an end yet? Under normal circumstances, it takes about 3 minutes for a person to fall freely at an altitude of 10,000 meters. 2 minutes passed immediately, and I felt like I was still floating in the air. If she continues like this, even if she is not blown to death by the cold wind, just relying on the acceleration of gravity, she will fall into a pile of debris when she lands on the ground. Although her current physical constitution has long been different from ordinary people, she is still a physical mortal. Baiyu pinched his fingers and tried to calm down. With a thought, he drew his fingertips in the air, and a stream of light overflowed, transforming into several butterflies, flashing with light, and flying around quickly like sharp arrows. She tried to sense the butterfly's location. The butterflies around me seem to be flying non-stop. It looks like there's a lot of space here. The butterfly below has slowed down the rhythm of its wings. It seemed to have stopped. The breath of 2 more butterflies came from a distant location. Baiyu knew that this was what Bai's mother had in mind. She could feel her heart beating, which meant she was safe.
Bai, see you?
Liu Ye's voice came from directly above.
I am here.
As soon as Baiyu finished speaking, a gentle rope fell from the sky, and Sunin wrapped her around her body. Baiyu felt that his descent speed was obviously much slower. In the dark space, a red glimmer began to appear. That light came from directly below. Baiyu felt that his cold body began to feel a little warm. She turned her head and glanced down, and her muscles tightened. In the endless darkness, a red, huge and transparent heart was beating regularly with bang tong and bang tong, not far below. The big heart seems to be densely packed with live little hearts. Those hearts clearly belong to humans. Surrounding it were densely packed 7-leaf windmills, as wide as a gymnasium. Outside this circle of windmills, a windmill avenue composed of 7 windmills stretches into the distance. That location coincides with the locations of the 7 entrance avenues in Wuxing Park. The windmill rotates rapidly. Baiyu only felt a warm air flow from below, slowly rushing upwards. The further down you go, the stronger the airflow becomes. The speed of her fall slowly slowed down due to the collision of air currents. Chapter 265, Heartless City, Deadly Black Mist. Liu Yi above also fell to her side.
Thanks.
After Baiyu finished speaking, he glanced at him and said in surprise,
You still have flying props?
Recalling the big plastic basin that was so low that it shattered into several pieces in the wind. Baiyu just wanted to shut himself up for a second. Liu Yi looked coldly and said calmly,
There are only 2 in total. The flight time of this prop is short, so I didn't dare to use it before.
While the two were talking, they had already fallen to the ground. Liu Yi's flying props also failed at that moment. Even with the buffer of warm air, the two of them still felt the strong impact when they fell to the ground. Fortunately, the ground is soft. It even has some tough elasticity that belongs to muscles. The rope tied to Baiyu's body was taken back by Liu Yi with a wave of his hand. Baiyu's body stumbled on the ground a few times before he stopped. Her calves and heels were a little numb from the shock of the ground, so she quickly bent over and rubbed them quickly. He immediately stood up and shook his legs, then took a quick look around. The temperature here has been much higher. The two people's nerves were tense, and their inner vigilance and preparedness were subconsciously raised to the highest level. The eye of the windmill was obviously injured, and they broke into a place similar to a forbidden area for no reason. There was no obstruction or attack in the middle. Weird indeed. The two people who have experienced several dungeons know that the more this happens, the more it implies that the risk is coming and is huge.
Bang tong! Bang tong! Bang tong! Dot!
In the big heart not far away, tens of thousands of heartbeats resonated, like drumsticks hitting two people's hearts. Deafening. The two of them looked at the big heart in the dense windmill formation and were stunned for a second. It turns out that the monster of the Heartless City has imprisoned all the souls of human sacrifices here in the form of living hearts. It has no heart, but it has a core. The big heart looks like a huge thing, at least 7 stories high. The outside is a thin layer of transparent glass, which is overflowing with a special light, confining everything inside. Inside the vitreous body, there are extremely vivid hearts. Some bright red, some dark, some complete, some incomplete, densely packed, and connected by thin black threads the size of a hair. Black silk threads penetrated the glass body and connected to the surrounding windmill poles one by one. On the windmill, there was a faint smell of weirdness. Those constantly rotating blades seemed to be pumping out a steady stream of power. You didn't know the significance of such a setting. Why are there so many windmills here? It's not like the living creature's body is a windmill monster that can't speak. But no matter what, that big heart should be the fatal weakness of Heartless Eye. The two quickly reached a consensus, raised their weapons, and stepped over the windmill to stab the heart. At this moment, the black threads on the ground connecting all the windmills, and the heart moved faintly. In an instant, countless icy cold winds swept towards where the two of them were standing from all directions. The windmill on the ground was blown to a roar in an instant. Yu and Luo Yi looked at each other, clenched their weapons, and prepared for battle back to back. Soon enough, a thick fog carrying a bloody storm had already swept in front of us. It was the ghostly fog that just attacked the three players and the adults. They looked very powerful and more deadly than those ghosts. But perhaps due to certain rules, the smoke did not penetrate the two people's mouths, eyes, noses, and ears immediately. Instead, it separated into wisps of tentacle-like things and stabbed at the two of them crazily. Chapter 266, Heartless City, No Way to Survive? A wisp of thick smoke quickly passed through the back of Bayu's hand while avoiding the black blade, and a bone-chilling pain instantly spread throughout his body. Along with the pain, there was also a burning and stinging sensation on the skin that had been burned by strong acid. She could only grit her teeth and endure it. Together with Luo Yi, she picked up the weapons in her hands and slashed wildly. Luo Yi's cyan ancient mace also seemed to have the ability to absorb resentment. When it hit the black mist swished away and disappeared. I don't know how much time has passed, but the smoke is still endless.
Bang tong! Bang tong! Dot!
The beating sound of the human hearts in the big heart is getting louder and louder, and the rhythm is getting faster and faster. Yu even felt that the surrounding environment seemed to be slowly shrinking towards the two of them. The butterfly that was sent out to explore the surroundings was getting closer and closer to her, and the oxygen is becoming thinner. She suddenly realized that maybe the smoke was not meant to kill them at all. Rather, he came to entangle them and delay time to achieve certain conditions.
Squad leader, step back!
Yu shouted in desperation. The two of them stepped on the windmills on the ground without hesitation, and while stepping on them, they rushed towards the big heart. As those windmills were trampled to pieces, some small hearts in the big heart were also broken, turning into pools of scarlet liquid. The thick smoke continued to change, and its tentacles swept towards the two people to attack. Soon, the two people's backs and shoulders were directly scratched by the ghost smoke, with blood dripping and the skin and flesh torn. They are still 2 or 3 meters away from the big heart. Yu clenched his back molars, used all his strength to take off, jumped into the air, swung the black blade, and stabbed it right in the middle of the big heart. Click! The protective power covering the big heart was pierced by the black blade, and there was a sound like broken glass. The ground began to shake crazily. Yu only felt that his bloody back was torn open again.
I come!
Luo Yi, who was beside him, roared angrily and also used help to jump up. He clenched the ancient cyan mace in his hands with both hands and smashed it into the crack with all his strength. The ancient mace was much heavier than the dagger, and Luo Yi's strength also made Yu much stronger. The big heart that protected the barrier was no longer there, and it was torn open with a sizzling sound. Some red liquid spilled out first. Immediately, the living little hearts, flashing with a faint red light, rushed out from inside as if they had escaped from the prison. One by one, they floated into the air and flew quickly in the direction of the Heartless Eye. The beating of the heart stopped. The ghostly smoke that originally surrounded the two people disappeared without a trace the moment the big heart completely left. The ground shook even more violently, and Yu found it difficult to stand still.
Hey, it's strange. We obviously pierced the big heart. Why didn't the system give any prompts?
Yu suddenly realized that something was wrong. Luo Yi lowered his eyes and was silent for a moment.
There is something wrong. But if this is not the way to pass the level, I really don't know how to pass it.
Yu,
could it be that the fatal weakness of the Heartless Eye is not the heart?
She began to have some self-doubt. Luo Yi quickly shook his head and denied her opinion.
It's impossible. Even if it's not a heart. It's something similar to a heart. It's impossible for Yugi to not give him any way to survive.
But what exactly is it? Chapter 267, Heartless City, Another Heart. Baiyu paused on the spot and took a deep breath. Then he reached out and pinched his eyebrows, trying to keep his thoughts clear. The ground continued to tremble crazily, like a big earthquake. Soon, she noticed something was wrong with her surroundings.
Squad leader, have you noticed that the space we are in is getting smaller quickly?
She knelt down on one foot and supported the trembling ground with her hands to barely stabilize her body. Luo Yi raised his eyebrows and looked around.
Yes. It seems that it is easier to get down, but harder to get up. No wonder the monster is not afraid of us breaking in. That monster should be a low-level monster. It just has some kind of ghost-like superpower.
But it doesn't have much consciousness.
As Baiyu spoke, he kept looking around cautiously. She could vaguely feel that the released butterflies were getting closer and closer to her. The air starts to get thinner. She even had difficulty breathing.
Bang-ong. Bang-ong. Dot.
The earth-shaking heartbeat suddenly sounded inexplicably. The rhythm and sound of this heartbeat are obviously richer than the previous sound of the big heart. That sound came from all directions. Very close. Baiyu took a breath. Luo Yi felt his eyebrows begin to beat wildly. In the incredulous gazes of the two people, a dark red curved wall with muscle texture trembled and shrank regularly and slowly appeared in their sight. Luo Yi, who had always been calm and composed, couldn't help but take a deep breath. Baiyu also secretly said, holding the grass.
So, this is the real heart of the Heartless Eye? We are now in the heart of the Heartless Eye.
Luo Yi frowned deeply and exhaled heavily.
Yes. We only have one way now, which is to pierce its muscles, kill it and escape at the same time. But there is the biggest problem.
Baiyu,
the flesh wall of the Heartless Eye will heal automatically after the sharp weapon leaves the wound. And currently we don't know how thick it is.
It would be better if it was only as thick as the ancient mace in his hand plus the thickness of her dagger. If it were any thicker, it would be impossible. She does have a dagger and kitchen knife in her space. But those are ordinary weapons and cannot hurt this monster's body.
Yes.
Luo Yi cast an approving look at her. In my mind, a thought passed fleetingly. In many ways, she had the same ideas as him. If there is a chance in the future, it would be great to form a team and enter the game. But the current problem is that we have to get out alive first. He withdrew his gaze and thoughts, and quickly thought about what other props he could use. After thinking it over and over, the answer is none. The wall of flesh continued to shrink towards the two of them. It looked like they were not only going to die from lack of oxygen, but they were also going to be squeezed to death. The heartbeat was getting louder and louder, and it felt like the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking, and my eardrums were shattered. The air is getting thinner. The released butterfly has already flown closer. Baiyu stared at the transparent butterfly wings for a few seconds, and suddenly felt happy in his heart.
Yes.
Luo Yi was shocked.
What? You are responsible for using the ancient mace to pierce the wall of flesh forward, and I will do the rest. But you have to be quick. My thoughts and energy are extremely limited right now.
Baiyu said that. He picked up the black blade and swiped it easily against the wall, and a half-arm-long gap suddenly appeared, faintly visible. Dark red flesh buds were dancing ferociously in the gap. With a thought, he waved his fingertips casually, and the stream of light overflowed, and several crystal-clear butterflies pounced on it. After pulling out the black blade, the wound with dancing fleshy sprouts did not heal as expected.
Talent skills?
Luo Yi looked shocked for a second, but before he could sigh, he raised the ancient cyan mace in his hand and stabbed hard at the wall of flesh. Chapter 268, The Heartless City Shocking. Baiyu saw this and followed closely. She put away the black blade, concentrated her energy and thoughts, and slowly waved her arms in the air. As the fingertips moved flexibly, wisps of light turned into butterflies and quickly covered the gap opened by Luo Yi. In less than a minute, a butterfly feather passage 7 or 8 meters long and half a meter wide appeared in front of us with a faint light.
Bang-ong. 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 Bang-tong.
Dot. The strange heartbeat sound began to become irregular, but the tremors on the ground became more violent. The unknowingly deep walls are rapidly shrinking and becoming smaller. The gap opened by Luo Yi was also fighting against the butterfly, trying to close it. Baiyu felt the resistance brought by the wall of flesh and had no time to care about anything else. He could only concentrating on waving his fingertips. More streams of light overflowed from the fingertips and turned into butterflies that clung to the wall. They fluttered their wings and were ready to fly, emitting bursts of faint light. This light, with some kind of power, continued to fight against the wall of flesh that wanted to close. The phantom butterfly is indeed extremely draining of mental consciousness. Plus the air is getting thinner. Bayu only felt that his head began to feel dizzy. His whole body began to feel weak. And his legs began to feel weak. Squad leader, if you go faster, I feel like I can't hold on any longer. It's almost here. Bye, see you. Just hold on, Luo Yi said, chopping even faster with the ancient cyan mace in his hand. See La! The wall of flesh is finally broken. A dazzling light shone in from the opening of the crack. Luo Yi closed his eyes subconsciously and used all his strength to continue tearing open the cracks. Soon, the gap more than 1 meter long was successfully opened. Hundreds of butterflies faced the light and covered it layer by layer. Bang tong! Bang tong! The moment the flesh wall was completely torn open, the originally irregular heartbeat suddenly became regular and powerful. And it contracted even more powerfully. The butterfly attached to the dark red flesh bud was squeezed crazily by forces from all directions. Bayu frowned, closed his eyes tightly, concentrated all his thoughts, and slowly waved his left and right hands alternately in the air. Wisps of powerful flowing light spurted out from the fingertips, transforming into butterflies all over the sky, swarming towards the outermost crack. They flapped their butterfly feathers crazily, forming a uniform and majestic force, stretching the crack wider and wider, wider and wider, with the last ray of light flowing out of Bayu's fingertips. Boom! With a sound, the wall of flesh was completely torn into 2 pieces by the power of butterfly feather. The manic and dull heartbeat suddenly stopped in an instant. Endless dazzling light fell from the sky through the crack. They succeeded? All, ding! It was detected that a key character in the dungeon was damaged. After 10 minutes, all surviving players will be teleported to the settlement space. The long-lost mechanical sound finally sounded in the players' ears. The moment Zhao Xiaowan heard the notification tone, she thought she was hallucinating, and said with lingering fear, Lu Lily, Zhang Minji, did you hear this? We seem to have 10 minutes left to clear the level. Her ears were already bleeding from wounds caused by ghosts and ghost smoke. He had long, flowing hair that had been chopped off by thousands of ghosts in the previous fight. The head was red and full of small black eyes with blood spots. It's like peeling half a watermelon and leaving only the red pulp. The clothes were also covered in half-dried blood scabs. At a glance, it is extremely shocking. Chapter 269, Heartless City, please wake up. Lu Lily smelled the smell of blood in the air, sighed heavily, and replied to her. Yes. I just don't know if those ghosts will appear again in these last few minutes. Just keep an eye on it. If there is anything unusual, please tell me in time. Zhao Xiaowan glanced at him sympathetically and said, yes. Zhao Xiaowan, who turned into melon flesh and was covered in blood, was miserable. Lu Lily and Zhang Minji were not much better. His eyes were scratched by the ghost, and blood was pouring out of his eye sockets. One eyeball was stuck in the corner of the eye with blood scab, and the other eyeball that was gouged out has long since disappeared. One leg was also torn off by the ghost. Zhang Minji was in the worst condition. His ears were scratched. His hands and feet were all gone, and his stomach was scratched. Player A and Player B were also covered in wounds and dying, and they were just clinging to their last breath. Fortunately, immortality in the dungeon can represent immortality. As long as you can persist until the level is cleared, all the damage and side effects caused in the copy will disappear. Rumble! A loud noise came suddenly from the side. Everyone's feet were shaking. Lu Lily, who was sitting on the ground groaning and panting to rest, was so shocked that he almost jumped up from the ground. Zhang Minji and Zhao Xiaowan raised their eyes in shock, their blood-stained chins almost falling to the ground. The towering and unbreakable seven-eyed windmill collapsed. Millions of bright red hearts slowly rose from the dust in the sky. One after another, they turned into light golden heart-shaped lights and flew quickly towards the end of the sky. The dark sky began to be lit up little by little with faint light. The fog gradually dissipated, and the cemeteries and windmills on the ground disappeared like the ebbing tide of the waves. Wuxin Park, shrouded in white mist, gradually returned to its normal scene during the day. The sun is shining. The grass is green. The birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. There was even a gentle breeze carrying a pleasant smell.
caressing my face slowly. Zhao Xiaowan was the first to react and blurted out excited words.
Could it be that Bai Siyu and Luo Yi succeeded?
Lu Lily and Zhang Minji.
Dot? Bai Siyu?
Mother Bai, who almost turned into a charred corpse lying near the players, moved her stiff fingers when she heard the name. Her dark, dry lips struggled to murmur.
Baby!
Her body was previously contaminated by ghostly smoke and was completely black. But in the chest area, a small, incomplete heart was still struggling and beating gently. Two small butterflies, exuding a weak light, lingered around her heart. Bai Siyu, who was seriously injured by the ghostly black mist in order to rescue her mother, has turned into a wisp of smoke and is sleeping in the arms of her mother.
Mom, I'm here.
Bai Siyu woke up instantly when she heard her mother's voice. She subconsciously jumped into the air and floated back into the air. But she soon realized that she seemed to be unable to change back. Because it's dawn! Looking at her mother lying stiffly on the ground in a dark mass, Bai Siyu suddenly panicked. A heartbreaking feeling of suffocation swept through her body instantly, and she was at a loss for a moment. Soon she realized what she was doing and started wailing crazily.
Mom! Wake up! Mom! Please come to life! Mom! I know I was wrong. I will never abandon you and leave you alone in the world again in this life and the next life. Mommy, Mommy! I love you. Mom! Dot!
Chapter 270, The City of Heartless, Mother and Son Connect Heart to Heart. Bai Siyu cried incoherently and scurried around anxiously beside Bai's mother. Her words were like dripping blood, word by word, falling heavily into Mama Bai's heart. Mother Bai's heart shrank, and she used all her strength to weakly squeeze out a few words.
Baby, don't cry. Mommy will always be with you. Don't cry.
She moved her fingers, wanting to touch her daughter before she died. But she had no strength at all. She suddenly realized that after the sacrificial soul was reborn so many times, this time, she should be dying. Bai Siyu, who was crying loudly, felt that her mother was about to die. She bit her lip, wiped away her tears, sobbed softly, and floated towards her mother's hand. Then little by little, I slowly rubbed my mother's rough, callous palms, just like her mother's warm hands, which had touched her lovingly countless times since childhood. Even though she knew, Mom may never feel her love again in this life.
Boom! Boom! Dot!
The ground was like a sieve again, shaking crazily. It seems like there are many large buildings in the city that are constantly being demolished. At this moment, the white fog shrouding Wuxing Park gradually thinned until it disappeared. The blackness in Mama Bai's body began to fade away bit by bit, starting from her heart. Bai Siyu noticed it immediately. She watched her mother's body gradually return to its original color. After being stunned for a second, she stopped crying and became surprised and happy inside. Is Mom going to come back? She looked at the little butterfly shining with light on her mother's heart, and was shocked. It must be that sister who helped my mother at the critical moment. Zhao Xiaowan and the others next to, here, also noticed changes. Several people looked at their parents and were dumbfounded for a second. Zhao Xiaowan, Zhang Minji, Player A and Player B's parents are all black, unchanged. Their remaining hearts were forced to be sacrificed when they were attacked by ghost smoke. Moreover, it is not the tithe that is sacrificed, but the amount that remains in the soul is taken away. At this moment, their hearts were completely dark. The remaining hearts of Lu Lily's mother and Luo Ye's father seemed to be protected by some kind of prop. Their hearts shimmered red and beat slowly. The blackness on the body is like the white mother, starting from the heart and slowly receding. Although they didn't know what this difference meant, the people whose parents were all black and had no heart still secretly took a breath. Soon, inexplicable panic began to spread in the hearts of several people. But having seen strong winds and waves, they quickly comforted themselves. After all, if those fake parents died, nothing seemed to have happened to them. This kind of different signal should have little to do with clearing the copy. Even so, Zhang Minji was still a little curious. Luo Yi was not there, so he had to look at Lu Lily, who was blind.
Lu Lily, you actually used props for your fake mother?
Lu Lily raised his chin and said, yes. Zhang Minji's breath suddenly stagnated. You idiot! Zhao Shijuan's face was also full of disbelief, and she joked.
Lily, do you think this is the behavior of Holy Father? No. Holy Grandpa?
She remembered that the most taboo things in the escape game were the Holy Father and the Holy Mother, although these people are their parents in the copy. But those are all false. Just an NPC built from a bunch of data. Lu Lily was silent for a moment after hearing this. Chapter 271, City Without Heart, City with Heart. He didn't want to talk, but finally spoke.
Do you still remember? The prompt for clearing this game is, please guard your heart.
Zhao Xiaowan reached out and touched her heart.
Remember, I protect my heart very well.
When Zhang Minji heard this, he closed his eyes secretly and felt it. Well, not bad. The heart is beating. Seeing that they didn't understand, Lu Lily raised his little hand and gently stroked his chin, and said in an elder's tone,
But have you ever thought that from a certain perspective, mother and son are of the same mind? The game of survival is about tabooing the Holy Father and the Holy Mother. But it does not mean that when one is within one's ability, one should destroy humanity and forget one's original intention as a child. The connection between mother and son, never forgetting the original intention, may be another clue to clear this dungeon.
Lu Lily, who looks like a child who has just turned 11, reaches out to stroke his beard like a 60-year-old man, which is funny and inconsistent. Zhang Minji and Zhao Xiaowan suddenly stopped laughing. Zhang Minji reacted and cursed secretly. Grass. His grandpa is still his grandpa. Scolds are scolded. He was still like an ant on a hot pot, not knowing what to do. Zhao Shijuan's face turned pale, and she said in a reproachful tone,
Lu Lily, why didn't you remind us?
Lu Lily shook his head and sighed.
I don't know either. I just saw that Bai's mother was protected by Baisiu, and I thought of it temporarily. This is just like a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. Besides, even if I tell you, do you have any protective equipment? Would you like to use it on your fake parents?
What Lu Lily did not say was, everyone in the dungeon is just a chance encounter. The reminder is affection. It's my duty not to remind you. He couldn't afford to meddle in other people's business. Zhao Xiaowan suddenly choked on her words. Mother Bai over there has completely recovered, and her uneasy eyes are looking around looking for something. Bai Siyu sniffed and scurried around her happily. Lu Lily's mother also woke up, seeing her son covered in injuries. She was shocked and cried loudly, holding Lu Lily in her arms. Luoya's father, the principal, stood there with a solemn expression, as if looking for his son. Zhang Minji, who was lying on the ground without any hands or legs, could only stare at the sky with a sigh. Zhao Xiaowan was counting down the countdown to the end of the game, mumbling nervous prayers. All, ding! After 3 minutes, all surviving players will be teleported to the settlement space. The cold mechanical sound sounded again. This time, Zhang Minji and Zhao Xiaowan finally calmed down. Bai Siyu's tail turned into an arrow and pointed toward the sky, and his clear voice said excitedly,
Mom! Look! It's my sister!
Mother Bai and the other players were stunned and looked up at the sky. Everyone.
Dot!
Bai Siyu has become an immortal. She saw small white feathers floating in the air, with colorful lights and crystal butterflies lingering around her. At a glance, it's like a god coming from childhood. However, she seemed to be in another time and space. Even though we are within a few feet of each other, we are still far away. Mother Bai recalled the past scenes in her mind. Her throat choked, and she looked at her with tears in her red eyes, and said secretly, Thank you, kid.
Boom! Boom!
There was another loud noise. This time, the ground began to twitch like crazy. There was turbid smoke coming out of the ground, and it dissipated instantly when the strong wind blew. The bodies of the players slowly floated in the air. Soon they realized. The entire heartless city quickly collapsed and became smaller while trembling. A light golden light began to emit from Mama Bai's body, and her body gradually became empty. Slowly, she turned into a ray of golden light and floated up. Seeing this, Bai Siyu quickly floated up. She and her mother cuddled together, tightly wrapped around each other. Be it this life or the next life, she will never be separated from her mother again. Wisps of thick black smoke continued to rise from the ground and disappeared with the wind. As the black smoke dissipated, the city of Wuxin was shrinking rapidly. The players seemed to be far away from the ground and flying towards space. Soon, the surrounding environment changed. In the blink of an eye, they were already in the vast universe. Looking up at the sky is filled with stars. There is a meteorite passing by, whooshing, beside me. Not far away, there is a blue planet. That's the home planet they live on, and is now suffering from crazy plants and animals. Blue star. Under the silent attention of everyone, the city of Wuxin finally collapsed and turned into a monster, with wind blades the size of a basketball court and without windmill poles? It has a tough oval body and 7 soft and slender tentacles. But those tentacles are golden. It is slowly rotating, soaring, and advancing in the universe. The light flowing from the hearts of the people on the windmill condensed into a beam of light that was bright enough to illuminate the 5 continents, and shot straight into the sky. That light seemed to give the windmill's tentacles endless power, carrying it with it to fly slowly towards the end of the universe. All, ding! There are 30 seconds left in the transmission countdown. The cold mechanical sound sounded again.
It seems that we can do it too.
Zhao Xiaowan was happy in her heart, but she hadn't said the word
pass the customs
yet. With a bang, she, Zhang Minji, and the remaining 2 players exploded into several clouds of blood mist in the starry sky. Lu Lily, who was blind, frowned when he smelled blood and shook his head slightly. Baiyu silently watched the windmill disappear, feeling a little bit lost in his heart, and murmured to himself,
"Where is this windmill going? Maybe it's the Goldilocks area in the universe that's suitable for intelligent life to live in."
Luo Yi frowned and thought for a second before replying to her. Baiyu lowered his eyes and thought deeply about Luo Ye's words. At this moment, a tiny stream of light came straight from the depths of the universe to the palm of her hand. Warm. He raised his eyes and slowly opened his palm, revealing a small, pink, incomplete, and pointed heart. There is also a colorful windmill engraved on it, the size of a grain of rice. Yellow, green, purple, orange, red, blue, pink. One is not too much, and the other is not too little. Baiyu was inexplicably touched in her heart. Is it Mama Bai and Bai Siu? The ethereal mechanical sound sounded in my ears again. Ding! Congratulations on getting Mei Bojuan's parting blessing. Mama Bai's heart, 1. Name, White Mama's heart *1. SR super rare. Type, rare consumables. Usable times January 1st. Function and purpose. 1. Can resist death once at a critical moment. Can be used in both the real world and dungeons. 2. Contract binding. Once gifted, it will take effect immediately. Chapter 272 Settlement Space 1. Ding! It has been automatically bound for you, Mama Bai's heart. Along with the prompt sound, the pink fragment in Baiyu's hand disappeared. There is a hint of warmth in the heart position on the chest. Baiyu felt mixed emotions in his heart. All, ding! Teleportation countdown. 10 seconds left. 10. Finally. There were only 10 seconds left, and Baiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When she used the Phantom Butterfly skill before, she almost exhausted all her energy and strength, relying solely on her last will to survive. However, she still did not dare to take it lightly until the last moment. 9.
By the way, Bai Siu, my name is Qi Ling. I almost forgot to ask. Your real name. How about adding a friend?
Luo Yi, who was next to him, suddenly realized that he hadn't even asked the player who was playing Bai Siu the real name. Baiyu's eyes were stunned. Friends? It's not necessary. In fact, we don't know each other very well, and she is used to being alone. The point is, this survival game is full of dangers. No one knows how long anyone will live. She doesn't want to see a bunch of dead gray avatars in her friends list one day in the future. In other words, she became a gray avatar in someone else's list. Thinking of this, Baiyu looked back at him, smiled politely, and said lightly, Landscape. 3. Have. 2. Encounter. Qi Ling. 1. The game is over. Ding. Interface transfer begins. Accompanied by the ethereal prompt sound, the surrounding starry sky and meteorites disappeared into thin air. Baiyu's whole body was surrounded by warm water ripples layer by layer. Ding. Interface transfer successful. Hearing the familiar voice, Baiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Player Baiyu, welcome to the game settlement interface. Accompanied by an ethereal prompt, Baiyu appeared in the white room. She felt as if her battery was fully charged at this moment. The previous malaise and powerlessness had long since been wiped away. The moment he raised his eyes, the white screen directly in front of him was floating in the air. Beside her, there is also a set of white leisure sofas and a matching white coffee table. Baiyu couldn't help but curl his lips.
This little game assistant is quite obedient. The advice I gave you last time has been improved this time.
She quickly sat down. Although I feel full of energy after receiving another buff from the game, I still feel a little thirsty. I simply took out the ice coke from the space and took a slow sip. At first glance, she didn't look like she was here to settle accounts. More like, here to drink tea and wait for someone.
Player by you. Congratulations on passing the C1 level game copy, Heartless City. Next. The game will be settled for you. The assistant's voice and orange subtitles appear at the same time. Your performance in this round of the game is stand out from the crowd. Remarkable. Your evaluation result is C3. Excellent. The points reward you will receive is 120 points. After the C level 1.3 bonus factor, the actual points you get are 156 points. According to the evaluation results, you will receive a reward of 120,000 gold coins. After all the C level 1.3 bonuses, the actual gold coin reward you can receive is 156,000 yuan. Complete the game and become stronger and richer. Your physical fitness has been invisibly improved. Please experience it in reality and in the next dungeon. Baiyu only felt pain in his head. This line. It. It's here again. Why can't I just skip it? To sum up, plus your original points of 366 points. Your latest points total is 522 points. According to the points level, you have been promoted from a C-level player to a B-level player. There are still 478 points left to advance to A-level player. I hope you will keep up the good work in the next games. Achieve great results again. After Baiyu heard the settlement, he secretly reached out and clenched his fist. Now is B. The further you go, the more points you need to advance. It's really a long way to go to become an S-class boss. If I remember correctly, it costs 5,000 points. However, she must work hard to become S-class. Dear, your personal game panel data has been updated. Please check it. If you have any objections, please submit them in time. Chapter 273 Settlement Space 2. After hearing this, Baiyu retracted his thoughts and clicked on the game panel. Fingertips are flying in the air, and the updated personal information has automatically appeared in front of you. Name, Baiyu. Age, failed to read. Gender, female. Number of completed copies, 1. Silent Island, 2. Qingxi Town, 3. Heartless City. Level, B. Points bonus, 1.3 1.4. Gold coin bonus, 1.3 1.4. Player points, 522. Current gold coins, 224,106 minus 8,000 minus 50,000 plus 3,000 plus 100 plus 156,000 is equal to 325,206. Amount composition description. 1. Original gold coins, 224,106 yuan. 2. Withdrawal for purchasing actual fitness classes, etc., 8,000 yuan. 3. Withdrawal when purchasing Teacher Zhang Cemetery, 50,000 yuan. 4. The wig factory will deduct and refund 100 by 10 by 3 for absenteeism. 5. Remainder of mobile phone purchase deduction, 100 yuan. 6. The reward for this clearance, 156,000 yuan. Baiyu sighed after reading it. Every penny is exchanged for life. But the money was spent too quickly. He reached out and rubbed the center of his brows. Looking down. Current props. Idea Space *1. Black Blade *1. Mama buys heart *1. Dagger *1. Grandma's embroidery needle *1/3. Limited time invisible feather coat *1. Power cards. Sweet words card *1. Pingbu Qinyan card *3. As for the props, although the yoga magic carpet was damaged, it was still in good condition overall. A line of information appeared in the field of vision. It has been detected that the mind space has been upgraded to level 4. Please choose whether to view it. Whether. Upgraded again? Excited Baiyu touched yes with his fingers. A row of information appears in front of you. Name, idea space. Type, contract item. SSR extremely rare. Current level, level 4 bungalow with 1 bedroom. Current specifications, 64 cubic meters. Function and purpose. 1. Storage, supports automatic classification of materials and hot and cold temperature zone control. 2. Supports the access of thoughts, which can be accessed in an instant. 3. Asterisk new function has been enabled, supports the storage of non-human items, except props and items belonging to other players, except illegally obtained items. 4. Other new functions. To be upgraded and activated. Remarks, small space. Big dreams, more loyal than a dog. Once bound, they will remain together until death. Probability of props dropping after the player dies, 0. Baiyu looked at the space level description and felt inexplicably excited. Sure enough,
As long as you upgrade quickly, your villa facing the sea will be just around the corner. The only regret is that in this instance, there were players and Luo Yi nearby, so there was no time to try out the new functions of the space. Otherwise, she would definitely have to absorb some of the ghostly smoke into the space. Forget it. Next time. Assistant dear, I would like to take the liberty to ask, are you satisfied with this immersive experience? Baiyu was startled. So, is this the reason why the death of the player and the progress of the plot were not reported during the game? She didn't have the inclination to ask how many players had finally passed the level. She tightened the cap of the Coke bottle, glanced at her right index finger, and said, "It's okay. But I have a question." The little assistant appearing on the screen blinked. "Please tell me, dear. Can I refuse to accept a gift that is maliciously cursed by a player or resell it?" Baiyu said quietly, rubbing the thumb of his right hand where the skull ring previously was on his index finger. That ring will obviously make her a lonely ghost in interference games and the target of public criticism. No, dear. Every gift, whether it is a curse or a blessing, has its own meaning. Baiyu took a breath. I believe you. The dog game has many tricks. And it's also very bad. The only use of this ring is to detect whether there are ghosts in the copy. But rather than being targeted by those lonely ghosts and becoming their number one target, she would rather not have this function. Ding! The current player settlement has ended, and you are being transported to the original world. Before she could open her mouth to refute the theory, a cold mechanical sound sounded, and Baiyu was kicked out unceremoniously by the assistant at the same time. Chapter 270 for the Country of Heartlessness Extra? The most inconspicuous existence on a mini-planet in the galaxy in the universe. It has a small land area and is a small country that upholds neutrality and peace. It is surrounded by powerful and warlike superpowers. But it is also the most special existence in the galaxy. The seven-eyed wind god believed by their people comes from the Big Bang period of the universe. It is said that the wind god, because he is too ancient to evolve his language and body, has the power to bring people back to life. But few have ever achieved this power. In the beginning, the planet was peaceful, and the years were peaceful. Although the people living in the country of Wuxin are not wealthy, they can still live and work in peace and contentment. As time goes by, the natural resources on the planet are gradually exhausted, and wars with neighboring countries begin to break out frequently. Soon, the neutral country of Wuxin had to be involved in endless wars and turmoil. Years of war have caused the surrounding great powers to gradually disappear in the course of time. And the country of Wuxin survived because of being in the center of the planet and the care and blessing of the seven-eyed wind god. But it also collapsed from a country into a small city without a heart. The entire city center is empty. No heart. Unlike other planets in the galaxy, it is affected by gravity and can maintain balance and not fall. It has always relied on the power of the seven-eyed wind god to maintain balance in the universe and prevent the city from deviating from its trajectory and falling. But it doesn't know where the way forward is and keeps wandering. After that, the number of humans gradually increased, but the living area continued to shrink. In the end, people had to live densely like ants in row upon row of high buildings. One day the city floated to the edge of the black hole. Just as the city was about to be sucked in and swallowed by the black hole, people didn't know what method they used to summon the seven-eyed wind god they believed in again. The god promised to help, but its power has always come from feeding on human hearts. But this time, the power required is great, so it needs to absorb the hearts of all humans. Human beings reluctantly agreed. In the end, the seven-eyed wind god led Wuxin City to escape from the black hole, and everyone in Wuxin City has to have their soul sucked by the seven-eyed wind god every day, which has become an agreed-upon thing. Human beings and it have formed a subtle symbiotic relationship. It creates the environment for human life, maintains the balance of the city, and absorbs the human soul. Human beings continue to live their short lives under its protection, living according to rules, growing old, getting sick and dying. Later, generation after generation, the seven-eyed wind god turned into a seven-leaf windmill. Countless terminal tentacles extend to the door of every family, absorbing their spiritual power every day. At the same time, it ensures that the heartless city can be safely suspended in the universe. The rotation of the windmill represents the survival of the human soul, and also represents the manifestation of human beings' ability to draw strength from the god of wind. But the daily spiritual intake is very small, and will not harm the normal life of human beings. Soon, some people discovered that they could use 1/10 of their souls to sacrifice to the seven-eyed wind god, thereby obtaining rebirth or the recovery of their mutilated body. More and more humans, who feel that life is imperfect or have lost loved ones, are joining the sacrifice camp. In order to express the difference, the windmill-derived colors, which indicate various aspects of the human soul, such as health, happiness, joy, etc. When the color of the wind leaves disappears, it means that the time for sacrifice has arrived. Gradually, there were many more living dead in Wuxin City, and the living dead were sacrificed 10 times. There are also many more sacrifices after completing the rebirth, but still unable to change their fate. The souls continue to die. Chapter 275 Real World 1. Gradually, humans, like ants, live in densely packed areas. The tentacles of windmills extend to every corner of the city. The human heart originally contains emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, love and hatred, good and evil, etc. The seven-eyed wind god does not have the ability to purify the soul when it absorbs people's hearts. Soon, it captured more and more hearts. Gradually, it was also polluted. Evil thoughts and greed tend to seduce human beings to follow their original life trajectory. Tragedy begins to repeat itself again and again for humans who have lost something. It even began to devour the bones, flesh, and bones of dead humans. The flesh and blood of the deceased caused its body to expand more and more. The city of Wuxin is getting bigger and bigger. Soon, its body and tentacles were spread throughout every corner of the city. The city of Wuxin slowly turned into a man-eating monster. Wuxin Park, which represents the monster central nervous system, quickly formed two states. During the day, it represents the good side of human nature. Dark night represents the evil side of human nature. The living dead, and ghosts gradually began to fill this smoky city. Greed and obsession confused people to sacrifice their souls again and again. But all dissatisfaction and tragedy are actually reincarnating in an orderly manner along the established trajectory of life. This city has once again become the most special, darkest, and most depressing place in the entire galaxy. Until one day, a girl from Blue Star completely ended everything. Over. Asterisk. Ding. Baiyu was kicked offline mercilessly by the game assistant. As the water ripples in front of her gradually disappeared, she found herself in a strange environment. Not dormitory 301. The first thing you see is a dense grid of cubicles. In each small compartment, there are two folding beds side by side. There is a small cabinet and a plastic basin next to the bed. It looks like a centralized treatment area in some major disaster movies. There are many people, and it is very noisy. At a glance, some people are watching videos. Some are chatting and playing cards. And some are wearing headphones and immersed in reading books and studying. People wearing white work clothes and uniform name tags shuttled back and forth between the beds. Behind them were some 5th and 6th grade primary school students. There are also a few white overalls with a few primary school students, who seem to be cleaning plants on some beds. However, the people around them seemed not to be surprised by the sudden appearance of the plants. It doesn't look like a summer camp activity for elementary school students. Baiyu's breath suddenly stopped. Could it be that during the time she entered the dungeon, she got some serious illness and was hospitalized and quarantined? Ding! The current environment is detected to be safe. A 30 security protection period will be started for you. After 30 seconds, this system will not be responsible for your life or death. Baiyu. It seems that the game's protection mode for players who have cleared the level has been upgraded again. But this is quite contradictory. In the dungeon, the game finds ways to make players die, including forcing humans into the game. Losers and rejectors are forced to turn into animals and plants, which essentially reduces the number of humans. However, after the player clears the level, the player's protection and player's physical fitness are upgraded in various ways. So what is the meaning of this game? Is it screening? Or something else? But what is the point of screening? Baiyu frowned slightly and heard the sound of arguing coming from not far away. Sister Fang, my sister will wake up soon. Could you please give me 2 more days of grace? I'm willing to pay double the fee. Okay. If it doesn't work, I'll give you 3 times. Chapter 276 Real World 2. Or, I can work for you. I have entered the game twice, and my survival rate is high. I have experience in self-protection, which is much better than those elementary school students. You definitely need it. It was Lin Lily's voice. So, she beat the game again. Pretty. Baiyu's eyebrows relaxed, and he followed the sound. Around the corner, in a place that looked like an island workbench, Lin Lily was pulling the sleeves of a middle-aged woman. her eyes praying as she spoke tirelessly. Her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had cried a lot. Bayou? The middle-aged woman was wearing white work clothes. Her face was very serious, and her badge was a different color from the others. Apparently, he is the manager here.
No! This is not a question of money. This is a rule from above. Even if the richest man in Blue Star comes, it must be implemented in this way. Our inner-city temporary shelter can only provide a buffer time of 7 days. When the time comes, you have to move out. This is non-negotiable. Moreover, it has been stipulated long ago that shelters in various places must give priority to children under the age of 12.
You are so young. You can still be considered as coming back alive from the game, which is much better than those old, weak, sick, disabled and pregnant people who enter the game. Besides, you are also a young college student, so you have some social contribution and self-awareness. Okay. Otherwise, would you like to visit other private sanctuaries or other cities with fewer flora and fauna?
The woman had no intention of letting go. She opened her mouth and spoke smoothly. Bayou.
Shelter?
It's only been a month since I entered the game, and I feel like a lot of changes have taken place on Blue Star. There are even shelters. And she even moved in.
Did City S?
Like City Z. Fall? In other words, the game was officially launched on January 1st, and everyone has entered the game. Blue Star.
Fallen.
It seems that the world outside is not very optimistic.
But now the traffic is basically paralyzed, and there are all kinds of ferocious beasts outside. So how can we go to other places? Can you just give me another 2 days of grace? My sister has been in the game for a month, and she will definitely know whether she is alive or dead in the next 2 days. Sister Fong, I really beg you. That's not something I should think about. Sorry. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you.
The middle-aged woman coldly shook off her hand and turned around to leave. Lin Lily clenched her fists and lowered her face in frustration. Sighing silently, Bayou pursed his lips and called softly,
Lily.
Hearing her voice, Lin Lily's dim eyes lit up, and she looked at her with a look of disbelief.
You
wake up. She took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, rushed towards Bayou, grabbed Bayou's hand, and said happily,
I told you that you will definitely be able to come back successfully. You will definitely not leave me alone.
She cried a little with joy, and her eyes were moist.
Didn't you pass the level 2? You are very powerful.
Bayou smiled, as if comforting, and squeezed her palm gently. Lin Lily raised her face slightly, held back the tears in her eyes, and smiled.
Hey, the book I entered this time was to go to the desert to survive, and I had a near miss. I stayed there for a week and almost died when the time was up, and I cleared the level.
Bayou.
Dot.
Did she and Lin Lily enter the same type of game? However, this question is not important now. She looked around and said puzzledly,
By the way, Lily, why are we here? Why don't we see any other classmates or teachers?
Hearing this, Lin Lily sighed sadly and sat down next to her.
Hey, you. This matter is a long story.
Chapter 277 Real World 3. Bayou raised his eyes and paused for a moment. There were some scarlet scratches on Lin Lily's neck. There are fresh blood scabs remaining on the scratches, which hurt just looking at them.
Lily, what are you doing? I was sleeping 2 days ago, and was scratched by a group of crazy wild cats that broke in the middle of the night. Several people here were scratched. Dot.
Bayou took a breath.
Did you get the injection? Well, I got the vaccine, but the wound doctor suggested not bandaging at first, saying that it would heal faster.
Lin Lily nodded, seeing Bayou pick up the phone to look through the information. He said,
You, let me tell you, it's faster than you can read the news.
Bayou said,
Yes,
and silently put down the phone.
The game was officially launched on January 1st, and everyone on Blue Star, between the ages of 13 and 60, has entered.
Bayou frowned.
Pregnant women, critically ill patients, and disabled people are no exception? Yes, but it is said that they are in a normal state in the game, and the game will change their physical characteristics.
Bayou's eyebrows stretched and he said,
Oh, judging from the official statistics, this wave of games coming on New Year's Day has about 3 game time periods so far, 7 days, 15 days, and 30 days. The length of time is not directly related to the difficulty of the game. During the 3 types of game time periods, many dungeons of different types and difficulty were derived. There are all kinds of weird stories, interference, and survival. I must have been lucky, and what I experienced was the shortest and least difficult type of daily survival. But overall, the number of people entering the 7-day game is the largest, and the most people have passed the game. We were also the first batch to come out. After coming out, I discovered that many cities, like Z City, had fallen. Although our S City is much better, the plants in the city will grow a lot overnight after each game period. As for animals, there was an explosive growth on January 1st. After the first period ended, officials immediately launched emergency measures and organized the construction of shelters and various material bases. Then, people came back one after another and joined this camp.
Baiyu listened to her words and glanced around. Doubts reborn in his heart. There are roughly 2 types of people living here. Children, including infants, who cannot take care of themselves. The elderly, and young people who look like students. Only no middle-aged people. Lin Lily noticed her gaze and explained.
For those middle-aged people who have cleared the game and come back normally, or the elderly, who can take care of themselves without entering the game, the state can only let them stay at home first. These old people and children who cannot take care of themselves were left behind after the adults at home entered the game. The official organization organized manual sweeps of the buildings and rescued them one by one. However, the fastest time to do these things is after January 9th. Many children and elderly people have diseases themselves, but they still cannot get through it. Those who can make it through are helped here and in other shelters. Once their family members clear customs, they can come and pick them up.
Baiyu's heart sank. Today is already February 1st. It seems that their family members will never have the chance to come back to pick them up.
I participated in 2 amateur building sweeps, and I had a 3-month-old baby. When we saw him, he was rotten and covered with blowflies and maggots. There is also an old man who lives in a villa. His home is extremely luxurious, but he has been incontinent for many days. The whole house stinks. The old man is already dead, and his body is covered in.
Chapter 278 Real World 4. When Lin Lily said this, she dropped her fist on the bedboard and gritted her teeth angrily.
Dog games are really inhumane. It would be better for people to die without dignity than to become animals and plants. But the game just missed them. It must be intentional.
Baiyu choked inside. Judging from the latest situation, players will receive special protection from the game when they enter the game. As long as the player does not die in the copy, the player is safe in reality. After returning to reality, it will also detect the surrounding environment and set a 30 safety protection period. Then why can we turn a blind eye to these children and the elderly who have no ability to take care of themselves? If the purpose of the game is to screen, then what are these people who died innocently and tragically? Bug? Baiyu felt a little confused inside. It took her a while to come back to her senses, and reached out to gently caress Lin Lily's back. Lin Lily choked up for a few seconds before continuing.
Let's talk about our school. The school originally had a lot of people, but after the game was launched, it became the hardest hit area by animal and plant invasions. Therefore, the holiday has been started in advance. Students living in the city are required to go home after returning from the game alive. People like us whose families live in different places were temporarily assigned to various shelters. The shelter provides a 1-week buffer for a fee. When the time comes, you have to leave. It's not that I don't want to leave. I also want to go home. But now there are many crises outside and cars are scarce. So it's impossible for me to walk back on my own legs. Even if I buy a horse or a donkey like the ancients did, it is very likely that I will be attacked by wild beasts such as lions and tigers or bad guys on the way. Moreover, some cities have been completely occupied, and the carrying and supply of materials is also a big problem.
Lin Lily added. Baiyu remembered that Lin Lily, an only child, had parents. In U City, it is indeed quite far from S City. Normally, walking back is just a matter of time. But under the current circumstances, it is indeed unrealistic.
Your parents and family?
She hesitated. Lin Lily's parents must have been pulled into the game, judging by the red and swollen look on her eyes. It couldn't be.
My parents have entered the game. I called my grandpa. There are no plants or anything in the house for the time being. It must be because my parents haven't come out yet. My grandpa is 63 years old and just avoided the game.
Although the game in the 3rd time period is said to be the most difficult, Lin Lily's parents are both complete novices and should not be as
lucky
as herself. The ones who enter are basically death dungeons.
That's good. It should be fine.
When Baiyu heard this, he couldn't help but secretly sighed and comforted her. But she didn't understand something. We are young and strong. Can't we help with the work? Why are we allowed to leave? Also, what about those elementary school students following the staff? You can work, but not in a shelter. After all, the number and resources of shelters are limited now. Officials have also begun to call on people who have played the game to join a specialized task organization. After all, after clearing the game, everyone has a 1-month buffer period, and they can still use this time to do a lot of things. Moreover, the physical fitness of those who have passed the game is obviously better than that of ordinary people. There are 3 types of officially released tasks: everyday, special, secret. All are paid. Chapter 279 Real World 5. Everyday tasks can be done by normal people with hands and feet. Special tasks require at least D level to register. As for secret missions, you need S level to be eligible to join. Those who join secret missions are protected by official secrets. I want to take part in the daily missions, but you haven't cleared the game yet, so I can't bear to go alone. As for those primary school students, they are all around 11 years old and will not enter the game in the next year. They are currently the most stable backbone, so the officials are organizing people to train them in advance. There are those for logistical rescue, operating systems, and front-end battles against beasts. There are also some elderly people who are healthy and do not need to enter the game, and they have also been recruited by the official. However, our shelter does not have such elderly people who can use their spare energy for carrying heavy objects. Each shelter is equipped with a small number of robots to assist. Bai was stunned. What about the hotels and goose houses outside? Are they still operating normally? Judging from her and Lin Lily's current gold coins, it was still affordable to stay in a hotel for a while. Why do you have to stay in a shelter? Besides, at the current pace, isn't it that soon there will be a shortage of all kinds of materials, and we need to start surviving in the apocalypse? Speaking of supplies, she suddenly thought of her own mind space. I don't know. After this upgrade, will it be able to support the storage of real materials? I'll have to confirm it later. Also, there are various self-defense weapons in reality, so you have to prepare some in advance? It would be great if the Black Blade could be brought to reality. Yes, but after the fall of many communities, many people can only stay in hotels. Therefore, it is difficult to find a room in hotels and goose houses. And those hotels and goose houses are not safe. The insecurity that Lin Lily mentioned may come from those wild animals. Or maybe, from humans themselves. In this current environment, there are many people who take advantage of the situation. The game is blessing everyone's physical fitness. The bad guy who was blessed with physical fitness after clearing the game is horrified to think about. A question suddenly flashed in Mayu's mind. Is there an official organization to conduct research on the game and copies? After all, the origin of ending everything lies in the ending game. Lin Lily recalled. There should be. But these are not things that we ordinary people can know. As for the copies, the game copies are random, and the number of samples is too large. The official has announced some guidelines and basic exercises, which are more suitable for low-level players. She swallowed and continued. In addition, the country feels that the mastermind behind this game may be from a high-dimensional world. Therefore, it is also trying to make contact with the interstellar world. However, judging from the latest announcement, the results have been minimal. It may also be that there are some results, but we ordinary people may not necessarily know about them. Hearing this, Bayu's eyes were stunned. When the copy of Heartless City ended, the scene of them suspended in the universe quickly passed through my mind. Is that kind of scene arrangement intentional because of the game behind it? Could it be that Blue Star itself is actually a game copy like Wuxin City? And it's a Doomsday Crisis survival book. It's just that for this copy, the number of people participating and the clearance time are unknown. Although there are no ghosts and demons, they will face threats from biological invasions. Now it's just plants and animals that are increasing in number. What about the future? Will these growing numbers of plants and animals mutate? Chapter 280 Real World 6. Also, as supplies become scarce and humans continue to die in game copies, the person who finally clears all the dungeons and survives on Blue Star, does it count? It's the person who has actually cleared the dungeon, Blue Star survival in the end of the world. Ah! Run away! The frightened screams outside the shelter interrupted by Yu's thoughts. A pile of white and gray clothes rushed in at the door. The leader was none other than Sister Feng, whom Lin Lily had talked to before. Close the door first. Check the grandstand area and other entrances separately.
She held an electric shock baton in her hand and made arrangements in case of danger. The door in front of me was shut tightly with a bang. The others spread out and quickly headed towards other side doors. Only then did Bayou notice that among a pile of gray overalls holding steel forks, shields and various protective weapons, there was a young man with a broken arm and blood all over his body. Everyone in the cubicle, who was busy with their own affairs, suddenly burst into an uproar. Some young people who were playing games on the bed didn't even have shoes on, so they reflexively ran to the inside. The calmest people are the elderly with physical disabilities. Of course, they couldn't go anywhere. Lynn Lily's expression changed.
There must be a group of wild beasts entering the shelter.
Beasts?
A group?
Bayou was shocked.
Don't they have guns?
Lynn Lily shook her head and smiled bitterly for a second.
No. There will be a level 1 emergency shelter. And ours here can only be regarded as a level 3 emergency shelter temporarily converted into a gymnasium, with only basic living and support facilities. The people on duty at the entrance of the gymnasium are all people who have just finished the game. But they had a relationship with Sister Fong, so they got a job.
As she spoke, she got up and dug out 2 fruit knives from the bedside table.
Dot!
Bayou took a breath. How long has it been since then to engage in such nepotism? The key point is that it doesn't look like a bad thing. She retracted her thoughts and stood up.
Go and have a look.
Lynn Lily handed her a knife.
You. Take this. Yes.
Bayou reached out and took it.
Ouch.
Several tiger roars suddenly came from the spectator stand area behind them. Bayou's back felt cold. Turning around and taking a closer look, 4 strong tigers with orange and black stripes all over their bodies were walking slowly and staring at the
pile of prey
in the cubicle with hungry expressions. I don't know if it was a person who rejected gamers, or if it was a person who ran away from a safari park.
Ah!
Everyone screamed and fled from the bleacher area. Someone was shocked and said,
Heck! Where did these tigers come in from? The doors are obviously closed. It's the back door. The back door was broken open. How could they find the back door? Heck! They are above and we are below. It feels like we are being caught in a trap. Don't talk nonsense. Help those old people and children. Leave the tiger to us.
Sister Fong scolded, stopping everyone who was shouting.
Director Fong, can you open the door and let us escape?
Someone asked weakly. He is a young man who looks like a student.
There are 5 or 6 more outside. Are you sure you want to go out?
After that, Sister Fong gave him a cold look. The young man shut up for a second.
Ouch! Ouch!
The roar of a tiger kept coming from outside the gymnasium. Listening to the sounds, there are more than 5 or 6. The tiger in the stands heard it and roared several times in response. There were many people in the venue, but most of them were defenseless old people and children. Bayou and Lynn Lily stared at each other, clenched the knives in their hands tighter, and secretly took a deep breath. At this moment, Bayou felt a gentle warmth emerge from his palm.